gentle reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen
resin. That's what you call it, resin. Okay, so we're streaming vertically on YouTube.
At EWC, nothing is granted.
Yeah, let's change.
Is earned.
Let's change the dashboard. So this is my default one that's being streamed right now. So we're back on default for vertical.
There is nothing that showcases what it means to be at this event, what it means to make this event, and what it means to win this event. Speaking of winning this event, look how many games we had across the course of 2 months. It is unrelenting. James, we got chess on the same week as us. The most important question here, how many pieces does Magnus Carlsen, how many pieces does he need for you to win?
That's a good question. Look, you know I'm a bit of a chess fanatic.
I do.
I'm the kind of guy that I play my 1-minute bullet chess. I'm terrible at it. I
Wanna
think
try
I would
this?
need maybe like between 5 and 9 queens, and he would need between 2
Good
and
one.
3 pawns.
So we're gonna stop
I mean,
this.
we have a
Let's
decent
start
shot
this
with
again.
Magnus Carlsen.
That's crazy.
I'll make it easier, right? If he has 0 pieces, I'll win by default. I'll take that because I cannot.
Because we have.
You might stalemate.
You reckon I could stay? No, I could not.
Uh-oh.
You don't think so?
Dude,
No, yeah, we're live. We're live vertically.
I've honored for years
We're
now.
live vertically.
Here's a question for
Blindfolded,
you.
9 different chessboards in his mind. Boop.
So, Pengu, you're of course
Crazy.
2-time world champion in Rainbow Six.
Back to back.
Back in your day.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Wow. Who has a better chance of being?
We're gonna have to enable multi-stream one day. Okay, so that's what's gonna happen this week.
Him against you in Siege.
This week we're gonna have to enable multi-streams. Because for YouTube our YouTube desktop, we actually have a legitimate vertical.
I don't think that's ever possible. But as we
No, wait, hold up.
this is kind of important for
No, wait,
us
our
to
YouTube
start
desktop should be different.
Siege specifically, because it's actually quite
Connect your
complex.
encoders.
It's not as clear, it's not as clear.
So actually, maybe this one has to be, YouTube desktop has to be changed
More competitive, in my mind anyway.
to this key.
3 individual parts of this tournament, play-ins into groups, into
You get a bit of best of 1s, best of 3s, depending on where you are in the
I was
bracket.
just having a hard
But
time
then we have
connect.
best of 1s, right? Everyone knows that. Actually, CNL, they don't know that because they play BO3s in their region.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm glad that you mentioned CNL because for the first time at EWC for Rainbow Six, we have 22 teams competing, so many different clubs vying for the club championship and also for the title specifically within Rainbow Six. We have the play-ins into the group stage, into the playoffs, so many different phases. Only 8 teams participating in the play-ins, and only 2 of those 8 will progress forward into the group stage afterwards.
well, let's
Perfect.
look at all the teams that are actually going to be competing.
Okay, so we got default key and then we have desktop. Okay, so desktop.
You're looking at your Falcons, you're looking at your EPs. Don't worry about Dark Zero.
Okay, write that down.
Forget about those guys.
But 22 teams, Nick, that is a lot of teams. That is a lot
It
of
is.
opportunity to play different opponents from different regions. You may never have even
Desktop
no, it's true. I think
is, we only have 8 teams? How many teams?
Because there's so many different regions, I've said, different teams, different play styles. You need to focus on what you can do differently and just matching yourself to every opponent as well.
8 of the 22
Six Siege only has 8 teams.
You can only imagine what teams we actually have.
Kinda crazy.
Of course, today's schedule, important to note that we kickstart with a very big matchup. At least if you're an
Yeah,
I'm very
a big
excited
matchup,
for this.
There's only, no, there's more than 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my gosh. There's about 24 teams.
That's where the story lies.
That's true. 24, 25 teams.
Oh, brand new.
So desktop is, so YT desktop is landscape.
Were invited to reload in Rio. They qualified for T1 international tournament.
And
the
then
difference between 6
for
years ago at SI 2020
default
and the EWC 2026 is that the last victory they had at SI was beating
is,
T2, sending them to lower bracket.
default
My team back then,
is
right?
burnt.
That hurts.
Sucker.
And then now 6 years later, the way in which
Oh.
they qualified for this event was
Yeah.
beating T2 and
Yeah, it's kind of weird to do this multi-stream on YouTube because YouTube is kind of weird. Kind of weird. Good morning to YouTube. 5 events over. What the heck?
won G2. That was one of the greatest upsets in APAC. Unfortunately, one of the biggest moments for APAC. I mean, it's the only time we've ever had a team in the Six Invitational make it to the top 6 on the APAC.
Good morning, YouTube.
But we have a new dawn for a lot of these APAC teams, one of which is CAG by Varel, who of course will be fighting against Fnatic today. But Fnatic, for them, this is their first chance in such a long time. They took a gamble.
Morning,
they
YouTube.
made 2 big roster changes coming in to the last stage of competition. Can they actually make a splash on the international stage remains to be seen.
It certainly does.
Well, this is going to be reset later on.
Let's start talking about Fnatic.
It was a great feeling to beat G2 and knock them out from qualifying for EWC. I think that we got a lot of confidence from that.
Still Fnatic.
It was fun. It was a good game.
So it's kind of cold in my room. I think it might be cold in the house now, so I'm gonna wear my Fnatic scarf. I promised I was gonna watch with my roomies. Just as always, I'm gonna take you guys with me on my phone and my tripod. I go to the main room. Yeah, sit there for a little bit, chill out. I get way too comfortable over there, just letting you guys know. So that's why I fall a little bit sleepy.
It's been pretty difficult. There's been lots of ups, lots of lows, really bad games, really good games, comebacks. It's always stuff to improve. We want to get to at least the group stage. There is a lot of big names, but I think
hello YouTube. We are co-streaming the EWC, and we are right now in Rainbow Six Siege play-ins. How many copies?
My goal is to win it all.
We're here to compete.
Obviously, a very big talking point straight off the bat there. We've got to talk about it.
Got Fnatic in here.
Fnatic, has that improved this roster? Has that been a deciding factor as to why they're here?
Of course, Citizen, one of the most infamous players, actually once playing for Fnatic way back in the day, Pengu, and now he was one of the very important reasons as to why they failed to qualify.
Title edits. That's what my thing's called.
Fnatic, I mean, for them, it's been such a long period of
title edit.
mediocrity. A lot of people had relegated them
Oh
into
my
this
gosh,
position in the EML. They're always going to be a bottom to mid-pack EML team, but they'll never actually qualify for another event. Citizen himself, he had quite a stint over in the North American League. He comes back to Europe to an incredibly disappointing performance with Team Secret. Finally jumps over to Fnatic just before this event started, just before stage 1, and look at what he's managed to achieve.
Yeah, and what are the expectations, right? It's going to be another secret situation where they're going to fall short. It's a new roster. They're not going to qualify for anything, right? It's going to take at least 6 months. Wrong. Beating G2, qualifying here, and we say Citizen this, Citizen that. That's the experienced player that joined. But Smith, new rookie, also joined Fnatic at the same time. And I actually think that he has been instrumental as well, playing the shields, helping the team adapt and whatnot. And I think watching it today, I can see a G2.
Alright, YouTube. Thank you for coming in. We're doing play-ins for the Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals. Let me get into my browser for my Samsung cam. And what's gonna happen is
That's going to be the biggest question, I think, on everyone's
I don't know what's that Samsung cam. We're gonna use iPhone cam.
Right? They knocked out G2, they solidified a spot here at EWC, but the bigger question is, how deep can they make it? Because you heard there, the goal is groups and also maybe finals, but they don't even seem super confident.
Oh my gosh, I'm a little bit tired.
I can see why though. I mean, you look at the EML statistic that they had, right? They actually beat all the strong teams during the group stage. They beat your Virtus Pro, they beat your Falcons, they beat your G2, etc. But then lose to all the weaker teams. I'm thinking, do they not have the confidence against teams that are off their own level, where they get in their own head? But then they think, oh, with the underdogs, we can beat the better teams.
Well, it's a question of consistency, really, because as you mentioned, I mean, you come down to the final game of the playoffs, and they got 7-0'd by GK.
Exactly.
GK historically, like
after beating G2.
I know, all the way up and then all the way down again. But one thing is for sure, it's been such a huge Fnatic in the last 6 months, such a huge glow up for Fnatic. 7th place in kickoff to 4th place in stage 1 and qualifying for the Esports World Cup. The sky's the limit, but it's going to be a challenge because they have to go through the play-ins. Only 2 teams will progress out of the 8 in this phase of the game, and they're up against the best team out of Japan.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's no question about
Yeah.
that either.
Oh,
We did
it's
have
all.
questions. Maybe
Okay.
T+ was going to be able to continue against
Alright,
them,
guys. I'm gonna switch over to my mobile cam.
Unbelievable.
Alright, chat. I'm switching over to my mobile cam. Excluding YouTube. YouTube, you're gonna have to deal with me. I know. I've been off cam for YouTube for quite a moment, but not this time. Alright, let's get into this.
It just feels like it's more cohesive. It's a more entire package.
Yeah, I think it's more serious, more disciplined as well. And to kind of give you guys a picture of just how strong they've been, they were undefeated throughout all of groups, right? We're going to playoffs in APL, in APAC North, and then they drop one map 3 times, and they drop it to D+, D+, and to Scars. So it's like they dropped 3 maps throughout the entirety of Stage 1. They've been super dominant.
Alright, YouTube. Oh my gosh, I look crazy.
Stage 1 simply for practice.
Alright, let's get into this.
Not looking at their opponent.
Alright, let's go. Ow! Fuck! Oh. Tim's asleep.
She responded that she'd come anyway, and she arrived between 8 and 9 p.m. Now, bear in mind that Kentaro was 30 years old, and the person he was inviting over was still a junior in the field. When she arrived, Kentaro
It's okay. It's okay. Alright, it looks like everyone's asleep. Okay, I don't think we're doing. We're not gonna do iPhone cam. I don't think we're heading on the iPhone anymore. Okay, well we're gonna sit here. We're gonna deal with desktop. We're gonna just deal with desktop. I'll see you on.
Just over a year ago when they went to Rio for the Reload event, and they made it to the grand final, the first time an APAC team has ever done so, and they look phenomenal. Since then, it's been a year of heartbreak and rebuilding after some roster turbulence. They've got DD, their former coach, who basically was an emergency sub for Stage 2 last year, and then they realized, hang on, this guy is really good, and he can bring a whole new dimension of support to the team. And then it took a little bit of time to figure out who was the best coach to go and fill DD's role. Now they have Sparky, as you said, dialing in from Italy, and he's here, of course, in Paris with us. And I think finally we do have this new look CAG. This isn't the same team that was cagging their way through the Mexico.
Alright, it looks like we're just gonna do desktop. Homie Tim is asleep, so yeah. Alright, y'all. For those who are watching, Homo, I know you're watching. Have you played Rainbow Six Siege?
City major disappointment. Stop. After disappointment. But I'm on the APAC copium. I'm telling you. This is the moment. This is the moment.
Could this be the moment?
Wait, okay.
It has to be.
It has to be. I do agree with
Nope, for Rainbow. Yep. Well, Rainbow Six Siege has its own story. I've also known that I put you guys on the lowest value for as well for this. Whoops, my bad. Let me get the.
They could well go deep in these kind of tournaments. And I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't. You look at the roster, you look at the players, you look at someone like Chibisu that has just gone absolutely mental over the last 12 months. They've got the ingredients for this.
They do. And a big thing that we learned from Sparky was actually it's been a mental problem for CAG. And this is common across
oh my gosh.
APL.
Alright, so Rainbow Six Siege is kind of unique in its own way. There's no other game mode other than search and destroy. I think there's one on hostage where you can rescue hostages and whatever, but I don't think that's the major game mode played. So, in Rainbow Six Siege, the whole goal of the game, it's a tactical first-person shooter. The one thing about it is that the changes is between your setup and layout of guns, your setup and layout of your equipment, and your setup and layout of your character and their skills. So you ban these characters right before you play. So we're about to get in the first game with Verdell versus Fnatic, where it is operators. They're called operators, and operators are different type of people who have special skills when they play. One of the things is their skills ranges from like blocking radios or giving yourself like more like it's hard to explain it, but there is an engine that Rainbow Six Siege uses, and it's like not just Call of Duty. It's like Battlefield, where in Battlefield you can destroy any wall, you can destroy any floor, like all of that. Like nothing's indestructible. Well, almost everything is not indestructible, but they have terms of operators that can blow up like a house or blow up an entire wall or defend or secure an entire wall. That's the most unique part about Siege, is that it feels realistic. Oh, are we already in? Oh my gosh. So it looks like we're already in. So how this game works is this: as soon as the game starts, after they ban their operators, they're randomly spawned into different maps, or there's a low bomb site in different sections of the map. What it is that the team that is defending automatically gets into the game and starts barricading doors, playing traps on doors, playing traps on like housing of the doors and stuff like that, or just getting ready to find and secure a corner or area, while the opponent team has no choice but they can only use drones to go inside and try to secure and scout where the bomb placement is. It's weird in this game because it's not like they get to stay as the attackers and defenders, is usually what they call them, right? They switch after a certain amount of turns. I need to remember it, but I think it's about after 3 turns, then it gets switched to where the team now becomes defenders, and then the defenders becomes attackers, like that. And then you need to win at least 4 turns. Like, we're calling them terms, and like just to, you know, shape the shorter time of it. So yeah, after winning 4 turns, then you win technically 1 match for your team, and then from there it goes from the best out of, I think, 3, best of 3, which means you need to win 2 games and 2 matches against your opponent. Yeah, and it's pretty unique, right? As you could tell, it's a very tactical fighter where like every bullet matters, every moment matters, every damage hurts, every trap that you can destroy matters as well. You get points for that. The recon drones that you get to throw, you can throw like drones and stuff like that. Those things, you're able to just, ooh, yeah, you're able to secure, tell the layout of what's going on. Wow, look at that. Ooh, nice. Every bullet matters. Oh, okay, there we go. There is a thing called the diffuser. You must have the diffuser in order for you to defuse the bomb. As you can tell, they're throwing like recon drones out to try to find where their enemies are. It's kind of super cool. Yes, utility is amazing. Ooh, okay. Yeah, and it's very tactical. Like, you can hear every footsteps. You need to do, yeah, it's like guns everywhere. Guns are blazing. Alright, we're turning it up.
Fnatic can sit back. They have plenty of plant denial. Yeah. They have strong positions and the numbers advantage to boot. As I say that, Chibisu suddenly changes things. It flips on its head. That's the C4 goes down. Chibisu now has to look for the plant. The fire from the Tachanka cannot find its mark. Chibisu trying to force it down. Sharip and Zaka both find kills. It's up to Smiths, the new addition for Fnatic. And he has been able to deny the plant. Certainly not able to deny the rounds. An eruption from the Japanese as they steal the first round.
What did I say? They want to make a statement.
I guess they call it rounds.
3v4, they lost the win condition, lost the shield. They can't go for default plant. They are down numbers. They get injured on
I'm trying to get all the operators out here, but it doesn't really matter to me. But like, these operators, there's about, I want to say, good total 50, 60 operators already. And again, all of these operators are all different. They can do certain different things. Some can throw gas, some has riot shields. You saw the riot shield. Some have snipers and stuff like that. And it's kind of crazy.
I mean, we've already talked about this, but this is an attacker-sided map. You don't expect the defense to get more than 2 to 3 rounds on their half. And for Fnatic, already looking so good in the first round, it's a very good sign for them.
Yeah, the real things about the game that matters is not just operator, but map. Map really determines whether a team is doing good or bad. That's why they're doing, if the losing team like loses the first game, they get to be able to choose the second map. And then from there, again, they can ban different operators, and then some operators are right. Like, let's be real, like there's some cool stuff. Like, There's an operator that throws bees. There's an micro robotic bees. There's an operator that can see through walls, which is kind of cool, but you have to be close to the wall and close to an enemy. There's another operator that can go invisible. There's another operator that can create a duplicate clone of themselves and have that clone go around. It's pretty fun, it's pretty cool, but more than often, sorry, excuse me, it's not because of those operators that's OP. It's the map and the skill of a person. Like, even if a person can go invisible, again, when they shoot their gun, they're not invisible anymore, but they could get eliminated right before because they fall into a trap. And the other big one is this: if someone can throw like little micro robotic bees, right? By the time that they do that, they're taking a longer time of bringing out their gun or getting their gun ready that they could die. W. Yes. Hello, Gothic. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, YouTube chat. Hi. Or Gobi, my bad. Gorby. Hello. We are watching the EWC Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege group stages? Plans before group stages. Game over. Yes. I hope you're a big fan of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm an official co-streamer for the Esports World Cup, so that's why I'm here. I know I don't get the best lumens cam right now because it's kind of dark in my room, but yeah. Yeah, we're getting into a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege. We're teaching Homu about it too, and how this is a little bit complicated. Where the history of Siege came from, though, it's kind of crazy as well. Oh, there's 77 operators. That's a lot. Yeah. No team from the Asian has ever won an international event. Now we've had upsets here and there. To just learn a little bit more about the Rainbow Six Siege stuff. It used to be called Rainbow Six. Like right now, it's called Rainbow Six Siege because Siege is taking the X. So it's like Rainbow Six Siege X. But now it's called Rainbow Six Siege. It's mainly because when they had the game in the original form, it was kind of fun, right? It was great. It was the Rainbow Six that everyone was kind of surprised, because Tom Clancy Rainbow Six is where it usually came from, and it's a single player game. It's a single player game where you're playing special marines and operators and stuff like that. And then what they did is they revamped the game, made it multiplayer, and then it was great. It was amazing. They had a peak. It was basically when Overwatch first came out, type of peak version. Then what happened was kind of crazy. What happened was, after they've gotten so many hacks, like a bunch of hackers in the games, they had to like stop the game. They kind of shut it down, and people actually didn't want to play because there was a bunch of hackers. So after that, they revamped it, made a entirely new game engine. I think it's under Unreal Engine now. That's where you can get all the walls being broken down. It looks a lot different. It used to look really rigid and kind of like gamey, like cartoony if anything. But now it looks a lot more realistic, and people are taking it seriously now. They love the game. They love the tactics. It just had a rough start, and then just to where what happened is that last weekend, 2 weeks ago, or last month, there was an entire tournament of Siege across the entire country of Asia and in the Middle East. So a lot of these players are just coming back into the championship from their own regions to the Esports World Cup. Yeah, so this is one of the... Oh, that's cool.
halfway through.
Nice, that's a drone. So that's another operator special utility. So he has a drone that blows things up.
And of course, I mean,
There are also cameras around every single map. So if you can't use a drone, you can use a camera from any of the other maps and stuff like that. As you can tell, these traps are stopping their drones from actually going, which is great. It's a very tactical shooter. Like, you can zip line on walls, change your direction on walls, change where you're shooting. Every bullet does count. Headshots are like almost instantly killed. Yeah.
I'm gonna say proactive defense right now.
And what's the other best part is that you have to play as a team. So whether you're playing as defensive on the team or offensive, you always gotta talk to your teammates about it.
Constantly holding on to the downstairs area beneath the site itself because they can't go for a plant if Solus is gonna be beneath them. So this is actually CG being tested
nice.
now and problem solving at many different areas at the same time.
This guy has riot shield. Riot shields are pretty strong. You legitimately can't shoot through that shield. It's that you have to shoot under or go around the person. And the riot shield guy can literally get in front of you. The one thing is though, with riot shields, you can't pull out your gun. Or if you do, you stop larking and you start using a riot shield.
The execute will likely come in the form of the Candelas from the Ying and some smoke grenades, but it is very finicky,
Nice.
very challenging to get done.
Couple bullets to go to get.
We're
rooting for Team Fnatic.
Finally, Anaton will finish off the clash. The gates are open here. The CAG, Fnatic have to have a response.
We're rooting for Fnatic.
How did they do
Fnatic.
it? Another injured
Let's
on
go
as well.
Team
Just two
Fnatic.
members
I have a
against
scarf
CAG.
from Sapporo, Japan.
DPEC is held on.
It's a really cool design Japan scarf.
Now the top
But it
of
has
the
Team
banana.
Fnatic and a Team Alliance. They made a collab, which is super cool.
Good shot with the DMR.
But right now,
Dead
we're just
shot.
going for
DB.
Fnatic. So
Now
let's go
runs
Fnatic.
inside, finds his kill.
Let's
All
go
up to
Fnatic.
DPEC now. As the Dutchman looks to find a third and fourth kill in this round. Can he revive his dead teammates? I very much doubt it. Now the plant confirmed.
Alright, so they're planting a diffuser. So it's not like as soon as you plant the diffuser, it diffuses. You have to wait for it to diffuse too.
And it's a swift finish.
Nice.
For the CAG.
Beautiful crossfire, yeah. I mean, again, they baited so well that the person who planted just kind of pre-fired towards DPEC, forced him to shoot back, and his teammate swings from stock. And there was only one person on the window repel from CAG. Something that we often see from this team in particular, from Japanese teams in general, is they play.
As you can tell, they have another round one. Or another turn, is what we call it. So
that's the execute. They just had
yeah,
DD
they're
with
one
the
win.
Ying. And then they were pushing stock, they're
Nice.
pushing in for Skylight, they're attacking from lobby with a backstab, they're everywhere. And I think it caught Fnatic by surprise. When you don't have your Asami, you don't have your castle, like I said, you only have the clash that can give you information. That only sees one teeny tiny area. So CAG, from attacking from so many different angles at once, there's a bunch of blind spots. And they just win their individual gunfights up against Fnatic. Greatly entries and a great execute, to be honest.
And this
What
is
the
final
heck?
round now, Pinky, before we get the additional
Is there
operator
qualifiers
lands
that's going on at the
behind
same
through,
time?
Which to me means it's even more important to win this round for Fnatic. Don't go 0-3 down.
Huh.
Win this because you're about to lose
What the
another
heck?
tool in your arsenal on the defensive side. Another one of these power-ups, whether it's the Mirror or the Smoke or the Tachanka or the Goyo or a number of other things.
I think you hit it right there, one of those four.
And I will admit,
Only two
like,
teams
Fnatic,
qualify
they're
for
actually
phase
probably
2.
one of the best bomb sites to pick here.
Okay, so they're just kind of diluting it for a little bit before they get the group stages. And then group stages will have 8 teams. And then play 8 teams for playoffs. Winning team gets $750,000. Oh, and then they get invitational club points for 2027.
So they need to make sure they make the most
I actually, my history comes from this Rainbow Six Siege. Is one, I played it when it was first out, and I did buy it. I couldn't run it, which sucked. But I loved it because it was so technical. And like, I got scared. Like, when you play a first-person shooter, especially if you're like your first ever first-person shooter, you get like really clenched up, and you're like scared, and you get nervous. It's that gamer nervous feeling. And I think we always have it, especially when you first load up Siege and you know, like, damn, I could die instantly, or like, it's all up to me. Like, you get so nervous, like, it's an waifu beef activated. Okay, I like that. I like that riot shield. I need that riot shield. But it's a feeling that you can never forget.
aggressive now. Big
Ooh,
C4
and he's
from
gone.
Citizen does finish off the blitz of Anderson. Deadshot finds him before
But
he
yeah,
gets
so
traded back
that's
from
when
the
I
repellent
play first place
of
Siege. I couldn't really
DD.
run
Look,
it and stuff like that.
this has been a
But
rough
now
start for
I
CAG,
can, which is
particularly with the
amazing.
double C4s
And I've been
from Fnatic
doing
taking
really
down the
good. I'm
shield.
actually pretty good at first person
Even
shooters.
though FNC have
Um,
lost top floor control, they fall
So yeah,
back to the bomb
then
site with
once I
advantage.
came back
Thank you,
into
I'm
Six
getting
Siege, it was
flashbacks to that
coming
first
for free to
round on
play.
defense
So
from Fnatic. We find
instead
ourselves
of
in a
buying the
very
game,
similar
you
position.
play for
We are, but
free.
there's less ways in throughout the
And then I
site.
loved it a
There's
lot.
hatch,
I loved
there's
all the
pretty
new
much three
operators that they
doors,
had.
kitchen, the small office, and the main
Like they were
staircase.
so
They
unique,
got Goyo
and
cameras,
it was
just got a mirror
amazing.
window maybe still somewhere looking
But it's
over.
still a
They got
lot
with
to
camera as
learn.
well.
Kind of
There's a ton of
complicated.
intel
It's not
here.
your usual Call of Duty game for sure
I
either.
think CG, they have to get a pick somehow. But how they're gonna find it, I'm not certain. They have such limited
Yeah,
tools.
and
right
then
now.
I
It's so easy to
remember,
make, no capital,
within
no blind
esports,
ambulance who lost the bomb
the
site.
one
It
place
feels
I
like
went
Fnatic, they
to,
have to be doing
and it
some
was
big
that.
mistake to give CG
I
a
was
fight
at
chance.
in
The lack
the
of EVO
Rio
means
in
the
Las
flashes
Vegas
will not protect
to the
DD.
first ever
The
Rainbow
caravan
Six
with the
Siege
decoy
Championship
on to Citizen.
Series.
And now he is all
Ooh,
done and
nice
dusted.
Fnatic.
Big
Fnatic
couple
finally
of kills
won
there
one
from
round,
Fnatic.
one turn.
They found their advantage early, and they sat back and waited for
But yeah, I
CAG
went to
to
the
walk into their
Rainbow
open
Six
arms.
Siege
Finally,
Grand
first round
Championships. It was their
report for
very
the
first one,
Europeans.
and that was the
Question for me
first
is, you
ever
mentioned
time
the
I met
game.
a community
What
manager
about
from
capital?
Cloud9.
If you've been watching CG
And then
like
after
a fair
meeting
bit,
them,
I feel
my
like
my
good
life was blown
capital
away.
in the
I
back
felt
offense here.
crazy
Shield
because
is
I
not
was
gonna
like,
be
oh my
worth because
gosh,
then he can play them all.
esports. It was like my
CG
first,
themselves,
second,
said, like, the
couple,
Brewers, Smoke,
couple
Mira,
interactions
Shotgun,
before
very plant
until I got to the
oriented,
esports
stall
stuff, and
oriented.
yeah,
Bandit,
I was so excited. I was
Bandit
literally
ban. So they
excited.
went with the Ying, completely on
But
the
yeah.
money. But a bandit ban. The only scenario
Alright.
where the bandit gives you any
They got
sort of real
bans.
value is top floor and CEO, because now
I
you
guess
can't
right
deny
before
the
their
ability to wall
actual
whatsoever and
switch. Oh look,
guarantee
they're playing
open
Solid
bomb.
Snake.
But that's really
Solid
one
Snake is
bomb
in.
being affected out of 4. Well, let's
Oh,
say
they did a
3.
collab with Solid
Those
Snake
archives, I don't
with
know.
Metal Gear Solid, which is cool. They do a ban before every single match played when they switch, which is kind of also interesting as well.
And Fnatic might, now that they've found a round on the board, be able to start building a little bit of momentum. You go back down to the basement. This is the strongest bomb site on the map, and now with no Ying to deal with.
As you can tell, you're seeing that they're like blowing stuff doors, blowing some pathways up and stuff like that. Yeah, so they're doing that so they can get to one of the spots easier to land traps or to set something up, or they'll just like have it destroyed so that way if they need to fall back they could just run through that area easily instead of being trapped in a wall or in a corner.
Hunting drones and finding out where that blitz is coming from.
Looks like Fnatic is on defending side now. Still again.
And Smith's great for holding on as long as possible on a roam as well with the boss G no less. I'm interested to see if we get any interactions between the Solid Snake and then the Soulless.
Reminder, after every 4th round or round number 4 that they switch. They switch
The tricky time to be
sides.
defender right now, and you see Deadshot playing inside a quad window room. This is very common. You have one player playing those nasty spots because all about the angles and the timings, knowing how to get the most out of it. Meanwhile, Shuri right beneath Deadshot, who's in that pivotal position, looking for a gap somewhere else. Archives, tellers. Here's a player who's gonna be above him. It's all about timing. If CAG Barrel can get in the middle of the building and get one of those picks, it's gonna cause a lot of panic on Fnatic's side.
Interesting that Shurip hasn't been engaging his gadget. It actually allows him to get past the
Nice
Soulless
kill.
scanner and find the kill, finishing off Citizen. That's the danger.
And that's crazy too. Like the amount of action you'll have compared to the amount of tactical you'll need. It's like so quick, so fast. As you can see, like less than 2 seconds you can be alive in a dogfight. The longest I've been alive in a dogfight was literally an entire minute because we were just spraying each other.
Bit of desperation, but rightfully so. You cannot hold the side 3v5 against the Monty, the Dogaby, the Solid Snake. There's too much information. So the call's been made, guys. Stick around, try and play for that one pick, and then drop the hatches. But we're seeing Wizard just stuck in the corner. Doesn't look very comfortable. He's hoping somebody drops down this hatch as a freebie. Nate goes out, forces him back, and now CG can take back control in a smart manner.
Yeah, see? Very good. Very good that he destroyed the floor underneath him. No way.
And that'll be a free revive there for Cag by Varel. Deepek tried to contest that hatch. He's taken a hell of a lot of damage for it. The round is almost irredeemable from Fnatic. It
Oh,
would take
and
a
then
miracle
if
to
you
come
are
back
knocked
here.
down,
And this
like
thing
not
is there's
killed,
no
but just
CAG,
knocked
they will
down
just rush into the
by your
building and make
enemy,
mistakes
like
in a
Laze,
very strong position.
your
They
teammate
use
can
the
revive
to
you
force
for
back the
free.
player, then they take open air
Oh, and the
control.
call,
They're
Deepak
there
has
for the
to
trade.
answer
They
it.
call Deepak is completely in the guard if he doesn't go for it. They should know that as well. So now with 35 seconds to go, they can wait for the fire to go away here from the Goyo. And when that happens,
And they
drop
can
the
drop
lobby
back.
hatch, push from server. They know there are only 2 defenders. They can't watch all the angles.
That's right.
Second Goyo popped.
Time is ticking away though, and you look at that clock, it is very dire now for CAG. Deepak has to
Oh,
answer
no.
his phone,
Did he
otherwise
mess
we'll
up?
find the explosion. Wizard
Did
gets
he mess
revealed
up?
by the Solid Snake. He
Oh,
will
no,
take
he
down
messed
Zaka
up.
as Deepak actually denies the plan successfully.
Where's the push?
CAG have had such
The
an advantage,
diffuser?
but now
The
things get
diffuser's not getting
desperate.
planted?
DE starts to force that plant down,
Also,
and the
defenders can
whole
win.
team
Oh,
declaring
no.
both final kills. The CAG by Varro.
Defenders can win, though, if they just stall. If they just stall and they don't get the defuse in time. Come on, Fnatic. I wore my freaking scarf for you. Let's go. I have a Fnatic shirt. I don't know why I'm not wearing the shirt.
Andy looking for a kill, Chibi looking for a kill. They find them. A little bit too close though for comfort. But that's Fnatic.
Wow.
What could have been a very good round for them. Shuri walks on in, gets 2 kills. No one's watching the cameras. And like you said, Shuri played it very smartly. Didn't activate the nuke gadget in fear of the solid scanner, figuring out where he was going to be. So very many small things again from CG, just very well thought of, very well communicated, and no one's overstepping. There's a clear line saying, guys, you can take a risk until this moment. At that point, we gotta play together. And that was open area. Nobody's gonna walk in together into Wizard and just take a bad gunfight and lose the round. No, we use a grenade, we use a drone, we force him back, then we take it for free. Smart siege, good siege, simple siege.
However, the advantage for CAG has prompted Fnatic to use their one tactical timeout right now. So they've had 60
Okay,
seconds to discuss
I guess
with
you
their
get
team.
a
You can see
timeout.
Sneathus, Tristan, their coach behind them.
Yeah, I would too. What is up with Fnatic? What's going on? I think they're just getting picked off at like bad situations.
You need 2 rounds in this half. Yeah, 3 rounds
Absolutely.
in this. If Fnatic win 2 rounds from here and it ends up a 3-3 half, that is a huge dub for FNC. Like, that is favored to win the map if they're on out. But, you know, if they don't find any...
Yeah, you only need to
this will be
win
very
a
quick
total of
game
four
for CAG by
turns
Varro.
or 4 rounds. And then the game's over,
Going
and
back
then
to
you
the
can
very
move
beginning,
on.
I did say that the shields are very important for Fnatic.
There's
It was
only
kinda
2
how they started
overtimes.
finding a
The
couple
first
victories in a
overtime
row,
is
how they got
basically
themselves into winning
the
position,
team
qualifying
on
for the
defending
EWC.
and attacking, stay on there,
And it's a
and then
good
it
thing, it's
switches
bad
over
thing.
for
When
the
you can
second
crux
one.
something to success and win, beautiful. But when you have to crux something and it's also not working, what's your plan B? Smith has been playing Tashanga and Clash and then something else.
Yeah.
He hasn't been super instrumental. Like last time on CEO, he died before they execute. On Tashanga, on the very first round, he was last alive in a 1v2. CG, they're not really bothered by Smith whatsoever, whereas a lot of European enemies, they're saying, oh dude, the shields are too good, let's ban them away, let's deal with it, whatever. They didn't even ban the Clash, they banned the Bandit.
You know, the Bandit ban tells you
Back.
that CAG are more than happy to play against the Wamai.
I can't believe he has that vision. That's crazy.
Oh,
Oh, here's the other thing too. There's only certain operators that can play on offense and certain operators that can play on defense. So it's not like everyone's unlocked, everyone. It's just some are unlocked and some are not.
Selma, so very clever work there by CAG by Varro, and now the air jab as well to prevent Smith from retaking.
And it's smart because they're doubling down. Last time they had the Dokubi downstairs, also from Masaka. And again, he's watching the C4 downstairs. There was a Solus previously, actually, for the plant denial. When you're the IQ below, you're both destroying their utility and getting information, while also gaining map control beneath the bomb site, meaning that there couldn't be a guy below the C4, and nobody's flanking server stairs up into square. So all of a sudden, against CG, they're gaining many things from a single player position. No one's wasting their time, no one's in a bad position. Now they have, as you said, the air tip on stock, that's stopping the Clash from pushing forward. If they do, they're gonna die. They got a lot of pressure being applied, the flashbangs going through. All they're missing for CAG is an opening, and that could be Anaton, because he's in top lobby.
Yeah, he's in, and the Clash, which would counter him, is the only operator not in his position
play.
to actually
Nice.
Thankfully, though, Wizard is able to
Team.
backstab Anderton a little bit disconnected from the rest of his team, but now
Oh, no.
he gets desperate. Zaka goes deep, misses his
Oh,
chance
no.
to find one. Can't even backstab the clash.
Oh, okay.
It all
Fnatic
goes
is
down the
beginning.
toilet for CAG by Varel. Fnatic
Nice, Fnatic.
have a reprisal with a flawless round. DD on the window repel in a 1 versus 5. He's
There's a
dreaming.
chance
This
to heal,
ain't happening.
too.
There's no universe.
Here they
He
come.
can go lobby and peek him
When
from
it's
the
a
window, so he can toss
1v4,
the C4 out his
it's very
direction.
hard
He cannot
because
find the players from the rappel.
they're usually good
Also
enough
great
to
hands as they
pressure
jump
and
us.
push you.
The clash will
Yeah, like, there
surely
you go, they're
finish him
pushing.
off. It's a
They're
taunting
pushing.
move
Nice.
from Fnatic as they finally make a
Nice.
statement.
They finally make it around.
Get into the game.
Not just one round, but
Beautiful.
they finally get
And
the round
nobody
2.
had any fear. They recognize, okay, Annie's in top left with the Blackbeard. We can't just fight in 1 versus 1. I need you guys to just.
Alright, how's your day, Gobi?
Side, pass the guy on
Or
the
is it
repels
Gooby?
and try and get this kill, and they do. They
Goobery.
win the bomb side, top lobby, or the gunfight rather. They win the gunfight on main staircase, outside a stock window. And it all came down to CHG actually never opening the top elevator wall, despite banning the Bandit and the Kai.
No, they did open it. They just
But
went
on the
holding
far
it.
left, because the right-hand side was not open. Look, see, he when he peeks
Yeah,
here.
you're right.
So either they, either
He
they
got shot because I saw him throw the Selma earlier in the round, but maybe the breach didn't actually detonate.
possible.
That's a great point.
All I
didn't
know
even
is that they were
think
playing on the wall. So
You're right. Yeah, no, I did see the ace actually toss that Selma onto the Kanto wall. I noticed Shurif doing that earlier in the round, but for whatever reason, Selma didn't detonate. Whether it was missed, whether it was shot, perhaps. Yeah, I actually have no idea how that was played by Fnatic, but you're right. The Citizen in that position at top elevator was
With a total of 1,
reasons
2,
why CAG were
3,
unable to win
4,
the round.
5. 5 matches going on.
Now we move into the final round of the half here before we go to our halftime vibe check, and the teams will get a little tactical timeout. Fnatic, if they are, well, I mean, they're out of the woods, that's for sure, finding a second round. But if they can find a second round, that's not just out of the woods, that's into Candyland.
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy how it swaps so quickly, right? Ah, Fnatic backs against the wall, just looking
Ah,
off here and bang.
Nice.
Oh, now they're good. And it's just how Bank works. It's so attacker favored, generally speaking. You need that second defensive round to have a realistic chance at winning, and they've done so. You know, when you play first to 7, every single round
5 matches
matters
are being
oh
played.
so much. It's one of the frustrating parts about being a pro player is that you make one tiny mistake that loses
Oh, there's
you
2
one round.
groups.
That
There's
can
2
define the
brackets?
whole
Are there
game
2
almost.
streams going
So
on? Let's
risk
check.
assessment, hey, do I dare to make this ballsy play that's super high risk, super high reward? Not every player has that gene in them because that one round is
To take
oh so
cover or
important.
something.
I do have confirmation that the Kanto breach was actually open that last round, but
But just in the far left
exactly,
from looking
it
at
must
it.
have been on the far opposite side, which allowed a little bit more freedom from Citizen. And also, it's possible that nobody from CAG was actually watching the angle. Oh, that's unfortunate from Sharif. He just nades his own drone. Not sure what happened there.
Maybe he's a striker player.
Yeah.
Because,
Oh my
you
gosh.
know, if you played the got an
E
EMP in one hand, you got an EMP in one hand and breach in the other, and the order could be very easily messed
I
up.
mean, we've already seen people bring out the...
Oh, wow.
instead of
You
throwing
can
their
get Rainbow
flashes.
Six Siege
We've
drops
used
for
a few
me.
times in this game so
It's an honest mistake to make.
Yeah, look, I do feel like this is a big round for both teams. Potentially the most important round we've had so far. Also a very quiet round. I mean, it's almost 2/3 done, and Fnatic are just sitting back. I feel like they've rattled CAG by Varel a little bit with what happened last round by winning it.
Okay,
so
there's
flawlessly.
esports packs.
Now the Japanese are extremely slow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Fnatic right now, you gotta say, guys, don't give them any openings. Like, if you're dead shot, don't peek. Like, he's a good shot. He likes to play that high-risk playstyle. Right now, there's 50 seconds. They don't have a way in the map. Don't give them anything easily. In fact, just shot
Come on.
Anderton.
He certainly doesn't listen to you, but he does win his fight, which matters. But will they bite off a little bit more than they can chew? Never mind, he comes back around at the exact same time as his teammate takes down one. Zaka will claim the first of the round for CAG, but the diffuser is down, and Fnatic have really found their footing. It doesn't matter that all the walls have been breached open, because Fnatic have the numbers advantage, that now favors them. And they know exactly where Zaka is. He'll find the first kill. The Citizen feeds him a little bit too much. Spots Deadshot's elbow for a brief moment. Does he have info on that position? Gets sprayed through the smoke. Caught in the camera.
I hate when people throw smokes because when they throw smokes, all the people are doing is just spraying through it, and then somehow I always die.
Deep into the smoke. Breathes a little bit too deep, and
Fnatic wins.
Find 3.
Nice.
It's a massive half.
It's because they were doing the diffuse, so it's either they land the fuse or they just attack.
Such an important moment from the rookies of that young Fnatic roster, right? You go to your first line in a long time international ground, CG, unknown territory.
It's very cold because it's about 6 a.m. 6 a.m. time, it's like cold.
Lost in a 4 versus 3. You bottle that one.
Let's go, Fnatic.
They slowly,
Let's
step
go.
by step, they
I want them
get
to win.
more comfortable in the server and
I want
no
them to
one's
win.
overswinging
I really
over
do.
into things that are unnecessary, because the last 2 round victories, it's Fnatic doing exactly what they should be. Not too much. Don't be too eager to start the round off. You're defending, and CAG, you're awfully slow.
What?
Of course, Rainbow Six is a shooter, right? It's about your mechanics, but it's
End of the thing.
also
Yes.
so tactical.
They are
And-
co-streaming.
That was a bit of BM. It's so much about playing.
Yes,
utility,
you are co-streaming.
and more importantly these days,
But-
not just playing the utility, but playing off your teammates.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will focus too much on the utility and forget that, you know, sometimes it's not as simple as if you bring this operator and you put this gadget in this position, you're going to win. The lucky cat wasn't so lucky for DD at the end of that half, though.
No, it's actually been Anderson having a hard time. He's statistically 1-5. He is now playing a role where he's on the shield some of those rounds. He's like walking the building, getting double C4, getting shot down very early here. Good counterplay from
Good job.
Fnatic.
Open.
Well, one of the things about CAT Bavaro is that they have those 2 different styles of attacking. They're very, very slow, execute heavy, going for plants, and they got the map control, let's go for fighting. Anitin is very required when it comes to taking map space because he is one of those entry players. And when he's having a hard time, often CAG, as a result, will also have a hard time. And I do think that's how they've been struggling in some of those moments
There's a
where
guy that's
no one's
screaming
the
be
one
a
to make the
cat.
first play and open up the round.
He's a
Like
Portuguese
the very
cat.
front of the half, right? There's like
What is
50
this?
seconds left. It's a 5v5.
What the hell is
Most of
this?
the CG members are outside the building. No one's taking that initiative.
There's a
because Anderson doesn't
Portuguese
have the time.
cat
He couldn't do it himself.
streaming right now.
As the teams start to load back up in onto the second half. Now Fnatic on the favored side of attack, and it's time to get into these operator bans. For Fnatic, of course, when CAG were attacking, you had to get rid of the shields. It looks like CAG will return the favor.
As they should. I think that was the first note I made prepping for this match. Was like, they're both gonna ban the Monty. I was like, they have to. There is a world where they ban 2 shields on towards Fnatic, but I think on Bang it's a bit excessive. So probably not for this particular map, but future-wise, if they were to rematch or just watching Fnatic in the future, that could definitely be a case for them.
And quite a few mirrored bans. I mean,
20
the Grim
streamers.
and the Monty being the same bans we saw from
Dang.
Fnatic as well. Now
20
taken
streamers
by
is a
CAG,
lot. That's a lot of streamers.
And the Kaid as well.
That's a
So
lot of
much
streamers in for the
by
EWC
Vivaro,
just for one
their
game.
Attacking half.
This is my first time seeing so many.
As we get back into it, I mean, Fnatic, of course, have really made a big statement at the latter end of that defensive half. They've shown they're here to play. The first time they have been here to play in quite a long time. For a player like Deepek, it's a long time between drinks. I mean, he remembers back in the Rogue and Koi days, making it to those majors, making it to the 6
Hey,
Invitational.
Trust Gaming. Way before that even. Tier 2. Benelux League. Deepek has more trophies than I do, by the way. Have you seen his... So
Do you count the Benelux League trophies, man?
Benelux is the place, okay? Great players are forced in the shadows of that tournament, and so he doesn't have his background anymore in his home. But I think about a year or 2 ago, he had his trophies displayed on a shelf behind him. That guy's stacked.
Yeah.
Okay, Deepek has trophies.
One of which was a major, of course, in Berlin. Not too far from here.
No?
Just 4 years ago. Huge moment for him.
Great grand final.
Yeah, one of the best grand finals we've had. 5 maps. I think it was overtime on the final map as well against FaZe Clan.
Final round. Clubhouse. Bar bomb site. They're going to defense. Crazy.
And Deepek clutches it with the Yokai drone as well.
Yep.
It's been, yeah, a long time since his former glory, but he's looking to reforge it now with this new roster and under a new organization to boot. Now onto the attacking side, CAG looking to bring a bit of fire on their defense of their own. Oh, that was unfortunate there from Deadshot. But he gets in the building regardless. The big thing to worry about here for Fnatic is Shuri.
Yeah.
The Grim Reaper on the
He's found a
vigil
gap.
with this boss G.
He snuck past the drone and can play the sound key on the window repels, the skylight, and of course on the outside balcony. And if anybody walks in top square, there should be a
Oh.
it's dead. There's a shield, the second player. He gets the kill. Thankfully, Does the Fuse Shield remove from action a 1-for-1 trade? Super worth it for CAG. And you saw Fnatic. Big surprise. What has Shuri been doing there?
Yeah, well, I think they're certainly going to be thinking twice about taking ground without thoroughly droning in future. Perhaps they didn't even know that the Vigil was on the board.
Oh, no.
Losing that Fuse is a lot of util, and most importantly the shield, but they still have all of the utility to get the breaches done that they need. Comes to executing.
I was about to say, why are we on pause?
Is still at large as Zaka falls back after taking a little bit of damage. DD has to keep answering his phone if he wants to keep his Yokais alive in the late round. Now Chibisu, the final roamer, decides to fall back for Kag by Varel as Fnatic are given complete map control.
Yeah. But the timer is low enough, 60 seconds, and there's no Goyo and whatnot in this round, but there is going to be a C4 and the Yokai drone, so they have plant denial. Thatcher, though, changes everything. You can find the Yokai as a mini IQ scanner, EMP them, shoot them, and you can catch a C4 midair. Fnatic, yes, they've lost the shield, so planning on that default angle might not be possible, but if they can get into a safe position, or just get into a smoke grenade, a plant is very possible.
A very popular angle these days taken by Zaka here. We already saw one of the CAG players die to this angle previously, but you can see how aware of the angle Deadshot is. Gets a lot of damage on, but might not be able to finish off Zaka. 20 seconds to play doesn't mean there's much time here for CAG to get that revive
No
off.
flank drone.
Instead, there's a flank here from Chibisu, top frag from CAG, and he has found his moment. He's found his gap. One kill. On to Citizen, can he go deep and deny the plant? Doesn't matter, Anaton's done it for him. A team kill to boot, but it does not matter. Wizard has no chance to get into the bomb site nor get that diffuser planted. CAG will take the lead.
Really big risk there going for a flank, because if you just walk into a drone, they know it, they turn around, you're free meat. Like, you're gonna die, and that's gonna probably be the round. But I was watching the players in the bottom layer. Smith was dead already, of course. He was watching a drone inside of server room right now when the plant is going down, and the only other drones upstairs were not main stairs. They were admin offices by lobby. They were somewhere else on the first floor, but they didn't have actual vision of that flank itself until it was too late. And I don't think they communicated that. You know, when you're there watching the cameras, it's very important to say it, and I'm not sure if Fnatic had that happen, but guys, there's no flank cam. Yeah. All I see is server. I can see what you guys are doing, but that's it. Because at least then you're making your teammates aware that the flank is open. So that means when you're going for that plant in that 7-second gap of like, we're very vulnerable, maybe the guy in open area has to turn around and watch his flank for 7 seconds in case it happens.
Once you lose that player on the hatch and the defenders have retaken that control, you can no longer safely plant in the default position. That's right. Technically, you can continue planting in the deep position, which was where they were planting, like on the single wall facing server. But in the end, if you're planting in that position without a shield on your back, you're vulnerable to getting peeked from the red hallway, which is what happened in the end.
Exactly.
I didn't manage to see how Anaton team killed, but I saw
I didn't
Shuri.
see it either.
Yeah, he team killed. But Shuri was having a laugh about it in the post-round cameras, so no
Good turnaround.
off his back.
Good turnaround with
That's
team.
one thing that we know about CAG.
That's for sure.
No sweat. They will lose a tournament and usually go out laughing and smiling. Not because they're happy with the result, but because like you can
go
be
Fnatic!
upset about it, or you can have a good time with your friends.
W Fnatic.
Yeah. But of course, Sparky is quite the opposite.
Yeah.
He's a very serious man.
He is.
Some people are just way too aggressive, and honestly, Fnatic has the most aggressive person ever on there.
And they'll tighten up a bit, and they're gonna meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that tug of war. I think it's good for CAG. You need a balance. Now Fnatic on the attack as CAG go to that top floor bomb site. We saw this from Fnatic with the Clash playing in the hallway. Anaton, a very infamous Clash player. Oh, I like this. There's a Zafir down below. CAG got to be careful with the new Zafir buff. We're seeing a little triple tap becoming extremely popular. If you know where an attack or
That's not what
defender
we call
is.
it.
What do you call it?
The three big booms.
The 3 big booms.
3 big booms.
I mean, if he knows where someone is standing,
Boom,
you get some 3 big
boom,
booms and a free kill.
boom.
That's it. Thank you very much. But now, though, I think it's going to be more about Citizen on the glass. A classic pick of his. Can watch over the bomb site, grant a bit of protection.
Oh, nice.
A bit of pre-fire going through, damage back and forth. Saka injured, and Smith's very low on HP. Fnatic still looking for their way in. Here comes the plant with that smoke cover. C4 ripped.
Faked out, it does. Bait out that C4, I believe, successfully. Shuri does miss. Zaka and Anaton both go down. The Clash eliminated. Now coverage from Citizen looking very pretty here.
Plant denied, and a second from Shurib. 1v3 now, a little bit of damage on a dead shot. But got to be careful, he falls on back. This will need to be a 1 versus 5. If CAG are to win it, it will be solely on the back of Shurib. Deadshot and Smith, both low HP, and Shurib knows exactly where that defuse is. The flash has come out. Does he know he's being flanked from the top of Elevator? I'm not sure he does. Doesn't matter. Deadshot lands the shot. Back tied for Fnatic again.
Good effort there from CAG though, but doesn't have the right ways to disrupt the plant from going down. It becomes a deep swing with gunfights. It doesn't go in their favor. Despite having C4 in pocket, it was in the wrong location to be utilized. And I think just well done for Fnatic. They're very quick to the punch, right? The smoke grenade goes out, they breach the walls, and they just start planting immediately. They're not wasting any time. They're not letting CAG figure out what they're trying to achieve themselves. And it's also the beauty of a glass is until you fire your primary weapon, no one knows what that smoke grenade is for. It could be cover, it could be a glass behind it, it could be nothing. And also, of course, with the sound being very good on land, because it is on the land build, it's amazing, you gotta try and disrupt the sounds as well. So you're shooting a bit, throwing a smoke grenade, throwing a flash grenade. Odds are CT had no idea the plan was going down until it was too late.
Yeah. I think the first rip of the plan prompted the C4 from Shuri, but you can see
after
how
that,
quickly Deepak was away. He was baiting out that plant. The time was not a factor. He could afford to go for a fake plant and then go again. Let that time whittle down. CAG were the ones under pressure. And so they remain. We're even again. And CAG decide to go to staff room open area. I think this is a better bomb site than that top floor. It was where Fnatic started to mount their comeback. Reloading. Let's see if CAG can do the same.
is it a comeback if you used to be in the lead, but now you're tied up or behind?
I don't know. We can argue semantics all day.
I'm just curious, you know? I love a good comeback story, though. And right now, I'm supporting Anderton's comeback story because he is still yet to find his individual performance here against Fnatic. And it's not many players that I would point my finger and go, this guy just needs to get activated, but Anderton is that guy for CAG. We talk about how phenomenal Shurib has been, how good Saka can be, how good Chibi has been so far today, but usually in that middle pool of consistency, we find Annie, because so many of the plays in both attack and defense, it's built around him. He plays the shield, his team helps him. He plays a anchor position, his team plays around him. And when he's having a hard time, I do believe that it impacts the rest of his team. Oh my days.
Hey, good pre-fire from Citizen, good read. And now, repelling into upstairs, Fnatic have taken a lot of map control. Chibisu forced back, Zaka the same, and Annie will fall. He continues his rough goal of it today with another death and no impact in the round. I think Zaka might be about to get betrayed by his hollow housing here. Citizen, if you can check his gadget, he'll know exactly where Zaka is. Out goes a nade, as the Lamai looks to try and find another chance to look for a pick. Wizard is watching his retreat, however.
They've missed it. I think he's probably still around the main staircase, but Saka's found that tiny bit of gap towards the lobby double door, and the big question now is, do you stay in this corner? Do you try and flank in throughout lobby? Do you retake that main staircase? Because you're in this 3v5, you have to feel a little bit desperate, but the round is not over yet. If you make the wrong choice now as Saka and you go down to a 2v5, then the round will be over.
Yeah, CAG just have to be patient here.
I like this flank though.
I think that DD and Chibisu have to just be so patient and wait for Fnatic to make the move, wait for Zaka to rotate into position. Problem is, he's got a long way to go, and I believe they're watching his hallway. It is Citizen. As he moves away, Citizen does go to the hatch. He's not checking his gadget right now, which means they don't know that Zaka is upstairs with him. Patience will be the virtue here for CAG, but Chibisu starts to feel the pressure. Big kill from Zaka, but now he's left all alone in a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to play. And Fnatic still have that Blackbeard up and alive from Smith. Rounded by the corner, it's Wizard to conjure up another round for Fnatic. And they're in the lead once again.
Beautiful. Again, very simple kind of half take there from Fnatic. They take top floor, they force back the roamers. They don't really hold the roam flank that effectively, right? We saw Saka go back up top floor and get a kill into Solid Snake, but it doesn't matter because now they're by the bomb side. So this Fnatic being good at surrendering map control when they no longer need it, but still take it initially to make CAG feel that pressure and get a couple of kills. It's a good way of simplifying what can be a very difficult map to navigate in Bank. A lot of staircase, a lot of window rappels, etc. CAG by Veral now call their own tactical timeline. We get to see Sparky get into action. And I guess the people back home are curious, how does that work? Sparky's Italian, he speaks English. You know, CAG are from Japan. How do they do it? Well, Sparky will say what he has to say in the way that he does. And then both Didi and Saka can translate if anyone else doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
So it happens in English, and then the players will figure out if they need to translate a bit of that. Right now, it's Didi he's talking to a lot.
Yeah. I had a little moment where I found Anaton yesterday, and we spoke. But when I say we spoke, like, it was like hi, how are you? Yes, good, hi. You having fun? Yes, fun. Like, my Japanese is non-existent. His English is only slightly better.
But he tries.
Oh, he does, and he's got the biggest smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the catering here. CAG, they are notoriously good at flaming the catering and international events. They are.
I didn't know
they
that.
pack a second suitcase with food from back home to consume all the
Have you seen the ramen shelf here in the catering area?
First thing I saw was Annie in line for the ramen.
Alright.
Yesterday.
Which
And he was
it
so
should have been
happy.
4
And the
matches,
whole
but I
team
guess
ate
we're in the
ramen
sudden
together.
death.
Yeah.
And so did you and I.
Yeah, good times. Look, that'll keep them very, very happy here.
Travel away from home and everything's different. The bed, the table that you're playing at, the food that you're consuming, the weather.
That's the thing that people don't realize, you know, if you're used to playing even esports at home, maybe even if it's just ranked or whatever it is that you're playing, like, you're in your comfort zone, your setup.
You've built it for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, your favorite monitor, mouse, keyboard, everything set up, the height of your desk, the chair that you're using.
Yeah.
You get to bring your own mouse and keyboard and in-ear monitors. But aside from that, you know, you're at the mercy of what we have here. And look, I'll be real, like, we have the best equipment you could possibly buy. We have the best stuff you could buy, but it's still like we're in a
it's different.
We're in a massive expo hall right now. Like, I don't know if people get the scale of the Esports World Cup from watching on the stream right now, but this is a huge hall with so many events happening, so many people walking around, and you have to lock in. Shuri has struggled to do so, and while he did get a free kill before being traded back last time he roamed on the Vigil, he will not do so for a second time.
Yeah. Deadshot has just been unleashed right now with those DMRs. I mean, he's there on the entry, on the attack. He's holding down air as a defender, and he has now found his stride 9 to 6 rather, being quite positive. With Smith being up in the fuse shield once again, can pressure open area, force back one member, but Chibisu just sticks out for too long. Smith just right-clicks him, gets another freebie. So Saka does take down Citizen on the Deimos, but let's be honest here, the roam game is no longer relevant. It's just Annie in the service there, so losing Deimos is probably the best person that could have died for the attacker Fnatic.
That said, I mean, Smith was the one who was killed last time on the roam game by Shuri. The fact that he's survived means that there are a lot more options in the late round for Fnatic for plants, because you'll have that shield on the back.
This is going to be the mini game that wins you or loses you the round passively, if Fnatic wants to try and attempt it. It's going to be clearing server stairs.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wow, the Nitro Cell actually destroyed the breaching charge.
Did he throw it from... Yeah, okay.
Interesting. Oh, he threw it from the other hat.
Yeah. I was going to say, how else would you... that must be it.
Very clever there. I like the tech from Zaka.
They're gonna rotate though. The droning server stairs, they're watching the hatches, and no Annie's down there. Goyo Fire popped, so that's gonna, once that subsides, then you make the push forward. A C4 primed above the doorway is gonna limit how aggressive Smith can be on the shield, and it might make it a little bit tricky to deal with Anaton.
A shot from Annie. Now he's at the mercy of this Fuse up in close range. He brings out the shotgun. The Fuse should have the advantage if supported by another teammate. This engagement here could very well mean the difference between winning and losing the round for CAG. Can't go for a headshot when he's got the shotgun in hand. But Deepek bought enough time by the bait from Smith, is allowed to get into position. Now Smith with low HP will be a very vulnerable planter. So Deepek has the diffuser for now. The gas babes will make short work of Smith if they are to land. There are 2 left in pocket and only 15 seconds for DD.
Might as well go for kills here, honestly, because if you take 1 ticket damage here on Smith, you're gonna get injured and die shortly after. Only 10 seconds, last smoke popped.
And so they need to go deep here. No C4 for Zaka. Deepek is taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he finds his mark. It's up to Zaka now in the 1v3 to prevent Fnatic from claiming match points here on Bank.
So clutch, so close, and yet so precise. A battle there with Annie on the server staircase, taking Smith down to just 1 point of HP. Not to be for Annie. Again, his individual struggles continue. A great first pre-round to that shot, but that doesn't win you the round. That second kill that just might have. And they find the one area that was safe. Right by the rotate, supported by a smoke, and supported by both Wizard and DP pushing in deep, taking a lot of attention and damage in the process.
Fnatic are looking so inspired. So much better than what we saw from them for the majority of the EML. I mean, you and I casted a few of their games, Pengu. If I'm not wrong, we cast them getting absolutely thwacked. I can't remember who by.
It was a rough showing.
They got 7-0'd by... Is it 7-0 or 7-1? I'm going to have to go through the...
I think we saw a 7-1, yeah, if I recall correctly, but...
7-1 by VP, I believe that was the one that we casted.
On Clubhouse,
they got
the map?
Yeah, they got destroyed on Clubhouse by Virtus.pro.
We saw that.
They got destroyed by Rebels on Chalet 7-2. They also, of course, in the playoffs, got dumpstered by GK 7-0 on Chalet. We've seen a Fnatic that has seriously high highs. I'm talking, knocking out G2. I'm talking about wins over Twisted Minds. And then
Falcons, I think, as well. Is did a little bit of Falcons?
I do have them losing to Falcons.
I thought they picked them.
But some pretty low lows as well. And it looks like it comes down to whether Fnatic is on their game, and they are looking so ready today. This is a Fnatic that is very much inspired and looking like the better team in the server. CAG staring down 2 match points if they are not able to push overtime. That will mean going down to play an elimination bracket later today.
I want to see a wake-up call, but nobody wants a wake-up call first day of EWC. You wanna just win, do your thing, go forward.
I mean, what have we said?
Exactly.
CAG has failed to win a map in the last year on the international stage. We thought this was their moment to change things. They're up against the lowest-seeded team out of EML. CAG need this so badly, but Wizard is losing.
Fnatic needs to win 7.
He's cooking something up. Makes his way forward.
All the timing.
Waits for his teammate.
Fnatic for 7.
Headshot. Goodbye to Shurip, and now the gates are open. It's a second kill. Chibisu finds one, but traded back. Wizard has made this round his own. Finally traded by Zaka, as DD decides to get aggressive as well. It's a retake here from CAG.
Different overheat there from Wizard, maybe. Teammates still outside window repels, outside lobby, so far away from him. And with him going down, they lose that top main stairs control as well. A lot of pressure that was applied towards the defenders of CAG. So now you kind of reset the round to the beginning again. Everyone's downstairs if you're the attacker, everyone's upstairs if you're the defender, and they have smokes to work with here from Fnatic. They have to enable Citizen. They got Cappy smokes, 2 in pocket on the arrow of Smith, and 1 in his own pocket of Citizen. If he can find that first kill, find the way in, that can change it all. But there's 60 seconds and a clash in their path.
But the util here from the Capital could be everything. The smoke comes through. It opens the gates for Citizen to peek through with the Glaz. How do CAG stop this? Fnatic desperately fishing for a kill. The CAG aren't giving them anything. He goes deep, doesn't realize DD is still tucked away. Out comes the shotgun, tries to escape, but Smith will take it. Done here and now. Gun up for Underton as he wants to go for a peek. Brings out the shield again. Info galore. The CAG by Varel as Deepak and Smith desperately look for that second player, but out comes the SMG. The guns come to life for CAG by Varel, and they stay alive.
5 was not worth it.
A beautiful dance back and forth there, and Andy puts down the shield, hits the barricade wallbang, and gets that kill and puts his team into a 2 versus 1 position. And again, they counted the glass, they stayed in the corners, had a good crossfire, but it's a rough start to these rounds for CAG. It's more clutch than calculated, but that's the thing about them. They do have that clutch team when it matters the most. I love this pick here from Fnatic. They used the Capital Fire in the elevator to clear Wizard's right-hand side. Used a grenade into one of those 4 single windows to clear his left-hand side as well, giving him individual gunfights, not worrying about too many angles at the same time, and he could win his individual ones. So a lot of support went into Wizard. Then he got the adrenaline. I got 1 kill, I got 2, I'm gonna peek the 3rd, I'm dead. And that's where you overcook. And that's where you're a little bit lesser experienced maybe, and you make that play. Instincts take over, where maybe statistically on paper, if it was Deepak or Citizen, a more experienced player, even that shot, you get the 2 kills, now you hold the passive angle, you wait for backup to arrive so that you don't lose that ground. On the other side, though, if you knew that Clash was coming, you're better off trying to go for a gunfight 50-50 than to get peeked by a Clash behind the shield while you got the other guys fighting you back as well.
Yeah. I mean, if you talk about Wizard, I mean, he is a relatively new player. I mean, he's only been in the professional scene for about a year.
Yeah. And how many lands?
I mean, what, 0 lands up until today. I mean, it wasn't very much of a known player before joining Fnatic. I mean, just a young gunner from the UK.
I think a console player originally, if I'm not mistaken, actually. A lot of current tier 1 talent is actually former console players.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 11 kills in his debut. Incredible.
It's pretty good.
Top fragging in the server. Chibisu chasing him. But like we said for Kag by Farrell, it's been players like Anderson that need to step up. Now, he had a big round there on the Clash. Even though he only found, what, 1 or 2 kills, they were monumental. They were instrumental. CAG on their defensive now, and you can see how much more passively they're playing, Nick. They do not want to give away an early numbers advantage like they have done so time and time again.
I love this miss on the Fuse right now. It's a very underappreciated operator. You get hard destruction or soft destruction, smoke grenades. You get the primary gadget declares some bit of utility, which is great for bank here for the Goyo canisters, for example. Even the Echo drone sometimes if you're lucky. And you get a shield in front of your face for good planting opportunities. Now, though, I play an elevator on the pressure. Saka drops down. C4 rip. They peek the hashman back out. It doesn't connect, but that could have been the moment there where CED found their opening. Instead, Saka will tank the 40 damage from Togepi's call going off. It's still a 5v5.
It's been 4 rounds in a row that Fnatic have found the opening kill. CAG do not want to let that happen. They play to fight and delay time. A C4 tossed out by Zaka and by Chibisu early in the rounds, but they don't want to overcook this. Big thing here for Anaton holding the blue stairs is he has DD's support, and there is no Thatcher this time from Fnatic to counter the Echo.
There isn't. So it's a play now supported by DD. They gotta work together. If the shield just gets too close to the door, you can 3-2-1, say stun it, go for a swing pre-fire, maybe get the kill right off the rip. It's all about synchronization.
Falls back, does find the kill. No, he doesn't. A lot of damage, but not enough. And Citizen with a shotgun on the Deimos. Fights Anaton's fire with fire. First kill found by Fnatic for a 5th round in a row. Now it's time to shape up for a plant.
We've seen this one before. Exact same story. Fuse canister on the wall to clear some of util. Breach both of the reinforced walls shortly after, and then set up for a plant. We know that there's gonna be Goyo on the board, but so does Fnatic. They're ready for it. They got Togepi calls as well. Time that correctly, and Echo will be completely ineffective. Because they got a 5v4, they're also backstepping Garage.
This is it for Fnatic, surely. There's a backstab here from Wizard. He lands his shot against Shurip. DD and Chibisu up against the wall, and Fnatic are hungry for their first win on land in years. The underdogs from Europe are here to make a statement. Through into the upper bracket of the play-ins. They're gunning for so much more than an appearance.
Dude, they were not looking good in the beginning. We're not looking good in the beginning at all.
Look at what it means to this roster. Just a few months with 2 new players, and they've taken down the best team from Japan.
Crazy.
You say for a couple of years, for 6 years since last international team that they qualified for. I don't recall what happened in Rio. They probably had one victory there, right? So
not great.
But what if it didn't? But a great showcase here from Fnatic, and a slow start.
They came last in Reload, by the way.
But did they win?
They won a single match.
Oh, they won a single. Okay, so then it's not too crazy of a stat line then. But
it's still a pretty crazy stat line, man. Still very big for Fnatic to get this win today.
Couple of nerves in the beginning. I think first 3-4 rounds, you could see it, you could feel it. They were not really playing with confidence, and then it flipped. I think tactical timeout, halftime vibe check where they get to swap sides and talk to Tristan some more, their coach, and then they hit the ground running on the more favorable side of the attack.
Yeah, I mean, just to find 3 rounds of defense was a miracle, especially after CAG coming up 3-1 at the start of this game. Fnatic to finish the match with 5 rounds in a row of finding the opening kill. They were here to play, and they've really shown today that even with a few rookies on the roster and a few roster changes, Citizen, his return to form, they're here to do more than just make an appearance.
They certainly do, and a very solid start to their campaign. On the flip side, I think that it could be said that CAG still had a decent performance. If you maybe look at it in isolation for the first 4 rounds, we'd be like, hey, CAG have turned out.
We have this every single time that CAG come to an international event. We're like, guys, these last couple of months, they've been looking the best CAG that
Believe
we've
us.
ever seen. Trust me, they got in whatever it is. We're always on the APAC copium.
Yeah.
And sadly, we've just seen this pattern. I mean, again, the stat line continues, the damning stat line. Ever since their appearance in Reload at the Grand Final for the last year, they have not won a single map on the international stage.
Very upsetting. No matter what you like, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It's very upsetting for CAG and the APAC North fans. I think that we would expect a lot more from them, and I think that they do. They show the glimpses, they show the moments, but then we start to see them lose a little bit of traction in a game. And Nick, it just continues to come back to that sentiment of it's themselves. The biggest hurdle is themselves.
Yeah. I guess right now, like Fnatic, CAG a couple years ago, they would lose in the bigger picture, right? Glaring mistakes, blunders, not having the skill level individually as a team. I think today they lost in the micro details, right? Very small decisions, a gunfight going that way, bit of timing, bit of whatever, a little bit less sharp in the server. It's a great way to lose because it's very fixable. It's small things,
In theory.
but it hurts a lot because it's harder to figure out where those small details are.
We said this nearly a year ago in Munich, which was, I think, such a big moment for CAG because they'd just gone through the roster drama and DD came onto the playing field. And we were like, hang on a second, now they're playing a new playstyle. Maybe there's some longevity for CAG. And in Munich, they played, off the top of my head, I think it was Falcons, Furia, and FaZe or something like that, or G2. It was like the three of the best teams at the tournament, and they went 0-3 down. So even while technically they didn't win a map, they had such a strong performance against these top teams. Can't say the same for Salt Lake City. You know, they were losing to teams that, on paper, a peak CAG should be able to win. And I think a peak CAG should absolutely be able to win today against Fnatic. But like you said, small details. Fnatic being a team that seems so much more present in the server. And I think you can particularly see that with 5 opening picks in a row. That is very unusual from CAG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that on the flip side of the coin, what needs to be talked about is the format. 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done.
One more BO3 and CAG go home.
That's it. And if you look at it on the Fnatic point of view, I mean, are you happy with how they've started their campaign? Because it does feel as though there were moments where we were a little worried.
I think I'm pretty happy with their performance actually today. I think the first 4 rounds I was scared for them, and the last after that I was very happy with their performance.
I think that they're going to continue to lock in because they could be a dangerous squad, and there's no more dangerous than Citizen and Laxing.
Yep, it is me back here. I am with Citizen. You're no stranger to being on a stage, taking interviews. You guys take this win 7-5. We were talking about this quickly. It was a little closer than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was a bit too close. You know, first game there's got the better us, I think, and yeah, just they surprised us a bit on the attacks and defense especially.
Definitely. I mean, now you guys push yourself one step closer to qualifying to get closer to that group stage. Now, going into this best of 3, obviously, I'd say being a former pro player, being in best 3 is obviously a territory you want to be able to find yourself. Now, I believe your opponent, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be MIBR Los. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling good. A good team, you know. I think we'll match up well against them. Last time I played them, I beat them, you know. So I think had that confidence going in for today as well.
Okay, well then I guess going forward, the next question before I let you go back and do all your prep, is there anything that you want to say to MIBR Los?
Be ready for Smiths.
All right, you heard it here from Citizen. Be ready for Smiths. I'm going to send you guys back to the desk to get us set up for our next match.
Thank you very much for that, Lax. Obviously a big performance, but you guys obviously have no idea what happened on the other stage, on the B Street.
Tell me, bro.
Let me break it down for you. First 4 rounds, all King Zero. Dominant. I'm talking flawless rounds.
Let's go.
But just relax.
Okay, so what happened?
It started to roll out of control a little bit to a point where, unfortunately, if you are a CNL fan, it didn't end too well. It went overtime and it was 8-6.
Hey, overtime's good.
It's very good. It's very good. And we saw some really good performances. So I think it's nice to know that CNL's here to play.
I mean, of course, King Zero being like the bottom seeded team out of CNL as well. This is a huge moment for CNL, getting an overtime loss. I mean, I sound like such an APAC fan. I'm like, yes, we lost, but at least we took it to overtime. It's the most APAC victory ever. But look, that's credit to them. Of course, that means that we've got some big elimination games later today. I mean, King Zero, CAG will both be on the verge of elimination. We've got 2 more teams that will be fighting to try and stay in the tournament later today as well after we play the next 2 BO1s.
Pretty tense. It is pretty tense. I think that is, we were talking about it a long time ago on the APL desk, just how brutal this format is for play-ins. You know, it's so cutthroat, right? These teams, they have made it a long way, but this is what, look, I say it's cutthroat. It's double elimination. you have plenty of opportunities in this kind of matchup. Again, CAG, like you said, they had plenty of opportunities, Nick, to bring that back.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they can't. How do you think Fnatic will go up against a team like MRBI Los at the moment?
Ooh. I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, no.
Can you repeat the
think on
last
it.
bit again?
MIBR Los?
Yeah.
Fnatic.
But Fnatic,
What do we think?
is that the matchup?
Yeah, sorry. So
Oh,
they on the same side of the
Lax,
bracket?
Lax,
That's
Lax did
confirmed?
just
I
say
had to,
that,
I had to
sorry.
confirm.
Let me double check.
Oh, he did
'cause
say it. What did he say
Lax-
to them? He
Lax
said,
did
what's
just
up with
say
Maybe
that.
Smith?
confirmed.
So
Yeah.
let's go with that. And if we're
Okay,
wrong,
okay,
we point
okay,
it back to
okay.
Lax.
I
Yeah.
was not sure if that was a bracket, so I didn't want to. Okay.
It's 100% confirmed.
Okay,
He's in Group
okay,
B.
good. I
Yeah.
want to throw Lex on the bus either.
No.
So I think, honestly, pretty decent matchup.
Yep.
They're not up against recently.
Yeah, I think that if you just look at the head-to-head between like what happened in the Fnatic game, what happened in the MRBO Lowe's game, I would probably put Fnatic on the up there.
Ooh.
But that
just
said,
just a little bit.
maybe. But also remember, there's an elimination game, which will be King Zero versus CAG.
Yeah.
If CAG lose that, that is doomsday.
Oh, it is. It is.
They can't lose that.
You can't
they
afford to
they
lose
can't lose that.
And you look at the performance that they put up today. Look, it's just isolation. Bring it to the first half.
Yeah.
There are really good signs for CAG.
They're totally.
You have to say that they do look like a team that could beat a given team on their day. However, the problem is, we know, we've heard it, we've talked about it, the biggest hurdle is always going to be themselves. And that's a trope that hits APAC in the wider spectrum.
Yeah.
It's not isolated to CAG, it's not isolated to APAC North, it's consistently a problem within APAC. And I think that when you look at this, and then you look in the isolation of the game that was just played with KZ, only barely losing out to MIBR Los,
Yeah.
I'm really worried for
It
CAG
does get a little
going
bit
into that.
scary.
It does, doesn't it?
I mean, okay, Copium again, right? Best of three is different landscape. You can make more risk, make more worse decisions, and still kind of recuperate from it.
Yep.
Again, small things like today, like I look at the highlight package right now, I'm thinking, okay, CHG, they're on the attacking side. They banned the Bandit and the Kite. Like, the Bandit was the ban after the third round. I'm thinking, there are many bigger problems. It could be the Clash, it could be the Mira, it could be a target ban. They go with the Bandit, which only affects one bomb side, top 4 CEO. I just don't feel like that's enough up against Fnatic, up against email teams.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, if I was CAG here, I'd probably be avoiding bank for a bit because I just don't think that
Take a
their
breather?
bank, yeah. I don't think their bank was looking perfect. I know that CAG are really good on maps like Lair. I would really like to see them play that. I mean, I've seen some phenomenal showings from them within the APL, but there's also the game of, do you play something where there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of material for your opponents to study up on? Do you play something fresh?
Consulate. Ooh.
Oh man, I would be
People
very
ban
scared.
against them in APL.
I'd be scared of anyone playing Consulate in a BO1 because it is our most defensive sided map. But if you pick the map and you get the last ban, then usually the opposition is the one that gets to choose the defense starting side. And yeah, I don't know. I'd be pretty scared for CAG going on a map like that. But you never know, right? And the one thing that I do know for sure is that like it's been way too long that CAG have struggled on the international stage without winning a map.
Yeah.
This, on paper, is the best looking roster we've seen from them in a very long time, in the best looking form. They need to get not just a map win here, like take down King Zero, stay in the tournament, that's step one. Then you need to continue fighting through that lower bracket. You have to beat the loser of Fnatic versus MIBR Lows to then qualify for phase 2 of the play-ins, which will be a single elimination match in a BO3 against the first seed team from the other group. It's going to be bloody hard.
Yeah.
They're probably going up against Shopify Rebellion in all likelihood.
Yeah,
well, and they're setting up at the moment, and I think that is going to set a very big tone for what we can expect in the play-ins, because I think it's fair to say, Nick, that a team like Shopify, they should be coming into this with like they should be looking
Why are they
at
here? Why are they in play-ins, by the way?
Finalists of the last stage.
I agree, and I think that when you look at them and you look at the team that they are, the individuals that they are, going up against, I would agree. I think that's a very fair statement. I think that if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're looking at this tournament as an opportunity to not only make a grand final again, but to also take it.
You say last time we got so close, why don't we just finish the job this time? It happens to be EWC. But which would of course mean qualification directly to Invitational.
We haven't even talked about that yet, by the way. It's like just such a huge point to touch on is the fact that, you know, the winner for this, they get an auto slot. It is like a major. It
First team to qual.
It is so important that this no longer is about money, pride, glory, club championship.
Although it's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice. Money's it's pretty nice. Money's
there are worse things than an EWC paycheck, I'll tell you that much.
That is for damn sure. But I think when you look at it now, when you've got that SI qualifying spot, teams like Shopify Rebellion, they sit in a completely different discussion to any of the teams I look at in play-ins, Nick. I don't think there's another team that I put in their category.
No, I wouldn't either. I really wouldn't. I mean, we're talking about above that, the experience of a veteran and Troy Canadian with the fracking power of people like your Spartan, your Envy, your Serve, etc. They should be taking this very comfortably. But can they get it done? That's the big question, because they too can fumble.
Do you know what the best part is?
What is that?
We don't have to wait. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, this is the matchup you don't want to miss.
Game 2. Pray for Game 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
It's not all about size.
Ambi said it best. It's not about the size, but it's how you use it. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it may just well be about size. Welcoming back to the desk for the first time, actually, Xenox. Guys, boys, how? Week and a half, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Sadly.
Yeah, it's good. And we got Nick out of the screen as well.
We did. Yeah. I can't believe that. It actually feels surreal to be able to touch him and he know that I'm touching him. Well, that's okay. Let's move away from that one, shall we? Because we can move on to something bigger and better. We said size. Look at the two teams we've got on stage at the moment. Guys, this one is a David versus Goliath, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it very much is. Shopify Rebellion going is very, very firm favorites. Our Lula Club come in as the team that qualified through the separate MENA qualifier, so a fantastic opportunity for them. And a team that does have actually a little bit of experience, spearheaded, of course, by Valentino, who in previous years has done some pretty spectacular stuff at international events. It's best of one, so who knows what may happen.
I mean, but speaking of size, Shopify Rebellion, absolutely the dead set favorites in this. Now, as Gus is alluding to, best of one, these things can sometimes happen where the underdog can cause a big upset, but this would be monstrous.
It would be. This would probably be, I would hedge a guess and say this would actually be one of the biggest upsets that we would see, at least for the play-ins, because we were just talking before with Nick, and you know, Pengu just knows a little bit about the game. The weight that is on Shopify Rebellion's shoulders at the moment, having to go through play-ins, Guz, that's big enough, let alone the context of what happened last major and the fact that now they really should be gunning to be on stage here at EWC. A long way between where we are now and where they need to be.
Yeah, it's been a pretty extended period where the Shopify roster's been under the spotlight, and probably not for the best of reasons, not performing up to the expectation that they have upon themselves. And so this tournament is going to be a challenge. It's difficult enough to make it out of this first phase, and to then go on and achieve greatness in the second as well will be a short feat. They're also a team that historically is much more comfortable in the best of three environment. So is there potential for this match to pose a threat?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. Alula Club, this is the problem, is when you're going up against a team like Shopify, it's
Shopify
very...
Rebellion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you adding the context there for the viewers at home that didn't understand that one. So the APL desk comes to EWC. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
That's why we're here.
That is why we're here.
We've got the ramen ranking coming up soon as well.
We do. Actually, the halftime break, we've got the well, you didn't have too much fun with the ramen last night, did you?
I did actually have some ramen yesterday.
How did that go for you?
Not great.
No, not great at all. But look, unfortunately, the context for this game is absolutely going to be that of a uneven battle, no matter which way you put it. I do think, though, when we look at the wider view of this tournament at the moment and how things are panning out, there is that opportunity where, yes, best of one, guys, and in a bracket that is so brutal, right? Double elimination, you don't have many opportunities to get this right. It's 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done, skis. That's a very scary prospect to think about, given the fact that you do have some pretty big teams in this. And I think a really good point, guys, is actually if we just look at that lower, not the lower bracket match, but the lower match in our upper bracket, King Zero.
The middle one.
Nearly, yeah, thank you. Well, technically, yeah, in the middle one. Like, we nearly saw King Zero come out on top, and it probably should have.
Yeah, they got off to a phenomenal start. Of course, you can catch some of those games over on the B stream as well. Hot start, but unable to complete the match or get the win. Unfortunately, probably seeing some of those issues from CNL surface here at an international level. And so, I mean, in terms of contextualizing that for this match, will Shopify have the same issues? Because it's more likely than not that they will be the stronger team and they should get off to a strong start, but it's all about conversion and just making sure that on the day, they can be clinical in completing the match.
You look at the first 2 games that we had today, King Zero hot start, CAG hot start. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if we see Alula Club also get off to a hot start, and that's going to be their goal in a best of one against a team like Shopify Rebellion. When you're the underdog and you're a team that there's also not as much known about you. You know, we're looking at the stats pre-game, and well, we have all of the stats for Shopify Rebellion. There's nothing for Alula Club. So for them, it's all about the start then. But unfortunately, you look at the first 2 games, the start didn't end up meaning a lot once the more prominent teams started to get going and understood the game that was happening. So that's going to be the other aspect of it, is if you are Shopify Rebellion and you do start slow, don't panic. It's a long game, and they can then claw it back. But if Shopify Rebellion start really strong and fast, this could be very dominant.
It could be over very quickly. You'll blink and you'll miss it type action. I do think that the context needs to be around a little club that there's a good opportunity for them here to actually make a strong start at this event. The pressure's completely off them here, guys. Like, there's no need for them to stress. Whereas on the flip side of the coin, you lose this as Shopify Rebellion and the whole conversation changes.
I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that this team on screen now, Shopify Rebellion, are the favorite team to make it out of this play-in phase. I don't think you can make an argument there's a stronger team than them on paper heading into this particular event. But with that comes pressure and expectation. And if that pressure and expectation that we saw sort of back half of last year, for instance, rear its ugly head, they didn't perform as well as they would have liked, they really started to go through a bad patch. It seems like they've been able to turn that around, though. So heading into this event, obviously not with the greatest of seeding, pending their NAL result in Stage 1, they're still in a good position here to have impact and to play into the tournament nicely.
Taking a look.
Did you want me to go there?
Well, I mean, you're welcome to, but I think we're going to move on pretty quickly here, mate.
Go ahead.
You know what the question's going to be.
Is Alula Club?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm going to be completely honest here and say there's not much known about this team, and that's just going to be the reality. But that's not a bad thing for us. It's actually a fun thing. We get to see what they can bring to the table. And in many ways, it's kind of like when you see teams coming from CNL and maybe even APAC teams that we don't typically see all that often, is that you get to see something foreign, something different. And that's hopefully what we can get from this game. If Alula Club is to win this, or even just be ultra competitive, they cannot play default Siege against Shopify Rebellion. So they're going to have to play and bring a style of Siege that is going to look to offset the balance, be a little bit different, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. And that may be also in the map selection too.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost polar opposites. They come into this event with literally zero expectation, zero pressure, but they also have really good form. Looking at how they qualified their road to qualification here for EWC 26, they played 4 matches over the course of that bracket. They did not drop a single map. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's 3 best of 3s into a best of 5 where they went 3-0. So they're clearly a strong team regionally within MENA. And this is just a free shot for them to have a bit of fun here at EWC.
It certainly is, but more importantly, where do we go? What map are we heading to? Let's have a look at the veto and hopefully get a little bit more of an insight. Again, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it truly matters what map we go to. It is Cafe in the end there, Jake. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, so looking at some of the numbers that we've got over the last, since February, so basically the start of the year, if you will, Shopify Rebellion, 4-4 record, 3rd preference map, so it's not the kind of map that for Shopify Rebellion we're going to look to and say, well, this is their strongest map, or this is the map that they'd be looking to. Often, last played it against Dark Zero, 2-7 loss. But Dark Zero are quite a bit of a higher caliber opponent than Alula Club. Again, we don't have any statistics when it does come to Alula Club, but I will say Cafe, guys, structure. Talk about Shopify Rebellion and where they should have the advantage. I think this is a map that bodes well for them.
Yeah, it doesn't stand out as being a massively dominant, massively strong map for Shopify Rebellion, but as if you contextualize that, the quality of opposition, especially within NAL, is mighty competitive. It probably goes as far as to say that in terms of regional competition, it's the most difficult league, and that's probably why they're in this position, right, where they struggled a little bit in NAL, still qualify for EWC, but now they need to make the quote-unquote gauntlet run. So yeah, Cafe, structure, gonna be a fun map. Alula Club, trying to find win conditions for them. It's
I think play the Vert.
Yeah, Vert, get hyperactive, abuse the repel mechanics, just try to be a menace on repel. Bans are also going to be super critical, right? Do they go for more of a tilt towards info, utility, etc.? Can they try and play the game on their terms?
I take Shields away from Canadian, and try and limit his ability to get into the map. And then on their attacks, abuse the Deimos, abuse the Solid Snake, the Dokkaebi, etc. Be aggressive, play the Vert, as you said, repel, etc. If they try and play structure and they play the 3-2-1s, I don't know if that's going to work for them. So I think for Alula Club, it's about just making this messy, make it as chaotic as it possibly can. Take the structure away from Shopify Rebellion, and obviously then inverse if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just try and play it as normal as you possibly can.
Yeah.
This is always the problem, isn't it? When you go to talk about two teams that have maybe never played each other, have never even seen each other in a server
maybe
before.
Valentino, but
it literally would be Valentino, and maybe even then you don't even know if they did. Who knows? But I think the fact of the matter is, when I look at this matchup in particular, no matter how it goes, whether they play aggressive, whether they play passive, that won't matter until we actually get into this map. And Cafe, as we well know, can be a very chaotic map for the defense and the attacks. However, I have a really big concern here because Alula Club have the opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean here. Like you said, if they can cause chaos, if they can play the game on terms that are unknown to even Shopify, this could completely change the conversation, guys.
Yeah, it's likely, and I think the game plan will be, let's play it differently to NAL. If we play it in a fashion that Shopify are comfortable with, that they've seen time and time again, it's probably not really going to work out too favorably for them, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos, 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 but I think it's just about having a diversion from the typical plan that we see in NAL. What that may look like, again, I think is going to be heavily directed by bans. Is it info? Is it shields? Like what kind of direction both teams want to play it? But Alula need to try and get it on their terms as early as possible, I think, in this matchup. If Shopify get off to that early lead, I think you mentioned earlier, there is that potential for a blowout result, so they need to apply pressure early.
I was looking back some of the numbers for NAL Stage 1. Spoyd actually leading the way for Shopify Rebellion. He currently entered the stage in the top 3. That's pretty good. Only behind Newers and Ashen, who Ashen had the stage of his life for M80. I'd like to see Ambi take the reins in this game. Just go and just... if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying Ambi, go do whatever you want. Run around the map and frag out and try and get some confidence early in the tournament, because clearly for a player that has proven he can be a top 5, top 3 in North America, you look at his stage for the stage 13th, so that's a little drop off. But we know what quality he has.
For sure.
I think at his very best, he can be considered one of the best in the world. Just has to find that ability again, and maybe this could be the tournament for him. So I'd say to him, you've got the license to do what you want in this game.
Contextually, it's very important to remember that both of these two teams just completely different storylines, completely different focuses for these kind of events. And that does mean that it comes with added pressure, but I also think for Shopify Rebellion, they should be as comfortable as any team will be in play-ins. And I even think as we get to groups, you should see that confidence transfer into groups. They should be getting through groups, not with relative ease, because we've got some unbelievable teams here, but I do think that this has to start here. I don't think they can afford to get off to a slow start. I think that that is then when we get that little spite of doubt that just starts to fester in the minds, not just of the team, but also of us here, the viewers at home. We start to get a little bit more worried, a little bit more cautious, I guess, around what we expect from Shopify Rebellion, but there is no two ways about it. Let's keep this as clean. Let's keep this as easy as we can make it, Jake. Shopify Rebellion have all the pressure in the world on them. They are coming off the back of a Salt Lake City Major Grand Final. They must perform here. They must get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think if for Shopify Rebellion, if they were to lose this best of 1, honestly, regardless of the opponent role, it would still be a devastating opponent.
I agree.
It's not so much to the way you're kind of framing it. It's not a negative to the fact that it's Alula Club. It would just
no. That's
whether it be Fnatic,
that needs to be clarified.
Chiefs, etc. For Shopify Rebellion, and we said this on the podcast, guys. I think in North America, where they're at as a region now, you look at the top 4 or 5 teams. That it is a very competitive region, to the point where it's almost looking like the region. Shopify Rebellion, they may be in play-ins, but they are quite literally one of the top teams at this event overall.
Absolutely.
So you're expecting them to win a best of 1. You are expecting them to be able to go and beat a MENA team that we don't see at the global level, that hasn't got this experience at this LAN. Now, I kind of feel a little bit hard done by for Alula Club, because we can't maybe give them as much analysis as Shopify Rebellion, because we just don't see them, Rob. But that's their story. That's the story that we're going to go with, is we don't really get to see these guys. Now they get an opportunity to show on the big stage what they're capable of. And I'm curious to see what that's going to be.
I think that, like when we do look at these kind of matchups, I think you've got to take that approach. I think you have to look at the approach of saying, yeah, sure, like we don't have the expectations for Alula Club. But that also means that it's a good thing. I think that we look at Alula Club right now as the same as we looked at KZ earlier against MIBR. I actually think that both of those have very similar kind of tangent points.
APAC teams in their first international event historically. That's the way that you want to kind of look at this matchup. And so, and also, by the way, if you wanted to frame this in a different way, guys, is for Shopify Rebellion, they come into this also with an unknown quantity as to their opponent. Like there's a tiny little bit of nerves. There's like, well, what are we going to get? What do these guys like to do? Hard to find as much vision on them. They might surprise us with a couple of things, and in a best of 1, that can get bit tricky. And kind of what Rob was alluding to before, you lose this, and boy, the fallback is going to be massive.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that they'd be worried or scared or have too much of a negative mindset heading into this.
But they know they can't lose
match. But they know that if they lose, could you imagine? Again, they'll then go.
Reddit threads are going to go off.
They'll then go into a BO3 format. Naturally, I think they'll be stronger there. But you just don't want to be put in that kind of awkward position, right? So for Shopify, it needs to be a dominant win for them. Alula Club, they get a free punch.
You know what? I think that of all the teams that could be going up against a Lula club to start with, I think Shopify Rebellion is the best possible team.
Really?
They've got experience. They've got gunners. They've been here, done this before 100 times. I think if a Lula club goes up against a Fnatic, if they go up against MIBR Los, I maybe feel a little bit more worried. But I think I look in the server, I look at these individuals on Shopify Rebellion, and at international events anyway, they look dangerous. They look scary. They look like they're on the ball at every given moment. And I feel as though this is a very difficult game to sell to the audience.
But I'm trying to find the positive angle on this, Rob. You're trying to...
No. I'm just kind of... I need to be honest.
Okay.
This is the problem.
You said this is the best matchup they could get, and I'm struggling how to...
No, that's a good thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's a good thing for Lula Club.
No. Let me clarify that. It is horrendously bad for a Lula Club that they're going up against Shopify Rebellion, because I think of all the teams right now, they do have a fair amount of eyes on them. And they're fully aware they have to perform. It wouldn't matter who Shopify Rebellion goes up against, like you were alluding to before, Guz. It doesn't matter who they go up against. Play-ins, groups, I don't care. The context for this roster, for this team is main stage.
Well, yeah, and group stage minimum. So you think about the form that we've got, for those unfamiliar, maybe missed the pre-show, 8 teams for play-ins, 2 get out. Like, that's brutal. And
insane.
It's across today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, and there's not really much room to slip up. Realistically, this is the only game I believe you can slip up.
Yes, you can't lose 2 when you're done.
And following on from that, right, if you come into this event and you have a bit of a slow start, well, you're done. 2 days. I don't know if that's really enough of a window to be able to recover, find form, scrim. They're quick turnarounds, like being able to resolve any issues that may arise at the very beginning of this event here on day 1. You don't really get much of an opportunity to recover that. And that's, again, not really specific necessarily to this matchup, but it's relevant to all 8 teams that are battling. And with only 2 making it through, with Shopify probably a very safe bet, it leaves maybe just the 1 slot remaining, right, which is very, very tricky.
I think what we can do, because we've been chatting, I don't
honestly,
know how much
if we've
more
got a
we
little
can...
bit more feel. I did actually do some content
do you
yesterday.
actually have something?
I did some content yesterday with Shopify Rebellion. Now, it hasn't gone out yet, but you saw the one with Fnatic.
I did, unfortunately.
With Deepak and Citizen.
It was very good.
Pretty much did the same thing. I did it with Canadian and Spoit. I'm hoping at some point we'll get to see it, but
I don't.
Canadian was not a big fan of me, let's just say. Troy and I had a bit of a beat.
You have history?
Oh. Well, we don't have history. Now
so now
history has begun from this point.
Okay,
in fact, last time we were in Paris, we had a good day. We walked around, we went to the Louvre, had a great time. Now, the second time in Paris, I actually swatted him.
Do you call... No context. No context.
The context of the
no
context.
Him or the ball?
The ball.
Oh, okay.
But he shot the ball and then...
I can kind of see Jake being like a Shaq-esque swat, like just straight over the top.
I didn't know he had any element of athleticism about him.
No, I did. I also took part in the fitness test as well. Yes, I did.
What did you get on the grip strength?
The lowest.
Of all the players?
Of all the players, 32.
Oh.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which by getting that 32 was...
almost broke your hand.
It was
the
a struggle.
highest. So the highest, by the way, I don't... should I can spoil it.
Well, it's up to you, mate. I'm not.
It's your content.
I'm merely a host.
I filmed it. So Spoit actually got the highest.
No.
Oh.
47.
Spoit?
47.
He does hit the gym.
He is a unit.
And as we saw in the content piece, Citizen was the second highest with 44. The lowest out of the players was Canadian, but he was still higher than me.
Yeah, but Canadians
obviously.
Also.
He's also a pro player. He's fit.
Well, can we technically classify a pro player as an elite athlete in terms of actual muscle strength?
I would consider Canadian to be an elite athlete.
Fast Twitch
maybe
Fibers.
at the end of his career.
I think Fast Twitch Fibers wise, these are the greatest athletes on the planet. But I think in terms of strength.
Now this is the thing, right? If we were back in the APL studios right now, we'd be carting out the ramen.
Yes, we would.
Get the board out.
We're trying to try and get onto production, and we'll see if we can get some ramen in.
You should maybe explain what you were saying earlier about him having some ramen yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't really go too well, did it? So
no,
I guess for the
yesterday
viewers,
was fine. Today wasn't as fine.
I'll give context for the viewers.
I don't think the viewers.
No. So if you haven't watched the APL shows,
which you should,
you absolutely should. We run a ramen ranking segment, and on this ramen ranking segment, we try ramen from all over APAC. So that's from Korea, Thailand,
Japan,
wherever it may be. We go ahead and try it. And there's a specific one from Korea that is quite interesting. It's a little bit problematic. It's a little bit spicy. Jake Xenox and Diddy, the hero he is,
Yes.
decides when we're doing the run ranking, yeah, sure, I'll smash 2 of these. It didn't go too well.
No.
However, that's here at EWC. You did it again, and how did it end for you?
Perfect.
Perfectly.
And we've also ended the Phil segment perfectly, Rob, haven't we? Do you want to go? Are you done? He's done. Rob's done. Oh, we did well. No break time needed. We got through that technical pause. And now that we're into the game, guys, time to get a little bit more energy.
Yeah. Fans roll through. It's Castle and Wamai from defense taken out. So we're going to see a utility emphasis here from Shopify Rebellion. On the flip side, Alula Club, they deal with the Canadian Monty. They also take the Grim out of play. So it does leave quite a bit of info still up. Snake, Dockerby, etc., going to be available alongside the Deimos as well. I mean, tracking back to the Castle and the Wamai ban as well. Wamai, of course, is now incredibly powerful post-buff as of a few weeks ago. And in combination with the Castle as well, it's going to make a significant portion of the map defensively a lot tougher to hold. When you think about top floor, especially against repels and some of the power positions that typically are facilitated by those 2 operators, it's just going to open up the match a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because teams have bans that they just ban regardless of their opponent. To me, this has got to be the Monty ban is towards Canadian. It's his most played attacking operator, stage 1. The 3 most played attacking operators for Canadian. Monty 20 times, Capitao 11 times, Blitz 9 times, and Bazooka will be the opening death. Ambi does get that license to begin with. Opening kill straight away for Shopify Rebellion. The Grim Band, by the way, Rexon will typically play that, so he will obviously have to flex over to the Nomad, which is his 3rd most played operator. And no surprise to see, well, actually, somewhat of a surprise. This is interesting. Surf is playing the Solid Snake. The Spoit and Ambi, their most played operator is Solid Snake. Surf, it's not even in the top 3, so that's a big change-up for Shopify Rebellion.
So a tough start then for Alula Club. They'll be looking to fight back into the round. And Shopify Rebellion now given a platform and a bit of space and time to work with. Player up. And well over 2 minutes still remaining in the round. We'll see what they ultimately look to shape up for. Information courtesy of Surf. Rexon takes a big chunk of damage elsewhere as he wins the fight on the Crazy. Alula Club continued to aggress here in the opening round, and unfortunately for them, Shopify Rebellion are ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they look switched on, don't they? In the opening minute of this game, Shopify Rebellion already early pick, expecting maybe Alula Club to go for these peaks. Now, this is pretty much the perfect start. Hold it. Good information as well for the radar for Surf, knowing that they're wanting to play side, expecting the pressure now from Shopify Rebellion because of the numbers disadvantage. Good clear from Valentino, at least Cocktail to keep that in control. Got rid of Ambi. Canadian the trade, though, very quickly. And unfortunately, Rexon then gets the double. And for Alula Club, it's the worst start possible. They get clean swept, really, on the opening round of Cafe. That is the dream start, though, for Shopify Rebellion. No funny business, no upsets. They just get straight to work.
Yeah, clinical opening round there from the North American roster. I think they'll be pretty pleased from really beginning to end how it played out. Opening kill going the way, of course, of Ambi. And then the transition into the map was just completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion. The vibes seem good post round 1. Alula Club now looking to respond. They'll head us over to Kitchen for the follow-up as they try and find some ground in this matchup. Now, as you said earlier, there is a little bit of precedent so far already here on day 1 of the underdog maybe getting off to a strong start and then being caught later in the matchup.
Yeah.
We haven't quite seen the scenario where the underdog's gotten off to a slow start and what that may entail.
That could be the opposite. Maybe Shopify Rebellion get out to the hot start, then they think it's done and maybe just cool off a little bit and give Alula Club a way back in. But remains to be seen. The best thing, though, for Shopify Rebellion is the way that, Ambi gets the opening kill. Okay, 13th rated player, NAL stage 1, but so talented, continuing to impress, still as a young player. Straight away expecting Alula Club to go for these peaks, be aggressive, wanting to bring that chaos like we were suggesting. And Shopify Rebellion were very much switched on and ready for it. And what that does then is for Alula Club, then they second guess themselves. Do we want to pick the windows? Do we want to be aggressive? Because it didn't work. And then they end up going into their shells, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion will want.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Some good early drone work here from Shopify Rebellion. It's Joza caught over towards Cocktail Lounge. They go for the double swing and Spoit catches him in the back. Clean headshot. Back on the Solid Snake for this second round, so resuming normality.
I have intel on the enemy.
It's another strong start for North America. Important reminder as well that the winner of this matchup will take on the winner of Chiefs and Tai Lu, currently taking place on the B stream. An opportunity for the winner of that to then go on and qualify for the second phase of play-ins.
And back-to-back opening kills. If you're Shopify Rebellion, I mean, so far so good. Haven't really put a foot wrong. And now they can play the patience game as well. Cafe, get into these good positions, hold the angles, control the stairwells, and then enable the likes of Spoit to get the information. They do lose Canadian, by the way, knifed. Maga then gets the second kill onto Rexon. And Alula Club now make this second round quite interesting. No Blackbeard, and you lose the ROUs. So you've lost the ability to maybe get into the site with a little bit more ease. And then the actual execution too from the Sands. Crazy catches out Ambi, wanting to get in towards Train and play with the Boogie Auto breaches. Good control from Alula Club around the map. Both second floor and first floor. Leaves Spoit by himself in the 1 versus 4. Alula Club are going to strike back in this second round.
Yeah, the structure from Shopify getting disrupted.
Ooh, okay.
And that's a bit of a statement piece from Alula. Not a bad little response in the second round. I mean, it was courtesy of a massive hero play over towards Garage, disrupted the Rexon and Canadian double stack outside on that dining rappel position. And then the rest of the team was able to play clean up. Here's a replay package of that round. It's a great start for Shopify. Then Haga then ran out and got that 2K in the meantime. And that's a nice little confidence builder. It's a little moments like that where if an individual can have a moment, the rest of the team can then feed into that confidence.
And you didn't win the round just simply, you know, a 1v1, close, clutch, or Shopify Rebellion made errors. You dominated them that round. You had 4 players left alive. He had a big, crazy play as well mid-round to get the double kill from Mhaga and, well, in just the second round. If you're Shopify Rebellion, round 1, perfect. Round 2, disaster. Now it's all tied up, 1 apiece. And that's all you need, I think, if you're a Alula Club in this sort of match, is you need the first couple of rounds. So as I said, you need to start well because you want that confidence, that belief that we can actually do some damage against a high-quality outfit in Shopify Rebellion. Well, there is the evidence for Alula Club. That second round. Now the follow-on we shall see going into the third.
Swapping mags.
Keep our position.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
We'll see if there is more aggression to come then from the defense, particularly mid-round going forward. The Nomad brought once again from Shopify Rebellion to try and suppress some of that aggression, but it can be limited in its impact. And you can see in response the pulse in the hands of Crazy, already feeding some valuable information to the rest of this defensive unit. The attack looking to shape up for top down as Surf goes exploring below, and by clearing that barbed wire over towards Brown Stairs, then has a route maybe for a pinch lake and split the attack and hit a back stab. And will actually drone for himself, so pretty self-sufficient currently. Spots out the Mozzie over towards Pillar, the hero from the previous round. And just monitoring that staircase at the moment, maybe trying to catch a timing as we flip back over towards the top-down clear here, spearheaded by Spoit. Some utility has been invested over towards this lounge cordon of the map. Alula, though, not electing to overextend. They'll peel back over towards Cocktail. Space now taken by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi finds the opening kill onto Valentino. Love that second one as well onto Bazooka from Ambi on the slightly inclined angle. Surf got rid of Mhaga as well, and this time the defense of Alula Club shredded by Shopify Rebellion. Joza with a big play into washrooms, clears out Spoit, had one as well on the rappel window, needed to beat Ambi, cannot. Ambi's got 3 in the round, and Shopify Rebellion answered back here in the third round with a dominant fashion themselves. 4 versus 1. Crazy by himself. Plant to go down, and we're going to get a tech after this round. Shopify Rebellion will lead 2-1 as the Nitrocell does not connect. The plant will be successful as Crazy is surrounded. It's Surf who finds the final kill. Shopify Rebellion with their second.
Yeah, they look back in there in the third, and it's a return to normality. As you alluded to, tech was called in the chat, and so hopefully we can get that resolved in a moment's time. Final bans as well to be introduced. An interesting talking point as to, I think from the angle of Shopify, what do they try and take out here that is aiding Alula, particularly through mid-round aggression? Is it maybe some of the info gathering? No, they go the Aruni, so they'll continue to triple down in terms of the utility game. Aruni picked on 2 of the 3 rounds played thus far. Solid Snake, though, in response. I love that ban as well. We've seen it used on several occasions from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a big operator that they really lean on.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of information. Canadians more of a, at least at the moment, this stage, Monty player first versus Shield player, where you see some Shield players will just play them all. Doesn't matter if it's Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard. He is predominantly dominant on the Monty. So I don't think that if you're a Lula club, you need to worry as much about banning the Blackbeard or banning the Blitz. Canadians choosing to also prioritize things like the Ying, help facilitate the entries. And I think getting rid of the Solid Snake is definitely the right play if you're a Lula club. Well, what they need to make sure that this game develops into is a bit of back and forth. Keep it close all the way through. You can't allow Shopify Rebellion to go on a run. If that even happens once, I don't know if they then have the ability themselves to then go on a run and pick up 3-4 rounds straight against the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So they need this to be kind of back and forth.
Well, the reality is for Lula Club and their campaign here at EWC 26 is this has never been pitched or viewed as a must-win game. And in fact, even if they were to go on and into that lower bracket, depending on how the seeding actually does eventuate, I really don't think they will have major issues in potentially being able to make that run. So this is an opportunity for them to test out a couple of ideas, see what the synergy is like, get familiar to the LAN environment, etc, 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 and then that can carry them forward in terms of the knowledge and the confidence for the remainder of the event.
Well, I mean, I think that right now, if you were to look at the first 3 rounds in isolation, first round, not great if you're a Lula club. Yeah, just losing players too early in the round, didn't really get a chance to fight it out. Second round was perfect, maybe a little too perfect. And then the third round, again, similar to the opening round, where it's like you're just losing too many too quickly. You can't really fight. You can't really get the game on your terms. And especially when you're defending here on Cafe, you want to be able to hold the positions, make it difficult for the attacking team pushing into the building. And they haven't really done that so far in this first half, except for that second round over towards Kitchen. We've been in a tech pause, by the way, since the bans, reiterating the round 3 bans, the Aruni banned away, along with the Solid Snake banned away. Just a little bit of a lean back time here for Spoit and Shopify Rebellion in this technical pause. Hopefully won't be a lengthy one.
Getting the guns out. He did have the best grip score.
He did. And
as you mentioned previously,
I think when you have the best grip score, you can get the guns out anytime.
You have the license. Yeah, I believe it's just an audio issue on the side of Alula, so some teething issues, but should be resolved in a moment's time. Don't think it'd be too much longer. Been an intriguing map of Cafe so far, a map that can, well, historically was a grind fest and has opened up a lot more in the info meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and we've seen that develop over the course of this first half. It's going to be intriguing with the Solid Snake taken out, and then the ability for Shopify Rebellion to backstab and split pushes with maybe a little bit more confidence and a little bit more ease. It's going to be interesting to observe that change in playstyle and approach. May mean that drones are a little more valuable as well going forward for the remainder of this first half. And Cafe is a map where, to be fair, their pre-play zones have actually been quite good, but typically the kind of map where actually setting those up can be really challenging. So
well, and don't forget, Shopify Rebellion haven't played Cafe this stage, for stage 1 into Esports World Cup. So the last time that they did play it, as I mentioned, was against Dark Zero, but that was at the Salt Lake City Major. So that was the conclusion of kickoff stage, first portion of the year back in May. And so for them to have not played it since May, since that major, there's been quite a bit of time. And there's 2 ways you can kind of look at it, and we're not as privy to the information. Either they've shelved it as a map and put focus elsewhere, or they've put it in the workshop and said, we're not going to play it in the officials, but we are going to keep working on it. Now, I don't know which way they've actually gone in that regard, but clearly happy to play it against our Eula Club to start Esports World Cup for a map they have not played for, well, 80 days. I mean, 80 days is near on 3 months. It's almost 3 months.
In esports terms, that's about 3 years.
But so far, so good. I think we're going to be getting a full-blown rehost looking at the fact some of the Alula club members have left the lobby, or might be hopefully a case of just them two leaving. I don't know. But such is the case on land. We sometimes have the pause in the action.
Yeah. I'm hearing a couple of noises, some shouting from the opposing side
Well,
of
don't
our
forget,
arena here.
technical pause here on the A stream, but on the B stream right now is Chiefs versus Tyloo. That is actively happening, so if you do want to make your way over or watch both.
Might actually tune in and see what the score is.
You can give us an update. I almost don't want to know the score. I'm a little nervous for the boys.
Just waiting for the score to pop up here.
Well, there's also a delay, I believe.
It'll be close enough. A weird matchup. One where I think Tyler have an opportunity to get a result, but Chiefs are clearly favourites in that much.
I believe that one's also just starting as well, or having just started. I don't think it's too far into the game.
Oh, it looks like last round came down to a very close 1-1 actually, and I believe that has drawn the score to a piece. So a close one over on the B stream currently, 2-2. Playing over on Fortress, the newest map in the comp pool. Over here though on the H stream, OG map of Cafe currently paused. A couple of technical gremlins to be ironed out.
It seems like
it's off to a decent start though, 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like some audio issues for Alula Club, unfortunately. And unfortunately as well, when you get issues such as that, they're the more tricky ones to find where the gremlins are. You know, for the, we'll say, more expected issues, things like FPS bugs, usually a bit easier to resolve. We're waiting patiently. And I think if you're Shopify Rebellion right now, you're just sitting here thinking, we just want to get on with this, get this one done over and done with as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And we're here a little longer than we would have liked.
Yeah, they're just sitting there in silence as is typical. Not really allowed to communicate or discuss, and so you just got to kind of enter a mode of relaxation and patience. Very much will be eager to jump back into the server just like you and I are, but when it's outside of your control, you kind of just have to put up with it for now. Probably a benefit of this team having so much experience. It's not like this is the first technical pause on land that they've ever had to sit through and endure, so I don't think it's going to be too uncomfortable for them, or certainly not unfamiliar territory. That would be an interesting fact. How many minutes of technical pause do you think Canadian has sat through in his career?
That's a fun. I don't think there's a world in which you could actually calculate that.
Well, you could, but you'd have to watch a lot of VODs. You'd have to watch 10 years of VODs.
You would have to watch his entire career. But if you had to estimate, I mean, I'm sure you could probably find the law of averages.
Yeah, you could find a ballpark figure.
And then multiply and pull something out in a bit of a range.
Yeah.
Definitely hours upon hours. So, you know, 10 plus, 20 plus, 100 plus, I don't know. Unfortunately, this is taking a little longer than we hoped for, so we will be heading to a short break. But when we do return, it will be round 4 of Shopify Rebellion versus Alula Club.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House for house, blow the house down.
Well, hard to believe that we've only played the 3 rounds so far in this match, guys. It's been one of the more long-winded pauses, but it seems as if we're moments away from getting back into the game. I saw the fact that it was no referees. I got word in my ear. We're coming back to the broadcast, and I look behind me, and we've got 2 referees now back on the stage. I really hope this is going to get sorted. I do apologize for everyone watching along. Of course, it seems as if there's been an audio issue that's been plaguing this match, and it's actually been watching the referees and the admins. They've tried, from what I can see,
I don't know what's going on.
It seems like they tried to replicate the issue and they're having some troubles.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get back underway very shortly. Shopify Rebellion have been sitting, waiting. Yeah, only 3 rounds played for a match that, for all intents and purposes, should be done by now.
Yes, could have been done, and regardless of the victor, it's been that much of an extended pause. Yeah, not entirely sure what has taken place. Seems to be something audio related. We had a look across, and both players were. It seemed like they were in a lobby trying to replicate some kind of problem. So no word as to what exactly that may have been, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it has been fully resolved, and thus the pause shall continue.
Yeah, so to allude a little bit more into what you're talking about, 2 players leave the lobby for Alula Club. It seems from what we could gather, they then joined a different lobby to see what they could do to kind of fix the problem and replicate it, whether they've sorted that out. I did just see a thumbs up going around from the referee to all of the players, and with that, I think we will be getting underway here very, very shortly. Again, 2-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion on Cafe. We just concluded the bans and then ran into the problem. So the bans that we did get to see after 3 rounds were the Solid Snake and the Rooney. The next site choice will be Fireplace and Mining, and we are underway with the 4th round. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and staying with us, and we can now get back.
Yeah, send out the message to the B stream. It's time to come back to the A stream. I've heard that the matchup over on the secondary stream between Chiefs and Tai Lu is developing into a potentially very interesting game, with Tai Lu actually currently in the lead at the halftime break.
It seems like Chiefs actually just won around from what I can see from Nate's body language, so that one might end up being a little closer than we expected. As for this one, well, pretty much we reset now. Any momentum that there may have been. I will say, though, I think for Shopify Rebellion, from what we've seen, they've clearly been the better of the 2 teams across the opening 3 rounds. But that second round win from Alula Club was very dominant. They won with 4 players alive. It was a very solid round win for them. Just about replicating that. Otherwise, if we kind of look back at the rounds, by the way, 3 opening kills straight for Shopify Rebellion. 2 of those from Ambi, 1 from Spoit. The 1 round win for Alula Club was on Kitchen. We will be going mining for the first time.
Well, let's see then if Alula Club have fight in them for the remainder of this first half, or whether or not Shopify Rebellion can spring back into action with the expected form. Early Nitro Soul from the defense, unsuccessful, still 1 in the pocket of the Pulse. Crazy, once again, resuming that operator for the 3rd time over the course of this first half. Bit of a switch up here in terms of the comp from Rebellion, with the Finker in play.
Yeah, Rexon had to be careful there. Ambi, another opening kill. Well, I said pre-show, give him the license to run around, and so far he's followed through nicely. 3 of the 4 opening kills for Shopify Rebellion. There was a trade back, though, on to Surf. They lose the Twitch, 4 versus 4, heading into the second half of this round. Canadian still with 2 Adrenal Surges remaining. It's a reading hold. Crazy will get the information, and quite a lot of it on the pulse. Valentino losing his life. Nitrocell, a little bit of damage onto Ambi towards Cocktail. Damage onto Canadian. He just walked up to the doorway. Wasn't expecting maybe the double stack as Joza gets the kill. Again, equals things up. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, very intriguing round developing here for the 4th. Signs of life for Alula Club. Can Shopify Rebellion, though, on attack. Shows some good initiative here. Final minute of the round. Diffuser still needing to be collected. Vert established by Rexon, exposing into sight. Can he pluck a kill? Feet spotted, but the kill doesn't follow. An opportunity to reposition here for the defense.
I think if you're Alula Club, you're happy with this. Now 3v3, 40 seconds left. Yes, Shopify Rebellion get a bit of top floor power play with the Rexon sledge.
Deploying sensor.
Crazy, though, can get quite a lot of information still remaining in this round on the pulse. Couple that with Bazooka too on the Solar, so intel's not going to be terribly difficult to gather here for Alula Club, but they do lose Bazooka. Rexon from above, with the floorboards opened up, the pressure mounting, he finds the kill. Ambi pushing in through mining can go for the plant, wanted to maybe think about enabling that window and will do so, pushing closer left side mining. Where's the follow-up from Alula Club? They're not going to be able to deny this plant. Crazy losing his life to Spoit, and Shopify Rebellion win arguably the closest round that we've seen between these two teams and go 3-1 up.
Yeah, a really good way in which they've been able to problem solve and break down the remainder of that round. Some good discipline from Shopify Rebellion. I think credit to Rexon in particular, the amount of value that he got individually from the sledge late, from the Verdant, flushing out the defense, clearing, reading, plucked a kill, and then gave his team the advantage to play into for the plant. Some good coverage there of that particular plant attempt. And Shopify Rebellion will extend that lead.
Well, in one of the more closer rounds, Shopify Rebellion still just having the experience. In a 3 versus 3, they had the top floor, they were able to utilize the sledge, and from there that really got them into a round-winning position. Well played for the North American club. 4 straight rounds though, opening kills. That's been quite the concern if you're a Lula club on Cafe defense, where you're just never really in an advantageous position early. Envy is just
behind over the course of every single round so far, and while they were able to pluck a singular back in the second round thanks to a really nice multi courtesy of Mhago, that outside of that it hasn't really been all that promising for them, with Shopify Rebellion being able to flex their muscles largely over the course of this opening map of their EWC 26 campaign.
Well, it's funny I say that round that we just played was the closest we've had so far. 4 alive, 4 alive, and 4 alive, then 3 alive. So indeed I was correct, but it highlights we haven't really seen closeness within the rounds at the moment, which is a big benefit for Shopify Rebellion. They're dominating in the opening kills. 2 plants as well within the 4 rounds played, so going at a 50% rate, that's incredibly high. Double multi-kill rounds from Rexon and Ambi. So statistically right now, this first half has been largely dominated by Shopify Rebellion. 2 rounds to be played, and 2 opportunities for Alula Club to get some more rounds on the board. But already noticing the gulf between these 2 clubs. As expected, Rexon taking some damage towards Bakery on the Capital, but not only will he takes the damage, he takes the space.
Yeah, Canadian able to cut that cross, small bake courtesy of the ROUs. Rexon takes that space. Well, Surf elsewhere has been able to straight drop through Freezer.
And he's just straight away into the site. Got the free kill onto Valentino. Joker Payload doesn't connect. Just so much pressure. Mhaga never getting out of there alive, whether it was going to be from the flames or the bullets. In the end, it will be a combination of both. Joe's at a push down from Red Stairs. Missing quite a lot of information from those ROUs. Canadian does eventually fall to Crazy. Big battle to be won. Surfer finds a way to hit the headshot. The spray controlled nicely. Ended up getting rid of the Fenrir. Allows Spoit now the entry through Small Bake and leaves Crazy by himself. Again, another very one-sided round. And this again in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Crazy will enter the Joker Payload, but while doing so, the plant will be successful. 4-1 on the scoreboard now looks incredibly likely.
Yeah, Crazy spending a large portion of the round off site, unable to have impact from top floor. And while he dropped down in that transition, Shopify Rebellion have taken space on both sides of the objective. They have punished the playmaking opportunities presented by that defensive structure. And it's good positive signs that they've been able to problem solve that quickly. That's now adding to a collection of rounds where Shopify Rebellion haven't been in, you know, amazingly dominant positions, but they've been able to identify the weakness, I think, from the defense and done a really good job in exploiting that. Surf, another really good example. Great backstab, like just overall execution and the brains in this team. They're firing here on day one.
And what's helping them again, when you're getting these opening kills, it's a lot easier to navigate that way, where you're looking to exploit the gaps, because you're always basically playing a 5 versus 4. The defense is always stretched thin. There's always these avenues to play a drop or push in through Small Bake or control this spacing. So much easier on the attacking side when you're consistently having these advantages, and that's the disappointing factor for Alula Club. Now down 4-1, final round of the half coming up. 6 for Rexon, 6 for Ambi.
I think so far it's fair to say that this is playing along the script that we expected.
Yeah, I would say the script that we expected for this matchup has been thoroughly met.
Not to say that that may change in the second half. It could potentially be that dynamic where it's a little more attacker-sided, pending ban.
There's just no statistic that I look at, though, and say, yeah, I mean, this is where it can change.
It's certainly a glass half full perspective.
This has been very, very dominant from Shopify Rebellion. And so, therefore, if it is to change, right, because you're never going to say 100% certainty this game's done or whatever. You don't want to ever do that. It's still a whole second half to play. But if it were to happen now, it would be from seemingly out of nowhere. And that would actually be even more damning. If this were a competitive first half and Alula Club were then able to win like the arm wrestle in the second half, it's a whole different storyline. Right now, Shopify Rebellion have been so good. Now it's just about closing this sort of match out. Again, reminder, this is a best of one here for the play-ins. Earlier today, Fnatic won their game over CAG. And what was the other game as well? Because they were both
King Zero looked competitive against MRBL.
That's
Rose,
right,
but then unfortunately that result flipped.
Another opening kill for Shopify Rebellion. They'll be flawless in that regard to close out the first half. Crazy with a very important kill onto Rexon because it was a 5 versus 3. And while it's another trade 1-for-1, that's good though for Shopify Rebellion. They still have the advantage. Mhaga and Crazy, the remaining duo for Alula Club on the defense. A little bit more fast pace in this round from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they lose the blitz, but they retain advantage, and that's going to be critical. Final portion of the round. $3 for Surf to create space. Double nade for Ambient, some flashes as well. Good position here. Potentially, they're good info for the defense with both the Valk and the Mozzie in play, but tricky to make plays. Caught out again, and Crazy. Last man standing.
He needs the ace. He's already got 3 kills this round. 2 remaining in Surf and Spoit. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's still a minute. If there was only 20 or 30 seconds left, I actually wouldn't mind his position here in the 1 versus 2. But with so much time for Shopify Rebellion to just work their way through this, you've still got a frag grenade, you've still got 2 Candelas, so you've got some utility. You may even have drones that are potentially playable. Drone in pillar at the moment, so they know they can safely drop. Information, though, from Crazy. So he knows this is a double drop.
Util, Candela.
Yeah. I think Crazy's going to need to look for a reposition. I honestly would maybe expected him to go for the full sweep around. Surf, though, expecting him to just watch. 5-1-half in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Very, very dominant. We expected it, and that is exactly what we received. Their attack was way too good. Flawless from the opening kill department. 6 rounds straight. They got the first pick. And you can say 3 of the 6 rounds they got the plant technically would have been 4 of the 6 if that kill didn't eventuate at that point, because the plant was going to be successful. They got all of the multi-kill rounds. There were none for Alula Club until the very last round. Not a lot really to look back on and find positive angles for Alula Club. They got taught a lesson here. And maybe that is the overarching storyline from this match. If you're going to get taught a lesson, this is the game. Then it's either Chiefs or Tyloo after this. And you can take some learnings from this match against Shopify Rebellion.
Again, though, as we discussed, given the nature of this format, you don't have a huge turnaround. You really don't have a turnaround.
Yeah.
If it's not your day, it's not your day. You could be sent packing, right? So certainly a rough introduction for them here at EWC 26.
Well, they play again today.
Yep.
So you're going to have to learn pretty quickly. It's not like you get a chance to really go back, VOD review this game either. So it's more of a what do you take from it, from the game directly afterwards. The first-hand experience. Now, by the way, we're into the halftime break.
As is customary,
as
2-minute pause, an opportunity for both teams to kind of rehash the game plan heading in to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you look at these numbers. Surf with 6, Rex and Ambi with 7, Spoit's got 5. They're all going positive. No one's really giving their life away. Canadian's 1-4, but of course, as we know with Canadian, that his job is to throw in Candelas, put the shield up, and heal people with an adrenal surge. Maybe throw out some RUs every
Kill
now and then.
people with an adrenal surge?
Heal.
Oh, I thought you said kill. I was like, that's some new tech. Nah, he's doing his usual stuff. It's been a good team effort from the NA squad thus far.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right, when you think about the hard support. You know, back in the day, Canadian's role was almost expected to get negative kills. You think about the...
And it was also not a case of being a... Today, in Modern Siege, it's a standout. Back then, it was an expectation for there to be that dedicated player, right? But they're still making it
But
work.
the new age is, well, if you want to be the best, you almost need all 5 to have that capability to frag out. But Canadian is so just, I'm going to enable the rest of my team. I'm not just support player, I am enabling, I'm helping, and I'm doing it as best as I possibly can, and that's why Shopify Rebellion still have a lot of success. It's a lot easier for, and this is to really, when you think about stats, Canadian's not going to get the kills. Why? He's throwing in the Candelas so that Ambi can then follow up and go and get the kills. He's not going to get the kills because he's setting up the REUs so that people like Rexon can take the space into Bakery. He's not getting the kills because he's got the shield up and pushing and taking space. So that's just the way that the support role works. But you think about the very top level support players these days, and they can do a bit of both. I don't know if Canadian can do a bit of both, but what he does really well is support.
Into the second half we go then, and the bands have rolled through. Shopify Rebellion electing to take the Monty and the Solid Snake out of play. Two respectively very powerful operators in taking space on a map such as Cafe. And then on the side of Alula Club electing to take out the Aruni and the Wamai. So an emphasis on catch and utility from those guys. And will mean that Wamai persists over the course of both halves thus far. Again, a testament and a reiteration that Wamai is in a very strong position at the moment. It does, though, mean that the Blitz is available. We're going to see that exchanged here in round number 7. And I think for Alula Club in this second half, it's just a case of let's just go in, confidence, again, really emphasizing nothing to lose. Let's just throw our weight at Shopify Rebellion and see if we can get some rounds.
Yeah, but don't try and play this too quickly. Sometimes you're 1-5 down, you're the underdog, you almost just feel like we want to rush at them. And that's just not going to be the way that you're going to find success. You need to play your game back in your system the way that you would typically play this. Don't adjust and change it based on your opposition. And if this is the kind of set play that they're used to employing, then no problems with it. Crazy going all the way up top red stairs, met by Surf. So far, Surf is just kind of letting the utility do the work at keeping the Blitz at bay. And Surf will know full well that it's not going to be just a solo blitz. It should be the double stack top red. Now they lose Rexon. Surf now starting to feel the pressure. He's also wary of getting pinched from Lounge with that window position. Spots left side, but he did get some damage onto Crazy. Knows there indeed is the double stack. Bazooka shot through the wall, get through to Surf. Good little pinch from Alula Club here on this top floor. So far, so good on their attack.
Not the tidiest pinch ever, but they made it work in the end, and it will force aggression out from the rest of this defensive unit. Canadian forced back, courtesy of the Lion scan. His position revealed, so they can't actively hold the staircase any longer. Spoit may go searching. Ambi's, of course, second floor. Spoit will look to join him. Well, you mentioned before the Canadian frag power might not be the greatest, but he's keeping Shopify Rebellion in this round.
It's usually the way it goes, doesn't it, as a caster? You say one thing and then the opposite happens, and Canadian's going to turn into the top fragger in this 7th round. We'll see if that does eventuate. Still a minute remaining, lots of time for Alula Club. As they get inside of mining, we'll go for the plant. Valentino looking to stick that down. No one outside at the moment. Crazy gets rid of Ambi with a pistol on the blitz. It will be a successful plant. Canadian not opting for the swing. Bazooka was holding the angle. That's exactly why. And while Spoit does get the kill onto Valentino, this one's done. Alula Club. Bit of a statement here to start the second half that this game is not done just yet. Really solid attacking round.
Could we see something special develop over the next few rounds? That's why we said that sort of leading into the halftime break, it is a game of 2 halves, and whilst a 5-1 comeback, especially on attack, is incredibly challenging, especially when you consider the discrepancy between these two teams, it's not impossible. And some really positive signs in that opening round. Good pinch work early, opening kills. Surf got caught in an awkward spot. He was dealt with. Rest of the defense forced to try and aggress, but they had the operators to contain that. And in terms of the execution and the ability for them to get the checklist done in that round, it was, yeah, pretty good.
There's winning rounds, but then there's where you've won a round and the system worked. The double push up red stairs with the repel pressure, clearing out that top floor, and then eventually turning your attention to site. So clearly they had a game plan and followed that game plan and won the round because of it. They didn't just win the round because they were looking for random picks and just trying to play aggressive, random chaos siege. And that's the good sign if you're a Alula Club, is that from the system that they employed, they got the round win. Let's see if they can do it again in the 8th round. And if they can, then it's suddenly 3-5, and then suddenly some pressure onto the North Americans.
Is that really a priority right now?
9 and 5 for Crazy. He's been their best. He's been their best standout. And that was also the first round, by the way, guys, that they got the opening kill. It becomes a little bit more easier when you actually do get the advantage to begin with. And a good sign that they were also able to get the plant down too successfully. So, what does the follow-up look like?
Well, they bring the blitz again. That was used to spearhead control up through red into shop last round, and they may look to use that as a spearhead for round number 8 as well. Doesn't, again, have to be super aggressive or anything along those lines. Blitz can be a rather structured operator in how you try and inject it into the lineup. Bit of Vert as well, courtesy of the Bark that will help in the flush on site late. And Deimos always going to be strong, generally speaking, for info gathering, but needing to be mindful, of course, into the mute of Surf. And on the side of that defense, Canadian looking to play late game with Yokais on Echo. I'll be intrigued to see if that has impact towards the tail end of the round. That it means that the longer the round goes on without a Lula club going for plan or being able to pressure the site, that's going to play further into the hands of the defense naturally.
Yeah, I mean, Valentino's going to be the one to watch here over the next 30 to 40 seconds on that Bark. He's going to use that skeleton key, open up the floorboards. But Shopify Rebellion are going to largely play that off-site position. So double stack towards Bar. They're going to play VIP. They've got small bake and bake. No one technically right now is in sight. So as we watch Valentino opening up these floorboards and putting the... he's not going to find anyone. He's not going to get a kill from this. But it's still pressure then for the later part of the round when eventually you would hope for the attacking team, you're going to keep someone above. Otherwise, you know, the potential retake's an issue, so someone has to stay.
The round for both teams hinges on this VIP clear.
Yes.
It's critical that a Lula club deal with
and Bar as well, as an extension of that. When you're double stacking Bar, it's not Ambi by himself. Typically, VIP, you can be on this island, but he has someone like Surf that can swing and help out. And he's also got the Yokais we can see on the pit.
I love this lineup from Shopify
Ambi is well protected here. 45 seconds too, and suddenly then also...
He's looking at Canadian screen, you can see for the info.
From the Blitz, a double stack as well. Ambi was ready. A 1-for-1 trade. And Surf, though, loses out. There's the clear towards Brown, and nicely done from Bazooka. That's bar control established. Fall back into sight, but again, remember, Valentino had the floorboards. Rexon wins the battle, though, from sight. And suddenly now, 25 seconds, 3v3, the most critical and pivotal round.
Yeah, the Vert doesn't matter. Full attack, first floor, and they're going to try and spearhead on this half of the map bar side.
Don't forget as well, the Yokai's for Canadian. He's playing towards Bakery as Bazooka falls. The spoil advantage again for Shopify Rebellion. Down to Joza. Needs to clutch all three. Does get one onto Rexon. The other two will play hide and seek, and he does not have the kit. Therefore, the time will expire as Shopify Rebellion take match point.
Yeah, really, really clean work. I really do think that the largest portion of the round was going to hinge on VIP, and whilst it certainly did have impact, it didn't ultimately confirm the round either way, but I think Shopify Rebellion's ability to respond to what happened with this play here, get back to site. Of course, the attack then transitioned first floor. It meant that it took the Vert out of play that was previously established, and there just wasn't a ton of time.
But there was also nothing Bakery side, nothing red stairs.
It was a little one
and it was a little white stairs and a little brown stairs and one side push. That meant that for players like Canadian, you can play Bakery, you can play the Yokais.
Love that little tech as well in that round that you only really typically will see in a LAN environment, right? Ambi was VIP, has Canadian in person sitting next to him, being able to look at that Yokai information. It's not a case of where you may be playing online and you're getting a verbal call out. He could physically see just how close and aggressive that blitz was, could see the double stack, and then he was able to execute.
And even though he does die there, he does take one with him, and that's the job done.
He didn't give away his life for free, which was the most important part of that hold.
So really well played for Shopify Rebellion. They got tested in that round from Alula Club, but they passed the test. Now they've got 4 opportunities to get themselves one step closer to what would be play in phase 2.
Correct.
Again, it's a brutal format here. 8 teams for the play-ins, 2 to qualify then into the group stage. So a reminder, I guess, for Shopify Rebellion fans, win this, you're into the upper bracket final of play-in phase 1 for Group A. Win that, you qualify for play-in phase 2, while you play another team from Group B. Win that, you are into group stage. It's a brutal run. But this is also double elimination for this portion of the play-in. For the loser, which seemingly at the moment is seeming to be Alula Club. We'll play the loser of Chiefs and Tyloo, which seems as if that's still live at the moment on the B stream.
Yeah, last I heard, Tyloo was actually in the lead and Chiefs looking to try and push an overtime.
Ooh.
So not quite sure how that's developing currently, but certainly a bit of a closer affair than what we have on our hands here, but that was probably a fair expectation heading into the day.
Well, I mean, ours is still going because of tech issues, and I know they did have some tech issues as well. Rexon finds the opening kill onto Haga. Again, just the way the Canadians are able to get this information from the polls as Boyd gets rid of Valentino. Need a kill from Crazy. He crosses the threshold of double digits. Decent for him as an individual, but would rather the team success. But it's Shopify Rebellion and are now very much edging closer to taking this map of Cafe, and therefore the game itself, it is only a best of one.
Actually will end this match as one of the higher rated players across all 10 inside of the lobby, but Siege of course is very much a team game. Solo carries are rare.
Ooh, hang on. Okay, so round not done just yet. Canadian has a little slip up. Bazooka will get the free kill and we're tied. Evened up for numbers heading into the final minute. Still double Nitrocell available for the defense, but the Blitz available too for Alula Club, and being their best player so far in Crazy. Push up white stairs now from Bazooka and getting the live drone. So some good information, but also good space that's now been taken for the attack.
Can they problem solve their way through this round? Can they try and get Crazy in a position to break some space and structure here that Shopify Rebellion do have on offer? Keep in mind, double Nitro still up for the North American roster.
And keep in mind, it is mining, so this position towards reading not quite as valuable. Damage onto Crazy, but stays alive. The smoke actually helping out Rexon. Oh, it's the shot onto Josa through the smoke.
Loading full magazine.
Devastating for Alula Club. And now the time is their enemy. But Crazy did get the down onto Rexon, but ultimately falls to Surf as Bazooka. 7 seconds to find this double kill onto Ambient Surf, who fall back. And unfortunately with no kit, no time, it will not matter. Bazooka cannot win it as Shopify Rebellion make it a 7-2 victory over the Meta outfit and move a little closer to getting out of play-ins. That's step 1 done.
Yeah, one step. Still plenty to go, though, for Shopify Rebellion, but I think they'll walk away pretty happy with how they've played today. A good display, game plan worked, minimized errors, and overall just played a really good brand of Siege that I think is positive for them, especially best of ones, which can be a little volatile, a little bit dangerous. Didn't really look like that for them today.
No, certainly did not. Unfortunate for Alula Club. Some little signs that they were able to do some things nicely. They got one defensive round, they got one attacking round. Both of those rounds in particular looked strong, but for the most part, they got dominated in the opening kills. 9 rounds played, only got a single opening kill in the entire game. They gave up way too many plants in the opening half, essentially 4 out of 6 rounds. They only got 1 plant themselves. Multi-kills dominated by Shopify Rebellion. All the stats in favor of the North American club. For Alula Club, though, their next match, at the very least, will be easier.
You would imagine so. And again, I think it's, of course, important to remember that Alula Club did not qualify for this event through the traditional means, like EML, for instance. It was a separate MENA qualifier. And so this is always going to be a tough challenge. I think they, put in a respectable effort, Rob. They can take some learnings, but it's the fact that that turnaround is so quick, so brutal. Even if their next matchup is a little bit easier, it's still going to be very tough to envision them making it out of this play-in phase.
Easier is a very interesting word to use, isn't it? Because, I mean, anything is easier against, if you're going up against it doesn't, the problem isn't it? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. Like we said, Shopify Rebellion were always the favorites in this matchup. They're always the favorite in this entire bracket. For play-ins, it should be them. It should be them dominating. And to be fair, there's not a single category in which they didn't. They found their openings. They pushed onto site when they needed to. They, as you mentioned then, plant meta for them, apparently. Focusing on, they didn't even need to worry about the outcome of half of those rounds because they had it in the bag by about halfway through the round. So I think that when we contextualize this matchup, it's important for the viewers at home to know, whilst yes, Alula Club could potentially go on to do something, it's definitely not going to be against Shopify Rebellion. Sets a really nice tone now as we head into the rest of the day. Shopify are in a really good position, guys. And we said literally at the start of this, They had to hit the right note from the beginning.
Yeah, the spicy thing as well, as I'm looking over your shoulder, and the Chiefs Tyler game is actually still ongoing. So in terms of the forthcoming matchup for Shopify Rebellion, we actually don't quite know yet who that opposition is going to be. And whilst against either team, they're obviously going to be
well, clearly they're similar quality opponent, right?
Exactly. Like, I don't think that teams should be underestimated in this playing phase in terms of upset potential. So for Shopify Rebellion, it's very much going to be a case of head down. Let's ensure that we're, prepped and ready to go for that upcoming matchup because of the quick turnaround.
Okay. Can you take anything negative away from this or Shopify Rebellion? Because the thing is right now, this match ended up exactly how we expected. Do you have any takeaways where you're like, they need to be doing this better? Because from what we could see, we were talking about it in the green room, they played a pretty good game of Siege.
Yeah, and I appreciate your point because it's a good way to look at it, even if you're nitpicking.
Yeah.
And I don't even think if you're nitpicking, you can find too many faults in what Shopify Rebellion did this game. Just because they didn't win 7-0 doesn't that's irrelevant. You can't lose a round or two. That's normal. That's going to happen. But the fact that, again, statistically, you play 9 rounds of Siege, you get 8 opening kills. Dominant. Yeah. Ambi leading in a big facet of that, which was something we spoke about pre-match in terms of his strengths and what he can do. So he followed through on that again. They got the plant meta to go their way. Yep. They had multi-kills, but not too many of them, which meant it was still very much team focus. Canadian played a really good game in terms of setting up his opponents, even there in that second half, playing the polls, providing the information, Rex and jump out off that intel, etc. So everything they wanted from that game they got. And so they weren't really too tested. If anything, the only negative for them was probably sitting around for 20-30 minutes for the tech balls. That was about it.
But that in itself was, I actually think, a pretty positive takeaway, right?
I agree.
There is a world in which a pause that long, which is pretty atypical. I think it ended up being, 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
could have rattled them. Could have frustrated them. They could have been upset. They could have lost focus. But they were immediately bang straight on it at the resumption of the match, right? So that's a sign of a team that has a lot of experience, and they are ready to go here at EWC.
Certainly are, and we're ready to go across to an interview with Lax. So please take it away, mate.
Thank you, Rob. I'm here with Rexing. Congratulations on the 7-2 victory. I mean, you guys made it practically flawless on your guys' starting half, going 5-1. You ended on that 7-2. How are you guys feeling going into the rest of the series?
I mean, we feel pretty good. Just come here and play our game. So excited with the first one that we had. There's no land jitters.
I was going to say, obviously, we know best of ones typically aren't SR's forte, but you do get it done. You do set yourself up to be one step closer to getting into that group stage. You now find yourself in best of threes. Is there going to be anything different that we're going to be expecting from this SR from the original NAL stage coming into EWC?
I mean, obviously, after SSC, we had a bit of a hiccup. But, I mean, it's really mostly focusing on ourselves. Best of ones typically aren't our thing, but we're just going to lock in, play our game, and that's really all we're worried about. So. Good first start. I think we'll be a 3 later today. And yeah, that's really all I look forward to.
And even for yourself, we didn't get to highlight you too much throughout the NAL stage. I've talked about your role. You kind of have to bite the bullet. You got to play the roles and the supportive roles, that help facilitate the rounds. Are you finding, the success, especially in this game yourself, kind of boosts your morale going into the rest of this series?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have role players at the end of the day, and I'm confident my teammates do their job. So if they need somebody, hold a rappel, hold a drone, flank watch, I don't mind doing it. At the end of the day, I know I'm good. If I need to do something, I can. So I just said, you have to have your role players, and yeah, just not really much to say about it.
Absolutely. Just one last thing. This is kind of looking a little into the future here. You guys were 1 game away last year at EWC from making it to the main stage. What's going to be the difference maker this time around coming into this year's EWC?
I think most of the time, or at least with most teams, I think, the upper echelon, the really, really good team, it's just mental and just showing up that day. So as long as you keep a level head, just play how we know we can play, we're fine. As you saw in SLC, kind of slipped at the end, but I mean, just showing up, worrying about what we're doing, not about what they're doing, and trusting our prep, and that's pretty much it. It's default as that.
All right, well, sounds good. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of your series. That's it for us here on the floor. I'm gonna send you guys back to our studio.
Tell you what, it's really good to have a pro player do the interviews because you actually get questions that can be a little more harder hitting than, say, if I was up there, Jake. I think we'd be in a bit of trouble.
I don't even know what you would be asking, Rob.
How's the morale going? Great, thanks, mate. But I think what the key talking point is, at least from what I took away there, guys, is all around Shopify Rebellion's focus on themselves coming into this. Every time Lax asked a question, Rexon was basically like, look, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to keep it blunt, keep it short. It's about us. It's about us focusing on our game. It's about us continuing on what we were able to do at Salt Lake City and wipe kind of stage 1 out of their minds.
I mean, naturally in that kind of matchup, though, you're sort of forced to go with that approach with such limited data and VODs, etc., on your opposition, and going in to a map that you also haven't played in, 3 months, I think it was, you're always going to have to sort of take that approach. I think for me as well, the big takeaway was kind of the idea that selfless siege is really, really important. You need to play your role, not worry about hitting numbers, and that's exactly what Rex did in the match, Canadian did in the match, etc. And then the rest can, find the highlights and get the job done.
I don't know if you want to touch on it, Rob.
Do it, Jay.
We
Do
kind
it,
of just
mate.
looked over your shoulder, and it seems as if on the B stream, Tyloo has come away as the winner against Chiefs, which we would probably consider an upset, but
yeah,
we would consider.
I'll be honest.
No,
I don't think I do.
Really?
I don't think. I think they went in the favourites. I think Tyler went
You
in the
think Tyler
favourites.
went in his favourites?
I do. I mean, when you look at the formats and the way that the two different leagues play, I just had always had Tyloo in the books. Devastated for my own region. But Chiefs, obviously.
I mean, we've got Enterprise.
Correct. We're going to wait for a bit to see them, but that is very true.
I mean, look, we'll focus here, obviously,
Correct.
and I'm sure that there'll be discussion about Tyloo Chiefs later on because it matters. It's in this group. It now means Shopify Rebellion will be playing Tyloo in a best of 3 later today. It also means Alula Club will be playing Chiefs. And I'll segue into that because it's perfect, Rob. It's the best team you could have if you're Alula Club. Chiefs haven't played internationally until just then as well. So they're both equal in that department. They've both got, players that maybe haven't been at this level and players that have, the likes of Valentino, etc. And so ultimately, that is the best follow-up best of 3 series now for them is Chiefs to stay alive in an elimination game.
Arguably for Chiefs as well.
The EWC scriptwriters have cooked on day 1 so far. So it's off to a good start.
They have, and to be fair, both games on B stream 8-6, 8-6. So there's no close games in play, at least
Well,
on
not
the
on the
B
B
stream.
stream.
Not on the B stream. A stream's a little bit of a different script altogether. And I think looking back on this game, it does just go to show the calm, the composure, the confidence that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. We really expected that, but to be able to see it kickstart in match 1, that is probably the most important takeaway we can have from this game, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that now moving forward, I think Blacksing and Rexon spoke about it in the interview. The best of 3s now moving forward, that's going to be a big strength for Shopify Rebellion. I think getting away from the best of 1s is going to be, because we kind of said it pre-match. We were like, well, best of 1s, Shopify Rebellion, done. Away from that and away from any kind of weird upset. I think they'll be very comfortable. They'll be very difficult to beat now, but the reality is the way the format works, even though Shopify Rebellion now moving forward will play Tyloo, as we kind of just alluded to, and they'll be favorites for that. Your next game after that is against a top team from the B group, which could be Fnatic, it could be CAG, it could be MIBR Lows. None of those are a given for a team like Shopify Rebellion. They might be the favorites, but it's not a given.
Look, this is where things get tricky. Double elimination bracket, 2 different groups. You are not focusing on that other group. I know you're probably keeping an eye on it, but you're not focusing on it. When it's a big group,
we
if
can't
it's 8
control
teams,
what's happening in
you
that group.
can't do anything about that. That has to unfold the way it does. And the problem is, with how this schedule works, they can't even watch those games.
And all you can do is focus on yourself. Now, Shopify Rebellion would love to be the top seed from this group, which would mean they would play the 2nd seed from Group B, but who knows what that team's going to be. Could be Fnatic.
I think I'm really intrigued now that we've seen that result. It was close, which means that Chiefs aren't out of the league completely. But I also think from Tyloo's perspective, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable on land? How long is it going to get... How long will it take the CNL teams in general, guys, to get comfortable at these environments away from their LAN environment that they have at CNL?
I think it's 2-pronged, right? It's about being comfortable in the environment, but also against the quality and the meta of opposition, right? Being exposed to North America, who are in really, really good form, just as an entirety of a region. We saw that at SLC. So that's going to be quite dangerous for them. I think the one positive that they have, though, and unfortunately Shopify do as well, it's the exposure to best of 3s and how well-versed they will be in that format. CNL is quite literally the only region that plays such a massive volume of best of 3s. So we'll see if that ends up being a positive marker for them later today.
Any final thoughts from you, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy?
I mean, I think that I'm looking forward to what Tyloo can do in a best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they weren't playing Shopify Rebellion, who I rate as the best team in the play-ins, because I think, as you're alluding to, when it comes to the CNL teams, their ability to play the best of 3s is at a very high level. Great map pools. But you're going against Shopify Rebellion, so it's going to be very difficult ask for Tyloo, but should be a really fun series altogether.
Well, guess what? The best of 1s are done and dusted now. We move on to the best of 3s, and that's a scary time because things start to open up now. Lower bracket, upper bracket, there's a lot of implications. You won't want to miss this one as we move forward with EWC. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Things are getting very interesting here at EWC, but the best of ones are done and dusted. Now we move forward with best of threes, which is where true teams show their form and show their class. Speaking of class, speaking of form, two teams that we've got going toe-to-toe right now, I know, boys, don't just forget about it. And Fnatic go head-to-head, and I think that this one, we've had a lot of conversations about this. However, there's been some interesting performances. I don't know how much you guys got to see the B stream before. 2 8-6s.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big way to kickstart EWC games.
Absolutely. For sure. And like you said, we're into the BO3s now, which means that these could be long, drawn-out games. These could be massive runs for MIBR, Lowe's, and Fnatic, who, like, according to my knowledge, like, I don't think these guys have ever played each other. Certainly not in these current iterations.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen some pretty significant changes to both of these teams recently. Very notably, Fnatic coming into this stage of the BlastR6 ecosystem, they made two very significant roster changes. Citizen joining the team for the first time, and Smith's young gunner. On the flip side, in the MRBOs...
It's not
got
just
you
me.
first. It's gonna get me next. Made in Brazil, Los, of course, new combination of two long-standing organizations in the South American region. They made 4 roster changes after failing to qualify for the 6th Invitational in February. 4 roster changes.
That's a lot.
Hell yeah. And they really immediately rocketed up. You know, kickoff for them was a top 4 performance. They made it to Salt Lake, and while they didn't do so well at the major, I think they've certainly earned some respect, especially now that they're going back-to-back international events. They knocked out NIP. They earned their spot here. However, we know that Brazil as a region, historically the best region in Rainbow Six, but not so recently. NA has overtaken them. Europe might even be able to do the same.
Hopefully, right?
Well,
okay,
they get a chance to do so today.
I forget who I'm sandwiched by. Okay, 2 Apex shields over here.
APAC and EU sandwich over here.
I mean, I see Hawks in the background as well, right? A player, I was going to say, a coach with so much experience as well.
In APAC as well.
Oh, yeah.
With Elevate.
Stint on Elevate. Yeah, that was a short-lived story there. And I think it's very important that when you get these new rosters in Brazil or any region for that matter, that you have a solid foundation. Either your support staff, your management staff, someone who knows the inner workings of a successful team. And I generally think Hawksword, he has a good angle for that. To raising these younger-ish players that are not, you know, star players just yet, and help mold them into that kind of performance.
Yeah.
If we look back at their, I guess, both of these teams' opening performances, right, I think that I probably look to the Fnatic, because obviously you fortunately got to cover the Fnatic matchup. CAG by Varel still looked pretty good, James, but I think that ultimately we were saying it's the 1%ers that keep changing that discussion, and I think Fnatic at the moment, they do look pretty good, pretty comfortable going into this one.
100%. I mean, Fnatic have a good big picture idea of how to play the game. They have so much experience. I think they finally got a handle of playing in the current meta, which is a little bit more chaotic than, for example, when the previous iterations of this roster were in power. When Deepak won the major, the meta was
very different.
Yeah, a lot less chaotic back in 2022. They've got new talent. They've got solid players, very fiery players like Citizen on their team. They're looking like they have a much more decent handle on how to play the big picture of the game. And when it comes down to the micro, as you said, also Deadshot finding kills, like 5 opening kills in a row to close out that bank game against CAG, one of the most aggressive and mechanically talented teams in the world. That really speaks volumes about what this Fnatic team is capable of. I think they came to this tournament, modest expectations, but high understanding, high belief that they can really deal some damage.
If we flip the conversation around a little bit here and look into the opening match against KZ for MIBR Los, I feel as though there was an element to the start of that match. Now, there's obviously discussions that go on in the green room, and we always try to keep it as friendly as we can. But one of the big questions was, why are you taking KZ to Nighthaven Labs when they have played it 12 times in the past, 2 months? It was a very well-known entity, and I think the first 4 or 5 rounds, I was talking to both of you about this, but Nick, they started, KZ, the CNL team, started out on fire. There was 3 flawless rounds. They looked really good, but then once MIBR kind of got their claws into that matchup, they just took over and took control of the match.
And that's probably the one weakness that I think that CNL will have over any other region, is that they don't have as much depth just yet, right? If you look at them domestically, they play a freak ton of Nighthaven and a freak ton of Clubhouse. They have a lot of maps where they haven't played a lot domestically. And secondly, the strategy they do have, probably a bit more linear because they're newer to the region.
The thing about Siege these days, right? You've got Attacker Repick. We have
Yeah.
So many operators. We have so many maps in the pool at the moment. You can have a really good strat. You can have a really good setup. You can be really good at one specific thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. You cannot win it 7 times for 7 rounds in one game. Like, this game just doesn't work like that. Now we're into the best of 3s, which means it's even more so the case. We've had our opening games. Now we're into the winners matches here. Of course, here in Group A, this is going to be not what we're casting today here on the A stream.
This is what's happening across on the other. Yeah, this is the B stream matchup that we're looking at in the upper bracket that we were kind of alluding to, the fact that there are still 4 best of 3s left in today, 2 on the A, 2 on the B.
Well, yes, so we were watching them. Okay, we were watching backstage like 5 minutes ago, and we were fighting. You know, we're like, dude, they can do it overtime. The Chiefs, they got it. APAC, O's, no. CNL is better. CNL is what APAC could never be, apparently, James. That's what everyone is saying backstage.
There's still time. Both APAC teams here in the play-ins are down in the lower bracket. And these matches in Group B, this is what's going to be playing out right now. That's it. So we're doing Fnatic MIBR lows over on the B stream. CAG by Varel on their last legs against KZ. That is going to be a big moment because KZ already made a bit of a statement by going overtime against MIBR loss, and CAG, I think, have a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming into the EWC.
I think if you looked at KZ at the moment with where they're at and what they did against MIBR, again, it's really difficult because a lot of the APAC teams start in the first half really strong, and then they slowly dwindle out. And I hope we don't see that for the CNL team, but I do feel as though in that matchup in particular, I do favor KZ. I think that CAG by Varel, yeah, look, I think, Nick, I understand that. I also had Tai Lu beating Chiefs as well. I feel as though it's a slippery slope right now in APAC, and they need to, as we were saying before, they need to get their claws into this matchup.
So, mate, when did you become a trader? At what point in your career did you become an APAC hater?
You love Chiefs.
Well, been running all of the APL stuff. We've been doing the broadcast from back home in Australia. You
for months on end. I came out from Denmark.
We've been seeing Chiefs. They made an upset in the APL over the EP.
They earned that second spot to
Come
be here.
on, bro.
They did. And
when did you decide to sell out?
I will sell out for CNL every day of the week. I will 100% do it. I think right now, the unknown entity that is CNL, the fact they're on LAN, the fact it's continuous best of 3s, that for me excites me because it's going to give us something, James, that we have wished for my entire career in Siege. A LAN in APAC that is consistent. And that's what I'm excited for CNL. What can these teams do? How can they continue to snowball forward? But keeping it more relevant, keeping it more topical. This matchup right now, Fnatic, MIBR lows, upper bracket, right? The winner of this, though, they qualify through to what is phase 2 of the play-ins, right? So this is a massive, massive game for both of these teams. I think what I'll do is I'm going to throw this up in the air. I'm just going to say, what side are you going for? Who do you actually think has the better chance?
I grabbed him.
Resident Europe shill over here.
I'm going to go Fnatic. My boy Ben, Citizen. I call that because we're close like that, right? And you have to take lows, of course. That's how it goes.
Look,
you gotta go one or the other.
We've been talking about this for a while on our broadcast, but eu aprender de português. Eu falo pouco de português. I'm doing my best to learn. We have some Brazilian staff here who have been helping me practice, but admittedly I have a very, very long way to go.
We were watching and commentating Brazil dominate for so long, and we kept saying, I wish we understood what they were saying in the technical timeouts. And you took it upon yourself to learn a bit of it, to be our inside man.
I'm working on it.
What is FaZe talking about? What is MIBR Lows talking about? How do they find the success time and time again from this region, James?
We'll see. We will see. But it is early days in this best of 3, Nick. Of course, we're getting into Fortress, which is our first map here in the BO3 Cafe. Up next, Clubhouse. Should we need it to cap things off? Fnatic starting on that attacking side. We saw them looking pretty comfortable on the attack of Bank earlier today, but Fortress is a whole nother ballgame.
Another respectful multi-ban as well from MIBR. CG did the same thing. There's a target ban on towards Smith, who will find the Blitz, or the Black Pit, this time Blitz instead. Blitz and Fuse on Bank, of course, as well. I am a little bit curious, though, actually, if playing Fortress is going to favor MIBR lows in the bigger picture, because I'm just thinking here, right? Citizen, Ben, pretty verbal player. He's also, juggling ideas, trying to IGL, helping his team forward. This is the newest map in the pool. Citizen is far less experienced on this map so far. It's going to give him a little bit less, I guess, knowledge to help his team forward. So I'm actually going to be looking even more right now on players like Smith on the Blitz, on the shields that help them take map control in space, and also players like Deadshot who can be super lethal on the entries, or even Wizard for that matter, because they were sharp earlier up against CAG.
Very much. Now, MIBR Los, a relatively new team in that they had that massive reconstruction where they brought in 4 new players after failing to qualify for the 6 Invitational in February. But they still have a lot of talent. Players like Perez have really made a name for themselves. Of course, Dash had quite a campaign on Wildcard back the day before returning to Brazil. But have a look at that. I mentioned their names, and immediately 2 players will fall for MIBR Los. Fnatic have come to play today. Big kill from Smith. It's a flawless start for Fnatic. Europeans flying into the server on their map pick of Fortress. They've made a statement.
We do a bit of gap finding, we do a bit of split theory, attack from all different avenues. Smith on the Blitz, solo into backstab, finds on the final 2 kills. Deepik as the building finds a kill as well. Just really good stuff right there from Fnatic. Not showing their cards early, doing like, oh guys, full map clear, we're gonna drop tower, slowly work towards games, clear the shield, step by step. No, they just simply work the middle of the building from many different angles and just get the kills instead. And that's honestly also why I love Fortress. It is a map that has a middle of the building. If you're thinking of maps like your Clubhouse, it can be hard to be in the middle of it all. Cafe, hard to be in the middle of it all as well. Skyscraper, back with Dow's in the mid pool, so hard to be in the middle of the map, so you're often ending up doing an overclear from one side, and it's very predictable sort of where you're going to be attacking from, what kind of ops you're going to be bringing. Fortress feels very open to me, almost like a chalet in some ways, and I love that. Fnatic showing that perhaps they do know what they could do on this map because they picked it.
Yeah. Very much so. Fnatic decided to go with this map, though admittedly, recent history hasn't been phenomenal for them. We saw them play against G2 and VP quite a long time ago. I believe that was in kickoff. They lost both of those games very convincingly. 7-0 to G2, 7-3 to VP. Recently, we haven't seen much Fortress out of them. As for Los, we've seen a little bit more. They did play it at the Salt Lake City Major against Weibo, and however, they did lose it. Nothing so recent. The most recent result for them was just a month ago. They played INTZ, they won, and they lost to FaZe Clan over in the South America League. We'll see, of course, early days, not just in the map, but also in the BO3. Looks like it's dorms this time around here for MIBR. After struggling on the primary bomb site, they mix things up.
I think I prefer this bomb site personally. I know like in pro play, even ranked, like this is the second choice for most people. I don't know, I just feel more comfortable on this side of the map. Like playing lobby, playing commando, master bedroom, I feel like there's just so many angles you get pressured from, and like it's a very open bomb site. Kid Storms, you can close off a lot of those walls mid-round if you need be. You can start in bathroom, fall back, reinforce, fall back from meeting, reinforce again, and just play the layers. Yeah. Something that we saw a lot of actually in APAC from CHG in particular just a few weeks ago.
I think it's a lot easier to roam on the command and master side of the map than it is to roam on the dorm side of the map. So when you anchor dorms, you can actually waste more time on that roam game.
I like that.
But of course, with Fnatic, we've seen in just that first round gone by, that sometimes it's not about a slow and methodical roam clear. Sometimes it's about looking for a gap and pouncing. Not a single body has fallen for Fnatic in that first round. This time, however, MIBR have changed things up. A lot of info gathering. I love the pulse pick from Daffo. The mirror as well from Dark is going to be super helpful. Oh, hello, Daffo. Look at this. Nitro Cell. As he jumps outside, tosses it out over, doesn't find its mark, but yeah, really goes to show that they are here to they're here to take the fight to Fnatic.
I quite like this. Fnatic early on the roof, opening windows, applying that phantom fake pressure, and then meanwhile, they just have Smith and Deadshot walking from lobby, taking master bedroom, taking command, and the reason why this is so free is when they're applying that pressure early around the building, all the roamers of MIBR Los kind of fell back, playing much closer to the bomb site, probably fearing a direct attack. So then they say, okay, guys, they give up the roam game. Let's take it for free, nice and quickly, spare the drones, keep the shield alive. C4 went down, takes a little bit of damage off Smith, but he's doing his job right now. He's just gone behind him, Citizen finds both players. That's not just a bait play, that is a double injury.
That's your mate with the AK-12. Immediately followed by Wizard getting active.
Another front.
2 rounds deep, and not a single kill found for MIBR. Lost, could be back-to-back flawless. This is looking better than ever for Fnatic. 2 in a row. The Europeans doing away so quickly with MIBR Los. It's all up here, says Citizen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm living rent-free in their heads.
I mean, I don't think MIBR have any idea what's going on the server, because I think it was Dash who swung out and was the first casualty in bathroom. He saw there was a soul blitz, C4 went down, did a bit of damage. I'm gonna swing him again. They have no idea how many bodies they're expecting on that roam clear. They thought, okay, it's gonna be a solo blitz like in the very first round, but it wasn't this time. And meanwhile, they also had pressure from outside the building, opening windows, applying pressure on the bomb side and the external wall as well. Again, Fnatic doing a great job of just doing many different things at the same time, keeping MIBR guessing. Despite having a pulse, they had a bit of information to work with, but it didn't look like they knew what was going on. Again, the beauty of a map that actually has external access to important areas of the building. You could do so much, jumping in a window, walking a door towards the bomb site. So much freedom Fortress has to offer.
Let's see now. 3rd round in, MIBR haven't found a single defense as of yet. They chose to start on this defensive side. It's where most teams are more comfortable on Fortress. Both of the top 4 bomb sites bear no fruit for MIBR. So they go downstairs. An opportunity found by Deepek. He saw Perez's head for a brief moment. Pengu, you and I have talked about this at length. Roam clearing the ground floor is very hard from Hamam, but it looks like a quick pace move here from Fnatic. Smith gets active, his flash does not land, he goes straight into the crossfire. However, the trades come through. Fnatic deal a little bit of damage, though they meet massive resistance here from MIBR. Only Dark is found, and the Brazilians can recompose now. Deadshot is inside the bomb site, and now he is left all alone. R4C in hand, the Swiss find nothing. And the Brazilians finally have their first round on the board.
Honestly, very small thing there for Fnatic. If the smoke grenade from Blitz goes out to disrupt that crossfire from the left and the right-hand side, Smith is in there. That could be a freebie. That could be bomb site control. That could be panic for MIBR Lows, but he missed the flashbang because, well, I should say, MIBR Lows, they juked it. They turned down very quickly. That 180 flake, so they avoid the flashbang. The smoke grenade was not successful. Crossfire was good. Now it's MIBR Lows being ready for something quickly. Had they not been in medbay, had they not peeked out the bomb site door, they don't know that Blitz is pushing in until like a couple seconds later, and that could determine everything in that round. Clashbang going out to further enable Smiths. A Demo spam to target Deadshot, who's been on that in the previous round. Again, the information, the entry, the early kill advantage there on those kinds of operators. What did Citizen say in the interview? Fear Smiths? Something like that? Yeah,
he did.
You should be fearful of Smiths.
I love to hear players gassing up their teammates like that, especially when they're not statistically the top-rated players. Smith actually has the worst stats of any Fnatic player, but it doesn't matter because of his role on the team. He plays these shields. He's played Blitz this game. He played Fuse earlier today to great effect. It's plays like that that really enable this gap finding and forcing the issue, looking for plants, looking for ways into it. Smith's actually going to change off as we, for the first time, see no blitz brought by Fnatic, no shields at all. Interestingly, no snake either, so not a lot of free info. Usually shields or the solid snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos are kind of these operators that at the moment in the current meta look to expedite these roam clears and look to enable these executes by getting free information, low-risk information. At the moment, the only low-risk information to be gained by Fnatic will be through drones. However, they have a few extras of those thanks to the Twitch and the Bravo pick. This will be a much slower round from Fnatic, a lot of measuring twice and cut once mentality as MIBR return to the top floor.
A big fan of this choice in general, right? You go for a fast push with the blitz twice, you play some demos, you play for the roam clear, you play for killing. Now, as you said, they play for anti-utility, anti-intel. Measure twice, cut once, to your words. And it's just keeping Lows guessing once again of what's the game plan gonna be. Are they gonna watch the bomb site? Are they gonna go for a roam clear? Should we be afraid of, you know, this area or that area? Okay, let's get some traps active, right? Let's get a Fenrir mine in there. Twitch drone clears it. So they feel like their layers are just being peeled back piece by piece, second by second. There's some more phantom pressure. Deadshot inside our old tower could just toss in some Cadella, say, hey guys, I'm over here, and they have to respect it. Because if they don't respect the fact that he's there, he could drop, maybe go for a quick kill. So they have to have one or two people constantly looking in his direction.
Distraction game there.
Yeah. You see, Wizard, he can walk into this courtyard, walk towards bedroom door, right by the site itself, at any moment.
That barbed wire, though, is going to make things harder. Oh, no way, you're kidding me. Dash, how do you lose that fight? Wizard should surely be dead right now, but thanks to his quick reactions and that F2, he's given an early advantage here for Fnatic. MIBLOS will be kicking themselves at that one as Fnatic look to edge closer to that bomb site. Notice how this Aruni gate has actually been hacked. It works in favors of the attackers now. Deepek can shoot his gadget through it if he stands close enough to get it to disappear.
Fnatic did this early pressure to get that first pick. Wizard did that. Now they're going to play much closer together by the horse door and the hallway as well, even the central staircase. So it's going to be a more regular execute. 4 people working together. Maybe one guy backstepping later on. That's going to be Citizen playing his best role as the lurker.
Perez is going to meet that Grim Bee. Oh, and also the Twitch drone to punish that mirror window position. Now he's fighting unfavored fights, and Deepek will shut him down. It looks to be a third round on the board here for Fnatic, unless Nux and Dark can pull the rabbit out of the hat in the 2v4, make that a 1v4. The plant looks to go down from Fnatic. They know exactly where Nux is. Bit of a pre-fire from Citizen with the DMR of Brava. And it's Bravo for Fnatic. 3-1 in the advantage. They are looking so tight-knit on this attacking side.
And you see big smiles from Citizen. He knew that he cooked that plan pretty well. So yeah, they fished for the first opening pick because they want the 5v4 going into execute because they're going to leave a lurker of Citizen. If you have a 5v5 and you have a guy backstabbing, you're effectively playing 4 versus 5 unless Citizen happens to get a kill. So now they put themselves in the best position possible to enable everyone to be successful. And they do it well. They attack Horror Store at the same moment Citizen walked in from lobby and took main staircase control. Now they have a good crossfire. They got the hallway together and they're applying pressure once again towards the bombs, towards those anchor players from more than just one single angle. It's why it's so successful. And they did this most importantly without the shield. And that's been their big conversation, right? Are they crutching the shield? Is that what's enabling them to play the game very well? Or can they be a good team without the shields? Well, a round like that shows me that they can actually play not off just miss, but as a full team, just with guns up.
Yeah. One thing in particular that I'm seeing Fnatic be so good at today is opening kills. They've got 3 out of the 4 opening kills so far. And of course, we talked about it in the CAG game as well. Fnatic dominated the opening engagements. They won the 5 last opening engagements while they were on their attacking side on Bank and won the game because of it. If they can keep that up, other teams are going to find it really hard to fight back from these 5v4s all of the time.
There's been big praise to Wizard. The young gunner had a great game earlier against CAG, having a great game so far against MIBRLOS. 6-2, playing always like your Solid Snake. High fire rate weapon. With that FAMAS. I like the pulse here. Practically scanning on where the attackers are, but the issue is you can only scan where the pulse is existing from Dafo. So what's happening on the rest of the map? Well, they don't know. So they have one area where MIBRLOS feel like they have full knowledge, then they have another area where they have no clue at all. So there will be a gap.
Oh,
almost.
Frag grenade out.
It's a good attempt from Wizard. Again, just fishing for opening pick. If they find it, they find it. If they don't, they're still making progress elsewhere. Smith is top lobby right here with that shot. So while we're watching one guy go fishing, we're seeing 2 other people working for the roam clear. That's the important thing. We're not waiting for Wizard to get that kill, but if he does, even better.
Yep. And as soon as Fnatic find an opening kill, they decide to pounce on that moment. Dark, though, hadn't been spotted. He was hiding the whole time inside a bedroom.
Right?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Finds one kill. Somehow, the dodge there, as he doesn't land enough damage to get the kill. And he is forced on back. MIBR consolidate what was an okay roam. Thankfully, they went 1 for 1 by the end of it. Now, it's up to FNC to try and regroup. Notably, FNC got another opening kill, but this isn't the story of what happened in the EML. They were the second worst team for opening kills during stage 1 of the league. And now, today, they're looking so much better.
Big blow up. This pulse, though, if Davil finds a C4 kill, that's going to give them a huge way to win the round. But even if he doesn't, he knows exactly where that push will be happening from. D-Pick is successful with a double in the round. I think Perez overswing with that DMR, feeling a little bit too comfortable in long-range engagements and goes down early. And so does Nox, the smoke. And last guy's pulls downstairs. This round was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, a pulse downstairs below the bomb site is great and all when you're not in a 1v4. And that's the problem there.
Why are we thinking that?
I mean, MIBR Los are looking quite MIBR Lost at the moment. Fnatic are running circles around them, 4-1 in the lead on their attacking half. This could be a very quick fortress if the Brazilians do not wake up.
That's gotta just be discipline or lack of comms. They have pulse downstairs seeing all 4 attacking players. Who else has a C4? Showing, guys, I'm gonna go off the scan, I'm gonna flank main staircase. Wait for me. And before you even get to the staircase, both the smoke and the Aruni dies on the side by peeking out, seeking the fight. I'm like, guys, are you flanking or you're not flanking? You have a guy stuck downstairs. He can't help you. You're playing 3v4.
Fnatic have to make the first move. It's up to FNC to get into the building, get into the site, and start planting.
And they were tossing a smoke grenade while Rooney's peeking the door. It's like, are you fighting or are you smoking it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a small blunder. And I mean, we didn't get to see the previous game from MBLOs earlier because we had our own game, Fnatic CIG. But the fact that they had a tough time, on Nighthave against CNL team, that's a question mark.
Yeah.
But if these are the counter rounds they're throwing into it, I can see why they would be struggling. Because you're underestimating your opponent, respecting them enough.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, MIBR Los right now have 7 kills over 5 rounds. That is barely above an average of 1 kill per round. It's certainly not good enough to be competing here at the Esports World Cup. They have really struggled against Fnatic today. But for the Europeans, on the flip side, for the first time in years, we're seeing a Fnatic that can actually contend on the world stage. We wondered for quite a while whether they could even contend with an EML. They had such trials and tribulations for years, even playing locally within their region. 7th place in EML kickoff, failing in the SILCQs for Europe, not making it to Paris for the 6th Invitational, nor for Salt Lake City for the major. And then to kick things off in the group stage of stage 1, they got 7-1 slapped about by VP. And now the glow up from them with Citizen and Smiths bringing a new dimension to this roster. They are looking like they are ready to make a mark here at the Esports World Cup.
Slow and steady for this round. I am curious what they're thinking of here with Citizen playing the IQ. There's not a ton of counter ability, but he can find the Razor Blooms of Thorn, the Magnus of Omai, and try and scope up the landscape of what's safe and what's not. Other than that, Citizen has a very free role, and I do think that he succeeds the most, and he's able to just say, guys, I'm not needed for the execute right. I'm not a Cabot, I'm not a Blitz. I can go backstab, sure, right? It gives Fnatic this other way of playing the game, an other way of finding openings by enabling Citizen more on the server. So he's done his vert, he's teched the scanner, he's now gone for hire. The other 4 people, your Flourish, your Gridlock, your Blitz, your Capital, that's gonna be bombs that execute. They gotta choose where that push is coming from. Do they attack medbay? Do they drop the hatch? Do they go for the bomb side door? They want medbay, but Deepak, bit of a misstep, falls down with Dark watching the angle, and Capital gone way too early.
Yeah, one of the first times that MIBR Los have been the ones to dictate the start of these rounds.
They can smoke and go.
Indeed they can. Fnatic start to toss out those smoke grenades, but Citizen will fall as he tries to get deep inside of the bomb site. Looks to try and take Infirmary. Dark, Perez, and Daffo together. Lash out for MIBR Los, and a second round is found on their defense before we say goodbye to the half.
Tertiary victories, huh? That kitchen bomb site may be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can play so much map with it, you can bonk down by the bomb site. And we saw Fnatic try and win the round almost the same time twice, going for a very simplistic attack, a little bit of mid bait, a little bit of bomb side. neither successful rounds. I am very keen to see Fnatic on defense though, because it does feel like from the eye test, they are an attacking team. Now they played Fortress, they've played Bank, they are arguably attacker-feared maps, I would say. But there's just something about their ability to play the map itself and find those moments and find the space in the server where they are so consistent here at this event. Until they meet that bomb site. Because that's the issue, there aren't a ton of gaps here.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe that could be the counterplay. Like, if you watch Fnatic and you meet them later on, it's like, if you bunker down, play heavy intel, play a bit of plant denial, make them work for executes, that could be the struggle. What happens if Fnatic don't get open and pick?
That's right.
They tend to lose the round.
That's exactly right. I mean, yeah, Fnatic skills are not necessarily in problem solving. They're in capitalizing on advantages. If you prevent them from ever getting that advantage to begin with, it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I could see it. Now on the halftime vibe check, you get to talk to your coach for a good 2 minutes, and sometimes there's not much to say because you're swimming, you're doing just fine. Sometimes you wish you had more than 2 minutes because, guys, what the are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, that's the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
I often think about this. Like, if you're a coach in Siege, do you really want to be the person who's throwing out 10 million ideas to think about? Because this is such a complicated game. There is a lot to think about, but there's also the other dimension of it, which is sometimes you just need to encourage your players to be chill. They know how to play this game. You don't need to overstimulate them with extra information. Just make sure that vibes are good. That's why we call it the halftime vibe check, because often that's just as valuable as coming into strategy. I mean, for Fnatic right now, they've been attacking. They're moving on to defense. What value are they getting? Like, you're not making a new strat right now. You have nothing.
Unless.
I'd be very surprised if you're coming up with a new strat mid-game just because you swapped to the defense. You've already done your dry runs. You've already got your little workbooks on the table with all your strats. You already probably know what operator bands are going for.
I think for Fnatic right now, in the last 2 minutes, is talk about the high contest areas, right? We're talking about a horse, for example. The horse door that goes from inside the horse to the outside, super important. If you don't hold that walk in, your bomb site, play commando bathroom, which they are right now, instantly under pressure. It's almost like when you play clubhouse, gym, bomb site, office. It's the backbone that gives you access to everything. Horse works in a similar fashion. So think of Fnatic, guys, when we're playing this bomb site, who's the dedicated horse player? Who's the guy that plays there every single time, and what do you need to thrive? You start off with your baseline, and then maybe if he gets like, I don't know, Yin Candela spammed or Grim Beat or something like that, you go, guys, okay, I need Wamai or Jaeger for next time we play this bomb site. Those small adaptations. And you read into MIPR Los and saying, what were they doing on the defenses that might actually bleed into their attacks? Well, they were over-swinging a bit. They were very too happy to take a gunfight. So we have two choices now for Fnatic. Either you meet them in that danger zone of the fighting, or you say, don't give them any fights. Let them peek and let's wait for them to get to the bomb site doors where we have a crossfire, we have utility, where we know what's going to be happening. And that's the thing, when you have a player like Deadshot, and you have a backline that's Smith and Deepak, the complete opposite kind of player, you can play both styles of the coin, but you have to agree which one you're going to be going for. Because if they're just going to fight the whole world, while 3 people play high. So I want to see them be aligned in the game plan.
Yeah. Los don't actually have any players who are primary shield players, funnily enough. I mean, Dash obviously played a lot of shield back on the wildcard days. But I'm noticing, you know, no shield picks here, no shield bans from Fnatic. All of the shields are very powerful on Fortress. But the fact that MIBR just don't seem to favor that, they have a little bit of Blackbeard in their history from Nux, but just the fact that that's not their preferred playstyle does expose some potential weaknesses in terms of if this doesn't work, right? Twitch and Flores to try and util clear before executing, then they don't have that next idea. However, the Twitch has been helpful for countering those mirror windows. We've already seen one destroyed. The Twitch will also be very useful for countering Thorn and Fenrir. Fnatic really leaning into the traps.
Just back and checked up against King Zero earlier, that 8-6 victory they had, Dash played 1 round of Blitz. That was it.
Interesting.
So it really hasn't been a shield time for this team.
Might be the first engagement here. Daff looks to try and find Citizen, who quickly peeks him. DMR doesn't find the shot. Worried that he's going to get peeked, though, from behind him. His spidey sense is tingling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he crossed.
Yeah, it's actually 2 players about to peek him. He's looking at the wrong side of the doorway. Deadshot goes for a retake. Very unusual. Perez looks to try and trade. He takes down Deepek, but looks the wrong way. Gets baited by his own teammate. Deadshot finds 2 before finally traded back by Dark into the 3 versus 3. In the latter half of this round, Pengu, MIBR Los, they've got a lot of ground, but look at the way Fnatic continue fighting. That is a trap and a half there from Citizen. It does damage, and it does force Dash to limp for a brief moment as the Brit makes his way back towards that bomb site. He has bought MIBR Los, or rather Fnatic, precious time.
But it answers the question that I had, right? Will they fight together or will they play hide and seek? They had 2 people, Deepek and Deadshot, going for the offensive play together, supporting each other, while they had a strong backline just watching that bomb site. We saw Citizen hesitating there. Do I go for the kill? Do I fall back? Okay, I would rather play 3v3 with the Ward, with the Razor Blooms to defend rear, than risking dying or getting a kill. Because time is on their side, position on their side, utility, same exact story. C4 goes out, does a little bit of damage, that's it.
Smith's in position with the SMG-12, does get the Inja, however, his teammate on the bomb site, Wizard, has fallen. It's just up to the new 2 kids on the block from Fnatic. Smith finds a second, he does it all himself! The young gun with the SMG-12 on the bomb site holds firm for Fnatic, and MIBR Los continue trailing further behind.
Oh my. What did I say? The anger play, right? When it gets to the bomb site, Smith will be there, but it's all because of the early aggression here, trading 2 for 2, getting into an awkward position there. If you're attacked with 3 operators, you have less utility, less angles to, attack from, and just not a lot to offer in the round. You see it here, Citizen? Oh my god. And he did say it. It might be our lows. You need to fear Smiths. Worst rated player for Fnatic going into this?
I mean, historically, yes.
Hell of a game.
Yeah, and look, you think about the history of Smiths. I mean, Fnatic is his first foray into Tier 1. He's only 22 years old, and his first appearance on an esports team, that at least as far as what's on Wikipedia, was only a year ago. He's played for 2 teams, below the Tier 1 level. Joins Fnatic, immediately has the responsibility of being the primary shield player for this roster, and while also in a moment like that being able to clutch up. Great to see the young Ukrainian really making a stand here for Fnatic. I don't know if it's too early to say it, but have we finally seen Fnatic break that curse that has been born with them ever since the days of Koi, of now just not being able to be up to snuff? Ever since they won that major championship in Berlin 4 years ago, and then Spoit immediately took that fame and left, they haven't been able to be a top contending team. No. They've been doomed to mediocrity for such a long time. They haven't been able to attract good talent from other teams.
Constant roster changes every single season.
Yeah. And finally they get Citizen, someone with a lot of experience, who's been through a little bit of turmoil, especially what happened with Team Secret. Yeah. And it's like something has finally clicked for Fnatic.
United playstyle perhaps, and same vision for the game. Either way, it's looking pretty damn good so far. Now, this is their map pick. It's what they wanted to play. It might be lows. They are no slouch. They're a good team. They're a good opponent. They are being outskilled at the current present time. We see there Sam in the silhouette. It's Deadshot, always eager for a swing, but this is the thing. We gotta talk about the pacing. Right now, Fnatic don't need to be the playmakers. MIBR Lows are stuck outside the building, not doing a whole lot. They're applying a little pressure, sure. They're reaching some of those walls, sure, but nothing's really happening. The Deimos track, that's a bit of danger. Don't gotta be on that soft corner longer. They've spotted all 5 defending operators, so any track can go through. But look at the timer. 1 minute 20 to work. There is still a flank open for Wizard inside a bathroom. There's still full bombsite control for Fnatic.
Fnatic like to play a very active defense. Wizard is just poised, ready to go for his flank, but Perez is the first one to find a kill. Deepek manages to thread the shot between the smoke and take down that glass. Big kill for him. But MIBR Los have recomposed. They shut down the flank from Wizard. Now Deepek is exposed to the breach outside, but more so to the door, to the bomb site itself. 4v2 advantage now for MIBR Los. The Brazilians have their best chance of trying to get around what seems like forever. Smith clutched up big last time, now he needs to do the same. The first of 4, claimed with the SMG-11 as his final gas spade is tossed on out to try and consolidate his position and allow for the reposition. Goyo popped, He knows that the Deimos will try and hunt him down from behind. Dark actually decides to sprint on through the fire as Dash opens the gates on the bomb site. MIBR Los looking finally like they can handle this defensive side from Fnatic.
Fnatic wanted to fight. They had the smoke babes for plant denial. They had decent positions in the side, but they said, you know what, let's fight by the breach, fight by the bomb side door, try and go for a couple of rat plays. I like this push-up that happened to Deepak. Toxic big man on the door, covering it off. He sneaks up close, but then the flourish drone spots him, and that made the round super awkward, dying by the breach shortly after from an angle on the door. Because Fnatic had every option to just say, let's play far back. We have the smoke for plant denial. We can take the wanted to disrupt MIBR. That was their game plan. This time it goes punished.
Yeah. Thing is, after such a stellar first half with 4 rounds of the attack, you don't need to go too crazy on your defense.
I mean,
already
sometimes
within 2 rounds of winning the map. Right?
When you're taking those swings and those fights and it's working, you want to keep doing it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? You're up against Brazil. They know a thing or two about taking those kinds of fights.
They do.
Oh, is it time for? It's gonna be Nox on it too, not even Dash.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, the stats tell me that Nux has played a bit of Blackbeard, and that's the only shield that's in a top-picked operator from any of the MIBR Los players in the last couple of months. The great drone, by the way, at the start of that round, I believe it should spot out Deadshot there on the Solus. But then vice versa, Deadshot takes down the drone itself. Solus is a curious pick for me.
It just gives you that freedom to roam, right? Like, you know, if there's no drones and there's nothing you can track, then you're probably going to be fine.
You might be able to see the blitz as well if he's walking around with his shield out.
It's worth noting that Nox did put the shield on his back immediately in spawn. Now it's in his front anyway, but there we go.
Oh, he has on his back now.
Yeah. So it could be the same reasoning. You can't get C4 or run out on or whatever, depending on where you are from or where you're in the building. But yeah, when you're playing the Solids, kind of like the same as a Scopus. Scopus can be back towards the bomb site, but that's your entire gadget, so you can always escape. With the Solids, you don't have an escape tool necessarily, but you get to map the layout of the attack based on where the drones are, whatever else you can kind of scan around for. He's gonna see a blitz later on, he sees the diffuser carrier, he sees where the drones are, and the air taps potentially, and it gives him a bit more staying power, because once you TP away with the Scopus, they just take the shell, destroy it, and you can't get back. So Deadshot is playing for his own life, with the other 4 members probably just playing for themselves. But as I say that,
up the ground above the bomb site to MIBR Los, allow Dash to start tearing up the floor. In the late round, they will look for flanks. Citizen has an impact. He could open up the wall right next to Dark, but he has no idea and walks straight into his waiting arms. Now the Dokkaebi call will ring on out onto Smiths. And a second, no, indeed, it's the ability to hack the cameras from Dark. A lot of info now for MIBR Los as Fnatic find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, the issue is they know that Deadshot's also run because they killed Citizen, Melusi. It was Solus that they were looking for earlier, so they know there's a second creep upstairs somewhere. But he's actually kind of snuck past, and Deadshot, if he finds the good timing, could be good for one. The issue is it might be a loss, not working the hacks, not working the verticality, so he's kind of chasing his own tail upstairs. Meanwhile, below, not a pressure on sight.
Yeah.
Finds onto Dark, the Dokkaebi, but the damage is up here. Doesn't find the second.
Great shot from Dash. Deadshot thought he had the gap, but hang on a second. Wizard has snuck into the corner, denied the plant now. MIBR Los are cornered and now eliminated. Wizard has conjured up a storm, 2 big kills after denying the plant. Now it's Perez up against 2. He's got 11 seconds. He knows where that diffuser is, but Deepak has the crossfire from Infirmary. Fnatic again out of nowhere. A reprisal, and for them, it's map point on Fortress.
Oh, they're planning outside the sense wall, outside the smoke grenade, exposed to just the angle on the bomb side doors. It's a way too easy kill for Fnatic that stops the entire plant in the push. And I feel like that's might be our Los, maybe rushing that decision a little bit, thinking, hey, Deadshot is upstairs, he's got the Dokkaebi, side should be vulnerable. But then they deal with Deadshot seconds later with Ram getting that kill out of nowhere. And then I'm thinking, now he can restabilize. Now he can get Ram into the action, watch the verticality, try and get a plant down legitimately, not just hold F and pray for the best.
Yeah. They had time. That's
They did have time.
The saddest part is that MIBR Lows had time to play that slowly. They had the numbers advantage as well.
Oh, timeout.
That is a round that they're really going to kick themselves for losing. Now they take their tactical timeout, and we can really break down
35 seconds.
Crucial moments here. Obviously, Deadshot one up above, but it's a 4v3 plan.
Look at this.
4v2 plans.
What's that plan spot? His back is turned to the bomb site door, and they just die.
By the way, that's a 2 versus 4 for Fnatic, where they didn't even drop a single body.
I mean, Wizard did hit a nasty shot onto Blitz, to be fair. He's having a great time. He's getting the praise for it right there. And I think that's very important to see that the more experienced players, Deadshot, Citizen, DPEG, they are very quick to really praise when Smith clocks, when Wizard hit a nasty shot, and be like, because it means so much more to those players, right? They need that encouragement and be like, oh my God, guys, you guys are crazy. Confidence is everything. I think in the current meta especially, I was backstage with talking to Laxing, and we looked at the game that was happening, and Laxing went, Nick, are you happy that you're not playing this current meta? Because it's like Solid Snake, Shield, Deimos, you know, and I was like, you know, Lax, I miss playing Pro League, but I feel like I would struggle in this meta because there's so much uncertainty and so much chaos in the server. And Lax went, yeah, me too, man. My red plays would never work anymore. You would always just find an elevator to hide in, right? It's
That's so true. Laxit was a little bit of a rat.
It's a very different game nowadays, and I feel like the fact that we're seeing Wizard thriving so well in this randomness, this chaotic moments, is such a good sign. Because if he can navigate that already, and he's got, you know, a much higher ceiling, you can build this guy into a much better player than he already is.
Yeah, you look at Wizard right now, 9 kills.
Same
9
story
rounds
against CAG.
so far, yeah, and he was very good against CAG. Smith has had his fair share of big moments. It talks about youth. I mean, Wizard is a young player himself as well. What did I say? Smith was 22 years old. Wizard is... I actually don't have his age on Wikipedia.
Oh, he's unknown age. Meanwhile, Parasite's fighting, stuck on the staircase. They know it. Oh, the timing is bad.
This is awkward, Smith. Watch out. Perez does a little bit of damage early in the round. Makes his position known. The shotgun with a Deimos from below. It's like a budget buck, but can be even more valuable if he gets that death mark going.
Yeah. But it does stop the initial push there, right? We saw Fnatic play that gap-finding playstyle, and they say, you know what? We can figure that out too. We're playing by the staircases, watching the entries.
Hasn't worked though. It's been shut down.
Yeah. But, I mean, trying is half the battle, right? The fact that you want to go for it at the timeout on 6-3 for lows? That's ballsy, if you will. But the issue is when you got that primary shotgun, you're very limited in where the fighting is good for you. Sure, there's a secondary DMR pistol sort of situation, but it's not an automatic weapon. It's not going to be as easy any longer. Smith could be stuck in this corner. Doesn't have that C4 for fallback. The nade goes way too wide, so he'll be quite fine in this corner. He can just kind of stick around, but the Cadellas makes it hard. Will fall back behind the wall.
Perez given space. And Nux tries to take that space.
Wait,
Out comes the Reaper, recently buffed. It finds Smith's head. The Fnatic bite back immediately, and Perez is now down. Shotgun brought out by Nux, but that will not be of assistance to him in these longer range fights that DPEG is looking to take. Worried about that Claymore, poke through the drone hole, but he's been spotted.
There's a reinforcement spare here. You could do something cheeky and, you know, barricade up those walls, fall back, play layup a little bit. Look at the timer, 60 seconds. The site isn't anywhere near.
There's a lot still to be done here for MIBR Lows. They have to get active as they start to try and peek on through Horse. It's Daffo with Wizard finding the kill. Great entry though from Daffo, finds one. Now assisted by his teammate coming in to support. It's Dash. The two of them together try and piece this up, but Wizard again making his presence felt in the server. 3v2 as Fnatic look to close up Fortress. They have that defuse. Dark brings it back into it. Now he is left all alone. 1v3 for the map as MIBR Lows are out of second chances. Fnatic are soaring high today. One map in the books and one step closer to the group stage.
Confidence-inspiring game as well from the individuals of Fnatic on the defense, but on the attack, very much a team effort. Did a bit of gap finding, some fast attacks start things off, then kind of went back to the fundamentals, the Brava, the Twitch, clearing the traps, finding opening after opening, and then also a bit of clutchness there. Smith had a moment, Wizard had a moment, Citizen had a moment. that was their map choice. So that's where they're supposed to be dominating, right? The real star will happen on the second map of this BO3 because that's the question mark. Can they do the same thing on MIBO Los's playground?
Well, even if Fnatic had modest expectations, they have certainly exceeded them so far. I mean, this team that hasn't qualified for an international event in the last 6 years are now 2 maps deep, looking better and better with every single game that goes on by. Just one more map, and they're through to phase 2 of the play-ins.
They're looking very confident, very comfortable. I mean, you can even see it on the stage. Watching backstage, you can just see there's a composure about them that is incredibly dangerous. If you are a team like MIBR Los, you are worried going into that second map.
Oh, yeah.
Look, like you said, to be fair, Fortress is Fnatic's map pick. We expect them to be comfortable. But I think it's in the rounds that they were winning that I'm a little bit worried. They looked so confident on those rounds. Yeah. They were closing things out without a question. There was no doubt that they were rounds for Fnatic. And I think I don't want to shift too quickly into Cafe because we can wrap this up nicely in a little bow. But I think that for me, Fortress sets a tone for Fnatic for the rest of this tournament now. They've started out their first 2 maps really confidently, really comfortable. Moving over to Cafe, I mean, are you a little worried here for the Brazilian roster?
I mean, if I recall correctly, Citizen, he's a cafe merchant, okay? He loves that map. He's popping off on each league and plays aggro peaks, and we saw how well they're working together. We had that shot being on that, I'm gonna call it overly aggressive position, where I'm thinking, please walk backwards, don't keep walking forward. But then they have Deepak supporting him, Citizen supporting him, they're making it a bait play all of a sudden, thinking, hey, I'm one sole roamer, JK, I got friends.
Yeah.
And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, that's fair game, but the fact that they have the foresight to try and make that play together, that's the big story for me. It's a good way to play the game, and they did it time and time again.
Yeah, Fnatic are really working together, and I think what you've said previously really is ringing true. Is like, this is a team that is finally on the same page.
Yeah.
5 players that want to play the same style of Siege. 5 players that believe that they've actually got a motivation to get new trophies, right? Like, I mean, Deepak's won trophies before, Citizens won stuff before. Like, they actually want to show that with this new generation, this insertion of young and up-and-coming talent, that they're eager to make an impact. And, yeah, I've been really impressed by them. I think they're playing great Siege at the minute. I think that they haven't been truly tested necessarily.
I would agree.
But, of course, you know, there's this BO3 and then one more BO3 and they make it to group stage. I think even that alone would be an achievement, but we can't deny and say, like, if most people look at this bracket for the play-ins, everyone admittedly has Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic making it out of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that MIBR Los is the only team in there that would throw a spanner in the work to that prediction, Dev?
No, I think there are a lot of teams that could throw a spanner in the works, but I also admit that today has not panned out the way I expected. I did not expect CAG to struggle so much.
Sure.
And I also didn't expect Chiefs to lose to King Zero. Sorry, to Tyloo. Yeah.
Kings,
I also didn't expect King Zero to put up a fight to Los, so who knows? I think anything is possible. With the current state of things, I think that we could see all kinds of upsets, but one thing is for sure is whichever one of these teams loses this upper bracket match and drops down into the lower bracket, it would be devastating to lose that lower bracket game and know that you can't make it to phase 2.
Well, and you're going up against 2 teams that will be hungry for that chance, right?
Yeah,
you really do have a really dangerous lower bracket in this group specifically. If we just keep it within the confines of this discussion, KZ, CAG by Barrel, both those teams are going to be going toe-to-toe with each other. And the winner of that match is going to have momentum. I think the conversation that we can really hone in on a little bit for Fnatic right now is they're very convincing. At the moment, in their opening matches, they've been
so
very
cautious, right? At the moment, right now,
doing it.
I know.
I hate it so much.
But I understand why we're doing it, because it is such a dangerous, kind of like scary position, because we don't want to be like, oh, they're so good, they're back, they've never looked better, and then like they falter the final hurdle, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to baby them a bit, because again, I think their own expectations are quite low, as they should be.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing them and like, oh my god, wait, they're better and better and better. We raise our own expectations, which isn't entirely fair. Because going into this, I thought, sure, they'll make it out, into the second stage of play-ins, but that's it.
Yeah.
They're not making it further.
Yeah.
But now they could, maybe.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Fnatic for one particular reason. I think they're playing with no inhibitions, which I don't think can be said for a lot of the teams that we've seen play today.
Do you reckon they're feeling the rain on their skin? Sorry, I had to,
Okay.
I had to just jump. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have ruined that point.
No, I love it. Now I just can't get that song out of my head. But
It's
thank you
bad,
very
isn't
much.
it? It's just on repeat.
I thought I was really onto something there, but now I cannot talk about having no inhibitions without thinking about that. So thank you very much. I was going to make a point about how I think MIBR are playing with inhibitions, but yeah, they're holding back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think Fnatic are one of the only teams I've seen play today that doesn't seem like they're nerfing themselves. frankly.
Yeah.
And I think it's because genuinely, you look at the players, they're having fun.
Yeah. I think that's a really important piece to that puzzle. But is it enough to go through groups? Do you know what I mean?
I think, we're still a few steps away from that.
Sure.
Who knows? Yeah.
Look, I think the way that they've performed so far is well and truly convincing enough to make that argument that if they continue this, if they get into groups, they could have a very confident run. Now, comfortable and confident are two very different pieces of this conversation. I want to make sure that we separate them with a lot of context, because you can be very convincing, very comfortable, but then making sure that you're consistent. There's a lot of C words that just keep appearing in this vocabulary right now. But it is finding that momentum and finding the path forward for Fnatic. I think right now, as it stands, Fnatic are in a really good position, right? We're going to Cafe. They've got a little small break in between, but it's the rounds that they're winning where there's just no question. They look like they're having fun. They look like they're enjoying themselves, but the no expectations on their side, outside of making it through play-ins, I think is really important, Nick.
I think so as well. I think this is actually a very strong position, because if, let's say you're Fnatic and you somehow made first in EML, for example, you had a bit of a one-off performance, right? Because that's not supposed to happen. And you go into groups off the rip. You're gonna get torn to pieces. You're gonna go straight against your face clan, right? The best teams in the world. You go into play-ins. You play slightly better opponents. Get some warm-up.
Yeah.
You have Wizard, complete rookie, who's popping off right now. He's shaking against face clan. He's shaking against the big dogs, right? But he's playing the smaller teams, and he builds that ego, that inner ego that you need. This is basically a scenario. You start in the very beginning against the weakest competition that we have to offer, and you slowly get better.
Yeah. I want to flip the conversation, talk about MIBR lows for a second.
Yeah.
Because these guys have, like I said, rebuilt their team this year.
Yep.
And they're looking for a lot more. I think there's a lot of potential. People went crazy about Perez. I think it was in kickoff. He almost broke a kill record, or he had one of those.
That was almost did, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but I think it might be the highest EPS rating we've ever seen in Siege. It was something insane. He got like 19 kills to 2 deaths or something crazy like that. You look at the rest of this roster, Dash was so good on wildcard. Like, admittedly, the team is probably doing better since he moved on. But he was a scary player with that team. He's had experience in a couple of different environments, a couple of different metas, and I think the rest of this team has a lot of potential with, Dark, Nux, Daffo. I think that these guys are capable of much more than we've seen from them so far, but Salt Lake City was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, yes, they had quite a few games. They did make it through groups and into the Swiss stage, ended up losing to some pretty solid teams like Wildcard, Dark Zero, Weibo, for example, EP. Like, those are the only teams that they lost to in that tournament. They had some decent wins as well over CAG, namely. But I think that they need to continue this form. It might take a little bit of time to build up experience with some of these less known players like your Nux and your Dark and your Daffo, but I think they're going to get there. I just think that they've been dealt a tough hand because they're playing against a really fiery Fnatic. I mean, like, Citizen is such a confident and fiery player.
Yeah.
He's going crazy. Deadshot and Wizard are fragging out.
Yeah.
Smith is pulling his weight, and so is Deepak. Like, this is a team that I think is finally, seeing the light. And for the first time in years, Fnatic actually start to have this little creeping thought. It's like, maybe this is actually possible. Maybe we actually can be a great team.
It's interesting about both of these teams having really good, foundations, right? They've got some players, with immense experience that have been here and done this before. And I think it's about those building blocks now. I think it's about finding your groove at EWC, given the fact that play-ins goes for such a short period of time. And for some teams, this is their entire event. Today and tomorrow could be the entire event. I think that this is the perfect opportunity now to set yourself into a position where, play-ins or not, you can build upon these performances. And I think for MIBR Los, they're in a really weird position. From my opinion, when I look at them and I go, well, you at the current state of how the rest of the Brazilian scene and LATAM scene goes, you are that underdog. You are the dark horse, but you've got the makings of a team that could slowly start to chip away.
And it's hard, right? Because when you're the underdog, how many players can you talk to and be like, hey, do you want to play for us? There's so many bigger, better teams, right? And on the other side, it's also a matter of, okay, how do we make ourselves a Brazilian team that is just a little bit different? We're not going to be FaZe 2.0, Fury 2.0. No, we are MIBR lows. What do we do differently? I'm not seeing any particular shield play. We saw one round earlier. We saw one round here today. 2 rounds of shields. That's not a lot, especially when one can go to overtime. We saw 1 round of glass, also just a one-off. I'm not seeing a distinct playstyle where I feel like MIBR lows yet have gotten their own identity in the bigger picture scenario. So that's what I'm missing from them. When we're seeing Fnatic, we saw Deadshot make those plays with his teammates time and time again, trying to disrupt their opponent very decisively. So that's maybe the one area of MIBR lows where I want to see a little bit more.
And do you know what the best part is? We do get to see a little bit more because it's time for us to get underway with our second map of Cafe. It's set up so nicely. You know what? I think I'll just let professionals do what they do best.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Enjoy the bands, mate.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you, Rob. Look, I'm going to let you take this one because you're getting already very excited about the Wamai band. Got your Monty band, Castle, Capital.
I'm a big fan of this MIBR lows, okay? So, normally a Wamai band it deserves a, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Who's their coach?
Didn't you hear? Wamai's the GOAT now, bro.
Oh, that's right. He got
the
buffed.
GOAT.
That's the thing, right? He got deployable shield, and the C4. He got one more magnet, recharges faster, bigger pickup radius, and they picked him up. They charge up faster, rather. So when you slam them on the ground to the ceiling, it'll just catch projectiles in 1.4 seconds of activation.
I was in the car, I was hanging out with Brito this morning to shoot some content. We were hanging out in the car afterwards, and mics were off, and we are just chatting. And I was like, dude, the meta must be so different for you as a support player right now, because you're used to doing all this droning. These days, there's so many ops like, Snake, Deimos, Dockerby, there's so many crazy powerful ops. What do you think is the most overpowered operator in the game right now? And he's like, it's none of that. It's Wamai.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, that's the thing, right? Is Wamai, operators like your Wamai, your Asami, your Mira, I'm gonna call map-changing operators, if you will. They can shape how a position changes, and that affects every operator in the game. Because all of a sudden, they can have a defender in an area that normally is easy to clear. Now it's no longer clear. And Clash is similar, which is being played right here. If you play Clash in piano and you don't bring a Nomad or something like that, how are you gonna deal with the Clash? You're probably not. You're gonna do something else and be forced into a plan B. So yeah, Wamai got buffed significantly. It's been target banned away. Same with the Castle, which often could also be the Asami instead as a substitute.
Yeah.
Because it really weakens the piano hold, and piano gives you access to all the bomb sites, with the exception of the, I would call it basement, but the kitchen bomb site. So I like this initial start of MIBR lows. I love Fnatic banning the Capital and Monty saying Cafe is an execute-oriented map. We're gonna weaken you on the executes by banning these operators that are great for it. And they're getting active. C4 goes out on Whitestairs window to enable the fallback from the defenders of Fnatic. They're gonna say, you know what, let's play 5v5. We have Clash, we have some C4s. Funny enough, Wizard is not playing DMR, but Deadshot, he's still upstairs. This guy, he always wants to fight, got the yellow ping, has the intel, wants a second, C4 goes side, his teammate gets the kill instead, and just like that, 5v3 for Fnatic, just like Fortress, they bring the fight to MIBR lows.
That's right, active defense, they're all about it, they love the roam. Now, it doesn't matter that MIBR have vertical dominance, doesn't matter that they can start opening up the floors. They're not going to find these kills. I mean, even if Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, it doesn't matter. Deadshot tries to get away. No, he doesn't go down brown stairs, though. He stays alive.
He's going to keep fighting. What do you mean?
This guy cannot be contained.
No.
Surely the kill comes through here. A little bit of damage. Look at the way Deadshot actually doubles back. A lot of people would have probably gone down the stairs, but no, he instead goes into laundry. And yeah, you're right. I think that they're aware of it. In comes a flash. In comes a nade as well. They look to try and get the kill. Eventually, finally, Deadshot will fall.
Interesting. I think maybe his teammate of Wizard gave it away. He tossed a Soto canister, a freeze from Tubrow on the ceiling, so below his feet of Deadshot, and it showed where the freeze was happening from to disable any gadget drones. Air jab goes out, but there's the Clash in the back portion. Gas fire popped as well. Bit of trouble. Shield will get rid of it with the grenade. But 30 seconds, James. This isn't the site. There's a whole hallway after this.
5 minutes have a big impact here for Narcs, but Wizard, Smith, and Citizen together rip apart MIBR Los. A defense that was chaotic in the start and chaotic through to the end. but textbook for Fnatic. So classic, so on character. MIBR Los on their map pick already off to a headache.
So the only thing right now for Fnatic that I think they have to be very conscious of is what Deadshot managed to do this round isn't supposed to happen. Sometimes it will, that's phenomenal, but if you play this 100 times, maybe works 10 of those, maybe 15 if you're really skilled and experienced. I don't want them to feel like he can keep doing these kinds of plays, where he will get misdroned a couple of times, stay top floor, take a fight, win it, and keep disrupting, and because he stalled for so much time single-handedly. So there's two things that I can do long-term right now. One is that Deadshot is not going to keep making that kind of play, despite the fact that it's working. The other one is genuinely look and consider to scope us. Because then you can go as crazy as you want and always TP back and escape. Because if I'm an MIBR Los player right now, I'm going, guys, when we go roam clearing, there will be a player Deadshot. He's not going to fall back. He's always going to be in the corner, double drone, everything, no mistakes. We kill him, we play 5v4, now we can win the round. So just Fnatic really keep that in the back of their minds right now. They cannot keep leveraging that same way to win the game. It has to change throughout Cafe.
Yeah, look, if I'm MIBR Los right now, I'd consider playing a Solid Snake or something just to try and down these roamers. One of the great things about Solid Snake on Cafe is if you're on the rappels on the outside of the building, you can quickly sprint around the rappels with your gadget out.
Oh yeah.
And you can quickly go up and down, check the different floors. You get so much info so quickly. You combine that with someone entering on the top floor, and these roamers are going to be really under a lot of pressure early. Speaking about pressure, early, Wizard tries to hold on. Impact comes out, a little bit of damage onto Nux. In comes the flash, but the crossfire. Deadshot comes to help on out, traded back by Dash. Damage has been done though. From Fnatic, they've read into this rush. It might be Arlosa into the bomb site, but they need to find more kills. Perez will do so. The Finker has an impact, a banging impact at that. But they need to find the numbers advantage, almost acclaimed, but Smith quickly rips it back. This map is so bloody fast. Fnatic continue fighting back and forth. The round is over before it even begins. And while it was a valiant effort from MIBR Los, it is not to be.
That should have been their round victory. They were quickly in there, they got the good trades, they had the bomb site control partially instead of dining, and yet Fnatic, they're all there. Whenever a fight happens, a defender dies, somebody else takes their position, they get the trade back, they regain the ground. They are suffocating MIBR Los despite the fact that they're a defending team. They're not fighting back, they're outright fighting them.
Yeah.
They bring the fight as quickly as possible. We saw Wizard running away from the shield, but again, Deadshot was above, had the angle, they bait the kill once more. There's never just one defender. And MIBR Los, they're kind of running into these rounds very blind. First round, they misdrone Deadshot top floor, he gets a freebie. This round, they chase Wizard with the Blitz Flash, thinking that there's going to be no support, but the whole team was there.
It's a three-way crossfire onto the Blitz as well. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you kind of need to take that ground and then not hard commit to the rush.
Either you catch Wizard or he escapes.
Yeah.
You can't have him escape and then chase after him into the bomb site. That's too far.
Yeah, no, I think Fnatic are really good at playing smartly into these crossfires, right? Like, in moments like that, like MIBR Los have taken up like map control. In theory, they could be planting, but Fnatic know they don't have to panic.
No,
you can just sit back and wait. Oh, I don't hear that plant going down. Okay, let's not go crazy. I think there's a sledge just standing in the bomb site because they're held on in, doing nothing. We can just peek him. We don't need to stress the hell out and peek one by one. Recompose, play it together. It's a strength of Fnatic, their ability to just not panic and lock in, just have a very chill attitude.
It's a big praise to Smith. He was the pulse inside our train who was like, he could have easily just swung the sledge and died. He waited till his teammate got the combat and then he swung with him and got a trade instead, having a weaker gun, the Reaper.
Okay.
Bit of a bait there. Wizard was looking for the air jab for the run out, but Dark was there actually watching with the angle as well. That's the issue about playing the solos. Oh guys, it's free, you go for it. Well, they're watching with a gun as well. Good counterplay from MIBR Los. This time they actually just outbrain them, bait them into an offensive play, get the opening pick, and this is the round of theirs. It's tertiary bomb site, right? Technically speaking here, third round, and they got the opening pick. It's not gonna get any better on Cafe than this round right here. But can they convert to a round victory? That's the question.
Oof. Nice angle from Wizard. The flash pops off though, and he will be forced back. Perez just hoping there's an overpeak here. But no, instead, Deadshot was never dealt with inside of Cigar. And yeah, inside of Piano, he just peeks on out, takes him down. We're into a 3v3. I mean, this is where Fnatic lives.
There's 3 guys on the roof. Nox just dropped down the hatch. Like, how have we not entered the building yet?
So disjointed.
They were in Cigar, they were peeking Piano, they had a guy on White Window Repel earlier. That is just, like, not synced up on the plan from MLB Los right now.
A lot of breakdowns here. Finally, the vert starts to open up here from MIBR Los. Remember, this bomb site is actually mining and fireplace, which means it's a very loose type of round. In a 3v3, it's very hard to execute onto this bomb site. However, Dark finding that kill on the D-Peck might just give them a chance. Now, there is a Mozzie drone in the bomb site for Deadshot. In the late round, that B bomb site will be more vulnerable.
Yep. No C4
right,
though,
guys.
just one Toxic Babe, so the guns have to hit their shots here for Fnatic. They cannot play the plant denial game. They can take the fight as MIBRLOs are planting the 2v2 though, but Deadshot finds one. So
It's too
even
late to be
numbers.
opening this wall
It's
with
way too
Hibana.
late.
And you just walk straight into Smith. Now it's a 1v1. Nux has the defuse, but
playing
surely
it so
going
well.
for a plant here
It's only
would
a
be
peek hole.
a massive mistake. The peek hole gives the audio
Oh, he's
cue
playing
to
so
Smith.
smart.
Now he knows that there's no way for Nux to try and go for
doesn't
the
even
kill.
try.
Tries to swing him from the other side, but he doesn't land the kill. Smith, with the patience of a god and balls of steel, waits it out and wins a 3rd round for Fnatic.
Hibana open the walls with 14 seconds left, and there are peak holes, not even entry holes. I'm thinking you have to walk down the hallway regardless at that point. Why not just walk down together, shaved off the 5 seconds of breaching, and just get it done? Those Hibana breaches worked against them, because now Swiss can peek through them from Laundry. Small things again. Hold on.
Mozzie?
Hold the phone.
Deadshot ban.
We have banned Mozzie. Have we lost the plot?
To be fair, there were a lot of moments in that round where they were trying to drone,
Sure.
but the Mozzie stopped them.
Like, it's cafes, single doors, windows, sure, but I'm also just like, Mozzie ban? In
I
2026?
think if you're struggling because you can't drone, then you're not playing the meta because you don't need to drone nearly as much
Now they
in
play
this
mute,
meta.
which also stops the Deimos track, which also stops the Solid Snake, which stops... Don't get detected if you're in it already.
Let him keep playing Mozzie and just bloody play Solid Snake already.
I was gonna
Seriously.
say.
You haven't seen a single snake
I
hit.
feel like the mute jammer is gonna be just as big of an issue, if not bigger, because you get SMG11, a good primary shotgun, you keep the C4 BP. Again, I'm not gonna judge it too hard. Maybe it's the fact that it might be knows they're down 0-3 on their own map. They've had a couple of rough rounds and a questionable ban. But also, you're leaving open Asami, which you haven't seen almost any. Have you seen actually? Oh, we actually have seen it twice.
Yeah, we've seen two
it twice.
Asamis.
I'm
I think you should be
Asami
banning.
is good for every side.
Ban Asami, or ban Mira, or ban Smoke. I don't care. Like, ban Malusi if you want to go for these rushes. But just don't bother banning the Mozzie. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity when you're not really leveraging the other Intel operators nearly as much. You ban Mozzie, you know what Deadshot's going to do? He's going to play an operator with more utility and roam on that
with a
instead.
better gun.
Yeah, he's on Goyo now. He's got a better gun.
TCSG ACOG, man, it's over.
Better gun and better util. So even if you do kill him on the roam, you're going to be fighting against this stack of util on the bomb site. Kayi Tubarao, Azami Goyo, Echo. Good luck, mate.
And again, we look at Fnatic's operator bans, right? They are actually... I feel like at this point, they're disrespecting MIBRLOS a little bit, but for good reason. They're still banning bomb site execute operators, Capital, Monty, Ying. They haven't felt pressured on the roam clear because, like we keep saying, they haven't played the roam clear operators. Where like, if they played Solid Snake or Deimos or Blackbeard every single round and it was working out, they would have to ban it, surely. Not the Ying. But they're like, well, they don't play those operators.
And they're not very good at shield, so let's not bother banning out the Blackbeard or
Exactly.
the Blitz.
It's just the Monty, because Monty is that, like, impossible to kill operator that will just walk in piano and take map control for free. That's why they target it. So I feel like MIBRLOS, like I said before this map started, I'm failing to see an identity of why they're different from every other Brazilian team in a positive way. They're not like superstar glass team. They're not all-star entry fraggers. They're not super good at executing. They're like a bit of everything, but I'm lacking like the identity. And I feel like the operator bans almost show it because there's no key operators being utilized the same way as most teams at this event.
Yeah.
Not in the game that we've seen, at least.
Yeah. Fnatic have really been dictating the pace of this game, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I think this round will be even harder than what Lowe's have faced so far, just because of the stack of bomb site util that Fnatic have brought to the table. We need to see maximum value here from the Twitch and IQ combo.
Oh.
Deepak going down early is big, though. We need the IQ and Twitch to work together, though, to find these Electrocores and these Yokai drones.
Thankfully, a decent amount of time, though. There's a nice bit of self-destruction. You put the breaching charge crouch level on the wall vertically, and it's like, or horizontally rather, and it's gonna break the floor past the wall as well. You get a very nice deep angle in towards the side for a bit of pressure. That's the third and final chance there from Dash. Now he's just solely on the scanner, drones or guns up. They got the claw, they got the hatch. It's gonna be a good old backside take with the sense, with the vert. Blackbeard can walk in with the diffuser. There's not going to be a ton of counterplay here for Fnatic. They shouldn't be able to C4 the plan there ever because they're going to be playing very far away. And the Yoga drones, like you said, can be found with the IQ Twitch combination. This should just be a relatively free plant.
Set up well here for MIBRLOS, however they are flipping the push and instead going for Bakery. That's very risky. Great play from Deadshot, quickly traded back. Perez finds a double. Numbers advantage for MIBRLOS, a 4v2, but we've seen them let these slip before. Fnatic still have very much a real chance of winning this round with 30 seconds left to play.
They do. Perez very low on HP, and they spent all the util early on the back portions. This frontal attack is very limited. Smoke goes out. Darkens at the bomb site itself. There is 2 C4s when they start landing, but Dark with a nice angle finds the kill. Devil with the second. All of a sudden, there's a bit of life. I was worried for a second, but they get a round on the board regardless.
Finally, first round on the board for MIBRLOS on the attacking side. A second is all they need to hit par for the course of attacking Cafe, but we've seen Fnatic on their attack today so exceptional. If they swap onto the attacking side later at a 4-round advantage, I do think that Fnatic might still be able to find 3 attacks and put this game to bed 2-0 without even needing overtime.
A little bit of energy there on the player cam, that's good. Very well needed. Now, I'm curious if they're going to stick to Blackbeard once again here and get a shield on the board. It didn't technically match in the previous round because you died to the Goyo Fines or pre-fire, but still, I do think that the shield gives them that pushing power that they're so desperate for. And it's also not a fair gunfight. If Blackbeard walks in a room and the defender is looking at them, not much is going to happen, but they have to respect the existence of the Blackbeard. They do go off it, last second onto Ram instead. Get a bit of verticality, so this is very clearly a full map control, top floor, air jab stuff off, do the vert, go into our plant position. So once again, MIBRLOS, they're saying we need to fight them early in the roam clear and work through the layers of the map. And that is something that they usually don't succeed at.
Yeah.
They are working against themselves a little bit, up against the mirror windows, the pulse C4 downstairs. There's a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I think it's really telling, looking at the MIBRLOS lineup, what they do and don't respect out of Fnatic.
Yeah.
The one thing they really respect is flanks, because they've got both the Nomad and the Gridlock.
God, dude, he keeps flanking us.
Yeah, but interestingly, they're not bringing any util to deal with Mira. They're not bringing any util to find players, to execute on players. Obviously, Ying is banned, Capitao is banned, but yeah, Lion, Dockerbee, Solid Snake, Deimos are all left open.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in the lineup, just like as a final comment on it, is I'm seeing a lot of things that's great when they have the map control.
How do you get
but how are they gonna get the map control, right? Let's say they clear top floor, Gridlock, Nomad, bit of verticality was not to love. But like you said, how do they deal with the mirror windows? How do they clear piano, stock, top floor cocktail? I don't know. But when you look at the attack and lineup, that's what they need to do because they have Ram, they have Sophia, they have flank watchers. They need to take top floor control. They're on the piano repels, half the round burned away, nothing gained, waiting for a run out, waiting for a flank somewhere, hopping on their drones. And guess what Fnatic are doing? Nothing. Because they don't need to do anything right now. They're chilling.
You're right. Fnatic have been so active on their defense, so aggressive and keen to jump out. As I say that, they do it back. They do it again. They do it again. They don't care. There's an air jabs in play. They don't care about the Nomad
the bomb side
or the Gridlock. They'll go for these plays anyway. They find one kill. Elsewhere, Smith will fall, but still, Fnatic retain their advantage. Dark may be inside of the bomb site, but it does not matter.
Nox is nearby. The red corridor 90.
You can
Found.
You can trade back and
Shots.
forth. It doesn't matter.
Last lap on site.
Triple for Deadshot, and now Dark is still on the bomb site. 1v2 as he gets that defuse back.
These Solis is dead.
Still so winnable here for Deepek and Citizen. Dare I say favored for them. Dark has to play this perfectly. Both of these Fnatic players are actually very much separated. They will let this plank go down and look to play it in the retake. They need to bide their time, get the info together. Now the smoke actually helps provide an avenue of safety for Dark, but of course the feet holes behind him will leave him vulnerable. Citizen will take him down. A fourth round of defense on the board for Fnatic as MIBR Los have one final chance to conjure up a little bit of valiance before the half will close.
And it's good how they got inside the bomb side and got a couple of kills, but again, from the top-down perspective, no pressure, right? I didn't see it execute. I didn't see a game plan happen in the server. They never took piano. They never contested cocktail. They're on the window repels. Guess what? Wizard jumps out the window. SMG 11 in hand, gets a kill. Not supposed to happen, but there's no punishment because guess what? There was no air jab. Nobody's watching it, and there's no pressure anywhere on the map where Fnatic felt, okay, going for jump out is a risky play. There's no one anywhere, it feels like, from the attack of MIBR Los. They're paying the consequences right now, being down 1-4. They've done this to themselves. Fnatic have done the things that they need to do, and that's it. MIBR Los, they have fallen short on these attacks. And if you want to go to a map, I know you gotta start on a harder side. That happens. That's always the case, technically. But you gotta be able to play both sides of the coin. You can't go 1-5 on your attacks and be like, you know what, we got defense coming up. It's like, no.
Also, like, listen, you can't be bringing Gridlock and Nomad and getting jumped out on.
No,
you are investing.
And not take top floor control.
You're investing 2 entire operators into preventing one thing.
And the Ram, what did the Ram do that round?
Nothing.
Bugger all. They should have played, and we can keep saying, right, a shield, solid snake, Dokkaebill line, and just storm the bomb side. That would have had a better chance at working out than what that last round was.
For sure. Look, I'm okay with the Nomad. I just think that doubling down here is such a waste. And yeah, I think there are so many operators that MIBR need to be leveraging here. You just, like, you're irresponsible if you're not trying to play a solid snake or a shield. We do have the Blackbeard here for the final round of attack of MIBR.
That's good. Let's see what the plan is then. I would love a step-by-step. Again, there's no real counter for the mirror. I mean, you can technically say Ibanez Kairos is a counter, but that can be dealt with relatively easily if you play in piano or have any sort of denial or impact grenades. In this case, they could just Asami off an angle, run in, shoot them, but we'll see what happens later on. C4 downstairs, Fnatic playing the layers, a classic style on Cafe, using the verticality. You say, hey guys, go on piano, C4 below. Go into cocktails, C4 below. And on paper, what Fnatic they want to do in this round is just get 1 kill with any of their 3 C4s, and they're happy. Then they get the 5v4, they play first, or they play downstairs, beneath the bomb site instead of mining and dining. And they got the pulse, they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Smith is in such a pivotal position here. Sandwiched between the 2 bomb sites on his pulse scanner, continuing to just feed info to his team. A missed opportunity there from Dash, trying to cut off Deadshot. He fails to do so. However, Citizen will go down. Good angle on the windows from Daffo. But MIBR Los still do not have full piano control. There's more work to be done.
Piano control. Now they got Cigar control. That's the first step. And if they're in Cigar, they can watch that pixel angle in towards piano itself. Then they can Excalibur off the mirror window, and then they can keep progressing. But then we'll talk about the timer. 60 seconds left. There's still those C4s lingering downstairs. Now, guess what? Citizen gets permanent cam watching duty, utilizing those Valkyrie cams are great.
Oh,
If C4 goes out, it's pretty perfect. That's the one C4 kill they needed. That's the pulse downstairs, and they can't get the hatch any longer.
There's no more hard breach.
The hatch is reinforced, and Ibanez is dead.
That is devastating.
Now they have the vertical pressure to get the angles, yes, but there's no way into the bomb site except for the hallways of the staircases. So they're super limited now in going quickly.
Without breaching the hatch here, not only do they not have a way onto the bomb site, as you said, they also don't have a very strong way of isolating these players that have been playing inside of Train before. Smith has been able to escape into Fireplace, into the other bomb site. Not enough control here from MIBR Los as 15 seconds remain and continue ticking down. A big opportunity now, but Dark misses his shots. Devastated. Now our MIBR as they desperately need to get into a plant position. Nox inside of mining. Needs to look for the plant, but he has no friends on site. And so now it's up to just Plant and R from Wizard. Gets in a position. The plant is denied. Fnatic dominate 5-1 on the defensive Cafe. Just 2 rounds away from sending MIBR low.
So convincing as well, every single round. Nox is solo on the bomb side with the Blackbeard holding F, praying that somehow they don't shut him down, that no C4 gets tossed his way, then he walks into the bomb side. There are 2 other attackers upstairs, looking down the vertical angles, almost baiting, trying to get a single kill. You gotta get in the action, guys. Your teammate is by the bomb side, fighting for his dear life. And the highlight pack will show it all. It's been individual moments by Fnatic, team victories from Fnatic. They have been better every step of the way. And this has been MIBR Lowe's map pick. This isn't Fortress, this is Cafe. But it's the same result.
Yeah, Fnatic have really leaned into this chaotic play style, and they have used it to run rings around MIBR Lowe's. 5-1 is such a devastating pill to swallow here for MIBR.
I mean, they gotta go crazy on side swap.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty confident this is a 2-0 in the books for Fnatic. They'll be our first team to qualify through to phase 2 of the play-ins, which means that they are just a single best-of-3 series away from the group stage. For a team that hasn't qualified for an international event with this roster at all, not since they had an Australian team 6 years ago, that is everything. For a player like Deadshot, who spent so much time in the hell that was that Wolves roster, doomed to qualify for every event, and then achieved nothing at every event.
Grouped every time.
Every single time. For a player like Citizen, who has been bouncing around between different teams, drama-filled region swaps. For a player like Deepek, who remembers what it was like to lift a major trophy 4 years ago with
stuck around all this time.
And he's the only player that remains from that roster, the only one that hasn't decided to leave for greener pastures. What a moment this is for Fnatic, and of course for Sathis as well, who's been coaching this team for an extremely long time.
He's still a fraud.
Thank you, Reddit.
Yeah.
Really
I'm pretty sure they could win this event flawlessly, and they would still hate Tristan on Reddit. Just because of the years of anguishment that they suffered in Fnatic, you know?
Poor guy, poor guy. What can he do?
He's doing good
to regain public trust?
I spoke to him a couple different times. We speak about the roster situation and like what they need as a team, and he always told me that they needed like a shield player. And I was like, but who are you gonna get? You're a bottom EML team.
Have you heard of this 22-year-old Ukrainian fella called Smith?
Apparently now I do. I have heard about it, right? And then I swear to God, when they qualified for EWC or maybe it was either when they qualified or after we cast them one of the days. It's after we cast him.
Yeah, I remember.
He
Like,
DM'd
who the
me,
hell is this guy?
and he was like, "So Smith on shield, huh?" Eye emoji. And I was like, "You got your shield player.
Yeah.
You got your shield player."
I love that.
So no, I feel like they have finally, and it took so long, but they finally found the players that they were missing. Not the starter, not the experience necessarily. Yes, they have Deadshot and Citizen, whatever, but the roles in which the individual can fulfill. Whether it's going to be the solo confidence, the backstep lurking, the proper IGL, the shield player. Also, first map where we don't see a shield ban here from MIBR Lowe's. They're leaving the Monty open, every other shield with it, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before that Monty will come into action, because Monty thrives on Cafe, especially top floor attacks.
I mean, Fnatic only need 2 rounds of attack here. They got 4 on Fortress, by the way.
Yeah.
And yes, Cafe is a different kettle of fish, but I do very much think that this is the real deal here from Fnatic. They actually mirror MIBR Lowe's bans. They get rid of the castle and the Wamai. And funnily enough, MIBR Lowe's actually playing very similar lineup to what we saw out of Fnatic. Azami, Mira, Mozzie, and Aruni, all operators that Fnatic leaned into very heavily on their own defensive side. And I think as a result, Fnatic will be very familiar with what it's like to counter them.
Yeah.
Also funny to see Nomad Gridlock. I talked a lot of smack about that, but it's being brought here as
Either
well.
you gotta keep doing it now, or you gotta back down. What do you choose? Do you fight back on this, or
Well, like Fnatic are running it. Even the MIBR ran it like every single round.
but they run Solid Snake too, so they're
That's
forgiven,
true.
right?
Okay, yeah. And they run a shield as well.
Yeah, that's the difference. They don't just have the flying watch; they have everything else on top of it. And they are containing the aggression pretty well here. Opening pick.
I have no problem with them running flank watch as long as they're not getting jumped out of windows on and there's no air jab there.
And not
or
getting
Claymore
aimed
there.
all day.
That's the difference.
No, I feel you. I mean, we look at this again. A lot of phantom pressure from Fnatic on the windows, the doors, the hatches, and remember our lows. They are starved for intel. They have a Mossy drone right now, which Dark is moving around, but that's all internal information. There's no post scanner like we saw before. There's no. Well, there's a drone that
he's jumping out. He's jump out.
But if you, there's an air jab.
No, but
So
the
he-
air jab is only on the stairs. He knew that there was a drone at the top of white. He actually didn't take down that drone. There's a lot of info here for Fnatic as they sneak their way towards the bomb site. Wizard on the verge of looking for... Oh, hello. That's a nice little grenade. It's going to force Dash out of position, expose him somewhat.
Oh, it broke the cabinet.
The push from Smith. It will also break the cabinet, which exposes him. Smith
And they're
pre-fires
planting.
as the nades go out. The plant looking to go down here from Fnatic. MIBR
Still
lows.
top floor.
Look completely lost. 2 versus 4. How do they get back into it? The plan has been confirmed. Fnatic can retake post-plant positions from outside. They still have Smiths on the shield. He'll find a second. Daffo up against the world. 1v3. I don't care how good this DMR is, mate. There is no universe where he's getting it done. Fnatic, 1 round from phase 2 of the play-ins.
Oh boy, the pressure is really getting there now from IBR lows because they need this to start turning around. I keep seeing the same thing though. When we're on Fortress, I was seeing on Fnatic they need to play together and have 2 people fight one. We're seeing IBR lows fighting on the bomb site, the smoke and the mute or whatever by the drone, getting double grenaded, cabinet broken, swung by a Blackbeard. There are 2 defenders in cocktail. Looking at what? Fighting what? Stopping who? Nothing. The bomb site is on fire. You have a water bucket and you're not using it. Use the bucket. Put out the fire. Help your teammate, please. It's a bit baity.
Yeah.
And they're paying the consequences massively. And it's not the first, second, or third time this has happened. It's almost every round in Cafe. Somebody from RBR Lows is watching his teammates suffer. And they could do something about it, but they aren't.
Yeah. MIBR lows have just been all over the place today. I mean, how are you down 6-1 on your own map pick? Fnatic look like so much more of a refined product today. And they are showing us a taste of the Fnatic that knocked G2 out of contest. They're showing us a taste of the Fnatic that beat Twisted Minds in the group stage of EML.
That's better.
This is not the same Fnatic that we saw get 7-0'd by GK in EML. Around by Virtus Pro, they have finally refined themselves, developed a bit of consistency. My question is, Pengu, after today, can they keep it up? Because they could well be eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah.
Even if they just lose a single match in phase 2, that best of 3 will be the end of their tournament.
And right now they have that parachute, right? Lower bracket right now exists, and maybe that gives you a bit of mental comfort, but once that's gone, once it's do or die, that's the question. I mean, can they stay up above the water in that scenario? Right now, it feels like nothing can stop them. Deadshot is dancing middle of the building, 30 seconds of the round, popping the verticality. They got Smith on a different, on a shield operator. He gets the vertical.
He's the GOAT. What can you say?
I mean, this is what happens when Deadshot has 0 respect left for his opponent. He's not watching his flank. He's not worried about anything.
He's popping the Goya.
They have one player watch the Y stairs for him now. Wizards holding down the red staircase. If anybody walks up, they're going to be dead. And because they already got the opening pick, they're going to feel desperate for a play. Drone shot. The scan came out. Perez will know of where Solid Snake is, but it works both ways. And just a matter of like pick apart the verticality, break open the hatch, and then Fnatic can go for a backside take down the hatch. They can go for a Baker with the shield later if they want to. They got options and they got time.
Yeah, it's patience here for Fnatic. They don't need to overextend. Play the slow game, try and find out where these final positions are. Perez and Nux Both positions revealed by Wizard here on the red stairs, who is in such a deadly position, and that F2 will tear apart anyone that tries to contest him in close range. When it comes down to an execute, Citizens sends walls will be helpful. Smiths as well, ready to drop down this hatch with the blitz, but a C4 is prepped by Dash.
If C4 lands, that can change everything. A smoke goes out as well for a trade-off. Timing is everything. He holds it for now. And he's holding his nerve for as long as possible, waiting for the sound cue perhaps of that thump of hitting the floor. Here it comes.
He hears it, he tosses it out, but he gets shot out of mid-air.
In the smoke.
Massive play from Fnatic. And Dash looks to try and pick. He needs to retake down. The plan is going down. Wizard is cutting apart Nux from the red stairs. Smith eventually will confirm that plan, but the post is too strong for Fnatic. It's Dash up against the world. Fnatic, the return to the main stage surely is just a matter of days away. They have returned to the international stage with a massive performance, undefeated through the bracket of their group here in the play-ins and through to phase 2. They knock MIBR Los down into that lower bracket, and now they will play for elimination tomorrow.
Fnatic makes it. Let's go.
Whereas Fnatic now find themselves in such a beautiful position. It's everything his team has hoped for such a long time. All it took was one more roster change to finally break through. And a 7-1 domination over MIBR Los is one hell of a way to get the job done.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot of really important moments for them on both the maps of Fortress and Cafe, and I think every single player we spoke of a lot when it came to Fnatic. It wasn't like anybody was falling behind or one person was carrying them. It was very much a team effort, people taking turns at being successful. Not the biggest celebration when they won. I'm not sure if that's again keeping expectations low, saying guys that was good, we go again tomorrow, you know. But
bro, they're just chillers.
They're just still like that. I think that right now, honestly, I think they take a lot of emotional control. Not feeling the pressure in the server, not applying it either outside with too big of a celebration or being too hard on themselves. And I know that Tristan, back when he was in Rogue with Cancer Kitty and Crying, etc., and Kids, they had a mental coach back then as well. Forgot their name at the current moment. But I think they're trying to maybe apply some of that emotional coaching from back then. Because right now, it's a bit of a mental game. You're the underdog, you got new rookies, you gotta play the right mental side.
I think as you said though, it could change very quickly once we start to actually have expectations on Fnatic. For example, going into phase 2 of the play-ins, they will be the favorite team. They'll be heading through Seed 1 into that single elimination best of 3 match against the Seed 2 team from Group A, and they will be favored to win that. If that pressure, that expectation gets to them, then maybe that'll be the end of their tournament.
Look, I think that you put it best. Muted celebrations at best. Honestly, like it was just another day, another dollar for them. But my massive concern in this conversation, that second map was never in question. No, there was not once where I thought they lost control. Even in that 4th round, where they managed to lose the round, it came down to a Perez swing that found a double kill in Bakery. If he doesn't get that double kill in Bakery, they've just killed the Blackbeard. They've got control of Bakery and they've got control of the site. I think that this looks like probably the best Fnatic I think we've seen in a long time. Actually, dare I say, ever?
Oh, no, that's a bit of a stretch, mate. Are you disrespecting the Aussie Fnatic right
I am absolutely.
That is
I am
absolutely. Mag is going to be flying here a couple of days, and he'll have a few choice words for you.
I'll have a chat with him.
I would watch out.
Will you? Yeah.
I'll bring him on.
I don't want to burn things too brightly too quickly because, as you said, I think part of Fnatic's success is the fact that they do have fairly humble expectations. They aren't taking this too seriously. Well, okay, we're going up against this team first. We're going up against this team next. We're having fun. We're playing our strats. They're kind of, honestly, like playing pretty simple Siege. They're playing aggressively. They're playing the meta. They're not reinventing the wheel, but nor are they trying to do anything too crazy. And I just think that they've found a playstyle that works for the 5 players that are stepping into the server each day.
I think the one thing that just seemed to continue to spiral out of control for MIBR Los, if we just kind of quickly, side tangent away from Fnatic, all of their win conditions, every time they had the ability to win a round, it was like lost on a dime. Whether it was a jump out, whether it was an operator that went a little too far, it felt like every single time there was an opportunity of control, MIBR just lost it completely.
Yeah, it's like, small mistakes, small gap being found, huge consequences.
The worst thing that could happen in any of those rounds for MIBR Los was to find themselves in a 4 versus 2 advantage. Because they lost every single one of them.
It's funny going back to the conversation. I think that the way you put it, Nick, was pretty perfect when you said that there doesn't seem to be a personality or an identity for that team. And whether that's just in isolation right now, I can't speak to that. I don't watch enough of the LATAM League
Same for me.
to be able to make that comment comfortably. But what I can say is 100% they didn't have something that they were leaning into. And your comments about like the operator selection that they had, considering the meta that we're in at the moment, it felt like, James, they were almost trying to go against the meta for some reason.
I was a little on tilt. And
I could hear that.
Honestly,
what are they doing?
And, you know,
No,
like I said,
I'm
Brazil's biggest non-Brazilian fan these days.
Sure.
But it's very hard to back in the way that MIBR Los chose to play Cafe. Especially when, even when they did have some of the right ideas, like trying to suppress aggression by playing Gridlock and Nomad, they're still getting jumped out on because the Soulless checks, okay, no Claymore, no air jab, I can jump straight out. And so Fnatic, they really figured out the best way to play around MIBR Los. For that, I'm really impressed. However, job not done yet.
Job is not done. That's a very well stated point from you, but I think it's time for us to maybe hear from someone who has a little bit more knowledge on the game. Laxing and Citizen stand courtside.
Listen, I don't have that much knowledge, but what I do know is Fnatic are on an absolute tear. Citizen, it was like I just spoke to you just a couple hours ago. It seems like nothing has changed but the weather for you guys.
Yep, told him to watch out for Smith, and he showed who he is. So, yeah, I think it's a good day from him.
Well, so we heard the desk talking about it. We heard the casters talking about it. It seemed like with you joining this edition of Fnatic, Smith's being able to join the team, it really seems like you guys are being able to gel inside of your roles. I mean, a 7-3 into a 7-1. I mean, you want to elaborate a little more on those roles and just kind of how well everything is synchronizing?
Yeah, I think everyone has like the perfect roles in his team. We have the shield player, we have the cheese player, the supports, the fraggers, we have everything, you know, and I think that's why it works so well.
Now, I want to talk about fraggers really quick because Wizard has been on an absolute tear. I mean, in the first series, 12-5. In the first map, 11-6. I mean, he's being very influential. He's very elusive. I mean, what is this guy eating in the morning?
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets? That's what he eats. That's the gamer diet. I'll let you get back to celebrate with your team. You guys aren't out of the water just yet. One more best of 3 to decide if you guys are going to get to that group stage. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, say to your opponents going forward?
Just thank you for all the support and haters.
All right, well, you heard it from Citizen. He's silencing the haters. He's silenced Los. Again, congratulations. I'm going to send you guys back over to our studio.
I like that one. Just shh, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Like Groundhog Day at a massive point there. We're literally back with Citizen, feeling comfortable after a very successful victory. I think Fnatic are really in a great spot right now. We're saying it, they're through to phase 2, which is such an instrumental part of this conversation for play-ins, because I think if you leave doubt in the mind, if you're Fnatic, if you're, look, even you could kind of make the point for MIBR Los, I think that you cannot afford in this play-ins group to look weak, and Fnatic have looked anything but.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. The only downside to not looking weak is that no one's going to underestimate you either.
Yeah.
Because Fnatic going into this are like, oh, they're a bit of a, whatever team,
Fnatic
right?
the small fish in the big pond for
Yeah.
EML, right?
Yeah.
EML is a big pond.
And people
look
watch
at
EML. They go,
G2, Falcons, VP have so much hype, but Fnatic are kind of, I mean, Fnatic are kind of in a similar position right now to where VP were a couple of months ago, where you make a couple of roster changes and then suddenly they look like a completely new team. A few young up-and-comers, and suddenly, immediately, everything is clicking for them. But it does mean here at the Esports World Cup, in the play-ins, Fnatic are looking like the best team, maybe alongside Shopify Rebellion, who we'll get to see a little bit more out of later today. And now that those two teams are looking like the strongest at the moment in the play-ins, everyone's going to have a massive target on their back.
They're very good. Oh, yeah,
to try and take them down. And like we said, Fnatic actually, funnily enough, even though they are done with phase 1 of the play-ins, they still have to face a single elimination match in phase 2, which means you can't afford to make any mistakes in that best of 3 series. One thing I really liked out of Fnatic that we got to see from Citizen, you know, Citizen's known for being a bit of a character. He's got quite a reputation. I love the guy. I think he's very funny. But notice what he's saying. He's not saying, guys, you know, everyone who doubted us, you know, go away, whatever. He says, guys, I told you, Smith is the GOAT. He's hyping up his young up-and-coming teammates. And I think any player that is gassing up their teammates is a good teammate.
Good leader. It's a good leader. It's the middleman, right? We talk about We talk about middlemen so much in instrumental teams, and right now what you're seeing with Citizen is exactly that. He is propping up the young guns. He's giving people, as Lax would say, their flowers.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately when you look at this matchup, look, just on Cafe alone, it was very, very dominant. But across the course of this series, it was never in doubt. And that is just a huge, fundamental part as to how we now start to storyline Fnatic for the rest of the event.
And honestly, if and when Fnatic become a bigger and bigger and better team, I'm gonna be so keen to watch Citizen's evolution in interviews, because we're gonna start where we're at today, very humble, very honest, very modest. He's gonna start smack talking when he gets the credit to do. He will. Because
Once he's earned it.
he gets in the mindset, but he's not going to do it without the crits for it.
Yeah.
So let's say they start taking a couple names in EWC. They go back for stage 2. They start beating G2 maybe again. Gatekeep another team for a major. Go to the next another one. Maybe make a side. Have a top, let's say 12 finish. I think next year, beginning of, we're going to start seeing this. These guys are awful. We are better.
Come to think of it, I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern with Citizen as a player. He's obviously always been known to be a star fragger, but the teams that he's played on, he has performed best when he has been the underdog. Cast your mind all the way back to 2019. One of Citizen's greatest achievements was winning Pro League finals with Na'Vi in Japan in 2019, right? And they were not the favorite team. They were the second seed team out of Europe at that event. They were not favorites to win it, and yet he over-delivered, right? When he had the most expectation on his shoulders was when he was in G2, and that was the era of arguably one of the worst G2s that we ever saw.
Yeah, and on top, I think the pressure is shifted now as well, because quick change right here. You catch that?
Keep going. No.
Okay.
I'm talking about how terrible G2 were in that period, and Rob's giving me eyes. I'm
a fly on the wall of this conversation.
I was like, okay, enough of that. Let's go over here.
Yeah, like they're talking about G2 again. Let's move away.
Okay. So I was thinking, like, when he was in G2, they say star player, star fragger. He's supposed to perform. Now we say he's a leader. He's a captain. He's praising his young gunners. The pressure is different now. Now he's like, I gotta call the strat, I gotta play the operator, I gotta enable my team. That's new for him. He used to be the guy that would be enabled, that would have the freedom, that would just have to go for kills.
I think it's also easy to be a player like Canadian, for example, or Shopify Rebellion, and be like, I'm the old man, I'm not going to get kills. I've got Andy, and every interview I'm going to gas up Andy because he's my guy that's getting 15 kills a game, right? Citizen, known to be a fragger, not known to be a support like Troy, for example, but he's not gassing up Deadshot. He's not gassing up Wizard, the star fraggers. He says, guys, Smith is the best shield player. He might be the bottom-rated player in a lot of their matches, but he is the most instrumental part of that team. And for that, I respect Citizen even
And Wizard eats nuggets for breakfast.
Oh my
Very important
days.
to know.
Is that how we're going to close it? Is that all that we have
I
to
think
say?
we should close it like that. Come on.
Eat more chicken nuggets? Is
Eat
that
more
what we're
chicken
saying?
nuggets,
That's it.
Okay, well, you heard that here first. Make sure you eat more chicken nuggets for breakfast, and you may just well play like Wizard. It is time for us to go to a break. On the other side, this matchup for me, Tyloo, Shopify Rebellion, this is an interesting one, and it's one you can't afford to miss. I know I say that often. You don't want to miss this.
Shopify Rebellion. I think they just need to play a little. Oh, fishing tutorials, guys. Fucking. Gosh, my team. My team lost. What? Oh, Shopify. Why do they have a 40-second buy rate? Does not make sense. That's a 40 cat here. Still here doing our daily thing, chat. Tutorial tolerant. Oh, I'm still here though. That's see, bro. I wasted all my. Oh. Oh my gosh, why are we Osmo? I bet. I have a they are going. One. Go. It is. Is there any other doubt? Was there any? Okay. That was it. Played Valorant. Okay. Back on. Back. I have. Ow. Oh, ow, my legs. What's going on? We're still on day one. We're still. Oh.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club's championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rats. Reset the rat. Come on.
Applause moi. Applause
Under
yes.
the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went
I don't know.
the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
What, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll. Hey, little guy, just want one of. Okay, okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Back underway with our final best of three of the night. It is the upper bracket. This one is exciting. It's CNL versus NAL. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Tyloo. And to run you through the action, I have two incredible analysts with me, if you will call them that. Jake Xenox and Diddy Michael.
I would not, Rob.
I would not at all. I think it's good enough.
Yes.
I think it's good enough to
I
get
would
you
say
here.
so. I will say, though, excited for this. I know you said you were excited for this.
Yes,
But you
I
say
am.
that often.
I do say that very often. In fact, I'm starting to lose the trope a little bit. Me for the fact that CNL is such an exciting prospect when it comes to the leagues in general, but when it comes to unknown entities, the CNL are really unproven at multiple international.
Well, Shopify Rebellion lost.
But now it's time
That's
to
why
see
they're
them
facing
unfold.
against
It's time to see
Tai Lu.
them actually get into their strides,
Oh, no.
guys. And I think
No, wait,
this
they won.
I mean, this is just a mountain to climb for Tai Lu. This is probably the best opponent that they could have to
So
test.
Fnatic won so much. I'm happy with that. Fnatic won. They're being LA. Oh, so you have to win around. How many rounds?
So far, but this is going to be
that's kind of crazy.
An intriguing test. I think on a personal note, though, I'm most excited.
Well, Fnatic is qualified, so they're ready to go into group phase. They're going to go playoffs, group phase.
Songler, obviously, way back in the day, we've covered those
Baseland.
years. So very excited to see what they can offer this afternoon, and if they can make this a contest.
I don't know if they will. Shopify Rebellion looked very, very good in their match against Eula Club. So, I mean, it's going to be a difficult task. I think that was the premise we had for that match.
Thank you, official basement of Otaku. Thanks for the follow. Kind of a weird name, but thank you.
Talking about it, obviously, for the CNL teams, they play a lot of best of threes. So it's not an unfamiliar territory for Tai Lu. How much that's going to help them in a match against the North American Giant, it's hard to say, but it's something.
It's actually nearly impossible to say. I'll be completely honest with you. I think this is an untested area for the CNL. I think, obviously, yeah, we saw him in Salt Lake City, and I think that there were elements there.
Oh wait, I can't grab bowl cereal because we don't have milk. Haha. What do I gotta do today, guys? Ow. A lot of things I gotta do. I gotta get this passport thing situated. Well, no, I don't. Because it doesn't look like I'm going.
This is where it's a little bit different. It's an asterisk because Shopify
Doesn't look like I'm leaving the country. It looks like I'm staying in the country.
They are not in the same realm. They are not in the same discussion.
Staying in the flipping country.
Play-in team should be, which is why we're expecting such great things out of them. Of course, as you alluded to a little earlier, Alula Club got absolutely dominated by them. That was the performance that we had to do to set the tone for Shopify Rebellion. They did so perfectly. But it was in that other match that I think expectations might have been broken. I think, you know, we're a bit split on the APL desk, and that's what I'm going to call this right now, because I think a lot of you would have expected Chiefs to put up a better performance, potentially take that. It was an 8-6 win to Tai Lu, so they're not coming in with the most amount of confidence ever.
No, not necessarily, but a win is a win.
Well, that's because, Preston, I have no other choices. Because I don't think I have the funding. I don't know. So I got paid, but I got paid for something that I kind of wasn't doing.
I gotta say, there's some interesting highlights.
Like, no, it's not to say I wasn't doing my job. It was the most like to say I got paid for. I don't know. I don't know. I have to ask. I have to ask. I really have to ask.
The time, it's super frequent. So for Shopify to be the ones to pick it in this series is interesting.
It is, but it's Shopify's second preference map.
Yeah.
And they've only lost it twice in the last 6 months, which one of them was Team Falcons and the other being Dark Zero. That was a 7-8 and a 5-7.
Yep.
So they're going to be very difficult. Now, what you were alluding to, Nighthaven Labs is the map when it comes to CNL. All these teams play it often. And to clarify on that, 9 times played for Tai Lu, and I'll get that's all within the last 4 months. Yeah. That's a lot of time spent on Nighthaven Labs.
So much.
But they don't have a great record 4-5.
It's 10 o'clock. Hopefully she's awake.
Kind of good for Tai Lu is that their map pick of
I wanted
1-2 record, 7th preference for Shopify Rebellion. So not exactly the kind of map that for SR they're going to feel as if they're going to be ultra dominant. Then Border as a decider. If we get there, Tai Lu's never lost on Border, and a 4-3 record for Shopify Rebellion leaves them on shaky ground. They lost 100 Thieves only 2 months ago. In fact, have only played it that time in the last 2 months. So this is an intriguing map, Vito, that does give Tai Lu a sign of life.
Jeez, we're stretching, aren't we? We are really stretching.
Paid the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. Which bucks are you getting paid? Because I need to get on that train. It's time for us to get on
Alright.
this one, though.
There's a guy named Canadian. There's a guy named Canadian in spot of Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion.
That is a reference, by the way.
Actually, to be fair,
Australia.
Sorry, I actually didn't realize that the world doesn't know the infamous Puffing Billy. I think that Shopify Rebellion steamroll through this game, and I think Tyloo, their best bet right now is to show us what they can do inside the server against a giant. We are expecting big things out of Shopify Rebellion. This is Tyloo's free hit.
Alright, let's have fighting.
Yeah, free hit indeed, guys, but I tell you what, as much as we want to try and paint this in a way in which the CNL team against a very high caliber NAL team has a chance, let's be real and let's put the main story out there. Shopify Rebellion should win 2-0, but we had the caveats being, of course, as you said, the map veto is not quite bad for Tyloo, and this is a team that plays only on LAN in best of 3, so this is not an unfamiliar environment for them, just against a, well, more high quality opponent.
Yeah, arguably the most challenging match of these Tyloo players' careers up until this point.
Rob!
So
Rob, don't go too far!
No, he's,
oh no! He's not even turning. He can hear me 100% as well.
He's kicked the feet up.
Disconnected.
Well, straight into the rehost gives us more time to kind of dissect things. And I want to kind of go back a little bit to the second map being Bank. Now, Bank, 2-2 record for Tyloo. That was the pick that they elected to go for. Their losses being against Titans Esports Club 5-7 and King 047. They did though, guys, and this is the big one.
Need to clean myself up today. Where is the default watch party? There we go.
Are the best team in CNL.
Make share.
So that's actually a pretty good result for them on Bank. And going to Shopify Rebellion, they lost the Team Falcons, they lost the Dark Zero. They did beat G2, so they've only played Bank against really high quality opposition. But all of that was 3 months ago. Haven't really played it since. Not really been in their wheelhouse. Didn't play it stage 1. Again, 7th preference. They prefer to ban it. 18 times banned by Shopify Rebellion, 11 times against them. So that second map for me is where the series will get interesting. I'm expecting Nighthaven Labs to go the way of Shopify Rebellion, but once we then get to Bank, if Tyloo could do the impossible, Border is very much a map they could also win. So it's a very intriguing map, Vito.
It is, but I think it is to be taken with a grain of
I have
salt.
like 4 emails I need, 5 emails I need to reply to for work.
I'll be the realist for a moment.
Wow,
I don't
there's
think
a lot.
that the map veto, unless you completely throw it, which Shopify
There's
haven't,
be a lot.
it really shouldn't be having a major influence in the end result for this matchup. Now, it may result in it being pushed to
Oh, and I got taxes to work on, not the taxes.
Make a case that any map veto would be strong enough in Tyloo that it tilts.
And then I have social medias.
It's a stretch, but
I have a lot to do, guys. Ah, no, no.
And still, you know, being a shot.
Not the taxes.
It's more so a testament to Shopify.
Yeah, I gotta do the taxes. Alright, I'm just gonna watch up and then I got a chili burger that I got. Oh, wait. And let me just
They did beat Chiefs Esports 8-6. That was on Fortress, and they started really hot. Got out to a 4-2 lead in the first half. Eventually, then got to a 6-4 lead. But Chiefs were able to send it to overtime, where Tyloo then won both on Dorm's games, actually, funnily enough, attack and defense to close it out 8-6. Now, where they dominated, guys, interestingly enough, was actually in their opening kill department. They only allowed 5 opening kills to the side of Chiefs in a 14-match game, so clearly dominated in that department. They were able to actually get plants down, the only of the 2 teams that were able to do that on Fortress. And in terms of multi-kills, they had Abe and Jovica that were able to do the most damage there. Abe actually 15-9 was the star. So when we come into this series, he is one to watch. 15-9 from Abe. He went 2-0 on entry for a 123 EPS. But most importantly, it wasn't just him. Duha, Songla, Jovica all got basically double-digit kills. Jackie Wu actually had a very quiet performance, but he's one that can perform well, just very inconsistently.
Yeah, but he's a bit of a hot and cold player at times in terms of his performance, but it seems like the rehost is coming to an end, so we can jump back into the server in a moment's time, which is positive news. Of course, the bans...
Build that perfectly.
Oh, you did. The bans will carry over from pre-rehost, and so it's Kaid Bandit doubling down by Shopify Rebellion on the side of Tyloo. It's a combination of info and utility with the Ying and the Solid Snake. Benched, top floor is expected up first. Tyloo looking to get off to a positive start.
Yeah, and Nighthaven Labs, guys, this is where we have to kind of suspend belief in terms of okay, defend decided. But as we've seen over in NAL, attack decided. CNL, I'm not too sure, to be honest, because we've never covered actually CNL before, so I'm excited for this, as you were alluding to before regarding Tyloo. So let's head into this upper bracket of play-ins. Now, to reiterate as to what this game means, if you win this game, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and I would recommend anyone who's not quite sure of the format, go check out Liquipedia. It makes it very easy. You qualify for play-in phase 2, which is what Fnatic have already done by beating MIBR Los. But Shopify Rebellion, if they were to win this, of course, will not play Fnatic. They will play the second seed from Group B. Teams being either MRBR Los, King Zero, or CAG, depending on the results.
And circling back quickly, 54% defense in CNL for Labs. It had 301 rounds played in stage 1. The second highest was Lair at 237 rounds. So that again illustrates just how much this map is played in CNL. This is comfortable for Tai Lu.
Absolutely.
The map, but the opposition maybe not so much.
No, exactly, and they may not expect the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to play this. A minute into this round, by the way, and not much really to say about it. It is top floor on Labs. We'll typically play a little bit slower. Canadian on the Monty, so that's been allowed through. We didn't really talk about the bans, but the Monty through for Canadian. Most played operator for stage 1 of North American League. Kayed Bandit, along with the Ying and Solid Snake, the bans. A lot of pressure here onto Canadian. Tyloo getting the ability to kind of just peek out rafters, apply this pressure. Canadian's going to go down. Tyloo, at the halfway mark of this opening round, got aggressive, and Shopify Rebellion just didn't have people in position to punish that.
Can't really fault Canadian there. It was good util layering there from the defense. He tried to hit the escape button, but couldn't get out in time. Spoit aggressors and does find a delayed trade onto Songlot. And so a 4 versus 4, but with the Monty down, taking space will be tough. 70 seconds available here for Shopify Rebellion. And be in a position to maybe creep out late. But it's not a great position at the moment for the attack. Spoit and Ambi may look to combine.
More water.
Oh, a little bait out there from Spoit, but Duha will remain up for now.
They do still have the Nitrocell from Yovika. He'll play towards electrical, so Epox can be controlled. Cuts off quite a lot for the attack, hence why they're going towards blue. Duha opted to go prone, was out of gas babes, and now they can push through this hallway. Bit of a pinch as well through the rafters side, but it does mean nothing coming from Connector for Shopify Rebellion. Does not matter. And the star for Tyloo down, courtesy of Ambi. 2-player advantage. Make it 1. Jackie Wu caught. And Shopify Rebellion able to manage the ability to clear out positions like rafters and blue. That's enabled them to now push to the site, and Ambi gets the final kill. Nicely done from Shopify Rebellion, because the early pressure was there from Tyloo. In fact, Canadian, by the way, in chat has just said W-util. You know what? He's not wrong. That was some really good utility layered onto him, but it also meant they had nothing else for the rest of the push.
Yep. And there is, perfectly on cue, Canadian falling courtesy of the double smoke layout. Duha was then left in a very exposed position, and Ambi was patient below, waited for Spoit to connect. Had that trade potential, trade not needed, then gave them advantage for the late round, and Shopify Rebellion were pretty brutal in how they were able to finalize that. So I think good insight as to the quality of Siege that we can expect from them here on Labs, at least reflected there in the opening round. And setting the expectation that if Tyloo are to look competitive here in this series, they need to enter the mode of mistake minimization, which is obviously easier said than done when you're under pressure from one of the best teams in the world, but unfortunately that's the stakes that they have to contend with in this matchup.
And I think for Tyloo as well, in a round like that, you deal with the Monty and you think, well, that's a big chess piece taken off the board, isn't it? And then they kind of maybe get lulled into that sense of satisfaction.
They got Magnus Carlsen at the end there.
They certainly did. And honestly as well, looking at that round, Shopify Rebellion's ability to then pivot, the way they went blue side, rather than just trying to put all their eggs into that rafters basket, and created that pinch. Down to basement for the second round.
Heavy kitchen extension for this round was scouted out though, courtesy of some strong drone work from the attack, and so we'll see whether or not Shopify Rebellion elect to play into that or go for a more avoidance style. Groundwork done pretty easily early on here with the
presence here from Tyloo, by the way. Double stack top floor, got control as well around that first floor. Only Yovika is going to play site. It does mean Shopify Rebellion will go into this clear game. Big for Spoit on the Deimos with the death marks, can look to put pressure on these roaming defenders.
Typically plays that Solid Snake as we mentioned in the earlier matchup, but banned out here, so forced to pivot into different info gathering.
And a Canadian, by the way, on the Zofia, if he can get into maybe a position to go for a bit of an impact trick.
Yeah, probably unlikely on this site, but
fact,
Of course,
he's
good
going to go
counterplay
direct. And, yeah,
onto the
good-
castle.
Absolutely. Puts the pressure towards the site. That in itself inadvertently means the defenders may elect to go back to site, but that hasn't happened. They've held their positions.
Surprised there's still second floor presence here from Tyloo. That is a big investment from the defense.
Razor on to Spoit. He'll be debuffed for a bit halfway through this second round. And as you said, Songla and Duha are still top floor.
Brace for it!
And it means that this garage control for Shopify Rebellion playing around the hatch, it's not possible right now.
Yeah, it's volatile.
This is a lot of control.
It's a cat and mouse game at the moment. 70
But you also
seconds on the
can't go
clock.
direct because of the gas base from Jackie Wu, and then caught headshot with the SMG-11 from distance. And Jackie Wu then pushes up close with a shotgun. Spoit caught by Obey. The Tyloo trap so far working.
It's been sprung. And the plan C now to be actioned here by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi clued on, has the intel. Canadian though falls to Duha. That's top floor still controlled for Tyloo. They're going to go direct, but Tyloo have got Vert. Ambi's going to go for the plant. Cover's going to come from Serve. It's going to force out these defenders. The plant looks like it will be successful. Now this is a little bit of an error on the side of Tyloo. Pop up from Serve, headshot onto a base. Sports the second, but the Vert is still there for Tyloo, and Songla managing the headshot onto Serve. Leaves Ambi by himself, 1v3 post plant, but not an awful position.
Here's the drop. Needs to try and isolate these positions up close.
He wins the first battle against Yovica, expecting a pinch. So far, Ambi playing this perfectly. He's locked in. He's got the intel, but what a swing from Duha. He gets onto the kit, and Tyloo will even it up. One apiece. They got a little dicey, and while the plant was successful, Tyloo had numbers, had Vert, and had the ability to get to site.
Yeah, certainly don't hate the macro there of going for a retake, but I will say, going for plant, they still had players positioned second floor, so seemingly a little bit of a disconnect then. It left them in a vulnerable position late, but still able to clean up in the end. Great start to the round from Jackie Wu, being able to flush out Rexon. Spoit fell elsewhere, Surf was under pressure then from Vert. Ambi tried to isolate as many picks as he possibly could, but not quite enough in the end. So a solid round from Tyloo.
I mean, this is the thing with the CNL teams. They play so much Siege throughout their stages. For the viewers at home that don't get to follow CNL, they're not going to come into these events like the old APAC teams, where they're just going to be running and gunning. They've got good strategies, they've got good fundamentals, they know how to play the game at a high level, and even the way that they played that round, I haven't seen a team play basement like that so far this stage. With that setup, the double stack controlling towards Garage, teams maybe have tried to do it, but they executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
But they also had the second option covered as well, with the smoke drop back towards the main breach, expecting Shopify Rebellion to think, okay, well, we'll circumnavigate.
This map is like familiar territory.
Exactly.
It's as familiar as the back of their hand. It's the most played in CNL. They themselves have played it a ton.
And control storage here, looking at this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, does sort of indicate that it should be an IT clear focus rather than a potential rush attempt, which is sometimes that you see with storage. I think one of the benefits, though, for Shopify Rebellion is they're not the kind of team that will panic. They're happy to play slow if they need to. Rexon knows there's going to be pressure. Rafters Surf with the exothermic to open up IT. That's a big checklist item for Shopify Rebellion. Next step is probably clearing out Songla.
Bit of util layering direct here, courtesy of Canadian's drone just prior to that, so maybe considering a direct approach towards the latter portion of the round, but we'll hinge on some control above to mitigate Vert. And that will come courtesy of IT wall being opened up and Songla being potentially pinched above here, but does have a decent amount of utility to play off courtesy of the keepers.
And they've got Jackie Wu as well, by the way, playing Garage first floor. He has been pinged out. He's going up the stairs, but Rexon can't really punish that because of the position of Songla. And then into the air jab, but it's going to catch them both.
The
Ends up
stalemate.
being neutral. Rexon happy to just throw the flash and then fall away. Ambi into IT. This is looking very messy all of a sudden now for both teams.
A lot of back and forth. It's still a stalemate, but Jackie Wu does fall. Yovika as well. Shopify Rebellion spring into action as Canadian goes for the plant.
Well, Songla's got to try and disrupt this IT push, but as you said, Canadian plant down will be successful inside of storage, and eventually Songla will fall. It won't be flawless, but Shopify Rebellion, again, like the first round, able to navigate on the attack of Labs. A well-thought round. They had to really work for it there.
Well, I think the approach was pretty clear, right? Early in the round, we see Canadian join side. They clear the utility on the objective to open up plant potential, but they had to get vert control up above. And Tai Lu, especially without the Bandit or the Kaid, IT wall always going to be opened up. You have to play ultra aggressive above to retain that control. That's kind of what we saw with some of the util placement and the positional placement. It almost worked. Just needed a couple of those key fights, key moments to go their way, and then it would have been a lot more challenging for Shopify Rebellion to get into site, get plant down safely, etc., etc. So close one, decent effort from Tai Lu, but Shopify Rebellion were able to find a bit of peace in that round when the chaos was starting to form, and that's a good sign that this team is in good form at the moment. 2-1 lead, additional bans to be the mirror, so you know, additional Waldenal taken off the board. Thermite as well in response from Tai Lu to try and mitigate that a little bit.
Is got to just be textbook from Shopify Rebellion. I don't look at it as a target ban. Tai Lu haven't played it so far in this half, and in fact in their opening game back on Fortress where it was available, played it twice. Once in the first half and then once in overtime.
It's just Waldenal.
Yeah.
It's just a triple gun.
So we go top floor. Successfully won by Shopify Rebellion back in the opening round.
5 seconds remaining.
A decent start to this game, though. It's been lively. It's been really fun to watch.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I know nothing about surpassing others. I only know how
It really
to
feels
outdo
like, so
myself.
you kind of look at the time of opening kill, usually as a metric of what's the pacing like. Now, the first minute is almost a feel out from both teams. Then you look at a minute and a half, a minute 10, and a minute 10 being the opening kills for the next round. But every single time that we see at around that minute mark, it just doesn't stop. There's not really then that kind of fallback, eye of the storm, everyone kind of calms down. Once the action starts, it doesn't really stop. And that's where Tai Lu's got to be a bit more prepared. Big change up too for Shopify Rebellion on this top floor. They're going to drop the Monty. Actually, it's pretty much a full swap except for Rexon on the Nomad.
Keep it deployed. We have some time.
And it's the exact same lineup for Tai Lu. No adjustment.
Yeah, playing a lot of this as army over the course of the first half, so Shopify Rebellion respond with the Floras. Capital for crowd control if required as well to dislodge those positions. It's aggressive IT side, but Jackie Wu clued on, ready to go.
Third opening kill for Jackie Wu so far in this half. He switched on. We know he can perform to a high level,
well, he
every 3-4 games.
Yeah, it was quiet earlier today. I think bottom performer for the team, but doing well here so far.
Breaching activated.
And that's the impact of it as well. You get rid of Surf on the Grim, so no Quan Hive launcher, less information gained for Shopify Rebellion. Deep position Rafters for Spoit acquired. Rexon, though, inside of IT. And a little moment for things to calm down. Rexon wanting to creep and maybe catch out Duha, but no damage applied.
Oh, this is a high-risk position.
Oh, he could get swung. Damage onto Duha. They know that he is sitting inside of IT. Rexon able to fall back. They lose Canadian to the Nitrocell of Yovika. And under a minute remaining, Tai Lu have an opportunity to once again tie the scoreboard. Rexon needs to get aggressive towards Rafters. He's going to go and get a free kill onto Duha, and even then a chance on the Songla, but couldn't follow up. 6-1 start for Rexon. And now they go connector.
Yeah, courtesy of the Selmas, they'll have a route towards site. Still, though, largely hinges on Rexon finding value. And it was IT side, and he's looking sharp at the moment to win the round.
He is switched on, 7-1. The Razor Bloom will calm him down a little bit. Ambi wins his battle towards Electrical, and suddenly Shopify Rebellion doing again what they did in the opening round. Rexon's got up to 8 kills, 3 in this round alone. Spoit to finish it. Well, that was a comeback round win for Shopify Rebellion. Tai Lu started hot again. But the North American team are just navigating the stormy waters. 3-1 lead.
Yeah, so close yet so far for Tyloo. Positive start to the round. Dealt with early aggression from Surf. Great Nitro onto Canadian. Got caught in electrical 3 versus 5. 50 seconds on the clock, but then the air jab catches one rafters. Rexon looks sharp by T. Wasn't dealt with when there was a window of opportunity probably for a potential double swing from Tyloo. They opted not to. Proved costly late. Spoit Ambi. Were able to switch, and even though Ambi hit the deck, Spoit claimed that kill for himself. Pausing the action now after that round is Tyloo called there. Tactical time out. Only 20 seconds remain. It's a short period to try and make some big adjustments.
Yeah, it is, but I don't mind this tactical timeout if I'm Tyloo. Now, of course, we don't know what's being spoken, but in this scenario, it'd be, for me, a positive outlook. The rounds haven't been awful from Tyloo. In fact, they've dominated the opening kills in the first 4 rounds. 3, all courtesy of Jackie Wu. Just got to find a way to capitalize on these early advantages. That round too, 3 versus 5. It came down to a big round from Rex, and he was the difference maker, and he's done that back-to-back rounds now. 4 kills in round 3, 3 kills there in round 4, and currently 8-1. Ahead of the timeout for Tyloo, 2 rounds to go in this opening half. Again, reminder, best of 3 here in the upper bracket of play-ins. It is double elimination, so this is not an elimination game. It is a qualification game, though, for play-in phase 2 tomorrow. Which, if you win that game, you are into group stage and you join the top teams. But yeah, so far so good. If you're Shopify Rebellion,
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's kind of got that feel of Tyloo are playing well, but Shopify Rebellion are able to just play a little bit better. How long can Tyloo keep this up? Because
Will the damn wall break?
That's
I think
the
it's
thing.
kind of the
It feels a
analogy,
bit
right?
damn wall, doesn't it?
There's cracks forming. Tyloo holding firm for now, but we'll see if that lasts for too much longer. Shopify Rebellion positive start on attack. The Jackal in play alongside the Deimos for information here in the 5th round, which is a rarity.
Oh my.
Maybe looking to just
this is
expedite
so
this
quick.
process, and that's a great catch from Ambi.
We don't see the Jackal often these days, but Ambi puts it to good use. Wonderful clear. And again, that's the ability then to adapt and change. We've played slow in this opening
Last
half.
match,
Shopify
last
Rebellion.
day.
Minute and a half to about a minute roughly has been those opening kill margins.
It's
Bang, quick entry,
honestly,
quick kill.
when I've been watching,
We know they
I've
like
been
to play
watching,
that top
I've been
4.
watching,
So
been here.
the information gained earlier in the second
There's a
round,
lot
they used that
of
here in the 5th.
Honestly,
Tyloo
they know what they want to do and they know how to defend, and they rotate them really fast too. So this is it's great to find Pro Siege. Honestly, Pro Siege is hard to find in
The extra
cooperative.
player for Shopify Rebellion.
To be fair, I think he was
I'm
probably
missing.
dead either way. If he jumps out, he gets shot. So it is what it is.
Surf is low, but you over the cut call by said Surf.
There's only 2 things I was looking
Is
for.
the damn wall falling?
But
Are
it's
we
not
watching
here.
it in slow motion?
Down to Jackie Wu and Debay for Tyloo.
Jackie
Can they get a
Wu.
clutch? Can they keep this alive? Out of the timeout.
Alright, boom.
Jackie
Shopify
trying
had
to be positive here. Unfortunately,
really
though,
good
he's now in a
teammates.
1v4.
They have a guy named Canadian. If they have a guy named Canadian, that's when you should be scared.
Falling apart. Jackie Wu will try as he may, but Shopify Rebellion with a minute on the clock and not just going to rush into him. And Rexon
Rip.
cuts him off back towards the side.
You're left with no
4-1
choice
lead
other than just
for
to rush
Shopify
because they
Rebellion.
already planted.
Well, they know at this event they've got bigger fish to fry. And so far, they're just trying to do what they've got to do to get to that group stage and haven't put a foot wrong to begin with.
No, they
They're just getting the group stages, but there's still a chance for them to still stay in. We're in playoffs, right? Play-ins right now.
Ambi catching Duhar off guard. And this was
Again, they're all just like warm-ups. That's all it is.
Unfortunately, Songler got caught up above.
Laura dog.
Irrespective of the impact. Tyler then trying to remain positive for the remainder of the round, but so low in terms of player count, and Shopify Rebellion positionally were basically on point. 4-1 lead, final round of this first half, and unfortunately it's not really been a case of a match so far where we look to the second half for Tyloo to be able to form a comeback, and especially going onto the attacking side, which again from CNL, defender side of the map, unlikely that there's a comeback brewing.
But again, NAL, attacker side of Matt.
Yeah, true.
9-1 for Rexon.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And the Monty back in play for the top floor here from Shopify. So Canadian's going to be potentially peppered with utility once again, but notably no smoke in play this time from Tai Lu. Clash, so a bit of additional protection and maneuverability.
Battling games. What?
And the introduction of the Wamai for catch, likely to protect his armor.
I think the biggest takeaway for me in this opening half is Shopify Rebellion have been in control for the vast majority of the time. But even when they haven't been in control, they've had the ability to then get themselves back into a position where they can then control the remainder of the game therefore. Whereas Tyler haven't really at any point been able to really control what Shopify Rebellion are doing, trying to force them to play the way that they want them to play. Very reactionary defensive half from Tyler, and I think that's a reason why they're 1-4 down.
Thank you, Laura Dog.
Mind the clash pick here if you're Tyler. That probably is a sign, though, of desperate measures.
I mean, they're probably looking to try and defend this IT side. It's been a vulnerability for them so far, despite good presence rafters typically. So maybe this additional pressure from the clash can aid, but Surf's already in a deep position.
Nice.
Maybe caught elsewhere though.
These those are the little microbots that I was saying about. They're like bees. They do damage over time if you just walk into them. Sometimes they can track as well.
To avoid it, and he got killed onto the Clash of Obey. A very, very difficult half for Obey. 1-6 after he was the star back in their earlier match against Chiefs. And again, Shopify Rebellion have the advantage, although Surf is down. Will get brought back up, and a Canadian.
Diffuser drop. Damn, and he had diffuser? That's crazy. That's bad. Oh, that was a bad call.
He's been the star in this half, goes double digit.
Dude, one of the other things is this too. When someone dies, you gotta call out who they're at. But they always be constantly moving. That's for sure. But I don't think Somla's even left that area. Okay, D, there we go. Shopify has this though. They just don't have the fuser.
And it seems like 5-1 is almost inevitable. Barring a colossal throw. Maybe as the 1v1 opportunity, but the way Rexon's playing, you're not beating him even in the 1v1. He goes to 11-1. A dominant half from Rexon. Even more so dominant from his team. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they go
Shopify.
Pick, looking solid.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion have just been dominant over the course of this first half. As I said, Rexon up to 11, look like a Terminator inside of the server, getting good calls and info and being able to mop up. And for a map that Tai Lu and by extension CNL have played so frequently, and it's a comfort map, etc, etc.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many phone
Shopify
calls.
Rebellion did their best to make that not look the case over the course of the last 6 rounds.
Shopify's beat ALU Aura Club, and then Tai Lu's beat the Chiefs.
Couple minutes to discuss the plan for the remainder of this first map.
Are we doing? No, we're not doing lower bracket semifinals. Tomorrow we're probably doing lower bracket semifinals.
There's a ton of discussion taking place. I mean, Sip is in a pretty chill position.
Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day. For anyone in the US, that is.
And they also have the added benefit of still
crazy enough. I don't think it's like in the 4 a.m.s. I think it's actually at 6 a.m., 5 a.m. So in other words, I might get actually a decent amount of sleep, like for the first time.
Rexon's clearly playing a very high-level individual game. The way he's hitting shots, the best reference would,
you know, instead of me randomly sleeping in the daytime and randomly sleeping like out of nowhere before 8 p.m.
So he's playing individually at a high level, but then the team is also in sync. The way that they're not panicking in certain situations, they're clearly all on the same page. Obviously into the halftime scheduled timeout. 20 seconds to go on that. But the way this match
They're taking that time out. They want to take time.
Yeah, another 20 seconds and the game might be over.
How are you guys doing, chat? How are you guys in the morning?
You know, I was kind of getting at in the
or night, wherever you're at.
Discussion. The Nighthaven Labs may be a map, of course, Tyler have played a lot, but it's a very, very good map for Shopify Rebellion. Bank and Border will be more different compared to Nighthaven Labs, or at least that's the hope if you're Tai Lu. Back underway in the second half and into the bands.
Yeah, I'll see what kind of direction Tyloo specifically want to go with for bans. Is it wall denial like we saw from Shopify Rebellion in that first half, or do they go for a little bit of an alternate angle? Seems like they are going to go wall denial. Kai first, Bandit likely to follow, and then from the side of Shopify Rebellion, the Capital out first. And the Nomad as well, which we saw quite a bit of play time of on that first half. So some of the crowd control dealt with, so no huge
It's kind of crazy because there's also a regional happening next week. As soon as playoffs happens for Rainbow Six Siege, there's a regional happening exactly at China right now for Rainbow Six as well.
Second floor up first, and Shopify Rebellion will be looking to get this one done quickly.
Yeah, but it's one of those kind of things where, you know, when it comes to like IT wall, whether it's vulnerable or not, when you know it's obviously going to be vulnerable, you're going to defend it very differently anyway. So it's almost irrelevant. You know that they're going to be putting pressure through IT. You know that's going to be an entry. And so you're going to position and play.
I think EWC chat viewership actually went up as well this year. We're going to have to see. We'll peep in after Siege ends as well, though.
Guess what? Now you got Clash. Now you got Mirror. Now you've got the Army. You got all these.
This is very important. I think Shopify is going to win this up.
IT's probably going to get opened up anyway, especially even if you have the Bandit. Yeah, it's not that difficult to go storage, deal with the shockwave batteries. And so
There's a side switch right now. Rebellion's on defender side instead of attack, so hopefully.
A little bit more difficult.
Will Mirror check the wall.
I'm pretty sure this is a defender sided map too, so this might be a lot easier for them.
No, it won't be, but they'll be looking to show some fight here on attack and build maybe a little bit of tempo heading into Bank, which is still going to be a superstructure heavy map and be very reliant on execute timing, especially for attack. Border is a whole different kettle of fish if we get there. Let's see this hard breach battle though, with the mirror trick deployed, hole in the wall. May make things a little more complex here for RB, but
nades already. Okay.
It won't be the end of the world. Good impact trick though from Canadian will ensure that
just delays really.
Some of the X-Turrets are delayed.
I don't think he's going to stop this one.
Also not an entry point just yet. These ones need to land. These are the last 4, I believe. And tricks. So with the mirror up,
he's got 2 more, but that's
oh,
going to be.
Thanks for the anonymous sub, Lee Bam. W. You, my sir, get a platinum EWC badge. Super rare. Congrats, congrats. Good job, dog. Ultraviolet. It's an ultraviolet EWC badge.
Should be.
Thank you. Thank you for the sub.
Either way, they've spent what, a minute and a half. They've spent half the round on just this little mini game.
Oh.
And that's funnily enough.
Oh wait, boom.
That's the power of the mirror. Spite was the 3rd ban back in the first half.
Flashbang. This is seemingly going to be quite difficult. Either way, entry made. Jackie were able to feed his way through. So at least into IT, but they do need to open up other avenues.
I was just about to explain too.
Very simple.
They're doing a couple fake outs. You blow up one of the walls just so they think you're there, but then you're not there.
Kind of fall a little out of sight. You can play electrical.
Okay.
You can play blue.
Tyloo knows where the bomb sites are. Doesn't see it. But where are they? Oh, gas. Oh, no gas.
This may as well at this point flood into the site as there's only 30 seconds left. The Nitrocell from Rexon will not connect. Can Canadian get into a position to at least block them?
That's crazy. They haven't even lost one person. But they're so low. They're so low, honestly. Oh, he sees him. He sees him. He sees him. Oh. Whoa. Okay.
Jackie Wu gives Tyloo a 5v3 advantage. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, diffuser on the roof, only just collected now.
Oh, no way.
Go for kills.
Might just need to do just that. Canadian still up along with Surf. Canadian.
Oh no, Canadian rip.
Combines 2. A base going for the plant. Canadian and Ambi both down.
Alright, diffuser's planted, so it's like a little bit more time. Damn, okay. It doesn't matter if this is a defender advantage map. Damn, okay.
That got real dicey at the end there.
Does not matter when you're a professional pro player.
Go for kills. I was looking off to the second monitor and I saw
that was a sick 1v1 on Jackie Wu.
Wow. Are they gonna realize? And they did. Late 15
Nitrous is pop, and usually when people like panic and they're like stand in it, they just ran past. It's like it's nothing.
Tyloo
Look at that.
The minigame IT wall took an extended period of time. They still committed to the play, and whilst the initial shape-up was a little one-dimensional, they were able to fight their way through, and Songlet with some good composure there to just give Tyloo a little in here for the second half.
And not just for
That's a good buy time, though. With that plant, that was a really good buy time.
You want that form momentum. You want to be able to play well, carry that into the next map. Just what Tyloo ordered. A nice clutch round win here in the 7th round. A 1v3 technically for Songlet on a technicality basis, but not really.
10 seconds to go.
Well, and again, they got the opening kill. Like that, 7 rounds played, a 5-2 split in their favor. That's a good sign. They've got the ability to win gunfights. I think where they've probably, well, so far being down 5-2, lost this at the moment, has been the more structured gameplay, the experience of Shopify Rebellion, as a rehost will be called, so we're going to get a little bit more time here. And the 8th round will be voided. This will be a rehost.
Well, hopefully it's not a rehost if
yeah, Dr. Lit
actually fixes it, but apparently that will not
What's
be
up? Hello, hello.
Rehost confirmed.
Well,
so pausing the action.
Yeah, I mean, technically, even if it had fixed it, once
hello,
the
my
rehost
friend.
is called, I'm pretty, and obviously within, as it was, within the guidelines, I think at that point it's just a rehost, but...
Hello, my friend. Good morning.
A little bit of a moment to sort of sit back, reflect, look at this series now. 5-2. That was a big round win for Tyloo. Does it kind of give you some thoughts for the remainder?
They left the round on pause. I don't know why. I guess they're having lagging issues. Good morning, my friend.
Incredibly different to Nighthaven Labs.
I certainly view it as a positive. I think there's glimpses, but the harsh reality is when you're versing Shopify Rebellion.
Thank you for the shout out. Appreciate it.
It's great, but it's never going to win you a series, right? So I think so far this map has illustrated the rift between these two teams. And whilst
I'm gonna do a shout out for you, my good sir.
The Shopify Rebellion ended up
Shout
away with like a 7-1 in this
out.
series.
I know how to do
Felt
this.
like that was going to be the case, and so they've been able to at least put the brakes on that. Can maybe look to rebuild that dam for now and see if it will hold for a little while longer, but I think it is a case of an inevitability that the first map,
I have a strong feeling that it did not work.
and the second map being structurally somewhat similar to the 2-0. I don't think that storyline has really changed
hold up.
so far.
Hold up.
Find the positive spin on it.
Where's the shout out button? How do you guys do the shout out? Oh man, I'm disappointed in myself.
High quality opponent where there's maybe
I'm highly like, give me a second. Let me try to do the shout out.
I haven't had a single round where someone from Tyloo's gone and got a multi-kill. That's the only caveat, being that who's been the individual to really stand up, because for Shopify Rebellion, that's been Rexon.
Hello, chat.
11 and 2. But no one on the side of Tyloo's got more than 7 kills. There's 2 players for Shopify Rebellion that are 7+, being Surf and Rexon. Abe actually 1 and 7, and he was the. I mean, I don't know if I still have the numbers.
I'm writing that in my notes.
So Abe went 15 and
oh, slash, not exclamation point. It's slash. I knew that. I knew that. I knew that.
I'm looking across at the lobby and I see 10 faces.
I knew that.
So hopefully we'll be able to
I did that. Okay. I'm definitely okay. We're gonna make a command for that. I gotta make a command for that too.
Well, it was a game bug.
That's what I said.
Oh, there's a game bug?
Sorry.
No, I said it. Given it was.
Well, there was a game bug?
It's not going to be a 40-minute pause audio issue.
No audio issue.
Earlier.
Oh, 40-minute pause audio issue?
Oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah, we're loading back in.
Yeah, we are loading back into Nighthaven Labs. Shopify Rebellion still
2. Normal Ubisoft servers.
Can Tyloo get 2 rounds in a row?
No, I'm kidding.
That's going to be the big thing.
But yeah, Ubisoft does have a known glitch for bugs a lot of the times.
Multiple rounds consecutively against Shopify Rebellion. That's going to definitely put them in good stead going into their match. Reminder in terms of the statistics going into Bank, Shopify Rebellion a 1-2 record, 7th preference. They ban it more often themselves.
Homie, how was I not following? I should have been following from the very beginning. I don't know why it wasn't letting me follow.
So they actually ban it less themselves.
Homie, I don't know what happened with that follow. Sorry, my bad. I'm following.
Defeated this year 2-0. One of those actually being also against All Gamers, which is that's a pretty decent win. All Gamers being kind of the 1B of the 1A, 1B of Edward Gaming and all gamers in CNL. And just a 4-3 record on that final match for Shopify Rebellion as we return to Nighthaven Labs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm reloading.
Are we actually going kitchen?
Things are diffusing out.
Yeah, I'll go kitchen. Oh, hang on a second.
It hurts me every time, Jake.
Let me stand up here. So we've got kitchen cafeteria, which I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't need the stats in front of me. Globally, this is so attacker-sided, it's not even funny.
In fact, I'm pretty sure, I feel like every time we've checked, typically,
it's like 100%.
It's the worst site in the game.
Globally. I'm excited for this. The only time you see a team pick this is hopefully if they actually know what they're doing.
It's CNL for a point of reference. As I said before, most played in the league, 301 rounds, 9 rounds on this side. And what's even funnier, 56% defensive win rate.
Oh boy, well, let's see what Shopify Rebellion are cooking here in the kitchen on Nighthaven Labs. They've got, again, Canadian on the clash, but he gets taken down so low immediately.
The Dokkaebi call into the spam with the little shield break, it actually almost worked. Tyler cooked. Unfortunately, though, Canadian's still alive.
They put some work into Canadian on this match. He's had a tough time on the shields.
The shields haven't really been the main problem for Tyloo. Dealing with it, as you've mentioned, has been a positive.
Big
oh my god.
From Ambi, though, on to Dua.
Oh my god.
Clearly wanting to play
Crazy C4.
A big part of this map, but a heavy focus around this first floor. Canadian, top of blue.
Yeah, he's resumed his original position. Can no longer be called as he ate the last.
That's true, and that's a big factor now. Obviously still low on health means he does need to be careful with his positioning. And a rare opening kill for Shopify Rebellion heading into the final minute.
Ooh.
This is a site that really Tyloo need to be winning. They've been afforded the opportunity.
That could have been deadly.
Jugger payload call going out onto Ambi.
Could have been the end of Ambi. They see him. They see him.
Active, so much cash.
Oh no, there goes our right shield. Nice.
Canadian falls to a bay, and with Jackie Wu fighting that kill onto
Okay, Canadian was already low.
4 versus 3 advantage now for Tyloo. Jackie Wu, bit of information as well on the radar of the Solid Snake. And going back, Envy did eat that Jugger payload call from Songla. Can't be called again, but Surf and Rexon.
Look out, guys, he has waifu buff.
In fact, Surf may be up next. The Songla does have a charge.
Don't mess with Jolix. He has waifu buff.
Yeah, if Rex can hold down Kitchen, this could be tough. Ambi having impact elsewhere.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds on the clock for Tyloo.
Big kill from Jackie Wu. 20 seconds, as you said, not a lot of time, but where is that kit? It's not in a good spot. Rexon can play this site, same with Ambi. Very winnable now for the defense of Shopify Rebellion.
They need to be good on defense. They need to be smart. Oh, no way. What?
They go back to back.
I know, waifu buff shield. Let's go. W the waifu buff shield.
No more. No, never. Please. Every time.
Crazy.
I had to.
That's crazy.
I saw it in game and I saw it on our STP tracker, and I still didn't believe it.
Look, credit to Tyloo. Laid a lot of pressure early onto the clash. It was a great little combo there with the payload and shots fired. It meant that Canadian was in a very compromised position late, and despite Shopify Rebellion stacking so much catch
chat, quick reminder. Thank you.
And some of that still
thank you for watching me and choosing to watch me. Everyone should be getting their Rainbow Six Siege packs though. By watching this stream, you guys are getting a bunch of drops, not just from the EWC, but if you play Rainbow Six Siege, you actually get an actual drop. There's like these card packs that you can get, and these card packs can give you cosmetic. Sometimes very rare instances, operators. So yeah, hopefully y'all are doing great on that.
This feels a little bit pivotal because you go 5-1 up, totally in control.
5-4 is where there's just a little bit pressure.
This has been incredibly attacker-sided. Only one defensive round win so far. That was Tyloo back in the second round, and so far that might be enough.
Storage control then for the ninth. See for the additional bands get introduced, as you mentioned. Glaz selected here by Tyloo.
Oh, the timing. Rexon holding that window angle. Simha able to cross. But they haven't gone into this Glaz and saying that's the way we're going to win the round. They haven't brought any smokes alongside it, so it's only a Bay with his own smokes.
No impacts remaining here for Shopify Rebellion, so Sungood could invest that final summer on Garage for the entry as per his original plan, but elects not to for now and can retain that for elsewhere. Currently watching the defense, not the attack. That's surfed with a hacked drone, hence Jackie Wu trying his best to clear it. Back on to the Solid Snake for this round once more. And we'll play the lurk role for the round.
Snake is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I like his
interesting
skills.
drones right now.
Like how he has
Droning
voice
towards
automation
top floor,
skills.
same with the Bay, but then Jovica towards first floor. It clearly, at the moment, for Tyloo, looks like they're trying to just poke and prod. Where can we maybe find
that's the default.
A gap in the defense? The default camera up.
Onto the IQ, how ironic.
It's default. Onto anyone, but yes, the
I know,
IQ
but
even
it's just
more
even
so.
funnier.
Oh boy, well, it has been dealt with.
Credit to the observing team. Of course, not entirely sure who's actually on this game, but we have the all-star lineup for this event, of course.
We certainly do. Well, I'm a little concerned with the time. 60 seconds on storage control, where you haven't really cleared this top floor and kind of force Shopify Rebellion out of these positions. Do they go for maybe a control side hit?
It's a lot of posturing.
Rebellion does have to lock
They're just
in.
trying to gain a little more info.
Well, it's Duha that finds
Rebellion
the
does have to
on
lock
Rixon,
in.
and control now may be a little vulnerable. He's got the hallway established.
Honestly, they can't lose his advantage. If they lose his advantage, that'll be the biggest disappointment in my life.
Open up a gap elsewhere towards, say, storage side, rafters, etc. So Tyloo trying to play off that first kill. 35 seconds doesn't leave them a lot of time. They need to go and do so now. Jackawu inside of storage. Canadian though, one.
Oh, come on, Canadian. That looked really good. It was so clean.
After a flurry of kills. The diffuser, though, has been the common enemy of Tyloo in this half, and it's going to mean Jovica has to go
I don't think
back
they
out
want the
and get it.
diffuser. I think they want to just
And
play.
It's over towards IT. He's not even remotely close. 14 seconds at this point. They need to go for kills. Canadian is sitting next to
It looks like, dude, Tyloo's only playing for kills. That's how they won the last 3 rounds. They're about to win this round with a kill. No, no. Nice, good. Let's go. Good job.
Calamity again for Tyloo. A Shopify Rebellion with map point.
Well, it finally catches up with them.
Bring the diffuser.
It's been a common trend. In a lot of these rounds, Tyloo are comfortable with leaving the diffuser.
Even if they're leaving the diffuser, they're still winning. They're still winning.
Richard, probably more of that case.
It just means they're going to be more careful with it in general.
And they've often gotten away with it by either being able to collect it late or transitioning to, you know, potential kill win conditions, etc. That round, they didn't afford themselves that opportunity.
Well, if you have Kit there, then there's not as much of a reason for Canadian to sit IT like that. Brings him a bit more into the fray, and shuffles him around. But also, if you have Kit there, you probably can go for a control plan.
As well played by Canadian, just retaining life there was the perfect play.
Oh, absolutely.
W for sure.
Really, at that point, you have 14 seconds left. You know where the kit is. You know at that point it's either get the kit, which they have to do so in a hurry, which means he can probably get a kill, or they have to go for the kills and he can sit tucked in corner with the shield up, and in the end that proved to be a difference maker. So good heads up play from Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. They have a 3-round lead to close out the opening map of this series. Bank to follow. But again, signs of life from Tyloo here on Labs. Clearly, a lot they need to work on.
Yeah.
But the foundations seemingly are there.
They're not getting completely demolished, which no one would fault them in this kind of matchup if they walked away with a super one-sided result. Interestingly, Tyloo electing to take Clash out, not the Mirror, so that tool's still available for the IT trick, and we saw that pose some problems last time out. Ultimately, the breach was opened up, courtesy of the Habana. But this round, they actually pivot across to the Thatcher and Thermite combination.
It's interesting they didn't ban the Monty in the first half, but then they banned the Clash in the second half, taking that away from Canadian.
I felt like they dealt with the Clash quite positively so far, so I mean, maybe they didn't go for the Mirror instead and triple down.
Duha hoping to kill onto Spoit. They have absolutely rinsed Shopify Rebellion on these entry battles.
I feel like the vast majority, and I feel like the vast majority of Spoit's deaths so far has been him being caught out. It hasn't been a fair fight.
0-2 on the entries for Spoit. But 0-1 for Canadian, 0-1 for Surf, 1-2 for Rex, and MB the only one positive, 2-1.
Let's see how this goes.
Looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable for Obey to open up IT. Actually did so far quicker than last time too.
Slightly faster. A little less painful. Thatcher now can be used against the Wamai to counter the catch. Can also be used against BPCs and Ambi's util on the Fenrir.
Again, they're playing like a team where their fundamentals are at a pretty high level. They know what they're doing. Nitrocell thrown out from Canadian. That got shot out. Good reaction. And then the death mark onto his position towards Rafters. Yeah, Tyloo not panicking. They know IT, you don't need to rush in at the minute and 15-second mark. They're holding angles. They're trying to keep Shopify Rebellion on their toes. Maybe force a mistake out. Good pressure being applied now over towards Connector. So now they're actually bringing pressure from different angles of attack. Can go through electrical as well with this blitz. Yeah, so far liking this round for Tyloo, but it's all about the finish.
Yeah, and can they get Songla in on the action with that Deimos down below?
Timing.
Rexon's back.
Abe can get picked up inside of Connector. Don't think that's going to be a kill. Songla down below inside a lounge. Can he get involved on this Deimos? Abe indeed will get brought back up. Remains low on health. Now, though, the time starting to get a little bit too low. Songla able to just barely stay alive.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. If he gets this kill.
Got to deal with Canadian. This is key. 20 seconds.
Yeah, there ain't no way.
Jackie Wu. Big kill from Canadian. Trade back though from
Double kill.
Time expiring.
Double kill.
Here comes Surf double with the shotgun.
What?
And only Songla left on 1 HP. This should be the map.
Nice. Let's go.
Rebellion will ward off the CNL team on Nighthaven Labs and go 1-up in the series.
Yep. There we go. Good job. Let's go. Good job, Shopify. Heck yes.
Despite Tyloo's comfortability on that map, the North American squad clearly just too good and in good form today. In a brutal format, it's what they needed, and so far, delivering the goods.
Of course, series not done. It is just the first map for Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo's map pick of Bank will be coming up, where they'll look to try and get themselves back into this series. And again, there were signs of life from Tyloo there on Nighthaven Labs. I don't think they walk away from this completely.
Dude, if I was Shopify, I would have been like, dude, what are we doing?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Why are we throwing?
Again, though, it's going to be the case.
They were throwing. Not gonna lie, they were throwing.
To be necessarily good enough for a series win. So certainly some positive takeaways, some learning.
Yeah, like when they, as soon as they hit defense, like they just started to just run out and to try to gun in them. But then that did not work 90% of the time. Taiwu didn't bring the diffuser 90% of the time. They were like, leave the diffuser, let's just go get kills. And honestly, they got killed because some people were just like, let's go get kills too. Well, what the heck? You can win the game off kills, yeah, but like that's not how you want to do it.
Your best. That is what's needed to beat Shopify Rebellion. You saw so many.
Who am I to say?
It's 1%ers for
I'm just another man.
Constantly the 1%ers on there.
A mere co-streamer for the Esports World Cup. Oh my god.
It is those last minute plays.
Alright guys, let me get this lure.
We can't. 2 seconds.
Lure dog.
Canadian gets a kill, locks down the site. They don't have options. It's all of these things, Jake, that culminate into 1% that Shopify Rebellion will take and run.
I think in the long run, those things are fixable.
Yeah.
So the fundamentals clearly are there for Tyloo. I wouldn't walk away from this thinking, geez, this is a team that don't know what they're doing.
Not at all.
To me, it looks like a team that does know what they're doing. Yep. There's some areas that need fixing up. And with VOD reviewing, more experience, those are the things that are actually very easy to go back and say, take care of the diffuser better. You know, our entries are really good. Oh, what can we do after that? So there's actually a big piece of the pie that's already there. It's just about finishing it off.
Now, I missed the first 3 rounds of the actual map because sometimes you're going to eat some food. I know it's a crazy idea. But what I will say is the second I started watching this, every single opening pick looked dangerous for Tyloo if they didn't get it. It looked like a favorable gunfight. It looked as if they had actually set them up to find that opening pick. And it really became prominent on their attack how many opportunities they were able to capitalize on. I think that what you kind of said in the last final round where it's like they actually look like they have a really clear idea. They do. The Thatcher into the Zofia, just very quick little things that they don't spend a lot of time on. I actually think Tyloo right now are looking really good. Again, you are up against one of the best teams, not just in play-ins, but I think you could probably put Shopify Rebellion into a top 4 conversation for this event. And look, maybe that's a little too early to say, but that's okay. Moving across to Bank now, though. Nighthaven Labs is where CNL lives. That's where they are comfortable. But Bank, does that change the conversation at all? Are you at all worried for Tai Lu moving into a second map?
Well, I mean, worried would be more, I think, in a match where the teams are even and maybe, or going into the series even. Clearly not the case for this. I don't think you can ever worry for Tai Lu. For Shopify Rebellion to win this series. Fair. What I will say is I'm worried in the sense that they actually dominated the opening kills so much. So Shopify Rebellion won 7 rounds. 2 of them were with opening kills, 5 where they had the opening death. Yeah. So that's quite significant, and it means on a map like Bank, where I honestly think opening kills on Bank matter even more than Nighthaven Labs. I'm not as worried for Tai Lu. I genuinely think that the fact they won 2 rounds in a row here on Labs shows they can get, you know, back to back, a little bit of continuity.
All this is patience.
For Shopify Rebellion, again, they will be favored on Bank. This is where we've got to make sure we don't kind of misspeak out of turn. But I'm not worried for Tai Lu. The foundations are there. They showed enough on Labs, but they've just got to be a little cleaner. In fact, a lot cleaner against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Dude, like, not even during that, if Shopify Rebellion is playing like this right now, I wonder how they're gonna do during playoff stages, honestly. Unless they're gonna like super lock in. I thought they want to win this championship, bro.
This could be an opportunity for
okay, so the other prize pools that you get from this is that, okay, first place $750,000. Second place, dude, this is a huge gap from second and first. Second place is $350,000. That's like a $400,000 difference, bro. And then like the other one is there's a $200,000 for third, $115,000 for fourth. But there's also club points that you get too, which matters a lot. So the ones that do need the club points right now are Team Secret, Virtus Pro, Weibo, Geeky, probably Team Liquid, and Fnatic. Well, if Fnatic wins, they'll be really good. Everything's good. AGAL just needs to qualify for at least top 4. That's all they need to do. Team Falcons also wants to score probably top 3. But I don't know how their Rainbow Six Siege team is. 9th through 12th though gets $35,000. 5th through 6th, $60,000. 13th through 16th, $25,000. 17th through 18th, $20,000. 19th to 20, $17,500. And then 21st, 22nd, about $15,000, which is not bad. Not bad actually. If we can split, like, that's like $2,000 per player, and then like $5,000 for like coaches and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not bad. That's actually way better than I think. What was the other 5v5 that was happening last week?
Foundations are so important.
What was it?
Their foundations, their mechanics are really on point. They look.
Oh yeah, that's way better than Overwatch. Way better than Overwatch for sure.
And actually making sure that you can kind of find your ways into what would be a bank. And I think realistically, if you look to one of the key factors as to why Tai Lu
Six is probably also on the Nation Cup thing 5, so
I don't think actually accurately assesses how close this entire game was. It's the opening kills where they seem to find so much success. You have a look right now.
Honestly, it's the kills, dogs. Yes, it's because they keep throwing themselves in. Tai Lu knows how to get kills. They know how to overplay them. But still, like, what the hell? Why are people rocking out? Why are they trying to 1v1? Who's trying to catch these hands? No one's trying to catch your hands, dog. No one. I'm pretty sure no one wants to catch the hands.
And I think moving into Bank, like you said, it's going to be important to see how they can manage to control the game. I actually don't think that, when we love to talk about win conditions, I don't think that there is a win condition. I think that condition has to be a snowball. I think that Tai Lu have to get control at the start of the rounds and keep the pressure on them slowly. I think that where they started to fumble is when they left it too late. They left it too late in 2 or 3 rounds, Michael, and every single time they either didn't have kit or they just fumbled the ball on an opening pick or an opening engagement in that late rounds.
Generally speaking, the early round was actually pretty positive from Tai Lu. Not only just the entry metric, but I think the tempo that they were able to employ. A couple of occasions that they caught Shopify Rebellion off guard. A couple of occasions where maybe they forced a fast
I like how Ninja Kill is in this. That makes me happy. Wait,
typically
No
a
cuddle.
lot slower and a little more refined in how they go for their approach. So a lot of it is mid to late. Attack in terms of diffuser location, some of the positional, some of the attacks as well, maybe a little more one-dimensional than you would typically require against high-quality opposition. And then defensively, a couple of occasions where they kind of allowed Shopify Rebellion to sneak back into rounds that they should have been closing pretty confidently. So I think for me, I'll be analyzing pretty heavily on Bank the last 45 seconds of the round. I don't foresee massive issues early round. If it plays out similarly to the first map, that could be a condition that they play into, and maybe a discussion that they're having backstage right now is, early round was great. Let's keep it up. Good information, good execution, comms were flowing. Late round, though, that's where we need to see some improvement.
But, I mean, that's the credit, though, to Shopify Rebellion, understanding that, yeah, okay, maybe their opening rounds haven't been great, but we've got the ability to close the game out. We know when to fall back. We know the win cons late round. And so clearly for Tyloo, that's going to be, I think, a gap, just for today, a gap too far. I don't know if they can do that. So if I'm Tyloo, I'm thinking, forget about the late round. Let's try and win this earlier. Around the minute mark, minute and a half. If we find that opening kill, go. Who cares if there's a minute 45 on the clock? Let's just play a little bit more aggressive tempo and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard, especially on a map like Bank, where I think it can be a bit more applicable than, say, Nighthaven Labs.
Well, you were talking about Abe in the first round of the second half, where it was like 1-7. He is statistically their best player over the last 60 days. And he was 1-7 in that first half. Imagine what happens if you can engage him earlier. If you can actually get him into the game, into the second half, and he has a little bit more of like a ramp rather than like this up and down trajectory. Right now, I do think that Tyloo are looking good. And for everyone at home, we did just talk about Tyloo a lot because I don't think you can really fault anything from Shopify Rebellion. They look like the team they should be.
Same from their
What do
first
they
match
have?
today.
I wonder what type of paper they got.
Again, just did everything they needed to against El Yula Club. So I think coming into this, it's the same metric.
Yeah, 100%.
Just doing what you got to do.
Yeah.
Cade's banned. Habana's been banned.
Part, as we get into this second
Cade's really
matchup,
cool. I like Cade.
It is all
Super
on
cool.
Shopify Rebellion. The pressure is entirely on them.
Well, the pressure's a little off now because you've won the first map.
But no, but I'm talking about like from a perception. They are by far the best team in play-ins, and it's not even close. They are not a play-ins team. They're a back half group stage team. They are a playoffs team. So this needs to be convincing for me. I don't think they can leave any doubt in our mind as we get underway with Bank, and I leave you boys to it.
Thank you, Analyst Rob. Doing a great job. Good to have him on the desk. And honestly, I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think that for Shopify Rebellion, they've actually handled the quote-unquote pressure, if you will, because there is pressure when you're the top team and you're playing against teams you arguably should be winning. That's almost as pressurized as, say, if it was Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons later on in group stage, for example. The pressure levels would be quite similar, but just for different reasons.
Well, let's jump into it then, as the bands have rolled through. It's double hard breach from Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, my keyboards. They make the type.
They responded by
You
can go ahead, Jake. It's all yours.
Yeah, sorry, that's a little bit loud. But you know, I like my clicky click keyboards. It's really nice. The Razer Hutchman. I gotta post that photo today. I need to edit some photos. Thank you for reminding me. Cause your boy just got into the partner program for Razer.
So they will be the first
Coca-Cola World Cup
from the Esports World Cup.
Oh, that's a finger chance.
So it means for Group B, it will be MIBR Los versus CH.
That means I get discounts.
In that lower bracket final.
Let me know what you need.
That will qualify as the Group B 2 seed, which actually could end up being against Shopify Rebellion, provided they
I hope Gabby's not watching.
this map of Bank.
But basically, I was gonna use it to buy her birthday gift too.
Of course, this is
her birthday's
by the
this
way,
month.
the last match of the day for Stream
Like in 2 weeks from now.
A. But good news, Stream B will still have El Yula Club versus Chiefs, which is also going to be
Too legit.
elimination game.
Too legit to quit. Hey.
But over to Bank now. Tyloo on the attack. Shopify Rebellion. As I said before, I think starting defense here, this is the kind of stuff that they can do. They can control, force Tyloo to play the way that they want to play. Basement to begin. Drop down from Ambi. So small amount of pressure as per usual towards staff and open area. And so much delay available for the defense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Fuse is going to integrate into this lineup. Both the Blitz and the Monty were available. secondary hard breach, though, will benefit here of the fuse, and so we'll see if that has impact. And indeed it will right on cue. Notably though, the Grim did have also secondaries in the fuse charge at a benefit as well. A bit of U2 clearance onto site, good counter onto the Goyo. We'll see just how much of those canisters end up being cleared. And unfortunately, 3 still standing.
Which is the hope, really, with the cluster charges, is to hopefully deal with most of those. But the fact that there's still 3 up is a concern. Factor in the 3 gas babes available for Rexon, double Nitrocell, then the Shamika launcher.
See if that one lands.
If Tyloo go direct here, which right now is seemingly what they want to do.
Okay, that missed as well.
I don't think this is going to work out well for them. They need to pivot here.
Will this one land?
They cannot expect this to now work.
Nope. Oh no. That might be the most ineffective fuse I have ever seen casting this game.
He does still have 1 cluster charge. He can.
Oh, that could be the golden cluster charge. That could be the one to beat all cluster charges.
I think this round's done. 28 seconds. They're going to need Jakku to push main and find 3 kills. They have nothing else.
Oh, it worked. It worked.
Well, it did work, but
too late.
There's 20 seconds. Still 2 gas babes, double Nitrocell, and the Shamika launcher of Surf. There's no way in which they can push through Surfer.
Wasting time for utilities.
Shopify Rebellion have a
All they have to do is
99.99% chance to win this round. Jackie Wu
nice.
gets the opening kill. It's irrelevant.
Nice.
Duas still has to get this plan.
They don't have the plan. Oh, they no way. No way. Are they defusing?
Goes down. There has to be a denial. They will not deny. Play will be
No
successful.
way.
Despite all this utility. For Shopify
What?
Rebellion, Tyloo through the front door.
Bro. Shopify, why are we mistaken?
No way.
Why are we mistaken, homies? Okay, now they gotta defuse it.
Surely don't think. Well, now I will say this is 99% chance. Tyloo
Oh,
should win
no
this
way.
round. It's a huge flip.
Tyloo gonna win? Bro, there's 20%. No way. With headshot. Okay, yeah. Wow. Okay. Bro, what the hell happened? They had like all the... They had fires on there. They had electricities on there. They had spikes on there. They had everything on there. And yet they still couldn't get a single kill?
It didn't feel like there was a world in which Tyloo could get that plant down, yet
why did they throw everything and they still don't get a kill? Look, look, they threw a fire.
The lack of flames from Surf.
It was a Hail Mary play.
Good try. This was a really good try though. Good try, good headshot.
That was it.
Bro, why? Where are we doing this?
At least you didn't say 100%.
I didn't say 100%.
You've learned.
I'll be back.
Really, it was a way of trying to
tragic.
signify
Very tragic. I am tragically depressed. That was Shopify. What are we doing? What are we getting paid to do? What?
That was a massive talking point. The Wamai was catching a lot of that util and making it very difficult for Tyloo to set up for that eventual plan, but with the stage set, they were able to secure it, and with that, the opening round is theirs. And that's probably the only round so far for Shopify Rebellion today that we can look towards as a bit of a frustrating one where it should have been theirs and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah, I agree with that.
Certainly not the first round they've lost, but
the
first in that
round where they were dominant, they were in control.
And they'd be like, the immediate reaction is, how did we lose it?
Well, can Tyloo follow on from that? Yeah, Siege is a game of momentum. You win that round in that fashion. Yeah, the blood's pumping, and you get to kind of celebrate briefly to start this second map. Start off an open area for the second round. Of course, the bands of the Ace and the Habana mean Kanto wall over towards elevators will not be able to get opened up. No clash available for Canadian. The funniest part out of all that round is the fact that Tyloo again got the opening kill. I don't know how they just keep finding a way to get that.
Been a strength.
Slow and steady here in the second round. Almost halfway through it. Jovica with a little bit of direct pressure. And then it's Canadian that pops up, finds the kill. Although Ambi caught at the skylight of Jackie Wu. And Abay follows up onto Canadian. And suddenly, Tai Lu, despite not getting the opening kill, don't have the extra player.
Well, in classic Tai Lu fashion, they don't have the diffuser.
Well,
Let's see if that poses problems.
They might not need it though, with Rexon falling to Duha. Spoit and Surf. Last two up. Surf able to connect onto Abay. Falls back open over at the bomb chassis. Answering the Jugger payload. Spoit now low. Could be susceptible to that. Well, no, I guess he won't. Jackie Wu, by the way, is planting, and that is going to be an easy plant. No way to deny that one. Lovely shot, though, from Spoit.
And Song was all the way over towards Lone.
Jackie Wu.
Oh, timing.
Oh, they know he's here as well because they had the cross covered. They knew he was still over at the plant. Here comes Songla, catches out Surf, but Spoit's just sticking. Songla has no idea. That's the round one. Pros do not fake. Songla had no clue.
That was cold from Spoit.
Well, Banker started a little sloppier than Nighthaven Labs. But who does that favor? Maybe Tai Lu in the long run.
Yeah, chaotic round, but Shopify Rebellion just able to successfully execute the retake. Sharp shooting from Spoit.
There's a problem with staying there at the default plant too, if your position is known, because Surf was still playing over towards Staff and Open. He knows, okay, yeah, they popped in, they've got the plant down, but he hasn't left. And we know exactly where he is. So that ends up being an easy clear for Spoit. And then it's a 2 versus 1. Spoit obviously just gets straight on the kit. Songla's not aware of it. He doesn't have the information. Easy counter defuse. But if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just want to get the round wins. You don't care how.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But far closer rounds to begin here on Bank. We had top floor, CEO and executive for round number 3.
Muscle pain. Portals. Turn it up, chat.
Interestingly enough, Duha actually going to go on the Monty himself.
Oh.
Haven't really seen too much.
If Shopify Rebellion loses this entire match,
A little bit back in the second half of Nighthaven Labs.
I will
Only 2 rounds.
commit Sambuku in GTA. This is a Defender side map. Defender has the most advantage here.
Side from Tai Lu may look to
What, I got mines outside?
attack on that side of the map.
Huh? That don't make sense.
Especially with the Monty in place, ended up Nana.
What?
Go for a play front.
I don't think they're ever gonna come up from behind. They don't gotta worry about that. They definitely don't gotta worry about that.
Abay, though, gets rid of Canadian. It's just on the rappel.
No, it could be Jam below or just for the U-tool and the castle barricades. I don't think there's any point getting too fancy now with advantage.
I mean, this Monty's going to go up and on 100%.
Electrosensor active.
Puts Surf under quite a bit of pressure here. He wants to try and retain position and ward off that Monty. And a drop isn't necessarily always the safety from that position either.
I mean, the elevator position's quite volatile if you don't get help from long desk. And with that shield, but the problem is it's a solo push right now from Duha. Like the smoke play, they know he's there, they've got the information, but where's the follow-up? So Duha gets into a good position. This is where you want to be if you're Tai Lu. Oh, Songla's just going to go rappel straight down.
Oh no, not the gas.
Also from Rexon will delay the push up Banana. Yovika caught by Ambi. You do have Rexon playing long desk and can provide a little bit of help for Surfall. In the end, he gets cleared out.
W to the sub to Dr. Doolittle. Let's go. Do shout outs.
Good drone. Fundamentals at the moment from Tai Lu are really sound.
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly a point we brought up back on Nighthaven Labs. They're following through here as well on Bank so far. Job's not done.
W sub.
Have Ambi already low on health, and they've got good control in towards the site. Good damage from Ambi onto Duha. Does still have that nitro cell. That could be the ticket to get rid of this Monty.
Oh, but that right shield's deadly.
Throws it out.
Oh.
But doesn't quite connect.
Before no
and
kill.
over toward top main, Rexon almost found an angle. Holding right side.
Braxton, stay. Nice. Good job, Braxton. Braxton, stay alive.
Took a bit of damage and then goes prone. 20 seconds left. Jackie Wu does deal with him.
Here comes the diffuser. I think the diffuser is right in the plant.
Holding in a good position.
Stay. Stay. Good. One more.
Duha falls and only Jackie Wu left. The duo for Shopify Rebellion on site will hold strong. There's no time for Jackie Wu, and once again doesn't have the kit. Runs past it, time expires. Shopify Rebellion, hold on in round 3.
It's a late round breakdown.
Good job.
It's late round breakdown number.
What?
I don't know because we're losing track at this point. Early round.
Oh my gosh, I gotta get some more emotes.
Great value from the Monty again.
Putting it out on the list.
Position
Emotes.
is
We
pretty
need more
sound. Had a good
emotes.
chunk of time spare there at the end, but Ambi was allowed to reposition.
Yo, this is the longest
was
I've
looming
seen.
threat
Well, then
stock
again,
side
like
as
we
well.
started at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. and we're about to go into 12 in the afternoon. I just know that tomorrow's gonna be like a good day because from the EWC stuff, all I gotta do is just get a good night's rest. Honestly, what the heck, I could even sleep like at 9. You know what this means, guys? This means Pigman stream tonight. We're gonna do Pigman.
Selected, but a preemptive ban there from.
It was selected in the first round.
Oh, it was. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Hey.
And we'll be returning back down to the basement, presumably.
It's actually a pretty good ban when you can consider that opening.
All right.
Yes.
Come on, Shopify.
In general, too, on bank.
Let's take this home. Take this away. It's an easy win, honestly.
So into round 4. Been a good contest on bank. And kind of the way we build it up.
I didn't know, but it's a new face this season.
Alu have followed through. They've been better, but as you said before, the late round issues clearly plaguing them still here on bank, as was the case on Nighthaven Labs. It's a cruel game, Siege. I mean, intents and purposes,
it should be 3-0.
It's almost like there's 3 stages. Start, middle, and end. And they're almost 2 out of 3 every round. But it's that final piece that matters the most.
Yeah. They'll bring the Saints for the 4th round, so that's indicative that we'll likely see a hatch drop execute in this round. CCTV, the lineup is well known now at this point. And that will offer some counterplay onto this defensive lineup, which has seen a significant shuffle from Shopify Rebellion, probably a little bit scarred after their failed plant denial attempt last time on basement. Once again, they presence first floor with potential fallback through open.
This is pretty aggressive from Spoit, this position right here. Because if someone does push... Oh my god.
Default again, guy.
Gets rid of the shock drone too. Still up.
That's bad fundamentals.
But this is, again, where in the VOD reviews, they're going to learn quite a lot. This is a round lost based off this default. Easy Nitro Cell for Canadian. And if it wasn't going to be that Nitro, it was going to be Spoit anyway. They lose Duha immediately. Jackie Wu is main stairs. Now, it might catch them by surprise. This is a rather deep position. Barbed wire is below, so he can't just push through. A couple of Candelas used as well to clear out first floor. Jackie Wu had a small opportunity. This now should end up being a rather difficult round for Tai Lu. Job done from Shopify.
No way, Hype Train.
Really
what?
Fundamental mistakes. As much as we talk about
Alex Dragon, W.
The odd one here or there. Where it's
We got a combined Hype Train. Let's go. We're getting hyped up in my chat too.
60 seconds.
Don't forget, guys, every sub, every bit, they go into the Hype Train. Hype Train combined for me and Dr. Doolittle.
I need a hero moment. Hold on.
Doolittle. Dr. Doolittle. Yes.
Snake. Jackie Wu's been good.
W Hype Train.
And that's a lot of information gained, but playing off.
Send your dubs. Send your subs.
Whole different story.
Help Dr. Doolittle. Send your subs.
I think server push is not going to work, so it's going to be elevator drop, main stairs.
Garage work. Yeah, I don't mind this plan.
Hold it. Enemy nearby.
Get some information from the radar as well with this positioning. Helps out that push towards Garage, but Yovika loses it anyway despite getting that called out from Jackie Wu.
Kill him though? Ah, no.
Nice push from Canadian.
Even with the call out.
This is the most dominant round that
no.
we may have seen actually in the series as a whole, certainly here on Bank. Some big issues for Tyloo in this 4th round, and Shopify Rebellion have put them to the sword. While Songler denies the flawless nature of the round, it's still an easy round win for Shopify Rebellion as they go 3-1 up. They make it 3 straight.
Yeah, they do.
Good job, Shopify. Shopify definitely goes that one.
We talked about the damn wall
Endorsed
back
it.
on the first map.
I
It feels
endorsed
like
it.
Similar kind of storyline.
That's an
potentially
endorsement I'm
developing
taking.
here. On bank, Tyloo trying to now reset. They called their tactical timeout for this map. Unfortunately, the 4th round, it was poor from the start. Deep alley. It meant that Shopify Rebellion had a pretty spot-on read as to the push. Electrical and open. Facilitated Spoit to play in advanced position. Allowed Canadian to get a Nitro over towards Printer. It then evolved into a situation where Tyloo will play it down, having to go for the plan B, plan C, kind of a amalgamation of a back hit plus a garage lock, and even with the Solid Snake information, that too also didn't go their way. A 50-55 garage.
W
Their best
team.
way in which they could have potentially opened the round didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can, if you want to find the
Bum
positive
bum
angle,
bum
like,
bum
if you
bum
were a
bum
code
bum bum
analyst
bum
for
bum
Tyloo,
bum
you're
bum
walking away
bum
from this
bum.
event, there's so much that you can actually look at on paper and say, we can fix this.
Yeah.
We can fix getting rid of default. we can fix our late round execute. Yeah, there's a lot to work with. So that's going to be the positive spin on it for a region as a whole, let alone the team that's still new in this department. And a 3-1 lead, though, for Shopify Rebellion. Should, again, remind, in terms of the format, this is not an elimination game.
Correct.
Provided Tyloo are the team to go on and lose this series, they will drop to the lower bracket, where they will play the winner of Albula Club and Chiefs, which is happening right now on the B stream. I don't believe they've started just yet, though.
It's a B stream going on?
Tellers and archives for the 5th round.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think for me, the way I would frame the remainder of this match is, do we see a Shopify Rebellion now that can kind of put a foot to the throat?
Yeah.
Can they be ruthless from this point onward?
Show them in the early portion of the round.
Exactly. Can they put Tyloo in an even more uncomfortable position? Early round has been the biggest strength for Tyloo over the course of this series.
But it's also,
to sharpen that a
but
little.
also, it's Shopify Rebellion are winning in the way they want to be winning here. Better fundamentals, better late round. They don't need to just run around and click heads. Like if this were Weibo versus Tyloo, Weibo are spawn peeking, they're rushing, they're just, they know they can beat them in the straight up gunfights. And while Shopify Rebellion know that as well, they're still just sticking to a play style that's going to serve them in good stead for the remainder of the tournament.
Playing a more gentlemanly game of Siege.
Oh, love that from Spoit, though, onto Duha. That is one thing, by the way, here on Bank. Has now got the opening kill advantage, 3-2. They've got decimated there on Ninehaven Labs.
Spoit as well, having a much better map too. Noting back on Labs a couple of key moments where he was getting caught out, put in uncomfortable positions, but
that's his first opening kill of the series. He was 0-2 up until that point. Which
Not his primary role.
No.
There's more so the mid to late where there were some weaknesses.
Ooh, Yevika, cool. Okay, things starting to unravel for Tyloo. You called it. You wanted to see Shopify Rebellion put the foot on the throat, and it seems like in this 5th round we're getting a glimpse of that. I think
we still have another match, guys. That's crazy. We have the Chef Esports Club against Alua Club Esports. That is crazy.
They won't give up on the round.
I like this lurk,
but they're searching.
We have more Rainbow Six Siege.
And when
that is crazy.
Your fundamentals then fall away. And while Tyloo's fundamentals have been largely good in the series, I don't think they've got the ability to.
This stream hour has definitely pushed me to more stream in the afternoon. And that's scary because I have work in the afternoon. I work on other things. That's okay.
Get out of the way. As Songler is eliminated, it's only a Bay left. He does at least win the battle against Spoit. He does have 45 seconds in a 1v2. Not impossible.
Pop.
But Ambi will hold
a couple bolts.
The Solus, and he is the full trump card here. Even if Ambi gets kit and tries to plant, Ambi has got him covered. Rexon, though, has a Bay covered up close. 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion. 3 rounds away.
Thank God, Shopify. Again, if Shopify does not win, I will commit Sabuku in GTA.
Is this now too far gone for Tyloo? Game of two halves, of course, it must be said.
The saddest part is that it's not over for Tai Lu. Like, Tai Lu still has a good chance to win. That's the saddest part.
Some breakdowns now for Tai Lu. Early round, that timeout, not as good as we've come to expect over the course of this series so far. A Bay with a bit of fight shown, but needed some support, and Jackie Wu was on the ground.
I mean, that round, to me, devolved into I'm just going to lurk push.
Woo! Alright. So,
are you okay,
can I get an exclusive badge? I'll be helping my teammates carry an CS2.
Oh, it's been a long day.
Ah.
Might not be too much longer though with Shopify Rebellion.
Ah.
Break after this, and as you said, game of two halves. Still, if Tyler can win this round, get a second.
I don't know what power you have, Dr. Do It, but give that man an exclusive badge.
You don't want to be in a position where you hang your head and think, ah, this is too much. You've still got every reason to just keep fighting here. And who knows what can happen.
Yeah. Tyloo have shown enough over the course of the last hour or so to still remain competitive here on Bank. This is not a complete foregone conclusion.
Oh, you hear that? That's the ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for me. No, kidding.
Regain a bit of confidence and go back to that previous form that we
Alright,
saw.
Shopify. I need you to win the next 2 rounds and just be like, you know, the best at this game. That's all.
Here, final round of the half for the top floor hit.
I will be playing Siege probably later tonight.
Shopify Rebellion, but a perfect counter pick from a Bay.
Good hit.
On the IQ.
Alright, as much as it's weird, I kind of like Jackie Wu's like skins. All of his skins are like waifu themed, anime waifu themed.
A far cry to what we saw back on Nighthaven Labs, where it was far more around that 1
Yeah,
minute.
I think they're planting drones.
In this map of Bank is expected being a very different map, playstyle wise, to Nighthaven Labs. Has increased, and with that, they just haven't really been as successful in the opening engagements. A 3-1 advantage to Shopify Rebellion in the last 4 rounds, signifying that. But this not being a round that's actually going to play out.
Well, at least they know where he is.
Essentially the slowest round since the opening round, which, funnily enough,
Still defense mode, so Tyloo just has to.
Well, Sport's being active here on Bank, sensing an opportunity.
Oh way! No way, Jackie.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought Spoit had him. So did I. and Jackie Wu very clean with the pre-fire.
Jackie Wu the GOAT.
Well, is that going to be enough for Tyloo? You've still got a minute, so the time is pretty good. Spoit has been playing a very, very good half of Bank. And now can push up Panada. Good pressure on the Canadian. He was basically trapped. Even if he had have walked away from that nade, he's dead anyway. A 2-player advantage for Tyloo, seeking their second round on Bank. Now it's within their sights.
Under.
Surf though holding strong towards
over.
Nitrocell. Is that good enough?
Nice, nice. What a C4, dog. Great C4.
And with Rexing getting rid of Duha, they've flipped this round again. And only now Jackie Wu left. He probably cannot believe from 5 versus 3, he's now the solo.
My, oh my, what a play from Surf. I don't even know if he was going for the second kill. I think he was just going for the confirmation. 20 seconds on the clock, and Jackie Wu present something special.
Oh, no way. Ah, that sucks.
5-1
Tyloo.
up at the halftime break.
Unbelievable play from Surf.
Also goes to TwitchCon travel. Hey.
For the Rebellion. So clinical. So
W Dr. Doolittle.
I mean, there's not much else to really say.
I want to see you at TwitchCon, my good sir.
Sing the praises of Tyloo.
Get all the subs for the TwitchCons.
There is a huge gap between these two teams, as expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, it's Jenny. Hi, I'm doing great. This has pushed my streaming schedule a lot. Originally, we're supposed to start like at what 3 a.m., 2 a.m. I'm used to that type of vibe because of Overwatch. But we started at 5 a.m. I'm like, what am I? Yeah, I know. We started at 5 a.m. and there was a 40-minute audio pause. Literally, Jenny, there was an audio pause for 40 minutes. Oh wait. I learned how to do this a lot better.
No, it's not. But that in itself, you know,
I learned how to do this a lot better. Yeah, I know. Alright, I wanted to give you
first half, of course, playing through.
Yeah, that's what the thing is. I wanted to give you like secrets, no problem. Oh yeah, and you're getting share chat. So in other words, the entire chat from Dr. Doolittle is also getting your shout out. So yeah. I wanted to also let you know, sorry for dropping the ball in July. I kind of did it without telling you guys, but what the thing is this. I work with a group called Marvel Rivals, and I hosted an entire tournament for Marvel Rivals in March. And I was gonna do another one for streamers for you guys to get involved, and that way the Rivals team can give you guys shoutouts and stuff. I have their connections and I have their the person to talk to for that, but like I unfortunately did it too last minute, so it's like so sad. W Dr. Doolittle.
Has to be MIBR.
He's cool.
Probably MIBR lows. As much as I would love to.
Yeah, I saw you got partnered too. I was like, oh, maybe I just didn't need to do it, but I'm totally happy. Oh well, we totally probably do another one soon. I definitely. They want to see me do more. So in other words, like. They gave me the contact just so I don't do one tournament. I have to do multiple.
So back underway into the second half. Don't imagine we're going to be here on bank.
Yeah, it's very good exposures. Very good exposures, especially for your partner push. Oh yeah, yeah, Dr. Doolittle, you down for Rivals too? New season just came out, so.
And that is number 1 here at the Esports World Cup. Allure Club, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is
W Dr. Doolittle
as well, of course, over on the B stream.
Yeah.
Big stakes for the Aussie boys in the MENA qualifier.
I think at this
girl, I'm always down to support you with partner push. You know you're always getting my raids after when you're online.
I 7-3 on labs.
Is this a 99.9%
Oh no.
chance?
That was quite funny.
No, not the Jenny and ads. No, not the ooh Jenny and ads.
But since then, they haven't won a single round, unfortunately.
Not the ooh Jenny and ads. Anything but that.
Yeah, that's
No.
the tail of the tape for this matchup. Tyloo on a better day with a little more experience.
You back?
Maybe next year. they could do some damage. Important to note that this is this team's first appearance at this level of siege on this stage, right? So I think they've done a decent job.
And again, most importantly, against the quality of opponent, this is what you gain from this, the ability to scrim these teams from North America, SAL, EML.
I lose a Chinese team.
Songler falls to Ambi in this one. Well, the sting's out of it now.
Okay, we back. Homegirl, you know you always got my raids. Every time you online, you're always getting a raid from me. Welcome back, though.
Yeah, they'll continue to play.
We're gonna help you get to that partner stats. I want to get you there.
Fundamentals
Bet.
remain in check.
And I don't think they'll walk away from this being like, man, we're playing so well, and it is just job done. Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Build up a good, solid foundation going
Aww.
into provided they get there.
Thanks, Preston, with the prime. W Preston.
That's the thing, you lose tomorrow and you're out. So
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
They have to kind of keep this same focus.
Yeah, I definitely. Oh wait, do I have you on Discord? I don't. Oh, duh. Just sent it.
Swiping.
W Prime, Preston.
As Jackie Roo falls back
I can't believe we've been here for 7 hours still. Oh my gosh.
For the attack, and still 90 seconds in this action phase for.
I am in love with esports. I'm an esports extraordinaire.
We will see an advanced position over towards blue stairs.
Preston, you should follow Uwu Jenny. They're an amazing person too. They do a lot of rivals, but they do a lot with their community. I look up to them.
He's pretty much going to have to play live unless he gets a good timing, which maybe he might, depending on the way they're watching Square.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. A little bit of damage into Canadian, a little late with the Razor Bloom. Canadian able to get the pistol shot. This is all too
that
easy.
just didn't work.
Rebellion straight down blue stairs. Only 2 remain now.
Yeah, your streams are really nice. I love them a lot.
Swap now for a Bay.
when I was next to you playing Marvel Rivals, I was kind of intimidated. I was like, oh my gosh, this girl's like probably the most famous one here in this group.
That's Ambi that gets the kill. Would have been Surf anyway. Flawless and 6-1 lead.
Oh, thank you. We do all the esports. I've been doing esports for a good 6 years.
at Tyloo on
That's my only lane I stay in. I recently just stayed out into the streaming stuff because it's just cross-populated, so yeah. Homegirl, I think everyone loved their vibe. Everyone wanted you on their team when we were at DreamHack.
The scoreline doesn't really pay dividends to what we've seen. Tyloo dominated the early portions on all of the rounds in labs, basically.
You wanna know what's even crazy? We have another tournament after this. There's another match. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, if you guys ever want to come for esports, let me know. You know?
We've fought hard, we've tried, and while the scoreboard maybe doesn't reflect the overall play that they put into this,
If you're ever down to come to EVO, come to get some cheap stuff, you need some discounts on stuff, you'll always let me know, y'all. I gotcha. I gotcha, homie. For sure. This year we got 100. I got 100 people into EVO. Because I run an EVO circuit. Yeah, that's the fighting one. Crazy enough, before the guy broke up, not broke up. Before the guy literally became super famous, Master Keem was actually he was one of my good homies. I met him at EVO and stuff. Oh yeah, you're in your Tekken arc? Well, guess what? Tomorrow at like 6 AM my time, we're gonna be doing co-streaming Tekken. We're in co-stream Tekken, and then I'm gonna have the YouTube up for Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, we're still friends, 100%. It's just that he's been so busy. I know he's been like super busy with streamer games, doing stuff abroad on Streamer University. You know.
I'd be a bit more questionable.
Dang.
As the Xenox Coast Pro Series was clearly able to...
Well, 6 AM my time, so I don't know what time it is as yours time.
So 2 minutes remaining then in what may be the final.
You're not on West Coast, are you?
This series. The Carly to be deployed here from Canadian. BPC to counter some of the utility from the attack, namely that shock drone, which has been shot out in response. Surf will send the second over towards top square in search of additional utility.
Are we? Oh, I think we are, probably. Well, I never remembered where you are originally in. Street Fighter Art. Damn, Dr. Lit. Used to be in Bay. Austin? Yeah. They're like 4 hours ahead. Dr. Doolittle. Oh, dude, did you see last week's winner for Street Fighter 6 with a 15-year-old? 15-year-old wins like $800,000. I'm like, what the heck? And he beats Menard, and Menard is a really good Street Fighter player. Oh, really? Yeah, Street Fighter 6 definitely upgraded the entire thing. Honestly. And their artwork, the characters, the new arts, really, it's worth it. It's so much more balanced. Yeah.
But this is going to be 7-1 territory.
It is way better. Thank you, Shopify. Thank gosh. Let's go. Shopify gets into another seed for another group plans. We got one more match. If I'm correct, we still got one more match.
Clearly, so far today, I think proving that they are the best team in play-ins. Of course, tomorrow though, they'll need to well and truly prove.
Let me see.
I think they'll be pleased with how today.
Yeah, we gotta do Al Ura Club versus Chiefs. Chiefs is a good esports team. They represent Australia, so Australia still has an esports region, which is great.
They played some pretty positive Siege over the
wow. Yeah, I feel like that was wild.
Material you will gain as a team at this event.
Yeah.
And that's usually
you were going to compete? What?
That's the positive when you get to say see a team like Chiefs make their first.
Yeah, there's always a beginner bracket, and I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the people who go to EVO, they're just very nice. They're not like super intense. Prodigies, what? You should still try. Heck, I believe in you. It doesn't matter all of their experience. It doesn't matter every single match that they had before. Sometimes, right? They get more experience. But what matters is that one match in that one game. That one matters the most. Bull Ray can trade us or lobby their plat, which is great.
chance, right? Where does that team find themselves at? But for
The other thing is this too, like what matters is that your LAN, your offline playing of the game overshines your online. Like offline is so much different. Like playing in person with other people, you get so much sweatier. Believe me.
It's okay, but I think nowhere near.
Alaula's the first in MENA?
We'll say of the big man, but we'll get there one day. Look,
Crazy.
I think overall, this is what we expected. This is what you hope for out of Shopify Rebellion. We continue to put the pressure back onto them throughout the course of today.
I'm guessing tomorrow we will see Team Secret. Maybe question mark? No, no. Okay. This entire schedule lineup, especially for the bracket, is so weird. Because we don't know where the other teams are seated at, and it doesn't say when they're playing either. This is one of the only games that they actually done this for, which is kind of crazy.
It could have been a 7-0. Let's just say it. The second map.
Denny, I sent you a Discord friend request.
You take away from this match what you can, Guz, and move forward. Shopify Rebellion are well and truly on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it feels like it's all building up to tomorrow, and as we've probably said 1,000 times, it is a really cool format.
Street Fighter 6 is way better. I would be opposed to say Street Fighter 6 is better than Tekken. I think Tekken might be a little bit better, but that's just me. That's just me. It's because Tekken is just different. I'm just gonna say that 3D fighters are just way different. They have different virtualities for sure.
Rebellion lose tomorrow, regardless of opponent. Exactly. So today, then it's not like people will be like, "Oh, but what a good day one they had." It doesn't matter. But what it means is, I kind of look at their day. Obviously, we got to cover both of their games. Is they just got the job done.
Graphics is 10. Yeah, this is 3D. It do be 3D.
Heavy lifting, and because of that, they ended up winning quite convincingly in both of their matchups. Certainly 7-3, 7-1 against the Tyloo team that looked pretty good against Chiefs on the B stream earlier. And in the end, I think, as you said, especially on Nighthaven Labs, just the late round was the biggest difference maker. And then as the series stretched on, Tyler's early round advantages also then didn't quite go their way. So they lost that element, and then that's why...
How was my stream the other? Your stream was so good, Preston. Honestly, I liked it a lot. Especially you did battles. That's great. That's so interactive. And the music was good too. I feel like doing DJ streams are a lot easier because you get good music and then you just mix them up. It is my name. It's Hugh Lee Neal, 501c3 founder. In other words, the longest name ever. Yeah, your streams work so good on TikTok. Honestly, you gotta keep doing it. Yeah, and then you have to repost. As Ludwig would say, if you're streaming for long hours, your goal is to get a good clip. Like, you're supposed to utilize those hours to get a really good clip. And if you're streaming for lower, okay. If you're streaming for like low time frames, right, for like 2 hours or something, your goal is to make really good content and get a content video out of YouTube or something.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly just the way that they've played their games and just the results in general speak for itself. It's not like they scraped over the line. It's not like they had a bit of a sloppy day and all they
oh, my pectoral
scenario, but they got over. They just were both very clean, very dominant. And the best thing with the format is they don't have to play each other, which is probably the right thing I think in play-ins. You don't want Fnatic versus Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. Let them play as the #1 seeds.
Yeah, we don't want Shopify Rebellions against Fnatic. We want actually. Okay, so here's the thing. Not that this throws some shade, but I'm tired of seeing Team Secret. And if Team Secret would win Rainbow Six Siege, they would be up in the club, like probably first place, which would be crazy. And no way. Is there an app that can search for it? No. TikTok, depending on what you're using, TikTok Studios can already have those clips. Or the other one is I think Optus. Is that what they were using? One of those AI things, but that's only if you download your entire long form content and you put it in there. Would I use Optus for my long form content? Probably not. No, I'm so traditional. I'm such an old head. I used to edit when I was like 15 my videos on YouTube. That's why I have still a good YouTube following. But my thing is that I like to edit on my own. It makes things a lot more funner for me, and I learn a lot. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time, but I kind of do like it. Am I looking for discoverability? Yeah, everyone is looking for discoverability. But am I also looking for genuine connections and having a good community? Yeah, that's what I want most than anything. I like good people. Metal is pretty good too. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll send you off here on one last thing. Is there anything you want to say to fans, weapon skins, or anything out there?
What? Buy the shop. But buy. Yes. Buy the Shopify Rebellion skin. See, that's the thing I love about esports, is that all of those special skins and stuff like that are in the entire game itself. That's how you can support their teams. I love it. I love it so much. I remember seeing that concept from not just Counter-Strike, but from Rocket League. Oh.
Show me. Boink, and we're down. Thank you very much. That's right.
Do you boink nails?
Yeah. Just do Optus to download some stuff, and you know, just remember that clips. You can be good at a clip. Oh, it's like what Table Ronaldo says. F the view count. Make every view count. Yeah, people are looking for clippers nowadays. If you're really good at clipping moments, or if you're great at like sitting and watching other people, you actually can get a paying job to do that now, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I shouldn't be eating this airhead, but it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it would be unreasonable to say that Shopify Rebellion can't go on to honestly go all the way. I genuinely think that provided they build good positive momentum, clearly that they have, hopefully tomorrow.
A couple esports teams are actually looking for clippers right now.
Very unfortunate storyline for them. The sky is really the limit. I mean, they were literally in the grand final of the SLC, right? So I'd see a world in which they would falter there. I think they're in really, really good form. They can carry that forward over the next week and a half. Then I really do envision a situation in which they could really push the limits. Top 4 is, I think, a pretty fair benchmark.
As long as they don't play Dark Zero at some point,
they're in the pocket, mate.
They're probably in a good position. And the other aspect, actually, there's a positive for them by starting in play-ins. If they, again, can actually win tomorrow,
they're warmed up.
Group stage, they're warmed up. Yeah. And then they understand then the environment, the desks, etc., the heat, all of those things. That, you know, those environmental factors that you can't necessarily prepare for coming into an event like this. So you have that as a benefit. That's the biggest thing. And I think that for them, they're already naturally a very good team. Yeah, they should really be a group stage team. And so for them to get that warm-up, I think that will be a big boon for them. But again, it all hinges on tomorrow. Like we sit here and talk about both Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic as being, wow, how good they were today. If they both lose tomorrow, it's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, can you really call it a warm-up buff when they just did what they did against all 3 teams? Or 2 teams, 3 maps? I don't really think you can. They've well and truly found themselves in a very comfortable position moving forward. Look, I think for Tyloo,
clip other things already.
Their story up a little bit here,
I mean, that's good.
Obviously, they'll be disappointed. They would have wanted a little more out of this, but now they await the victors of the match that's over on the B stream, over my shoulder at the moment. That is a big one, because I do feel as though that one could cause a little bit of ruckus.
I envision a world in which Tyloo can look competitive in that next matchup. Right? They have enough skill.
Let me know if you get on Siege. I'll play with you.
Go back tonight, have a look back at
I'm pretty okay at Siege too.
On some of those big
a lot of it is game sense. That's all you have to build on. It's like where people are and what's going on.
If they can refine that and fix that going into,
I wish like Counter-Strike the same thing, but Counter-Strike's more about how much you aim.
Matchup is the lower bracket elimination right now. Alula Club.
Final lower backer.
On the Chiefs Esports.
Alora versus Chiefs.
The names around on the final 2 words there, but I do think that Chiefs have a decent chance. They are currently playing. I'm not.
Here's the thing. I hope this doesn't do what it does. I think it will do.
It's a soul-crushing, a key-crushing match. However, we have already had a key crush.
Yeah, King Zero Esports. They won the opening map against CAG. I actually saw Sparky during the break, and he wasn't really happy with their performance. And I said to him, I said, it's the mentality again, and he agreed straight away.
I saw this clip, this video, that says you don't know how intimate it is, or like how truly of a friend and how intimate it is when you give someone your stream. Because when you give someone your stream, you can see what they're playing and what they're doing.
Mentally, not even close. So that's something that they've got to work on.
Look, at the opening point of the day, I said very clearly, this tournament, this event as a whole, have the greatest trophy system. I'm not just talking about esports, sports. I don't care. There is not a trophy system like it because, we just said it, it is a soul-crushing, key-crushing opportunity for those that do seek
the key crush is kind of crazy. Usually when people go home, they're just sad. But then when you crush their keys, you're just like, nah, goodbye.
Considering we haven't really seen them at this kind of place before, let's just take a minute to bask in the very first
R.I.P. King Zero.
Oh, look at him. He's got the cheek about him. Bang.
He's so happy.
You can hear it from here. It is so loud. Is that what that was? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it, DD.
That's
He
it.
knows what it feels like to crush the soul.
Could you imagine Anderton did it though? I think it would have obliterated the case.
When your key's crushed, you don't ever get a chance to make more money. You're just like, we're stuck like this.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Take
Ah, wow. I'll take a bite of it.
It's gonna feel good. I don't think it matters where you are. If you crush someone's key, Gus, that's gonna be the best feeling in the world.
Honestly, it's such a cool system, right? And look, unfortunately,
It is a great idea. I mean, I think implemented 3 years ago. What the flip? You had that emoji? EWC crush? How? What?
Key's gonna get crushed except one.
That's true.
That's very true.
That's an obscure observation from you.
It is from EWC.
Do they get 3? They get 3 crush keys. Come on, mate. I needed you to pick that one up.
Sorry, I didn't know you were actually throwing it to me. I thought you were...
Oh, what the heck? I have it too. What the heck? Rip. Rip keys.
But not today. Boys, before we go, any final comments before we get into tomorrow's matches, which are the most important?
Tomorrow's matches. So we're not playing today?
And I'm very tired, so I can't wait to get a bit of rest and rejuvenate for tomorrow.
Well, are we done?
I mean, honestly, for day one play-ins, well, it feels really good.
Oh, thank gosh.
Iteration this year. It's 2 long weeks, so it's really, really good that we don't have to feel rushed.
Wait, no, we're still upcoming for Allura Club Esports against Chief Esports.
We get to really kind of slowly just work our way into the tournament. Day one, really good way to start, and then day two already.
So they got lower decider matches. Okay, so they're just gonna do decider matches, and then they're just gonna do play-in semis. So it's not even that long. It's just 4 games. And then the next day afterwards, oh my gosh, it's going to be real long. They're not done. They're not done. They're just alluding. Alluding.
What is a 2-week long tournament. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow.
Wait, what?
Per usual.
Wait, are they done?
Take care, stay safe, and good night. Ciao, ciao.
Wait, they're done? Oh, did they not say? Did they not want to do the match? Huh? Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. What? Did they not want to do the match? I think they probably had a long day. Maybe they just had a long day and they're just tired. Yeah, I don't. Well, wait. Why did they shoot a recap? No, they usually do an entire recap when the day is done. That's crazy. Are we not gonna do a Lua Esports against Chiefs? Am I not gonna see my top #1 middle and Mena? Is it Mena? Yeah. My Oceana versus Mena gamer? Hello? King Zero at home. They're so sad. Yeah. My Middle East, Northern Asia against my Oceania Australians. Hello? I like Chiefs. Chiefs are good. Hello? What? Thank you, Dr. Lidet. Now I have to stay hydrated. Hello? What? Yeah, Fnatic did so much good. Oh my gosh. I just can't believe freaking Fnatic got knocked in. Okay, no, they were all in good upper brackets. I want to see Team Fnatic against Secret. That's gonna be cinema. They are very good. They are very good at Rainbow Six Siege. I like these recaps. These are good clips. Nice. Oh, what a kill. What a clip. That was sick. Literally, how do you blow up all your flames, all your grenades, everything? Oh, that was a funny C4. But you still get them to win. Like, you're putting it all on the site bomb and then you still win? Like, what? Of long matches. Tactical shooter siege. You know what's crazy? They just did this. They just now had the pair stuff on up. Yeah, see what? What? They just gonna end it like that? I mean, heck, I'm not gonna lie, it's esports. It's esports. In esports, anything can happen. And like, just like how last 2 weeks ago, FC Cup Manager, they had like an entire shutdown of the PSN networks and stuff like that, like out of nowhere during their matches. Yeah, I got that. And they had to redo it for the next day. That happened. Yeah, I guess they're not gonna show me my match, but it's okay. They only have 4 matches tomorrow, so I guess they're probably just gonna do 5 matches. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I'll keep streaming as well. Do I want to do a small recap for today? I'm down. Are you down to do a recap with me, Dr. Doolit? Updated to 74C. What does this mean? What does that mean? What does 74C mean? Extension? Oh. Why do I... That's funny. They still have the Dota 2 extension here. Wait, stream B still going? Wait, there is a stream B. What? I never knew there was a stream B. Hold up. There's a stream B? Oh my gosh. No, wait. Hold up. That's stream A. Rainbow Six Siege versus Tyloo. This is stream A. There's a stream B. What? Oh, I didn't know there was a stream B. Oh my gosh. That's where I'm watching my... Okay. Alright, chat. We're moving over. We're moving over. We're moving over.
I was arguing with Laxing backstage over whether peanut butter was a great condiment, which it is, or whether it's disgusting, which Laxing for some reason thinks so, which, I don't know, man. I'm trusting him less and less every day.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, is peanut butter savory? I was going to say it's like
You guys get packs from watching.
But it's salty. It's salty. Yeah.
There it is. I didn't know there was a
not
stream B going on.
Like, you know, I'm sure somebody's going to be
I should have assumed. I should have assumed that they split it.
But yeah, what you
Okay.
call jelly, we call
We are
jelly.
in stream B.
Yeah, it's not really something that we do. It's not a common thing.
We call it jam too. I only ever say jelly in the reference of
In the
PB and
reference of that
jelly.
sandwich.
Yeah, that's the only time.
Alright, let me see.
Inside of the server so far, a beautiful link that you found for us there.
We'll wait until Gauntlet ends and then we'll just start the code stream over here.
We can't, to be honest, we can't overlook most of the Chiefs side. I'm gonna say Jiken has been a little bit quiet, but don't come for me. He's been quiet because everybody else is getting all the kills. There's not really many to go around.
Are Chiefs doing good? I'm figuring Chiefs is doing good.
6 and 4. He's fighting for scraps at this point.
Exactly. I mean, on the one hand, Jake Kenna only has 2 kills, which doesn't sound very good. But on the other hand, he's got a 2.0 KD ratio. I mean, that's ideal. That's the best in the lobby. So he's taking 3 guns.
I did not know there was a second stream.
Majority of them. I think that's all you
I
can
am
really
so
ask
behind.
for him in a domination match like
Don't know
this.
what
And
thought.
you're right. It's been a
That's
different
the
person
streaming.
stepping up from round to round. In that final round, it was Lunchbox inside of Medical, but it kind of comes as a whole team effort, right? From start to finish in most of these rounds, the overall strategy from Chiefs has been sound, and there's never really been a break in it. And a lot of those defenses
I don't see it.
weren't
Okay,
really able to
whatever.
disrupt the gameplay.
Alright, we're moving over.
To find a gap to try to make Chiefs move and do something that they weren't expecting to on the defensive side.
All right, homie. Let me see. Where we at? Where we at?
Fortress. That's how many they got against Tyloo. If they can do it again, that's enough.
Just need that third choice side. It's if you can get that 5 on your defensive half.
All right, we're gonna switch coach streamings.
Power move inside of Siege. You know, with the way the scoring system works, you can almost you're not gonna give them up, but you can almost give up those first, the 2 first choice.
So let's do let's do EN2.
Downstairs in this case, which is what it'll be.
Let me
It's
in.
gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for our.
Why am I not allowed to coach stream their broadcast?
It's not even about like giving up some of those sites, but like if you're Chiefs, you can play some crazy strats. You can go for a rush. You can try something to catch the opponent off guard. And listen, I may not.
All right, we in here. We in here.
I know they level.
Welcome. We're in here. We came.
So
all right,
really
sweet.
Excited to see what Chiefs try to do with this lead. Do they get kind of messy with it? Do they go for a bit of an aggressive play just to start things off in these first couple of rounds? Or do they just say, let's play our best strategy?
Oh, hell yeah. Chiefs are winning.
Take our opponent's map.
Chiefs are up. We haven't even finished first series 1 yet.
That it'll be the latter. I feel like they are meaning business so far today. Like they are not playing around here. They've really come in.
Alua Club's coming from an online version. They were doing EWC online. So this is a possibly. Let me try to see. I think this is our first time playing in person.
It's been the case. They've maybe taken games in dorms, but only after we've seen Chiefs drop away from it, maybe after getting a kill.
Wait, hold up. They did qualifiers? Oh, they've been playing for a while.
So right now, disruption is the key, absolutely, and they're going to try and do that behind the.
No way, they beat Twisted Minds.
In front of the.
No, they did not get. They did not beat Twisted Minds. They got beat by. Okay, so this is a new esports team that just started this year.
I want them to force Chiefs to execute. Don't give them a bunch of early round gunfights, because that's what Tyloo were doing. Was
W sub
out of Chiefs, and they weren't finding success. If Alula can do the same thing, waste down that clock, play behind utility, make it a 5v5 or even a 4v4, that could be the key. Unfortunate lack of utility there. They're going to lose the mirror window that looks straight into Horse. That would have been a massive
WD Blala
to have, but crazy a little bit of sleep at the wheel there on the cams. It'll happen. They still need to be able to play behind their utility. They have to stack it up inside the site. Valentino and Mahagar are the 2 roamers off-site, but I expect them to come back relatively quickly. Only really player around to maybe cut them off.
Oh, they recently just got 2 new players at the last month. Valentino and Bazooka.
Trying to get this breach into the top side of side.
That's a hard one.
Than going from the bottom as
it would make sense why they're losing right now, though, because they don't have that team synergy yet.
The Blackbeard going up into the face of Crazy. Should he still be there? But he's not. He's dropped his way back.
They look like they're kind of a mid team, but they did win the qualifiers for the Saudi League. Yeah, so they won a last chance qualifier.
When Alula were reinforcing that books wall, so now it gets opened up by the Ace. They'll have that space to work with on the side of Chiefs. They've got plenty of time on the clock to try to build up their executes. It's going to come down to the coordination, but with an opening pick onto Bazooka, that's exactly how you want to start it.
Yeah, Relays finds the Warden. That's going to be a loss of utility when you've got flashes and smokes left on the board. Just one smoke, in fact, so not necessarily the end of the world, but that second kill could be. It's going to be the Bandit taken off as well. 5 versus 3 now. Still got the capability to hard breach, so we're going to see this site get opened up like Swiss cheese, I would imagine, as they try to push on in. Jose manages to find Relays, takes down the Ace, but the plant is just about to go down as soon as that Blackbeard finds space.
Yeah, they've got to find some way to retake into this office bomb site. They've got lots of players in Master, lots of players in Bathroom, but nobody can actually stop this plant from their position. Crazy goes for a swing, but he's gunned down, and so is everybody else on the side of Alula. It's a perfect plant-focused execute, and we are 1 round away from Chiefs taking their opponent's pick.
I think that answers the question that we were asking about. What are we going to see from Chiefs? Are we going to see something crazy, or are we just going to see them locked in, laser focused and professional? And it is definitely the latter. What a great push from them that was. Not only was it about taking the space, but it was recognizing it. You know what? You've got 2 roamers in games and dorms. That's fine. You sit out there, because we're not going to challenge you. Instead, we're going to come from Eagle side. There's 1 guy on stairs. We can bully him with the shield. We can take that ground, and we can just walk on into sight. And it was just really well recognized from Chiefs, and they took full advantage of it. Really impressed with that.
One thing I've noticed in this game, Tim, from the attacking side to the defending winning side through almost all 7 rounds. Does it really feel like Chiefs are dictating when and where those opening gunfights happen? When they were on the defense, it was because they were going for roams, they were extending, they were getting some swings when they had to, but also layering really nicely to not take gunfights before they wanted to. And on the attack, it's like they don't engage with the roamers. They take the spaces given to them for free, and I'm not seeing Alula do anything crazy, do anything unexpected, do anything to disrupt that push as it's coming in. It feels like Chiefs just have a really good read on how the early game is meant to be played out by Alula, and down 6-1 at this point, I mean, they have to dig deep to find some answer for it. This is their map pick. This is the one that we said they had to win if they wanted to take home the series. It feels so far away from them now.
Yeah, it really does. You know, a little bit, you got to look back to that Shopify Rebellion game and think, you know, maybe we said they were the best, but maybe Chiefs are going to beat them quicker. So does that mean Chiefs are better? I don't know. Well, I don't know how that works. I'm sure we'll find out in the next day or two.
Of course.
Courtyard door will be opened up straight away. It's going to be the Docker bit of lunch. I mean, they're just piling the pressure on now, aren't they? The 6-1 up, you've got Dockerby, you've got Damos, you've got Blackbeard. I don't want to play against that lineup. You've also got an opener, by the way. Alula have not yet picked up an opening kill. It has not been easy for them, but that is going to put them on the back foot once again. Going to lose the mirror.
Yeah, really rough spot to be in 4v5. Bazooka also yet to get on the board with the frag, so if he's not able to find any kills in this game, that's a 3v5 effectively for Chiefs. They've got to find some way to get all 5 of their players active on the side of Alula. I want to just see them get aggressive, just try something, make some kind of a play. That's what Valentino's trying to do here on the main stairs. He almost found the angle right on the relays, but instead he gets a little flustered, he gets flashed out, and he's hard punished by player.
You feel like flustered is the word. He maybe just needs that little bit more confidence there to back himself in the gunfight. I imagine Shaiko in that position, he's not moving. He's not backing down the stairs. He's going to take it. He's going to win it. 5 versus 1 as Jakenna and Lunchbox manage to get another one apiece. And the Damos track is they are just absolutely no mercy at this point. The Damos track, is it going to be a Dockerby goal next? Who knows? It's a tough one here for Bazooka as he tries to do something for his team. It's going to have to be 1v5. Cut down by Lunchbox. Instead of the Dockerby call, it's the Dockerby kill. And that is going to be Chiefs taking map 1 in quick fashion.
Just pure dominations coming out from the team down under. They do get the victory over our amateur team here, and
another
what
solid,
nice. It was on their opponent's map pick, just playing together way better than their opponents. It didn't feel like we saw Alula ever on the same page with one another. Chiefs from top to bottom dominating this game and take a decisive lead in the series.
Absolutely do, yeah, great stuff coming out here from Chiefs. I don't want to be the one that said like, oh, you know, I was saying this when the map veto came up, but it does seem like Chiefs have learned from their matchup earlier today. With that loss in overtime, things are way cleaner here on the side as well. I feel like a big point that you're making as well is that Alula never seemed to be on the same side with each other.
$1 million for Tekken 8. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Things that were going wrong. Players, of course, not having a great time, but from
Chiefs,
what a start in the matchup here to keep themselves.
The Australians are winning.
I mean, that's got to be the energy that they wanted to bring, right? They must have been so disappointed after losing to Tai Lu. That's a game they probably came in expecting to win. Now another game you're expecting to win, and you crush your opponents.
It feels a little bit like Tai Lu have kind of hit a hornet's nest with a stick and then said, no, we're going to let Alula deal with that. We're just going to move off over here. And
my creativity brain is a little bit off right now.
Hold of the hornet's nest, and Chiefs have stung them big time.
Yeah, it's rough when players like Bazooka can't get into the game. Joe's as well, not having the greatest time either. We talk about Crazy as well as one of their most of like the only positive rated player really in that first matchup of the day. But again, it seems like they can't really get anything going here for themselves. And I think from this point on, moving on to Chiefs' map pick, it's only going to get worse for them.
Yeah, if I'm remembering the map veto correctly as well, Alula, they get side choice, of course, on this opponent's map pick, and they chose attack. So they just won a single attack out of 6 attempts. Now they've got to go right back to that side and try to make the offensive work once more. The only weaknesses we've seen from Chiefs today have been on their offensive side. And I got to think maybe it's a bit of a mistake in the map veto to not force them to start on the attack in all 3 of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to get any easier for them because on top of everything else we've discussed, they're now facing elimination as well.
Yeah.
One more map, and it's, you know, the first time that they're going to face elimination. You know, I'm sure that they've been in tournaments before where there's been an elimination and a possibility of it for them, but not on an international stage like this. Not at the Esports World Cup. Here in Paris, you know, huge event, huge occasion, and now you're facing that key being crushed, second one of the day.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big ask for them to come back into it.
Especially as our only MENA representation, you do want to see them making it further into the tournament, but right now now it seems like things are incredibly rough. I mean, we have the experience on the side of Valentino, who's played those international tournaments before.
sure.
We already talked about him getting vocal towards his team, but is that really going to be the only thing you can rely on going into map 2?
WEWC
Some way to reset the
gamers.
mental, get that immediately out of your brain, like that game didn't even happen. And you've got to be playing together in the early game. They were just getting picked apart. They had so many man disadvantages. I believe they lost every single entry duel. I mean, that can't be happening at this level. It doesn't matter who you're up against. It doesn't matter if this is the biggest game you've ever played as a team. Like, you have to be able to step up and win some advantages throughout the game. The fact that they couldn't do that, even trading back kills, I think is something that they'll be looking at between these two maps,
fill out
and
this thing on my
hopefully can be
phone.
addressed.
Trading is, you know,
This link
particularly
keeps
important. It's
popping
such a
up.
fundamental of Siege. They need to.
Real.
The thing is, I'm
Really?
I'm not even being critical of them not playing together because they were.
Alright,
They often saw them going
alright.
to the map in 2s and 3s, but they just weren't getting the trade. They weren't always creating that situation. So that's something that they can do to improve. But you know, looking at the positives, it's got to be Chiefs. The takeaway there is they looked absolutely electric.
He's
You
just
know,
very
obviously, you only
experienced.
play
This
what's in
Ali
front of you, and they've done
Ula
that brilliantly.
club is just brand
And there's
new.
more positive things, right? We're talking about relays, we're talking about player. There's improvement. They've won a map. That's a difference to what we see from the last time of them attending EWC last year. The question is, can they win 2 to keep themselves alive in the competition? We're going to find out after the break.
Bro, I hate doing things within the link. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's bro, like, come on. I have a computer in front of me. Why am I not using a computer? Why am I not using a computer? Why am I like this? Why am I so difficult to myself? Bye.
Welcome back to the B stream for our final matchup of the day. It is just one map.
One more
potentially
match
sits
away.
between Alula and their elimination from the tournament on
One
the
more
very
match
first
away.
day. And the odds keep stacking up against them. They're gonna have to go up on their opponent's map pick. They picked attack as well. And even if we look at the match history for Chiefs on this map in particular, it's looking even more off.
Yeah, there's a reason Chiefs picked this map. They are 3-0 undefeated here on the second map of Lair. It's going to be really tough, I think, for them to lose it for the first time against Alula. There's some footage for sure. There's a couple of odds that they can go back and watch, but I mean, this is a map that they really do run in the OCE League. They'll be very comfortable playing on Lair, and they should be feeling quite confident in this series.
I think it's a difficult map to go to as a newer team on the circuit as well, because it's one of those strat heavy maps. It's a big map. There's a lot of space to play in, a lot of corners to check, a lot of places for roamers to hide. We saw it relays, we saw it launching, you know, we're going to get more of that, I think. And look, I think, you know, sometimes I'll say this, when you've got maybe a little bit of a mismatch in terms of experience, it can be easier to go to a border or somewhere like that where it's dead simple, gunfights, there's not too much map to fight over. So yeah, I think it is stacked up. Is it unlikely? Yes. Is it impossible? Absolutely not.
Quickly chatted about what we want to see from Alula going into this map. It is a mental reset. They had about 5 minutes in total to do that before they have to start on the attacking side here on Lair. This map, they lose it. They're out of the competition. Their key gets crushed if they win it. We're going to the decider, but let's see how this map plays out.
Thank you, Anne. We have the volume up from Al-Ula again. I can confirm as we load into the map, the energy is high. They believe that they can do this. They believe that they can
banned
come back
every
in.
single
You can
time.
see that from the attitude of the players. The bans will start coming through. Kaid, Monte, Clash,
Kaid, that's the
Blackbeard
name.
will
Kaid's been
be
banned every
the
single
four.
time.
No major surprises there.
Yeah, really focusing on those shields coming through for Alula. They don't want to see any of that shenanigans coming forward into this game. We saw Crazy playing a bit of shields back on that first map. Of course, he loves the shields and will instantly lock the blitz for our first round. Could change off of it, but it's clear that's the game plan that Chiefs want to avoid, and it's the game plan that Alula will be bringing, at least at the start of this series before the blitz gets banned out. The Kaid Clash ban makes a lot of sense as well. Just very standard bans here on Lair. Not operators that we typically see Chiefs bring. These ops often get banned against them, so it's not a huge surprise to see them taken off the board, but keeping it simple for Alula. Not 100% sure their history on this map, how comfortable they are on it, because they do play all 9 maps down in the Middle Eastern region, but it's not always against the top tier opponents, you know?
Let's see, we're about to find out. That much is for sure. Round one's going to take us up to the top floor. No major surprises there. Looking at the lineup for Chiefs. Oof, that's an awful lot of utility that Al are going to have to try and work their way through. You've got the Razor Blooms of Thorn. You've got the Keebers of Azami. You've got the Gashmots of Ella. You've got the Black Mirrors. You've got the smoke canisters. It's going to be an absolute nightmare here. Twitch. Joza, you got your work cut out.
Joza's really going to have to do it all here, up against the Mira windows, up against the Yellow Mines, the Thorn Gadgets. There's so much to be able to find, and of course this defense from Chiefs, it's going to be relatively standard. We did start with a little bit of aggression coming out.
Oh, still having pain.
Relays
Still having
towards the
pain.
bottom of missile stairs as well. Kind of an interesting Mira setup here as well, going towards ops. So they've got a couple different looks that they're pushing towards.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to finish this real quick. Oh.
They've got a couple of players here
trying to finish this thing on my phone. Oh, how are you doing, Hannah? And we're in the pause mode. Oh my gosh. I know. I'm trying to get better as I stream and stuff. Okay, what's he? Young and NHA by how can still be young? I'm trying to see my Australians, my Aussies.
On top of that soft surface in Ops corridor, so just playing a little bit deeper now.
Only W streamers here. Yes, we only have W streamers here.
On the Maverick. I mean, it's not really an operator that is countering a whole lot on this.
I hope your lunch break is going well. It's hot outside. It is very hot
It's an
outside.
opening pick for Alula. Their first of the series, as they didn't find
What?
even one.
Hold up there. Hold up there. We are going to be W streamers. We going to be W streamers. W co-streamers. No way. Oh no. Ah, that's so hot right now. I'm so sorry about that. Make sure you drink plenty of water. You know the old tack, the water bottle in the freezer. Dang, we still gonna know. The water bottle in the freezer tactic always works.
I mean, surely they can just get a plant down here.
That's
There's
for
really
sure.
no denial as that toxic babes have all been used over towards the main stairs. There is one thorn trap still in the pocket of Lunchbox. He's going to try and use that to deny this plant, but with the zombie going down as well, this should be an objective-focused round for Alula.
Found a bit of bring
Working
in.
in underneath, finding the
Kinda hard.
shotgun, just forcing them back. 4 versus 3 is crazy. Now manages to find Neptune. Valentino still got diffuser in hand and only 15
Oh wait, how are
seconds
Chiefs
to
losing
decide
this?
where and when it is going to go down. He's
Aren't they
gonna
on
give it another
defenders?
Try. Are they able to deny from beneath again? I don't think they will. Relays manages to find
Oh
the
my
Maverick,
gosh.
but the trade is there. Valentino
And I
to
hope you
Chicana,
have a
and
good
all of sudden
lunch. I hope you're getting
far
food,
more
getting all the good
here on
nutrients.
lead than they did on Fortress, and they take
Okay.
round 1, and they
They
let us
taking
know
round
about
1
it.
like that?
With the
Bro,
way that they are
really?
exploding after these round wins, Tim, you'd think they're about to win the tournament, but every step is important. They're
If this
yelling
becomes a
across this
comeback,
stage at their
I
opponents. A
will
massive 1-0 lead coming
jump
through
off
here
the roof
now on their opponent's pick of Lair.
in
And,
GTA.
you know, it's not a crazy push. They take ops control, they plant mask. After a little bit of disruption from down below, they change things up and plant a bit deeper in towards the site. But you know what? They dealt with the problems that were facing them. They got past that mirror window really nicely. I love the vert play from down below to try to apply pressure onto the Azami, apply pressure onto the mirror. Really good attempt from Relays. Not only does he get that early pick over on the bathroom side, comes back for another pick, stops that plant from going on down below. It just didn't feel like any of the other guys, Lunchbox, Jkenna, were able to have much of an impact.
We're pushing it to an 8-hour session. We're pushing this to an 8-hour session of streaming. Oh, we're still going on.
Let's get into
We're still out here.
2 and see if Chiefs can stand up a little bit taller than they were able to in round 1. They're going to take us down.
Dude,
to
isn't
the
this a
basement
defender
this time
side or map?
around. Just having a look at the vertical possibilities coming in from Outlaw and actually.
I'm pretty
seeing
sure
them
Lair
switch to
is
way
a defender
crazy.
side
He's gonna
map.
move off the ram and onto the nomad.
There's a lot of
There is
sneaky
no
like
real verticality
giveaways
here.
in
Just having a
though.
look when we load in, are there any
As
soft
well.
breach charges? No, there are not. Snake is going to be your only option to gather up a couple of those soft
Sneaky
breaches.
sneaks.
But I just really don't think that's going to be the play. It looks like this one's going to be mostly horizontal.
Yeah, I don't mind that on this bomb site, right? You take that garage control, you definitely can try to work a plant without having the full vert. There's just so many different plant spots you can do. If you can overwhelm that basement site, can be huge for you, but immediately the opening pick comes out, and it's the F2 coming through to take down Lunchbox. That's a
Here comes
nice
a solid
early
snake.
pick from the snake, from Joza to be able to get that first frag. This is a very standard defense from Chiefs. They really
Now the
like
snake
running
utility
Jake
is
on
so
this,
good.
on this Echo,
All he
having
does is
smoke
hold
from
out
Neptune.
the
This is basically the
tracker,
only strat they have on
and
this
it has
bomb
the
site.
limited
So
time of
they
battery,
read well
but
by
you
Lula,
can
and
see
it's a
where
really good pick.
other enemies are on your own radar.
It's unheard of so far in this game for them, but this is where they need to start them putting rounds on the board. Just top
First one down for LA Club
does
too.
manages to take down Lula for Valentino. That levels things up. A lot of utility loss with the striker going as well. Of course, having the double secondary utility, so that's going to be a little bit of a blow for Alola.
Yeah, it's also the only player that was really pressuring that west side of the map who was coming in through supply closet. Everybody else is trying to push this east side.
Take a
in through
nap,
garage, so
sleep.
it makes the push a lot
I'll
more
probably be
difficult
streaming.
to
I
show
most
that
likely will be
player's
streaming
gone.
kind of crazy.
Joza might try to rotate himself into
Thank you
better
for
position
stopping
now
by,
that the player's
Hannah.
gone, try to add that
Sending you
second dimension
love.
to the push, but that's a really good pick if they were going to get anybody.
Play manages to use that DMR, found another. It's going to be crazy taken down. Expect the air jabs
Make
to
sure
already
you
be out
stay
there. So
cool.
will get some work done, but will be taken out as well. A little bit of a peek
Talk to you
around the corner.
soon.
And right now, really
Yeah, it's
doesn't
gonna be a
wanna
long
go
day.
into this.
Long
Doesn't
day
wanna
for sure
leave
for
any
Siege.
space for them to push on in.
Already the
Oh, I
pressure's
hate
starting to come
those.
through. A great smoke grenade's going to start to block off some lines of sight. The toxic babes go down too, but Relays is able to find that.
I hate
frag
those
on the
laser
Maga.
blockers. Oh, there goes
another
Solid
one for
Snake.
Jkenna and leaves it all up to Bazooka. He didn't find any kills in the first.
Bazooka's
map,
one of their
so
newest
4 kills
players.
To close out this second round on the second map.
Bazooka just takes a little
Oh, hell
peek
no.
around the corner, hits Relays with a beauty, was already low health, so just needed the one shot from the
Oh,
DMR.
no.
Will surely, no, I think he takes a little bit of damage from that toxic babe, but he's down to
Toxic,
about
yes.
60 health now and needs to be careful about any.
Ain't no way he's gonna
engagements
get another
he's getting into.
kill.
I'm looking particularly at player here with the DMR. It's gonna be two
Oh,
shots.
let's go.
One will do it.
Come
As
on,
he manages
Chiefs.
to pick up that
Let's go,
final
my
kill.
Aussies.
Chiefs 1-1.
Wait, what happening?
Brilliant little triple kill coming out from player. I thought
What's
he held
that?
down the toxin
What is he
side of the map
talking?
really nicely.
Is that a raccoon?
Player's a guy who has been
Is that a plushie?
dominating throughout stage
Oh no,
1
that's a
of the
towel.
EWC.
He's getting sweaty.
7
He's getting sweaty while playing.
stat back in the regional league.
Giving me a little smirk there, Jesse, at the 0.67. I don't know.
We're too old for this, I know.
6'7".
I think it's done now. I don't think it even a thing anymore. I think the fact that we're even even mentioning it like it is shows our age, Jesse.
It's a bit of a problem, but listen, that's his positive KD differential coming through from the stage. He comes into this game as their highest rated player, and he's really just been the difference maker, I think, from Chiefs all season long. Made his international debut last year at the Esports World Cup. It's been to a couple
Chiefs
of
are doing so
since
good
then,
though.
on that
I'm so happy.
roster, now on Chiefs as well, finding huge value for his team, so it's good to see players
These
step up
Aussies
like
are
that.
really doing good.
It really is. That's what we want in here on a stage as big as the Esports World Cup, is to see those players delivering their absolute best. And I'm sure that they will continue to do so. He's a player with a triple in the round, going to be looking for a few more. He's going to be defending the mid floor this time around, just having a look at how many are being committed up to the top floor. At the minute, it's 3 out of 5. Quite often we will see 4. We do have Neptune up there. We saw Chibisu in our earlier game with a massive clutch 1v2 on the Solis from above, showing the power of that operator up there. So, and had actually started inside. So I'm really glad to see Neptune up there on the top floor.
I'm really interested to see how Alula want to take this push, because a lot of the time on this site you'll see disruption operators on the top floor like Capitao, like Ying, and then you'll see usually maybe a Capitao and also of course the Sens doing their best to try and break things open. Was going for the can opener. He gets it now after throwing the nade at the wall, but that's a huge mistake from Crazy. Player just pops the mirror window and he gets his 4th kill in 2 rounds. Does a really good job of finding that opening pick. That utility play just not up to snuff coming through from Alula. That's not what Crazy wanted to do with it. And I mean, it's really risky making that gamble. You don't even punch the mirror window. I guess was hoping that there would just be nobody on the other side of it.
This will go for probably for another hour for Rainbow Six Siege for sure.
Take out the fire extinguisher. You always got to be careful with those on the shields, because a lot of people forget if you're
This game's actually pretty good.
with the shield running at you, and you can pop one of those
24 to 40 hour stream? That's crazy. You're doing a subathon there, my dude. That's a subathon if anything. It sounds like a subathon.
Onto that door just to try and slow things down. Chiefs are doing a good job of holding on here, but on by the contrast, Alula are actually putting them under a lot of pressure here. There's a lot of utility.
That's funny.
Early in the round, quite often you like to use those smokes for the plant denial on this side, you know, in conjunction with the Solis, but just not possible.
I don't dance.
Yeah, I actually like the lunchboxes using these early, because the win con for Alula is to get top floor control, and if you can delay that top control, if you can stop that
2 hits on right.
space, it's absolutely worth it. He will find Neptune, so that's in 4v4 coming through now.
1 hit on left.
He has been downed with it. Big
nice.
swing from the smoke, but Lunchbox doesn't get punished as they miss a couple of fights in the side.
Dude, what are the pops, man?
Sideways, Jake with the shotgun comes in for 2, and a massive disadvantage now faces Alula.
Yeah, Jake
okay.
slithers on his belly.
Chiefs got this. Chiefs got this. Yeah, let's go, Chiefs.
Down there on the ground, picks up that final kill. It's Chiefs 2-1, and I'll be honest, after that first round and a half, I was looking at Alula
W
thinking,
Chiefs.
okay, I see why you picked attack. I see what's going on here. But Chiefs have dug deep. They've really put their foot against the wall. They've pushed back, and they've got themselves, you know, back into this in a big way now. 2-1.
I think a big part of it is just Chiefs understanding
See,
where
Hannah,
their
if
opponents
you just
are trying to
said
get
to me.
in,
I thought she was taking a
and
nap,
comms
damn.
are for a lot of these bomb sites. I mean, that mid-floor site that we just witnessed in particular, such a nice defense from Chiefs, where they do everything to counter the blitz. They stall him out on the display side of things. They force him to rotate over to the hallway in the north, and they've just got a brilliant crossfire set up for him and waiting for that blitz to make a misplay. They did exactly what they had to. Again, there are maybe some mistakes on the side of Alula with the breach that was happening down on that mirror window side of things. That can be cleaned up quite nicely for the second quarter, but for me, it's going to be all about how they can again find those opening picks and now start to.
I don't have a podcast tomorrow. I have a podcast
first issue on the first map. They're finding entries. They're just not really able to convert
Thursday. Thursday's my podcast
You need to continue with that early pressure here. You feel they've got to basically find every advantage that they can against this Chiefs side, because with their backs against the wall and knowing that they could be eliminated should they take a loss here, Chiefs are certainly stepping up and answering their.
We're doing Dino Dance. I love Dino Dance.
Bop, 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 it also kind of gives a little bit of an insight, really, as to maybe the quality that we've seen come out of Tyloo. I've spoken up the CNL a couple of times so far today, and I will continue to do so. I am continually impressed.
I'm just happy that I get to see Dino Dance actually dance. There's a time or a moment in my life where I could not see Dino Dance because there was like some glitch on Twitch
find.
So every time anyone would do Dino Dance on Twitch chat, I would not see it dance.
We are seeing them turn up at
But now I
Star
can.
City. We're seeing
So
them
I'm
turn up
happy.
here,
This has made my day.
competitive against those international
Dino
teams,
Dance.
and the way that Chiefs are playing
Okay,
here
well.
really pays a little
Okay,
bit of tribute
Twitch.
to that Tyler
Okay,
really
never mind. We just set. Okay, whatever.
The CNL teams have really shown up. Even King Zero, who didn't find a victory and went home today, I thought they played really well. They did win a map in their best of 3. You know, they had some big moments for sure. So I really was impressed by everything that we've seen coming out from the CNL teams, even in such a short period of time. They've made
$1.8 million.
For now, we'll keep all eyes focused on
EWC
Chiefs
for
versus
Black
There's a
Ops
gunfight
7
happening down
happens
below the
tomorrow.
bomb site as Bazooka is
It's gonna be
trying to
crazy.
find some of these roamers.
Kenner does not want to be giving his life up there with the Soulless. Again, going to be particularly important utility. A little bit of a wink on for the defenders. Would be having him active underneath for that denial. He's got an impact left in hand. Should the plant start going down, he's able to then have an impact on it. We're going to see Ops Wall getting opened up. The entry has gone against him, though. That's the Maverick taken down. I don't know whether the intention of the Maverick was maybe to do a little bit of work on Mask Wall on the external side. If that's the case, it's going to mean Valentino rotating. Takes time, takes organisation to get him in position to open that external wall. I think the Maverick had actually done some work already.
Oh, there are 2 co-streams. They did the co-stream thing. I just wasn't paying attention. That's on me.
Yes, there we go. We've already got it opened up, so not a problem. We don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, the hard breach has been done. That's not going to be the issue coming through from Alula. This man disadvantage is still tough. They spent a lot of that early game chasing demons down on the bottom floors, and all they found was a death with it. It was a really nice play from Joza, actually, to get the down to the lunchbox, and then he threw out the twitch drone. I was kind of wondering, is he going to try to finish that off with the zap, but lunchbox is up a little bit too quickly. So with this utility in hand, you're looking at Alula to go for the call and try to make this plant happen inside a mask.
This takes a little spray on the long angle, not really going to do any noticeable damage to Neptune on the Azami. Pressure coming towards Bathroom, not something that we see too often lately, to be honest. The display and Bathroom side, as once upon a time, was particularly popular, but just seems to be not ignored, but overlooked a little bit sometimes. Crazy manages to find Lunchbot, relays with one of his own onto Joza. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2. We're in an absolute whirlwind of kills at the minute as it's one after another, trade after trade. Bazooka is down inside a site, though, finished off by relays. We're going to have the Razor Bloom going off. That, if nothing else, is going to give away the position of this last attacker. 19 seconds left to go, but Jay Kenner and relays both super low health. This is very winnable for Valentino here. If only he can find the final 2
This
players.
one.
They gave
Yep.
him the opportunity,
Let's go,
but
Chiefs.
they also
Alright, actually,
themselves
this might
around
end in like
the
40
side.
minutes.
Soulless
Or like
picking up that
10
final
minutes, if
kill.
anything.
Chiefs 3-1.
That's such a
And in 10 minutes.
coming out from Chiefs. I was really impressed with the way that they adapted. They
I gotta
lost the
stretch,
site
guys.
earlier
Gotta
when
stretch.
Alula were able to get that plant
Gotta
down
stretch.
mask wall. So what do they do differently
Alright, guys,
this time?
we need to do
They
our-
bring the Tachanka from player to slow that down and force Alula to go deeper in
Okay.
towards the site. They
Alright,
also
we
had
need
the
to do our
Solus
trip.
that was playing down
Oh,
below
no,
and
I ruined my
similarly
tape.
threatened to deny that plant when it came through. They had a couple of picks. They had the man advantage in this instance, but again, they weren't able to convert it just because they weren't able to find some of those gunfights. We saw some early picks coming out again from relays on the Bathroom side, who's been rock solid, even if we haven't caught all of his kills. I feel like he's been such a good smoke player on that top floor defense for
Keep your
Chiefs.
Kirby cards
It just
out,
makes
guys.
all the difference in the world. Valentino, he's the off-site player. He's supposed to be pinching. He's supposed to play by himself. That is his role. But when his whole team dies, it certainly looks bad for him. Last alive in the 1v2, miles away from his teammates.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. Like you say, Relay is doing some real quiet but important work here. We saw him just taking the peek into sight and finishing off Bazooka, who was downed as well. And, you know, you may be forgiven for looking at that and thinking, no, do you need to take the risk? You need to go around and, you know, he's chasing the kill, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's absolutely not. This is something you've got to remember. If, you know, you're at home, you're playing in your ranked game and you're down, you are still a camera. You've got to be active. You've got to be giving that intel. You can still give game-winning calls. Don't be alt-tabbing and checking Google or whatever it is.
And you are dead.
Don't be surfing on the mobile.
You're
You know,
dead, you
you've
can
got to
still
be
do
doing
calm.
some work
Calm is
inside
what
the
this
site,
takes
even when
to
you're down
keep
but not out. And so it was a good play from Relays to make sure that that wasn't possible and that the locations, you know, couldn't be given
Why am I
away
getting
too
this for call?
accurately.
Well, once again, Tim, it doesn't look like we're seeing much verticality come through from
I'm
Alula on this
screaming.
bottom floor attack. They again just want to hit horizontal. They've gotten really fast control of this garage side, recognizing that Chiefs aren't choosing to hold on to it. So I like that play. I also really like the IQ. Again, Jay Kenna runs Echo on this bomb site every single time they play it. This season, he hasn't played a single round on the site without it. So they're going to be able to cause some of those players to panic a little bit and even get that opening frag. Bazooka, 6 kills now as he takes down Relays.
Yep, definitely more competitive here on Lair. Alala getting themselves involved in those entries continually, and that is going to be a bit of a loss there with the Mute going by the wayside. That's going to be that Nitro going with him, which is always a nice tool to have when you're being face down with a blitz, with that shield getting up in your face. It's just a good option to back them up sometimes, but Bazooka manages to get a second. The IQ doing work, takes down player. That's going to be the Fenrir, so the FNATs will be locked in place. Whether they're activated or not, they will not be changing at this point.
Dude, I like this waifu buff activated right shield. I think everyone needs it, honestly, in life.
But will be down 4v2 though, as Crazy gets aggressive, but Lunchbox
oh, hell no.
Joza manages to find the trade, 3 versus 1.
Chicana.
This is going to be really tight.
Hell no, Chicana. No, what is this? What?
Valentino will shut
Oh,
him
that
down.
loss.
And it's a really well coordinated.
Where did that come from?
Floor where they're able to spot out some of those players and make that execute happen. Felt like the first time that we really got to see the shield have a huge impact. Tim, you know, we saw the Monty ban immediately. We saw the Black.
All right, it's okay, Chief. One step back. One step back. Not gonna work. Not gonna make it worse.
Crazy, I feel like has not been that good with the shield so far today, but that round was the difference maker. Found so much space for his IQ player Bazooka to get that opening 2-piece, then his own frag right onto the smoke as well. It was really impactful to come through from Crazy, and this is what I'm talking about. He's just able to close that gap so perfectly with the shield.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we've seen as a little bit of a trend today. When the blitzes,
how do you get packs?
Not really.
Oh, you just gotta watch. You just
you
gotta watch. You get packs by watching.
When Blitz is really terrifying, at his most powerful, he's right up in the face of that defender and can get aggressive on the back of it, make sure that they're within flashing distance. And we've seen today quite a little bit, I think, of tentative Blitz plays, just leaving a little bit too much distance. That's your Blackbeard. That's what your Blackbeard should be doing. You know, maybe leaving
all
a
you
little
gotta
bit of
do is
distance,
just watch.
take the fight, get the little peek around the corner for your Blitz. You want to get in there and get, you know, get your hands dirty, get involved in the fight.
Yeah.
See if you can get those flashes up close and personal. But we go into round 6. Chiefs' final defense here, and they're going to be scrapping to get themselves a 4-2 half that I've no doubt they will have wanted when they came into the beginning of this.
Yes, no doubt this is going to be a strong start from Chiefs one way or another. The fact that, again, Alula chose to start on the offense, and now their best case is a 3-3, you have to imagine they were also hoping to go up a little bit higher here on this first half, so it's high stakes.
All right, I gotta
no matter what
do some
happens,
laundry
I think
real quick.
4-2 defense, like, Alula could definitely come back even if they lose this round, but you'd want to be able to put yourself in the best foot forward, and Crazy has done just that. He takes down Lunchbox, a critical first pick on the top floor.
Yeah, to say that they came from a position, you picked up on it at the beginning of the game, Jesse, in the last map, not a single entry for Alula on Fortress. This time 4 out of the first 6 rounds have gone in their favour, and you can see on the scoreboard how much of a difference it is making. They are now in a position where they might just be able to grab that 3-3 half to move forward, but given that they chose the attack to begin with, I look at it, I think what's their defence going to be like here on Lair is maybe that's something that they struggle with. I don't know. Time will tell, but right now Chiefs going to be looking to hold on to Bunks and brief in one last time. Straight away though, the ace goes in, looking for those top floor breaches so they can start cutting down and thinning out this defense on the top floor.
Yeah, this has gone perfect so far for Alula. They've gotten 2 picks now. All 3 of these defenders still exist on the top floor. They've got great information with the Snake as well, just to try pinch on these players in the blitz. Here comes that space that he's making, just forcing these players back. Finally, Neptune goes for a drop, but this is going to be still a tough spot for him to be able to help his teammates. They back off through the green stairs. They will concede the full top floor over to Alula. This might be a mistake. A lot of teams will live or die based on this top floor roam.
And it looks at the minute like Chiefs may well die because they've had to drop away. Not often that we see complete top floor control in the hands of the attackers. The question is, can Alula use it now sufficiently? I don't think they've got the external breach into sight.
I think they had some can openers on it.
Did they? I was going to say, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe if it's just a little one, my eyes deceived me.
There we go.
But here we go, as you say, Nade comes in, just forces them a little bit deeper. 45 seconds left to go. They're shaping up to get ready to execute.
45 seconds. They've done a good job wasting this time so far. Here comes the plant from Bazooka, but immediately gets smoked off, so he's got to fall off, and he's taking a ton of damage. Was at full HP when he started that. Now just a sliver left. Neptune trying to do his best now, 2v5. They will be able to slow this push down, but Tim, it feels like it's too little too late. With 27 seconds, they've just got to find the Solus. They're running the blitz at him. It's a nice impact. Hold on, he's doing his best with the SMG, but finally gets shut down by the ace, and that will be a 3-3 half to start us off.
A little too big of an ask of Neptune there, but I've got to wonder what was going on with the blitz. We're just kind of sat inside of the smoke. We're just ticking down, ticking down, ticking down, unless they were covered on another angle and were just concerned about maybe moving a little bit too quickly and giving themselves away. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Alola with a nice attack there. The top floor clearance was actually brilliant from them. Really, really solid. You know, getting those players forced out of position. We spoke about disruption on the last map. There was great disruption there. Nobody from Chiefs allowed to play comfortably anywhere up on the top floor. Really like that from the MENA team.
Well, it doesn't get more even this from a first half. Both teams won every bomb site exactly once, so it's nice to see some of that adaptation coming through from the first quarter to the second. We will now, of course, get the halftime tack timeout where these two coaches will get the chance to talk with their players and get ready for the second half. And for me, this is the first actual test of Chiefs throughout the whole series. It was their offense where they struggled earlier against Tai Lu. They got the defense start on Fortress and frankly ran away with that game after a 5-1 half. Now a 3-3 defense start. That's not exactly what they were looking to achieve in that first half. They're going to have to prove that they can put together some good pushes, they can put together some great executes. You looked at a couple of these important players like Relays, like Player, who have been some of these big guys, big names on the side of Chiefs in the past. I want to see them getting more active. I want to see them working together as a unit to coordinate some of these clears, because that's been the biggest thing for me that we haven't seen so far from them in any of their matches today.
Well, I mean, this is it. We were so complimentary in that last map about, you know, the way a couple of players stepped up, particularly, you know, Relays was involved and Lunchbox and Player had his moments. And so, yeah, they just need that little bit of, you know, that little bit of impetus, I think, to get them going here. But, you know, looking at the last few times that they've played on Lair, it doesn't get any easier for Alola. They've done fantastically well in that first half, but out of the last 16 attacking rounds that we have seen from this Chiefs side on Lair, they've won 12 of them. They've got a 75% attacking win rate. So the danger has not passed. It's not a case of, right, we're onto the defense now, we can kind of, you know, just push this one over the finish line. This is still going to be extremely difficult.
That's a very true stat, Tim, and you're absolutely correct, but they also had a 75% win rate on their defense side on this map, and it resulted in a 3-3 split.
Defense is gone, Jesse.
It's gone.
Bye.
We'll look ahead. Alula, they can't worry about the numbers at this point, right?
No.
They've got to just look ahead and try to figure out some way to close out these defenses, get this victory over Chiefs, force us into a third map, and extend the night. That's the goal here in Paris, and it'll be a standard electricity ban. Kaid and Bandit both being taken off the board, as we often do see 60% of the time here on Lair, and then, of course, that Deimos and Monty being removed from the board as well.
So it's Bazooka that's particularly loud. I was just looking, yeah, because obviously, I mean, you know, a lot of the teams, if we've seen them before, we know who the players are. But I don't know each of the Alola players until we've seen them playing today. So I was just like quickly, because I knew who it was, so I was quickly racing through the player cams to see who it was, and it's Bazooka. I was hoping that it was somebody. None of them are, but it would have been hilarious if it was somebody like 0 and 6. I love a bit of that 0 and 6 and straight in the old chat. Yeah, GG's, love it. But no, it's not. It's Bazooka. He's doing pretty well.
Okay, well, we'll get to see Bazooka getting more active again. He was the one player that didn't find a single kill back in map number 1, so it's huge to see him getting active, leading his team as the top frag, tied with Valentino here with 7 apiece. They've been big, important pieces for this attacking side here on Lair, and now they're going to have to bounce back and do it on the defensive side once again. I'm looking at this clash, Tim, and there's always going to be an operator that draws our eye when it shows up on the board. Hogger is going to be running this one and was hiding it throughout most of the prep phase. I think hoping to bait out a shield. He's done just that. Lunchbox, the primary shield player coming in from Chiefs, is not going to like that when he finds out there's a clash on the board.
Yeah, I love a clash pick for the top floor of Lair here. I think there's a couple of really valuable locations, particularly you can get out towards our 6 room, try and shut down that corridor and the push that can come from that side. Alternatively, you can be positioned in ops, a little bit of a transition through display sometimes, so plenty of use that you can find out of that shield. Basically, wherever you hear the chunk, chunk, chunk of that blitz approaching, you just scream for the Clash's support.
They're going to have that rotation available no matter where they choose to push from. And it does look like early this is going to be some work done on the outer mask wall. They've got a lot of players pushing in through Skybridge, though. That might be a bit of a fake, Tim, because as this push has been really addressed over on this north side, that opening breach might just end up being a bit of a fake. It's being read by Alula now, though. We can see this rotation coming in from the Clash, moving over towards this R6 room hall. That's going to be really good to slow things down. And of course, they've got Bazooka in that position with the smoke. One of the most powerful spots on this top floor is just slowing things down with the Toxic Babes inside the hallway. So they've got good tools to stall this push from Chiefs. They want to be able to work a pick now, too.
I really like the way they've just dealt with that clash. They might not have anything to kind of deal with it directly, but they have gone underneath, opened up the floor, and just prevented them holding that power position. But Bazooka continues to get those kills for his team, manages to pick up another, puts himself on 8 and 5. Another entry as well, by the way. 5 out of 7 now going in favour of Alula, and they really do feel like they are starting to accelerate through this map here. Chiefs back to the drawing board. 1:15 left on the clock. The Book has done some serious work below, but still, they are not finding much space.
I want to see Player get some kills. He's the backstab at this point. He's not the brunt of the push, so he's not really going to be focused upon. A lot of these defenders will be looking at Lunchbox on the shield. They'll be looking at relays to back him up. This might be an opportunity for Players to work himself into a cheeky pick.
I think they know about his position, given that he's just shot out that default cam. Lunchbox does manage to, even as the focus, find a kill. Relays onto Bazooka. 45 seconds left to go. Crazy picks up Player. 3v3. How about that for a Nitro? Valentino finds his target, takes down the shield. That could be the round-winning moment for Alula as we find ourselves now 3 versus 2.
Dude, I don't need to fix my commands too. I think there's, like, with doing a lot of the streaming stuff, we want to fix a lot of things we want.
In here, and as time goes, that shield of the Clash, the Clash might not be alive, but the shield becomes more and more powerful with Jaws are able to hide behind it before popping out and getting that kill, using the utility available brilliantly well. Valentino on the kill, and it's going to be Alula taking another round 4-3, and they find themselves in the lead.
Alula's still in.
A nice little defense to come through from Alula. Again, it's the execute from Chiefs where they really do find those struggles. It's unfortunate early death going down to the smoke in the R6 room hall coming out from Jay Kenna.
I wonder
That's
if
really an angle where you're just hoping to waste out those Toxic Babes and then push together as a team. It's those extra dimensions that we always talk about that we needed to find value coming in through from Chiefs. They had the buck down below, right? Didn't feel like Neptune was getting a whole lot of value in that round. You had the ace of Player pushing in from Ops. Didn't feel like he was able to get much value either. Maybe a bit of a distraction so that their main push could come in through the R6 hall and find a couple of picks that way, but it just wasn't quite enough on the side of Chiefs. So that push, not going to work out for them this time around. It is your first attack. You expect that to go the way of the defenders, but they've got to be careful. They cannot let this game spiral out of control.
And they are, it feels like, on the edge of that happening at the minute, to be honest with you. Alula starting to, like I said, you know, I saw them play against Shopify Rebellion earlier, and I really like what I saw out of Crazy and a couple of the other players. And then, you know, I've seen them here. It was a tough map for them on Fortress, but it doesn't feel like they're playing terribly. It's, you know, they're winning the gunfights at times. They're hitting some nice shots, and it felt like maybe they just needed that little bit of confidence, that little bit of a foundation to start building themselves into it, as we often see from new teams, and that's exactly what they're getting now. And they're really showing Chiefs that they are able to deliver more than they've shown us so far in this matchup. So 4-3 it stands on the scoreboard in favour of Alula right now, and we could find ourselves going to a decider if this continues.
We see the big change up in attacking philosophy between these two teams, right? Where we saw Alula fully focus on that horizontal, try to get in through the garage and make something happen with a couple different dimensions. This time from Chiefs, we're seeing a full top floor clear, and there isn't really a heavy roam game to try to contest them. We do have Crazy and Bazooka playing on this mid floor over towards Armory and Blue, but for now, it doesn't feel like they're super interested in contesting where these roam clearers are coming from, right? Chiefs can start to work this vert play. They can start to use their boogie drones on the ramp to start opening up the floorboards and make some space for their teammates. At the same time, Jay Kenna, the other shield player coming in for Chiefs, is going to be able to start working his way in through the garage. He's got the defuse kit. He has to stay alive, low HP, but he'll be a menace in the late round if he can do so.
It's about managing his health at this point. Bazooka going to take a ton of damage from those verticals that's been opened up, forces him to relocate. So important work being done by Chiefs here. It might not seem like much, it might seem like chip damage here and there, but what they're doing is creating space. They're creating an area that Alula as defenders are not able to play inside of, and that's where you just hold on to those doorways then and you give them something to think about. You start putting the diffuser down, they have to force their way back in, and you look for kills as they do, but we're still just a little bit of time away from that happening at the minute.
A little surprised not seeing Amity go for a flank. Crazy is in a position where he could do so up those blue stairs, but it's really up to him when he wants to make that play happen. With the Nomad on the board, it might not be advisable, but they've got to find some way to slow this push.
What?
From Chiefs.
How the Lul Club still?
Well, how's the up? They are inches away
That
from
is
the
crazy.
bomb site.
Don't make me go into a game
Under
3.
the cover of the
Don't
shield
make me
with
us
full
go
vert
into a game
control,
3,
It's going to
please.
be really tough to deny
Anything
that,
but the game
even
3.
with the echo that's being played by Mahagar. So I
Anything
want to
but
see the team
that.
get a little bit more aggressive on the side of Alula. They have the tools to stop this push.
Going to have player holding on to Drumdor as
Lunchbox.
just tries to move around onto Missile Door, but with no throwables
Lunchbox
left to
like top
send
fragger
through
now?
that barricade, there is nothing that the Blackbeard can do. So low health, it's not going to be possible for them to go through the laser gate without somebody else burning it for them, which is what will happen. Can start progressing now. 25 seconds left to go, and this is where it's all going to happen. Too much damage done to the Blackbeard. Valentino able to find the shot under the shield. Relays manages to get two though. The Ram doing serious work from Toxin. Lunchbot manages to get another. It's 10 seconds left to go though. It's 1 versus 4, but it's the one that you'd want. It's the Echo. Can the drone be decisive as we've seen so many times? No. We're going to have to go to the gun instead. Neptune able to find the kill, and Chiefs level things up 4-4.
What a round from Chiefs. That was not an easy one to win coming in from the garage side. It was a really nice crossfire being held between Valentino and Joza. Valentino gets that opening pick onto the shield. You mentioned it. Just too low HP coming in from Jake. But then after he dies, Relays recognizes, hey, I need to step in, get this trade, and make this happen for my team. Otherwise, we are screwed in the round. So Jake Hanna does exactly that. Relays, does exactly that. Steps in with the Ram, finds that opening from the team. And then even with low time in this round, with less than 10 seconds to go, they've got their head on their shoulders. They say, let's find this yokai cam before we commit to the plans. We cannot let that exist on the board if we want to win this by the objective. Really good recognizing the situation they were in on the side of Chiefs, and a really good job bailing themselves out after their Blackbeard took so much early damage.
Whilst the score might not be definitive after this, one team is only going to lead by 1 round. It's not a huge margin, but for me, this is actually a really important round. It's one of those swing rounds.
For sure.
If it's 4-4, I wouldn't normally call round 9 that, but the reason that I say that is Chiefs have just won an attack down in basement, and they've now got an attack opportunity on the tertiary side. There's a real chance for them here to grab those 2 attacks that they need and then rinse and repeat. So Alula, if you're going to step up, this really is the time that you need to do it. For me, this is probably the biggest round that they could win. If they get this, they go on to 5, and then all they've got to do is lock down top floor and basement. At least they've got their 2 primary choice sites to go to get this one done and over the line. They could well get it 7-4, but it is all going to start or maybe end here in Bunks and Briefing.
No, I agree 100%. If Chiefs win this round, it gets really scary for the underdogs. Alula will have to do something incredible in that 4th quarter to be able to pull things back. They'll have to go flawless through 3 straight rounds or win in overtime. Otherwise, that's going to be them going home last place here at the Esports World Cup. So plenty to play for here on Bunks and Briefing. And just as usual, we've got a very heavy roam here up on the top floor. It's a bit more of a focus towards green stairs. Sometimes you'll see this. Bazooka's kind of on that side of the map rather than playing directly up above the bomb site with the rest of his teammates. And because of that, Alula Chiefs, I should say, are maybe looking at a bit of a different option for this push. They haven't really brought much to try to pressure that top floor, and instead they've got the blitz, they've got the sends, they've got so many smokes to play around with. They could just try to sneak a plant under the defender's nose without ever pressuring that top floor control.
Look at the utility pouring in here, and somehow Bazooka manages to wriggle his way clear. 2 nades and a shield chasing him down. He's going to manage to escape. Brilliant stuff from the Azami just to burn a little bit more time. They keep eating their way inch by inch across this top floor of the Chiefs, but right now, Alula Club, they are holding fast.
But you're okay with this if you're Chiefs, right? Like, you've taken green stairs control. That was the goal. It would have been great to get a pick back, but it's still 5v5, and you've got the map control that you need to go for the plant. Again, my question is, with the Sens walls and with the Blitz, can you actually put the diffuser on the ground when there's still Toxic Babes above you and there's still that Solus up there too?
It's a combination that we've spoken about at length today, and will no doubt continue to after this round is done. What have they done? This is a massive misplay coming in from AOLA. You cannot allow that plant to go down unchallenged with the Toxic Babes, with the Solus. They had no idea. 4 versus 3 as Chiefs now hold on to the post plant, but the fight back is on. Valentino, he's got to get it done here after that misplay with the scanner.
I can't believe they just went in and got that plant down. Now it's very difficult to retake. Great shot from Neptune, takes down the smoke. This defuse kit not even being watched by the defenders. They're not close enough to it. The pistol is beautiful. Neptune will get it, and one more. Why not? Beautifully played by the Sens there to close things out, and Chiefs in a dominating position.
Really good from Chiefs. What you didn't see on your screen there was as well, they had the presence of mind. Somebody had gone straight upstairs to retake from R6 room. They had the vertical down onto that diffuser. There was no way that AOLA were going to be able to successfully retake there, and that is a big mistake coming in from the Solus. Valentino just switching off. He was in the scanner, but just didn't have the angle, didn't have the intel. There was a lot of clutter on his screen. There was a lot of other electronics that were showing up from the Sens particularly, and I think it just, you can see it. It's just, you know, it just masked on his screen. We've brought it up here. You've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 electronics on his screen showing up in the scanner. We've got to forgive him for it, but it is the misplay that's allowed it to go down.
Well, there's a couple of big problems in that round, right? Number one is just how early Chiefs went for the execute. They started planting at 60 seconds. That's really early, probably earlier than AOLA were expecting. Then it was the clutter with the Sens play up above. I mean, they just didn't know that plant was going down, and it was until it was too little too late. And then Mahagar as well, he tossed a Toxic Babe, but it got caught on the beams. It got caught on the floorboards. If it goes down, it might be positioned correctly to stop that plant, and maybe it's a whole different round. But unfortunately, it's a couple of unfortunate situations, a couple of small mistakes that spiral into a big one.
I really like, I don't know if it was a purposeful technique. I really like that as a technique from now on. Just literally dump all the light screens within a circle, get as many of those sensors down in one place as you can, and then plant in the middle of it. And it is so difficult to see on the Solus scanner because you've just got so much clutter on the screen to be confident of which one, to ping the correct one, everything else that needs to happen. Really tough. So maybe it's something that we're going to see more people trying to use against that Solus play up on the top floor. But right now, as we said, coming into round 10, that gives Chiefs a really nice advantage here. They have got a 2-1 quarter on the attack there. So AOLA, you got to do something different here. You got to make a move.
The bright side for AOLA, they get to go back to the bomb site they won. They were successful here on the top floor back in round number 7. They can run this back and try to play a similar strat, or play a completely different strat, get aggressive with the mirror window, and get a free pick onto player because of it. They had no idea what that setup was looking like.
There's just no intel there whatsoever. They've not bothered to look. That's just go and open the main wall.
Because who does that?
Yeah,
who puts an open mirror window
I'm
there,
just
right?
going to open the main wall. I'll just go on the repair, and it's that they've not even looked at that main wall to know that.
And then he reinforces off. So now you don't even have the free soft wall to go blow it open. They've still got the value to fully reinforcing that wall. That's a brilliant play from AOLA.
I said they needed to make a move, and make a move they have. Get themselves a nice entry. Their dominance on entry continues, by the way. This is 7-3 they are now on the entry. Nitro comes out crazy onto relays. Bazooka onto Lunchbox. 5 versus 2, and it is crumbling for Chiefs right now. Jake Enna manages to find something with that thermal scope. Picks up about the only hotspot Chiefs have seen in this round so far. 5-4 they lead on the scoreboard, but it looks like that will be leveled up by AOLA.
Really tough spot to be able to get things back. The fuse gets dropped inside of storage, nowhere near where these attackers are at, so they're really just going to have to play for kills. No util really to speak of either. They've got one smoke grenade on Jake, but they have to know that there's a Glaz at this point. They've already gotten into a gunfight with him, so this is going to be awkward. If they play smart, AOLA shouldn't lose this.
Nicely popped around the corner there from Jose. I don't know whether he's aware that there was another one coming in from there or not, but he manages to get the one, and that's all he really needed to do, to be honest with you. Jake Enna's just going to have a little look, but Bazooka, who else? He gets a little bit noisy after that kill as well, running out of the door and finding his mum.
Good to see the players getting active after a round like that. If we head to overtime, Tim, and I'm not saying we necessarily will, but if we do and we see Alula defend that top floor side again, I want to see Chiefs go for something different. Go for a different strategy on that push. Both times they try to force that blitz in through the storage hall, try to get in towards the site, and it just really feels like they're getting stalled out over and over again. That bomb site maybe needs to be rethought a little bit from Chiefs, but the good news is they don't have to play it again at least until overtime. The regulation, it will be locked for the rest of the game. So as they call their attack timeout, as Chiefs decide to talk with their coach, take a moment to breathe, take a moment to reset, they could just be 2 rounds away from winning this game, sending Alula out of the tournament, moving on to tomorrow. At the same time, they're 2 rounds away from map 3.
The thing is, for Chiefs here, I think it's a good time for the tactical timeout because they are recognizing the weight and the importance of this round 11, because this is, for me, the hinge. This is the one that defines where this is going to go, because I would expect Chiefs to be winning that third choice side as it stands based on what we saw last time. So this is the one. If you want to win this here and now 2-0, you've got to be taking basement again. They did well last time around, but you know, I asked for a move. I will deliver the move. And you know, are they going to have something different to show us here on basement? I think they probably do.
Yeah, and I hope to see that as well, because although Chiefs won the last time they attacked in this site, it was looking kind of sketch for them, right? I mean, their Blackbeard push from Jake into Garage just really fell flat. It was up to Relays to step up and get a massive 2K, exploding into the bomb site and finding those kills before it really started looking good for Chiefs. So they can't just rely on one individual stepping up and getting a multi-kill. They have to be able to put together a good push. And I guess for Chiefs in this round, putting together a good push means the double shield, as both Lunchbox and Jay Kenna will jump on the Blitz and the Blackbeard.
Whatever gets it done, Jesse. Whatever gets it done and over the line. I am not against cheesing around. I am not against it. We're going to see then how much impact that has from these two. Straight away, we're going to have that external wall being opened up in towards Warehouse. And again, straight away, window barricades taken down. I would hope for a little bit more droning maybe than we had last time around. And no surprise early deaths to unsuspected utility. However, instead it's a run out. Crazy manages to pick up relays, and that's well, I actually give real credit to Alula over the last few rounds as well. It takes nerve to do that when you're in this situation. You're facing your key being crushed here at Esports World Cup, or in the second team to be eliminated on day one, and you're throwing yourself out of a door and you're getting the kill, or you're playing the half soft wall next to a mirror. They've been willing to take chances, and I like that. They should be rewarded for that.
Yeah, and it's especially valuable here after the attack timeout, because you have to imagine the coach of Chiefs, Nate, just put together a really important strategy, something really great that requires all 10 players, and now you've just taken one off the board. How does that change the strat from Chiefs? How will they have to adapt past their coach's advice? That's the task that now stands in front of them. Just about that halfway point here through the round, there's already been a lot of action, and it looks like it might be a fast execute. Lunchbox already threatening the site.
Yeah, there's no verticality possible for them. I think they feel like they've spotted a bit of a gap here, and maybe they have 3 versus 3, but no, the Azami above manages to find Neptune. They've not got control of the hatch, and that's going to be a big problem. Impact Nade.
Sorry, chat. I don't know why it's saying I'm not coach streaming. Give me a sec.
Spread out, players honestly being flanked from behind. He's nowhere near his teammate, and because of it, they're both going to end up falling. It is map point for Alula.
A critical round win for them there.
Map point for Alula is kind of crazy.
From them. I think a little bit of a mistake from Chiefs there. They felt like they'd spotted a gap. They took advantage of that, they thought, and they rushed on in, tried to take that space, but they lost too many bodies. As they did, they hadn't dealt with the player above who was playing on the hatch. That was a free kill for the Azami, and that was the downfall, because at that point you're left with an ace and a blitz who are about 5 nautical miles apart from each other, trying to have some sort of an impact on each other's deaths, and they couldn't.
And I don't want to put too much flame onto player, the ace there, because he was quite separated from his teammates, but he was trying to recover the defuse kit, which was dropped miles outside the building. We didn't catch it on the cam, but I was watching the top-down feed. It was being held by Jay Kenna, and he was outside of Garage, got swung on by Valentino, dropped it outside the building, and forced that late rotation to come out from Chiefs. So it was just a real big issue in coordination when it came down to that execute.
It was all on the back of that attempt to get aggressive and rush on him, because the blitz is already in the middle of site. So what else can Lunchbox do? You've got an Ace who's outside trying to recover a diffuser, and you've got Lunchbox like, I'm inside. You know, all you can really do is try to fight. Fell apart for them in that one. So we move on. It's going to be round 12. The best that Chiefs can hope for here is overtime. Alula will be looking to take their first map here at the EWC and send us to Consulate. One more round will do it, but it's that third choice site. It was a tough one for them last time out. Chiefs won it confidently.
It's already getting warmer as Consulate draws nearer and nearer in this series. Chiefs desperate to avoid it. They're going to have to put together a good attack here on the mid floor. They did a great job with it last time when they brought many of the same tools. They've still got JKenna on the blitz. They've still got Neptune on the sends. They've still got Lunchbox on the gridlock. If they want to, they can go for the exact same push where they enter in through the sky bridge. They take control of green stairs and they go for their execute even in a 5v5 situation. But you have to imagine if it's the exact same game plan, Alula will be ready for it. They'll be expecting it and they will be able to respond. So what's the extra dimension? What's the surprise factor coming in from Chiefs? That's my biggest question, Tim, because if there isn't one, I really fear for them in this round.
We'll have to see how they shape up, because like you, I look across the operators that they've got on the board and I don't see anything that is going to provide that surprise factor for them. They've got that green stairs control again. Look, maybe they just thought that, you know, it played out so well, it worked so beautifully last time, they're not going to have a chance of stopping it this time. Utility going to be taken out by the blitz.
Okay.
It's time to get that wall open, start thinking about getting the light screens in to maybe create that confusion that they're hoping for, but the only confusion here is on the part of Neptune as crazy.
1-1.
Just to find the kill. Relays is there with the trade. 4 versus 4, a minute 15, but Alula still in strong and confident control of the top floor.
Yeah, that's devastating. Without Neptune on the sends, how do you ever go for this execute? That's the whole game plan that just fell out.
Less than 1 minute left
for Chiefs. I mean, they don't really have the ability to go for a plant without the sends wall up, so their only real hope is to clear top floor, but they don't feel like they have time for that, so instead they're going to try to force some kind of a plant.
They're going to have to go and plant. That's what they have to do. They have less than a minute. Less than a minute, you should go plant right now.
This feels so difficult.
Yeah, they know exactly where the plant is going down this time. There will be no clutter, there will be no surprises, but there will be a shield. It's not enough. Jake is going to be downed. It's Valentino
down.
On to Relays.
They're probably going to win this.
To find the kill confirmed.
Double kill
onto
again.
The blitz. 3 versus 2. It's
Triple kill.
Back. They want a map.
Hell no. There you go.
1 versus 2.
Come on.
They get it.
1v1.
It's become a 1 versus 1 as player.
1v1.
Just to grab a double. Bazooka is up above. The plant is going to start to go
down.
Can he find the angle onto him? Player looks to move around. He's trying to take the fight. 12 seconds left to go.
12.
This is absolutely anybody's in this situation.
It's either up floor, down floor. Up floor, down floor.
Is able to stick it.
Plant down. They got 1 minute.
Fortune switches, and this might just be
time. Yo.
Oh my God, he might have just done it.
Come on, Chief. Come on, Chief. You need to make this. You need to make this win. You need to make this win. Yes! 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 Now we're going to overtime, dogs. Let's go, Chiefs. My mic is rolling up for you.
1v3 to come through.
Yes. That is so crazy. That is amazing. Hell yeah.
Just taking all of the momentum out of this game.
And the big question now, who starts on which side?
Oh my gosh, it looks so sketch. It looks so sketch.
I can tell you that it's Alula starting on the attack.
Overtime. We're in overtime.
Listen, we had 2-3-3 splits. Obviously, the earlier map in this series was quite defender-sided, but you have to imagine this could go either way. I don't think, no matter the side, I'd want to be Alula with how they just tossed that round. I mean, that should have been everything. The second Neptune died, after 1 kill in this round, that should have been GG over. Chiefs don't have a choice, but somehow player gets himself in the building. He plays that absolutely perfectly. He could not make any mistakes if he wanted to win that round. And he didn't.
He was the Trojan horse. He was just stood inside a site, just waiting for his moment, and then he exploded forth and took the round. So we're going to get 3 more. And right now, I'd watch another 10. I'd watch another 30 of this, because it's been an absolutely brilliant game on Lair. Both teams not leaving a single thing out there. They are just giving absolutely everything to this game at the minute, and we love to see siege like this. Chiefs, they are going down to the bottom floor to start things off on the defense.
Valentino 16-6, by the way. We haven't even really talked about him too much, Tim, but it feels like he has been just taking over this
We're in
game.
overtime.
Like
Let's do it.
Be a career
Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah, chat. We still got some good matches on our hand.
No, we're going to have to reset and see what he can do in overtime. From the top-down POV, you can see it. This push from Alula is going to be focused horizontal. It's going to be focused on the garage. It's the same push that we've seen from them twice before where they don't take that vertical control. You have to imagine Chiefs will be ready for the same push again.
Warehouse wall gets opened up and straight away Bazooka moves in on the IQ, just seeing that the path is clear, is able to take that ground. Needs to make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself. I think he's just been joined by his teammate Crazy on the blitz as well. Also, we've got the Thermite in there, going to be opening up missile wall. So player knows that he's going to be coming under pressure pretty soon. And I tell you what, Alola are not messing about here. They are looking for a little bit of retribution after that last round, and they're getting aggressive towards site here. Chiefs, they need to step up and find themselves an opening kill.
This is going to be a messy round, Tim, because there's obviously this push coming in horizontally, but there are a couple of players aggressing themselves up on the top floor as well. Crazy was up there trying to hold the flank. You've got players like Relays and Neptune who could go for a flank, but as I say this, a lot of those garage players will actually concede that space. They've taken it, but they've completely given it up and are now focusing on clearing these top floor roamers.
Yep, obviously recognising the severity of the problem. How about that? Relays manages to spray down Josa and will just drop away on the back of that pattern. I like that. He's not overcommitting to it. He's not giving his life up. He's burning more and more time.
Uses that pipe again to just delay more of the time, waste the time for the attackers, make sure that Alula don't work themselves into an advantage. That's the name of the game right now. Stay alive, burn this clock, because they've got a lot to play with on the side of Alula. And if they just went for an execute there, I mean, there's a world where they walk away with the win. It'll be tough facing up against the smoke and the echo, but they've made their play. They now retake in towards lockers. They can start to breach this main wall to get in towards the site and work themselves in for an execute. Crazy at the same time, pressuring in from missile. This is going to be a two-pronged attack coming in from the south.
We see the deployable shield just dealt with by the grenade. I think a Gajamot mine might have been put out here just to prevent Crazy moving in. I'm not sure if Lunchbox had one in pocket. I just saw a glimpse of what I thought was Ella throwing out a little bit of utility at the end there. Spray comes around, 30 seconds left to go. We don't even have an entry kill yet. 2 minutes 30 into the round. It will come, and it will come in the shape of a double, a triple for Alola as they find themselves 5 versus 2. Coming onto this overtime, you thought that maybe the defenders would have the advantage, but not so far. The Blitz manages to find another Bazookas, putting the diffuser down. Relays makes his way back, but he will not be the hero this time. Chiefs take the loss. Alula managed to get themselves one more round. It's 7-6.
And I gotta say it, Tim, that's the best execute we've seen from Alula all day. What a push from them. They're inside of sight with full control in a 5v5, but unlike most teams, they don't start holding F. They don't rush the plant. They wait for the swings to come out. They keep all of their guns alive, and even a Hogger, I mean, he's got the defuse kit, but he's gun up and he gets a kill in the midst of that chaos. He starts things off with the opening pick straight onto Lunchbox. So as we see Chiefs collapse in on that push, they're thinking the plant's going down, but they don't use their utility. They aren't able to use that Echo Drone to stop it. Instead, they take those gunfights, and it all goes the way of Alula. They played so well together, balling up inside the site and making things really awkward for Chiefs. I don't think they were able to read that push the way that they needed to, and because of it, they now have everything on the line with 2 straight rounds needed for a victory.
Last time around when they defended this site, we saw them, of course, picking up that nice, cheap early kill. They're not going to try it again this time, but I don't think they will be getting away with it again this time. So they do have the mirror brought along. Crazy is going to be playing that, but like I said, I think they will just play that a little bit less aggressively this time. We can see all of Mask both reinforced off fully, so there won't be any cheap kills onto Chiefs, so they certainly won't from that angle. I can't promise there won't be one from another angle. Chiefs, well, they need to learn their lesson from that. They need to make sure that they are switched on from second one coming in here.
Well, I said it earlier, Tim, if we see this site again, and here we are once more with Alula defending the top floor, I do not want to see Chiefs just stand behind a blitz and try to take storage control running into those hallways. It's just been too much of a problem with Bazooka playing there on the smoke. And what are we seeing? We're seeing changes coming out from Chiefs. They are not bringing the blitz. Instead, it's going to be Lunchbox on this Ying. It's going to be Neptune on the Zofia from down below. They've got different ways to force players out of position that doesn't require a shield. So up against the Suzami inside of Ops, it's a tough task to try to clear this guy out. He's got a mirror winner to fall back to too, but if you can use your utility, get a free pick onto this guy, maybe work yourself into some kind of an advantage, there is a win con here for Chiefs.
10-3 on the entry. It stands at the minute in the favour of our club. They have been able to just retain complete domination of that element of the game, and it's just such an advantage for them regularly, taking some utility off the board and having that man advantage inside of almost every round. Neptune is underneath, not in the right place at the minute, but with a little bit of intel, maybe he can find his man. I think he's just trying to determine at the minute exactly where the location is. We know that the triple explosive canister out of the Zofia will gain a kill pretty quickly and pretty free, but he's got to get the location right.
Yeah, I'd like to see him focus the Azami Mahagar playing just back behind the desk. There's nobody going for a bandit trick or anything like that, so the free kills won't go his way. Instead, the free kill goes the way of Lunchbox as he finds Valentino in the hallway and starts to work up the stairs.
Just looking around the corner, just manages to create that little bit of smoke from the ingredient. Lunchbox manages to take out the Azami as well. 5 versus 3. This is looking good for Chiefs right now. It's just one of those games where you get into overtime and nobody can hold anything. Zofia still lurking around underneath. Not going to be in the right position if they're looking to get a kill though. Nobody is really near them in a position to be taken out, but Lunchbox manages to find Bazooka, finds a triple in the round now, starts working on that Kiba barricade. Downed by a Nitro from Crazy.
That might just be the key that changes this game, but he's going to have to ace. Tim, this is going to be tough in the 1v3. The downed player can't do much, so he swings on the open breach. It's the perfect timing. He just gets completely slammed on the angle, and player will win it out. What a round to come through and force us deep into 15.
What a
one more round
we are witnessing here.
Honestly.
The last game of the day here on B Street, and they are treating
Has
us to
to
the
be.
business, Jesse.
Has to be all the way
Giving us
out to the end.
absolutely everything.
Tim, can
Crazy.
I say it? That was a peanut butter jelly round. That was a massive one from Lunchbox to come through and get those picks to be able to work his team into that huge advantage. And here we'll see the replays. I mean, Lunchbox, these are not easy picks to get. He gets 3 kills. That third one into Bazooka, probably the most important, because the smoke around the corner, that's what will deny your plant. That's what makes that push really difficult and scary to come through from Chiefs. But after losing that bomb site over and over and over again, they finally find the answer in the Ying. They finally find their answer in Lunchbox. And now one defense round separates them from moving on.
Remember we do 2 a.m. It goes
As we said,
9
when
hours
Chiefs
from
were
there.
on
1,
the
2,
defense,
3,
it
4,
was
5, 6.
just perfectly evenly split. It was
9
perfectly balanced. There was absolutely quite
These streams are so long. They're
even in
9
terms of the
hours.
size.
These
So
coach
both
streaming
teams
things are
won
so
3
long, bro.
sides once each.
I wonder
So
if
there was
how the other coach streamers are
absolutely
doing.
nothing to be gleaned from those earlier rounds. This time, rather than the basement, Chiefs are going to try and take things up to the top floor. Relays brings along the bandits, so they're going to try and hold on to Mask Wall for a little bit, but the Maverick is on the side of Alula. Last time we saw them taken out, we didn't really see Hagar
We're frozen
be able
up.
to really use
We're
that
freezing up.
utility too much, so let's see whether it has a little bit more impact inside of this round. Zofia is on board, didn't see the impact of it last time, but maybe this time could be the one.
Yeah, and I really like the Zofia coming in response on that operator instead, so we're changing things around on the side of Chiefs, and there's no doubt about it, in 2026 Zofia is the worst nightmare for Bandits. Maverick not a great operator to go up against either, so this is going to put Relays in a really tough spot. It's going to be tricky for him to get value out of that gadget, but the question still becomes for Alula, where do you want to bring this push? They've got Crazy on the blitz, and they could go for a very similar push that we were seeing from Chiefs, where they just run through that Skybridge hallway, try to get a plant down from the storage side of things. That was not working very well for the Australians, so if that is the game plan, I'm a little bit worried that we might see it stall out at the behest of Jay Kenna.
Use of the Maverick is going to be good. Manages to get Mask Wall open nice and easily inside of that first minute pretty much. We'll allow you a second or two, we'll let you off for that, but good timing, good pacing so far from our Chiefs are going to have a lot of pressure to absorb here, and it's not going to be for 30 seconds, it's going to be more like a minute and a half. Bazooka does manage to get that play from underneath. It was something Chiefs wanted to achieve but couldn't, and I'll say, you know what, we'll show you how it's done. They managed to get themselves themselves a freebie, and look who they've taken out. It's the Tachanka. Player is gone. Neptune down on the Azami. You couldn't have asked for two better operators to take out.
No, this is devastating for Chiefs. They've got to find some way back in this game, but now you've completely lost ops control. You've got to get desperate on the side of Lunchbox. You can see him fishing for these picks, but he finds it. He takes down the Mavericks. Got to leave the building for it, but he does it just early enough that this other mask wall isn't going to be opened up. He doesn't have the best utility to stall this out. He's got to continue to play aggressive to win this round, but he's at least given his team a chance with 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, the shield is going to make it particularly difficult. Valentino able to just peek over the top of the blitz there to find the kill. Relay is taken down. It looks like it could be over here. Alola have a 4 versus 1 opportunity to get in and put the diffuser down if they need to, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. They've committed to the kill here. They've forced Jekena out of the site. Josa does get taken down, but Crazy with the final kill. The cheers come in from Alola, and they will take us all the way to Consulate.
And what a power-up we've seen throughout this series from Alola. They start by getting rocked on their own map pick of Fortress. They come into this map and honestly start a little
Alright,
slow
chat,
as
looks
well
like we're
too,
going to a final game 3. So we
overtime
went
in
through
particular,
overtime
that
and to a
executed
game
round
3. So in
13,
other words,
that push here to be able
it's going to be a
close
very
things out
long,
around 15 as well. It was so well coordinated. They used the Zofia perfectly from down below to get themselves that advantage. They're holding the cutoffs to extend that lead to a 5v3, and they really do all they needed to win that round. Super impressive stuff from Alula.
Yeah, they've grown into the game brilliantly, and the tournament as well. They might well just keep themselves alive at the Esports World Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, Alola get loud, not just with their voices, but inside this map as well, to push us all the way to a decider. Concert will determine who gets to stay inside this competition. I had goosebumps when we were going into overtime. Not sure if that was because it's so cold in here, or because the incredible seats that we're seeing.
Thanks for showing Dr. Lulit some love.
What you're saying, A-Tag. Give me 30 more rounds
Hell
of this
yeah.
chaos. We're seeing mistakes
These are
from either
all
side,
the
but
love,
the other
homie.
team is able to capitalize off of it so well. We're talking about that round with Chiefs where they, get the plant out with all the sensor stuff going on. We're talking about the situations from Alola where they managed to get a wall open in round 15. Despite having like a bandit and stuff against them, it comes down to such tiny details inside this game, and that shows why it's went all the way to round 15 as well.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how they built from it again. Like, early on, they were making so many of those kind of critical errors. It would be one little thing and another little thing and another thing, but I truly think in the overtime, Alula came alive.
Oh my
some really impressive pushes against a Chiefs team who were not putting up bad defenses either. I mean, they were playing standard siege inside the site behind their utility, and like this is a good example of the mistakes. Like, sometimes earlier in the round, you would see Alula go for some really questionable plays, but I thought as this game evolved, they became a way better team, and they evolved with the match.
That's definitely the story of it for me. You look at the beginning of the game, it was maybe a couple of rounds being lost here and there by teams, but by the time we got to the end, it was all about them winning the rounds. It wasn't about the mistakes anymore. It wasn't about the gaps. It was about teams going in and having special moments, like we just saw the 1v3 from Player there, taking full advantage of that situation. A mistake's only a mistake if it gets punished. Otherwise, you never see it. It goes under the radar. And so for me, those last 5 rounds at least were just on the back of teams coming out and just having big moments, either with flawless executes or with superstar moments like Player, all sorts of stuff going on to enjoying that one.
Yeah, and again, some cool strategies like that play on the mirror window, like so smart, so creative to be able to catch that. And like, yeah, it's a mistake from Chiefs, I guess, but who does that? Like those are mistakes that anybody would make. Here's the incredible 1v3 clutch from Player. I mean, I truly have no idea how he pulled this off.
That was incredible. I mean, just looked at it again. It is peak siege. You think it's done there. You think we're going to about 3 there at that point, but then we get 3 more rounds of this action here as well. And one player that we need to talk about, we need to give him his flowers, Valentino. Absolutely popping off. You saw the confidence, I think, as well, in not just his eyes, but the way he was moving in those final few rounds as well. He was like, okay, either we get sent home here, but I'm going to force us all the way into a 3rd map.
For sure. I think Valentino plays a really difficult role on this team, especially in the attack, where he's usually not surrounded by teammates. He's often off on his own, pushing a side angle, trying to get that pinch pressure in towards the execute. And it's a tough spot to play, because if he goes down, that really hurts the push, and they become a lot more one-dimensional. So his ability to play safe with his body, but also find value and get those kills was really cool to see.
Yeah, very nearly a 20-kill game as well, by the way. 19 he finished on there on Lair. So I don't know what he is overall for the series. We'll have a check before we go into map 3, make sure we're not in record territory. I don't think we're quite there for Valentino, but look, who knows, with a big last map, it could go anywhere.
I think obviously that has to come down to the 7-1 that she set on map 1 as well, which will make it difficult for him to come into like record territory. That also means there are going to be some implications in regards of starting sites on our decider. We'll talk all about that and talk about the final map after the break.
Alright, so we're back. Oh, this has been a really long speech session, but like, I'm not used to how like in the afternoon it's cutting into. Because I'm used to this waking up like at 4 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, or 1 a.m. and then doing this entire thing. How's your guys' day? Crazy. How's your afternoon? I can't believe I'm still here in the afternoon. Sleepy. One of the best things about it is that I don't have to do in-person work right now. But this was going on yesterday. Ooh, I would not have survived. Are y'all doing good? Are y'all having great days? Are y'all enjoying your days? If I have two different size tables and I connect it again, would be better. Mouse above the keyboard or keyboard above the mouse? But if you are playing FPS,
What an incredible series this has been so far. We need one more
yeah,
map
I
to
can't
determine who's
like
key.
holding your mouse up in the air kind of don't work, but holding it on the bottom works a lot better. Pop, 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 pop.
Where it is really important to get the starting site pick.
Oh, you're home? Nah, that's fine, that's fine. Lurking, we appreciate the lurk, love the lurk.
Going into this one due to the 7-1 on map 1, and shock, horror, surprise, they pick defense.
I would do keyboard above.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, keyboard above. Yeah, mouse below for more space. That's what it is.
They've been on the defense today.
Well, yes, I would agree. But looking at that last matchup, you know, we thought that it was going to be a bit more defender-sided than it was. It was 3-3 in the halves, and then they lost it on the defense in overtime.
That's
so,
crazy.
Honestly, all bets are off. Who knows? Could go anywhere.
Chiefs, you know, if we get to survive the first map, maybe 2-0 situation, but are we convinced by this Alula that we're seeing on map 2 that they might be able to pull off with the momentum here?
I really like that Lula towards the end of that game, and you know,
I just had to fix positioning of my armrest. Dude, that's funny.
Map 1 and early in map 2, but if they come out and play the way they
W
did in the final 4 or 5
Samaruko
rounds of what we just saw on Lair, I don't think Chiefs can win it, to be honest.
I'd agree. They're going to be very
Twitch
difficult
streamer.
to stop. I enjoyed what I saw. They were the more dynamic of the two teams,
W
particularly
sub.
towards the end. And it's a funny old thing when you've got that momentum we often talk about in the best of 3. Whoever wins map 2 often carries an advantage forward because they can just
Welcome
keep
home,
things
Hannah.
rolling. I genuinely think I still favour Chiefs because of the experience, but I just look at Alula and I think they could win this easily.
Yep.
It would be crazy to see our only MENA representation make it through
In
in the
July.
tournament over. Once again, we'll have to mention our Aussie boys. They'll be so upset to see one of their teams be knocked out from the tournament here. And to stop that from happening, what is it that Chiefs need to do? How do they need to overcome like this mental hurdle after losing this map here?
I feel like they've got to be able to find some way to strike back and
time to go into distress mode. Alright, y'all. This is where in the afternoon you guys don't see this a lot.
You have to disrupt the execute before it comes out. Don't let them push into you 5v5 or 4v4.
Cabinet
Get scrappy in the early round. Force this team to adapt to the lower man count that they were expecting. If Chiefs can do that, it'll maybe force those pushes from Alula to be a little bit scrappier than they would have liked, and it might give the edge back over to Chiefs.
I think entry is going to be wildly important. I didn't catch the last 2 rounds, but it was certainly 10-3 in favour of Alula after 13. I got a little bit too excited after that, and I'll have to check once we get into the map to see how 14 and 15 went. But Alula absolutely dominated them on the entry, and I feel like, yes, with a less experienced team, if you can get on top of them in those rounds early, force them to play the 4v5s. We haven't really seen.
Do you ever just look up for your horoscope just for guidance? Because that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be doing that right now.
That is definitely the avenue for Chiefs here.
Well, it all comes down to this map. Who gets to stay in the competition? Who will see their team get crushed here?
We're supposed to make those redeems actually offline, but the problem is we ran into a 9-hour stream.
Or another. It could be Alula, it could be Chiefs. Whoever wins this takes it all. We have seen 2 elimination games today, both of them heading into that 3rd map. Chiefs take the choice of side because they had the better round differential. Of course, that's 7-1 on Fortress. For success, maybe, here on Consulate, giving them the defensive start.
It sets them up for success in that they have the easier side start, but it also sets them up with the highest risk to begin here, right, Tim? Because yeah, Chiefs are on defense. We expect them to walk away with a.
Oh my gosh, it's Twitch. It's you guys. It's Twitch chat. Twitch. It's you.
This ends up being a 3-3 or. If they can get more good attacks like what we just saw there, that blessing that they got choosing to start this first side might end up being a bit of a curse, because you could really screw yourself early in this game if you're not on point immediately in these first 3 or 4 rounds. This game can spiral out of control.
You must follow my heart
faster for Chiefs than it can for Alula.
Yeah, it certainly does increase the pressure because you put that expectation on yourself. You know, you think sometimes maybe if I come in and take the offside, I can look at it and think, well, a couple of first rounds haven't really gone my way, but as long as I get 2, I'm fine. Yeah. And then you go from there. You know, if you do come out with a 3 or 4, then you're fantastic. And that's the position Alula find themselves in. I feel like they can come in here and play really freely. They've just had a really good 4 or 5 rounds on Lair at the end of things. The whole map was decent, but the last 4 or 5 rounds was fantastic. There's no expectation on them. Like I said, they're the mystery team coming into the tournament. We don't know a lot about them, and so, you know, if they get eliminated, nobody's really going to bat an eye at it. It's going to be like, okay, no problem. They've come in and played well, but yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for them, but that's not an ideal start to the opportunity. We're going to see the Zofia being taken down of all operators.
Come on, Chiefs.
Will very probably be collected to safety, but
come on, my Aussie teams.
They're going to have to learn a couple of those angles.
Yeah, you could maybe commit a Toxic Babe to try to get the secure. It's not going to be possible at this point. Already so deep Bazooka. He just walks up the Visa stairs, I imagine, to get into that gunfight. He finds a bit of a gap, but he gets hard punished for it. Lunchbox is ready for that play, so a little chaotic on that opening gunfight. Zofia does get picked up in the midst of this, but a chaotic first round, and it's really just gone all the way for Chiefs so far, Tim.
Yeah, I just think maybe Alula getting a little bit ahead of themselves. There's confidence, and then there's like, you know, let's not go chasing up Visa stairs on your own and just running into an entry death. Entry was, as I said, coming into this, an area that Alula absolutely thrived on Lair. Coming in there and giving that away is not what you want to do. You want to make life as difficult as you can for Chiefs.
All eyes are on Neptune hiding behind his vending machine. He did lose his shield that was destroyed by that Flores drone earlier, so he's got these Kiba barriers as a backup, but if they can force him out of this position, it could be really powerful. So far, just delaying time with those Goyo canisters. The magnets catching good utility as well. If you don't have the proper tools to force him out of this position, it could be devastating, but finally the Flores drone comes out. He's forced to retreat, and that's a good piece of map control gained by Alula.
I've been able to look at the numbers, and so far today, when Alula have lost that entry death, they've only won 1 round, and that was the one on Fortress that they won. Granted, there wasn't a lot of rounds where they lost the entry in that last map, but still, there's only 1 where they've had that conversion. So Lunchbox, Neptune, they just pile on the pressure now, get themselves a double 5v1 as Lunchbox. He's been playing fantastically well for the last hour or 2, by the way. He should never get up from this computer. Just keep playing forever because it's working for him. Right now, Chosa manages to get 2, takes down Lunchbox, takes down Neptune, but 1v5 becomes a 1. 1v3 still very unlikely. Sees his man and gets him, though. I tell you what, 1v2, we've seen those one before.
No way. I mean, he's using the flashbangs well, but doesn't know the player position. That's going to be a nice shot coming out from the SMG-11 to finish off what Lunchbox started. Crisis averted if you're Chiefs, and you get your first defense win on the board. I like the wording you were using there, Tim. Lunchbox, he can't get out of his seat because of how well he's playing. Back in the OCE League, he is known for getting out of his seat after every single round, getting up and taking a bit of a lap. Can't do that on LAN, unfortunately. Has been stuck in that chair for a little while now, but still, you're seeing that movement, you're seeing that momentum come through from this team, and Lunchbox, a great first round to start on Consulate.
I was talking to Iconic earlier, and during one of the breaks, one of the halftime breaks that we had, I asked him about, you know, the kind of as a player, do you get that little bit of fog sometimes when the stress sets in, and maybe, you know, you do things that you think afterwards, what on earth was my thought process there? Like, why have I done that? And it's just because you're not thinking in a normal basis. And he actually gave like such a good insight as to the mentality of being a player in that kind of situation. And he said, you know, one way that he learned to avoid it over time was, you know, by keeping things the same, by making sure nothing changed, by making his environment as similar as he could to when he was always playing. So yeah, I think, you know, Lunchbox, don't move. Don't, you know, don't move. If your feet are crossed, don't uncross the, like, whatever's going on right now, just keep it identical.
Well, it's maybe a bit scrappier than they would have liked. It got a little chaotic, but all in all, that's a round win for Chiefs, and a decisive one at that, barring the close comeback that we almost saw from Joza. Now we're going to see them try to hold down this second floor, this second bomb site down inside the basement. It's another kill coming through from Lunchbox. It's not quite 4 straight, but another opening pick. He will not complain about that.
You've got to wonder at what point do Alula start to feel the pressure. I said coming on in, they're on the attack on console. You kind of hope for 2 rounds, maybe 3. Not the end of the world, but at what point do you start thinking, hang on a minute, this could be 5-1, this could be 6-0, and that pressure then starts to creep back in again, because you start feeling like things are getting a little bit close to the edge. They've managed now to find themselves on the wrong end of the entry once again. As I said, only 1 round so far tonight has been converted by them when they've taken that first death, so they're going to have to double that number if they want to come out here with anything other than a 2-0. Chiefs, it's too easy. They're wandering on in, they've no idea. Player gets a double. Yes, they get the trade, but the damage is already done. Neptune takes Crazy in a trade there. That's the Monty off the board. We're not even halfway through the round, and it's 1v3.
Player, the best player on Chiefs, has been so important for them this stage and will continue to be important in this series up against Alula. Just excellent sight play coming out from him. It stops that aggressive move to come out from Alula, where it really felt like they had maybe caught Chiefs with their pants down a little bit. Didn't really recognize what was going on in that push, but Player was ready for it. He was watching for those guys to walk straight into his sight, knew that that was an option, and now Valentino in the 1v3. Very difficult to pull this one off. They know exactly where he's at.
That's the problem for him. Chiefs aren't going to overpeak this. There's absolutely no need to. The Solus gets out of the way of that. It just dips a little bit deeper to take that cover further back into kitchen area there, but is going to then peek around. Neptune manages to get that final kill with the SMG. Valentino taken down. 2-0 Chiefs, and I feel like Alula just need to go back to what was working for them on the left.
Come on, Chiefs, just finish this. Just finish this. We don't want Alula to come back at all.
Exactly what Chiefs wanted to do on the defense, and taking ground from them and using it against them. Whereas now we've kind of gone back to this, let's just, there might be a gap, let's run into sight. I feel like, take it back to that fundamental siege. You were playing it so well.
It's gotten almost a little cheesy, you know, where it's like, it's not cheese operators necessarily, but they're finding these gaps and they're thinking, hey, maybe I can make a play and single-handedly win the round for my team, rather than working as a unit, rather than droning things out, using their utility, forcing man advantage fights. That's what was really finding success for them back on that second map. So I agree with you 100%, Tim. It feels like Alula are getting a little bit loose with this. What absolutely cannot happen is we cannot see a return to Lair, where it was every opening duel favoring Chiefs. It was an early lead coming out from them on their stronger side, and then we just saw Alula fall apart. We saw them crumble. Their mental disappeared on that first map, and even after attack timeout from their coach, they weren't able to pull things together. So we can't see that happening again. They have to recognize that this is not a side where they're favored, even though they're down 0-2. If they let this mental slip away from them, they're going to be kicking themselves on the whole flight home.
Yeah, they absolutely are, because I think it is one of those that you would look back and think that was winnable.
Yeah.
That was, you know, after the... Or at least we could have been more competitive if it continues in this vein. Player, again, comes out. You said he's such an important player for this team, and he continues to deliver. 4-1 so far. 2-0 Chiefs on the scoreboard. 5-4 in terms of the man count. They've got that entry again. That's now 3 in a row, and I will keep coming back to that start. Alula not good at converting the 4v5 rounds.
Player's just been so critical. He's willing to play late round, but he's also so good on the aggressive moves as well. Like, no matter where you put him, he is going to find big value. Now, the push coming in from Alula, they might be pressuring in towards top spiral. Valentino gets his way in, but just hops on drone, trying to get a bit of information. The bomb site, don't forget, is piano. So with that, Crazy's actually going to rotate over to the yellow stairs. They think they have another gap, Tim.
Bazooka does manage to find something at least. Headshot onto player. You couldn't ask to take anybody better out of the round at the minute. Lunchbox does have similar stats though, so he's got to be the next target really. Crazy going to start to bully forward with the Monty. Do they know that there's one behind? Jkenna just needs to be careful here that he does
getting bullied right now.
himself to the peak from behind the shield. Neptune taking a ton of damage along the way. I will feel like they've just settled down a little bit. They've stopped the cheesiness. They're just now using the utility, they're using that shield, they're creating the space, and they're taking advantage of it as Valentino manages to pick up the castle. That's going to be the last of the HP removed from him. 1 minute 15 left to go, and Aloha looking much more comfortable than they have so far.
Another one for Valentino.
Damn,
He's one
dude.
of the best solo players that we have here in the tournament. Does a really good job working these picks all by himself. Finally traded, but the damage is done, and there's the counter trade from Crazy on the pistol. Takes him down and can start working this plant. Jacob above. 2 toxic babes. 60 seconds on the clock. This should deny the plant, but there's going to be a lot more time to stall out.
No way. Ah, dude.
Those are up above. Manages to get the kill. As soon as I think that's absolutely the right play coming in from Owl with there.
The catch is kind of crazy.
3v1 and they know that one's above, you send somebody upstairs. You know that you can do it. You send 2 upstairs, to be honest with you. You keep somebody planting. Send 2 up there just to guarantee the trade and win the fight. So really good from Alola. They've just doubled their ability to convert those 4v5 rounds when they've lost the entry. So that's really good. It gives them a benchmark. It gives them something to work from. I think if Chiefs get that round and go 3-0, I'm not going to say catastrophic, but it's a huge blow for Alola at that point. So I think that was, you know, really important. It's always important that you get one of those first 3 rounds. I
agree.
Let's just switch of sides now, at
only
least.
one behind.
So.
You're still in touching distance.
Well, no, never mind. It's not switch of sides. You still got a little bit more time. You can change operators every round, which is great. I need to get Siege again.
Stop that push from coming in, and the plants went down very successfully under the watchful eyes of the Monty as well. So I like the ban coming through from Chiefs. The Bandit also being taken out by Alula. Again, we kind of go back to some of this play style that we're seeing from Alula, and once they slow things down and start to play their game, they seem like a much more put-together team. Valentino, in particular, I think has to be the one to crack this game wide open on the attacking side for me. He's always playing by himself. He's not really pushing with the rest of his squad, so whether he wins or loses that gunfight can make a world of difference on how the push goes as a whole, because he is that entire second.
I think it's crazy that they're still keeping it up. That's the thing.
He gets a big double kill, and even when he dies, his death gets traded out immediately. So these are the kind of plays that we're watching out for on the side of Alula. If Chiefs can shut him down, they might have a good chance of winning this game, even with Alula slowing
10-hour
down
stream.
and not playing his gap heavy.
Valentino currently 24-17 across all 3 maps, so we don't need, I was getting carried away, we don't need to worry about record territory, but still an excellent performance, as you say. You know, some really great rounds from him that have, you know, got it over the line for his team and are exactly why they are still in the position they are. Out of interest player, 24-16. He's just 1 death better. He's always got to keep himself ahead. And we're going to get on into round 4. Extra bans come out, as you've said, Bandit and Monty. And we will have a Nitro going out. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to see out of Neptune. A gift from the sea straight through the window, and you couldn't have cleaned up a better operator, right? Crazy on the Blackbeard. He was supposed to be that spearhead opening things up, but with him off the board now, it's going to be difficult for them to try to take that space. Neptune, I believe, does walk through a bit of a Goyo canister to get back to safety, back with his teammates, but that's okay. You'll take a half damage for a full damage any day of the week. You're still up with those 5 guns, so that's going to be what's important, and you really read this push from Alula as well. All of these players are trying to come in from the admin side. Relays below is reading all of this pressure as well, so the information is flowing on the side of Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. We know how valuable the pulse can be on Consulate. Just going to take a little peek around the corner. Nobody there to challenge him for the time being. And a little bit of a relocation for Joza coming in here as he decides to get himself around to main door instead. Open that one up. And just try and get something where I don't know too much what he's going to do from underneath. He's attacking up onto top floor. He's on the ace, so the verticality is going to be a little bit limited. I think it's more about chasing
nice.
down for the time being. But I
that's
love how Relays is playing this. He's just chasing shadows.
We love the heartbeat
Absolutely.
fence.
They've committed a lot of bodies to try to hunt down this pulse and force him out of position. They know going for
no way. Is he getting punished for the heartbeat fence? Dude, that's crazy.
That took almost 2 full minutes, and they still really aren't in the top floor.
And all it's done is level things up. It's not even got them the advantage yet. It brings it back to 4 versus 4, but like you say, there's so much utility for them yet to play through. There's Goyo canisters. If none of those have been detonated, that's the rest of the round that can be burnt out, depending where they're located. You've got Kiba barricades, you've got smoke canisters. There's so much to work their way through.
That's the big problem. These toxic babes are now just being used by player, which is going to make it really awkward to get through this vending hallway. This is the goal, right, to be able to get in towards the site, but you're playing close with the shotgun. Instead, it's going to have to be this push in from the north side. And
no way.
Well with that first frag on
Oh, come on, Chiefs.
Really
come on, Chiefs.
Steps around and just
come on, Chiefs.
Space,
there you go. One more. What? Double kill? Yeah.
There was the Sen steps in. Big round from Haga, just so far to really keep his team in this, but he will be taken down now by J-Kenna. 15 seconds left to go.
Nice job, J-Kenna. No way. Yes, thank gosh. Good job, Lunchbox. Take this home. Take this home for us.
I cannot believe how that one turns out. Until the very last second, I couldn't have told you who wins that round. Usually you can tell it's a big advantage for this team, a big advantage for that team. Certainly it was a big advantage for Chiefs, but I love the way they used the Sens on Alula to get deep in towards the site. They weren't just trying to cheese a plant in through the doorway inside of meeting to get that one down. There was a shotgun close from players, so they couldn't have gone for that play anyways. Instead, they split apart their players. They had one pushing the balcony, one pushing in from spiral, one getting deep with the Sens wall, and then one playing close on that meeting wall. They took 4 different dimensions to that push, and even after it started off so poorly for them, they put themselves in a really good position. In the end, I think Jake made some really good moves. I cannot believe he won that second gunfight.
Jake did really good on that one, dude. He's such a goat.
A couple of really tight fights.
He honestly is carrying the Oceania team.
So close to tying the game, but instead it's Chiefs 3-1.
Yeah, I think you've called it there. The pistol
Come on, Chiefs. We need you to win. We need you to complete this entire game.
Wins the round effectively, and it is these marginal differences that will get you over the line. 3-1 then for Chiefs. They are going to be going back down to the basement. We saw it in round 2. We saw them get the win. How will Alula go about taking this without the Monty this time? Obviously, that's been the focal point for the first few rounds, particularly the second. They didn't get the win. They tried to get that space. If you remember, they walked in. There was a double kill from player on the mirror. They just tried to kind of opportunity spot. I'd like to see
no way.
Take it. I'm not going to say more seriously.
I was about to say, ain't no way.
Serious, but I'd like to see that kind of.
You do damage.
More of a strategics round of siege. You know, come in and do your basics, do your fundamentals, tick your checklist, and make sure that you're making life difficult for Chiefs. I want to see what their proper attack is here on basement.
Well, again, it's tough to put together a proper attack when you instantly lose your Blackbeard like they did in the last round. I think for the cards they were dealt, that was probably the best they could have managed. But again, it's an opening duel coming favoring Chiefs. Instantly trade it back. They get Neptune down for the 4v4, but still, you've lost such an important operator in that Deimos falling from Bazooka.
Nitro's going to go out of the window. Oh, I thought it might find its mark. It does not. Got a little bit of damage on Joza on the ace. I'm not sure if that was done by Neptune on the Solus before dying or whether it was indeed the Nitro that caused that. But 1 minute 10 into the round, and this has been action-packed so far. Been absolutely trading blows backwards and forwards. Right now,
hard.
Really has a strong
it's hard,
advantage.
Preston. It's hard. I'm trying not to. I'm getting tired right now. 9 hours.
Just to get the kill. I think
9 hours, 10 hours. We're going for the 10 hour.
Too long. The shield is staring at him. The drone's staring at him. Crazy on this fuse shield, by the way. Hasn't used the cluster.
We're dripping coffee IVs, dude. What the flip? I'm gonna have to like gouge liquid IVs after.
So already picking up a good pick for himself.
But I still got other things I need to do today.
There's been a lot of pressure server. There've been a lot of players who've
I
been trying to
set
push
a video for you. Oh, okay.
They do have a bit of a breach in the main wall. Valentino is alone in that position as he so often is, but this push from Alula is going to mostly be coming in from the back. So I want to see Chiefs react to this. I want to see them get aggressive.
I'm not
Thank
sure
you,
that
Nia.
the breach on the main wall is vaultable at this point, so there's an opportunity there for Chiefs to possibly ignore that. They can't ignore Valentino getting a kill through it, to be fair, but player does manage to trade it out, so that's going to be the second best thing. I love the use of the
I've been
shotgun.
replying to
Needs be
emails the entire
careful.
time.
Has managed to find his man just above the shield player with the final. Chiefs lock out the basement. Again, it looked like it was a lot closer.
There's a
than
training
that.
I have
In the last
tomorrow.
20 seconds, it kind of just went on a downhill if you're in the Alola camp, and ultimately Chiefs able to get the win there. So they go 4-1, and they're looking in comfortable control of Consulate at the minute.
Yeah, a strong spot from Chiefs, no doubt. Relay's a big round coming through there. I said I wanted to see them
There's
get
a lot.
aggressive. Just
There's
as
a
I
lot of
said, he
messages
pushed
I
up
have.
those
I have a lot of
spiral stairs and
messages.
gets himself a pick.
I have a
So
lot
that's
of
the initiative
messages.
that needs to be taken from Chiefs.
30
in a position
seconds.
like that, where you know the attackers have a bit of an
Yeah, I'm
advantage.
getting it.
They're pushing in from the back. They read it really perfectly.
Comment on
Valentino
the
goes 1
award.
for 1. That's fine, really, but I just don't know if they got a
Foster
whole lot
shows
of
on the
value.
playlist?
Few shield
No, it didn't show up.
the Jake.
No.
And even that one, you probably could have got on any operator. So not getting so much out of the shield in that round is going to be a 4-1 lead for Chiefs. Again, 4-1 lead, defense Consulate. That's not that bad. You can absolutely still come back and win this game if you're Alula, but a 5-1 split's going to make it a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think round 6 just became particularly important. It's another one of them where I'd forgiven the end of round 5, beginning of round 6 tactical timeout had they chosen to take it. You know, it is that important around. I would agree with you. I think if Chiefs win this, you are looking at a serious problem if you're on the side of Alola. And just to remind everybody of the stakes here that we're playing for, you can see up at the top of your screen 2 of those little EWC keys, I guess they are almost up there at the top. You can see they're coloured in, 1 on each side, because we've got 1 map apiece here in a best of 3. So whoever loses this one will see their key being quite literally crushed in the key crusher after this game. And they will be eliminated.
Oh, it's so fun, Tim. One of my favorite parts of the tournament. Do stick around after the game because we'll get to see all the crushing action here on the stream. So keep your eyes open. But for now, of course, we've got to figure out which of those keys will survive. And to do so, Chiefs, for their final defense, will move back over towards the piano bomb site. This was a site where they were able to find some success on the side of Alula. You'll recall that they had that really good push towards yellow back behind the Monty. It's been banned out now by Chiefs, though, so a different strategy has to come to play. Crazy again, running this fuse. I believe he's still on the shield as well. I don't know how much I love this when the Blackbeard is up on the board. If they get top floor control and they can use those cluster charges, great. But they weren't able to do so last time they went for this push, and I can't imagine it's going to be simple to take that control this time either.
I love the effort from player there. 7 and 3 on the Solis, spots the man outside on the drone and doing everything he could to try and get an angle onto it, but will not be successful. Right now, top floor still very much in the possession of Chiefs, though. Alola need to get up there and start clearing it out. They've got Joza over on yellow. Stairs not really supported by anybody.
Honestly, it's Ali Luo Club. They're the ones getting their key crushed.
So he's also going to have limited.
I sent the message, Preston. Check it.
That comes along with it. Our Chiefs
check it
for this push. They want to remain in control of this top floor.
You can see Chiefs making a ton of vert. They're not expecting it cleared out on this top floor. They expect it to be a similar direct take from Alula, where they don't really go for the top floor clear and instead just try to sneak that plant down. That probably is still the game plan. Of course, there will be pressure on both floors of the map when they go for that execute, so they've got to be really careful on the side of Chiefs. They can both stop this plant from going down and win the fights on the top floor.
Relays has just taken a ton of damage inside of Piano. Going to need to be especially careful for the remainder of this. The pressure starts mounting on that top floor. Flash comes in. The Warden will be able to at least use the glasses, but others will not.
Oh, hell no.
By Joza, he's been waiting the
Dude, Chiefs,
time
come on.
at the top of yellow stairs there and gets
Oh, what?
Neptune
Bro.
to get up on the top of that desk, though.
Chiefs, what are we doing? Why are we going? Why are we rushing us?
He's been low health for the longest time. 20 seconds left to go and the diffuser's going down, but they've gone below. They've got the angle. They've got the kill. That puts the diffuser down.
Good kill.
3 versus 3 now. It's up to Chiefs to try and hold on. Bazooka has been able to grab that diffuser. He takes it to
so
a
the
new
diffuser just falling off the ground.
To put it down. The Solus is not in position to do anything about it, but they come off for some reason and then go back on. They've given them the opportunity to go in. They should have stuck it the first time around, but no. Full advantage taken by the Soulish. Chiefs hold on 5-1.
Those are the shakes. Those are the mistakes. That's how you lose games at the highest level of Rainbow Six. He had the plant. He just had to hold F, but unfortunately, he doesn't commit to it. He gets a little bit scared, Tim, and rightfully so. I mean, player down below, that's a massive threat, but little did Bazooka know that player wasn't in position. He was going for a flank yellow stairs. By the time he realized it was another plant, it was too little too late, but bailed out by just pulling off that defuse kit. Player, an incredible round, boosts him to double digits, now 10-3 in this game. He has been a massive difference maker for the Chiefs, but you got to imagine if it's not that small mistake from Bazooka, he doesn't get those last 2 kills, and we're at a 4-2 half.
All right.
Exactly that, player.
After the switch halves, Chiefs, you gotta take this away. You gotta take this home for us.
Drag it over the line and make sure they get there. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of supporting characters in that lineup that are certainly putting the work in as well. But he's just, you can see he's itching for it. Like I commented on the way he was looking out that window, just trying to get any sliver of an angle that he could do. Any opportunity that is there in front of it, he's looking to take it. They are going to use this half-time tactical timeout to try and turn things around here. It's 5-1 at the minute. They've got to at least return a 5-1.
Yeah.
When they're on the defense, 6-0. If they want to win this outright, you've got to say it's a big hill to climb now.
We've seen this before, Tim. Back on map number 1, it was Chiefs starting on the stronger side. It was their opponent's map pick, but they went up at 5-1 at the half. And frankly, Alula crumbled, okay? Even at the latter half of that first half, the latter quarter, I should say, they were struggling to get picks. They weren't really close to converting rounds, and they really didn't show up to the second half of that first map. We need to see something different out of Alula here on Consulate. They are moving onto a much more powerful side. They can bring things back with the momentum. We saw how they powered up on Lair. We have to see the Alula from map number 2 if there is any hope of pulling this map back. If they crumble once again, they're just going to be kicking themselves. They don't want to go out without a fight. They know they're better than the Siege they've played on map 1 and so far through map 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, we're looking, it's back to that entry discussion again. We came into this saying this could be won or lost on the entry, where Alula had great entry on Lair. They were able to get the round wins. They were able to overturn it. And then we look at it here, it's 5-1. It's 5-1. It doesn't perfectly line up. They have overturned a round where they did lose the entry kill. But on the whole, yeah, the massive advantage is there for Chiefs. They're playing a lot of these rounds 5v4, and they're taking full advantage of the space that gains them. They move on to the attack now. This is going to change things up a little bit. Round 7, I'd say round 7 and 8 are essential wins for Alula here. They need to get it back to 5-3 minimum. 5-4 would be ideal, but it's the next 2 that are going to be critical.
We had a conversation after halftime in map number 1, Tim, where we asked about how Chiefs are going to approach this second half. Are they going to play with their lead? Are they going to try to get something cheeky off? Are they going to go fast, try to sneak something under the nose of Alula? Or are they going to play their standard Siege, try to lock things down with a dominant 7-1? In the end, that's what they went for on Fortress. They slowed things down, they went for a standard play, and it worked for them. They crushed that match 7-1. This time, I was wondering if we might have seen something crazy. I was staring at that Finka from Jekena, but of course they will pull off it. They've still got the Sens, they've got the Grim, the Zofia. Like, there is potential to go for something fast and cheeky here just behind those Sens walls, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, without that Finka to lean back on.
I think given what we've seen, Chiefs are the better team on the attack, so I think they just need to lean into that. They don't need to do anything special here. Their priority is going to be staying in the Esports World Cup. It's a huge tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. They just want to get this done. They're not bothered about how they look doing it. It doesn't matter that, this style on them and get a little rush or this. They don't care. They're just going to grind this out and get it done, and I think that's the mentality that they need to have. Just lock in. That's not really a lock-in. It's a great entry kill, to be fair, for the Pulse. Beautiful use of the scanner there, just catching relays on the drone and takes him down.
Oh, that's a bit of a taste of his own medicine, too. It was relays that was on the Pulse back in round 4, playing in this exact same position in the exact same bomb sites. And while he didn't get a Nitro Cell kill, he wasted a lot of good time and was a big factor in his team winning that round. So now he'll know the sting of that Pulse playing down below inside of Visa. He's going to have to find some other way to support his teammates on the cams.
I'm not following Tendus.
Definitely looks like
fan. There's a fan account? Well, what the heck? There's a fan account?
Certainly where Alula were looking to push on.
People got fans accounts.
certainly it's a bit of a step-by-step process, but it's a good start.
Happy
coming through
birthday.
this admin space, even after losing relays.
Master King.
Plenty of bodies still to work through towards the site, though.
You could be forgiven for thinking that the drone there was taken out with the trip connectors, but it wasn't. It was shot out just before it got to them, I think. So that actually kept them in position. They refreshed pretty quickly anyway, to be honest. So it wouldn't have been the end of the world for the defenders, but they did manage to keep them alive throughout. Prox Alarm is just going to give away the presence of Lunchbox here, but given his play so far, I wouldn't be wanting to peek into him at the minute if I was one of these defenders. Two playing on long desk at the minute, which Chiefs are now aware of as the drone goes in and sees them. Need to get aggressive on the back of this flash, you feel. I always look at utility and I think, what have you sold it for? If you're sending it in there, you're selling it. Have you got anything for it? And the answer is no. They've given that utility away for free.
Player down. That's going to be a really big loss. Now it's just Lunchbox and JKenna. Just Lunchbox in a 1v4. This round has quickly devolved into chaos. He had good information on Bazooka's position when he hit that air jab earlier in the round, but after he escaped from it, it just felt like everything was falling apart for the Chiefs. Now desperate to swing into sight and get a pick. There's the swing late from Bazooka to be able to shut that one down. An excellent round being played on the defense for Alula. Exactly what they needed.
Yeah, it is. It's the platform that starts them going. Like I said, round 7 and 8 are absolutely essential. 9 would be brilliant if they can get themselves 3 in a row, bring it back to within 1 round, then maybe Chiefs have a little bit of a wobble mentally. It starts getting in there. Are we going to lose this? Are we going to be eliminated? Is this going to be another shock defeat? At the minute, though, I would still back Chiefs at this point. There's still a lot of work for Alola to do. I feel like they opened that up well. I'm not taking away from that kill, but you cannot rely on getting a Pulse Nitro self-kill as an entry. An absolute freebie like that round after round after round. They're going to have to start winning gunfights at the beginning of the round.
Sim, I think everything you're saying is smart and correct, but there's a part of me that just feels like Alula, they might have exactly what it takes. They're a team that power up as the map goes longer. They're on the stronger side. Chiefs, frankly, choked away that second map. They were in such a good position and couldn't win when the going got really tough. It came down to the final moments. I think Chiefs have played a great game of Siege here today, and I'd love to be proven wrong, but this is still a very difficult task.
Dog, I wish I had TikTok. There's like those moments where you're like, I wish I had TikTok.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
On we go, and it's going to be the split side.
Yeah.
Interestingly, coming in from Alola here. I think it's a tough site to defend at the best of times. You've got, you've really got to figure out early on what you're going to be facing from the attackers. It's not like a number of sites where your setup is your setup and they have to play into it. This way, you can set everything up and you can think, right, we're going to try and cover off as much of the vertical as we can, and all of a sudden they're pushing horizontally from garage or vice versa. Very, very difficult site to defend at times. So I think it's a bold move from Alola. It's one of those, if they come away with the win, they're going to be geniuses. Of course. If not, you're going to question the site choice.
Yeah, I will say it's not one that they see much play down in OCE. Chiefs have yet to attack this site this stage, so it's obviously a map that they're a strat that they will be ready to have practiced, that they'll have played a couple of times in scrims, but it might not be something they have as many game day reps on. So that can make a difference at this level if you're not so prepared to push on some of these bomb sites. So far, the task is just get into the building, and that's been plenty difficult for Chiefs as this admin hold has been really tough to break through. A lot of punch holes being played, lots of drones being shot so far, but Relays has a gap here onside the balcony. We've got pressure in towards admin as JKenna swings in too, so the map control is starting to be gained by Chiefs.
Blackbeard is just going to work across, as you say, try and play in behind. They can't suffer it again.
No
They can't
way.
suffer it again. They do. And it's going to be the Blackbeard. It might be an opportunity to pick him up to safety here, but they need to be really careful in doing so. Crazy underneath does not realise the opportunity that might just have been in front of him to get the double. But JKenna back on his feet, but a lot of damage done to the Blackbeard. We've seen earlier on Lair how much that can be influential when you're trying to work your way in with those shields.
I love the Dokkaebi call from player, just forcing that pulse to go back so we can't do something crazy while that pickup is in action. That's good coordination coming through from Chiefs and stopping a bad situation from turning so much worse. But Valentino, he has been a menace in this game. He was a star player back in map number 2, and roaming on this top floor, you can tell he wants to get active.
At the minute, you're just concerned if you're a Chiefs fan because because it doesn't feel like they're having too much impact in this round. I look at Alula and I say, have they been bothered inside a site? Have they been disrupted? Had they had to move around? And the answer at the minute is no. They do lose Bazooka, and we've spoken about those entry kills and how difficult it has been for Alula to fight their way back into those rounds, but they do exactly that. Kaid managing to pick up relays on the ace. Any hard breaching that hasn't been done won't be done. Joza manages to find the Dockerby as well. Another big pickup, 4 versus 3 right now. But Lunchbox is there with one onto the Kaid, but the big problem here facing Chiefs is the time. 10 seconds left to go. They need to get explosive. They need to find an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They're going to go for it now. It's going to start getting put on the floor. They're just spraying through, hoping beyond hope here. There's the kill from above. Valentino has probably just won the round. Lunchbox grabs the diffuser, has to go for it, but Valentino
with defenders
takes it down from above.
He really
what?
is the heart and soul of
Bro,
this team,
oh my
Valentino,
gosh.
the veteran who's
What
been
the
to these
flip,
international
man?
events in the past, back here now with a very young squad, has found all the momentum in the world. He was such an important player
I gotta
number 2, and his persistence up on that top floor here in round 8 was the difference maker. Tim, I thought he was going to play aggressive. You know, I called it that, hey, he's looking to take some fights. There's some pressure from Chiefs up here, but instead, he just fell back to admin. I mean, he was really passive. He played over towards the CEO side, then came over towards admin, was always up above, and because Chiefs never managed to take that full control of the top floor, I think they thought he had maybe fallen back to site, so they all gave it up and went back down towards the executes. It just gets really messy in the end there. There's nothing they can do except press F and pray because they didn't have time to re-clear Valentino up above. It is perfect positioning coming out from the veteran on Alula, and because of it, they've done what you said they had to. 7 and 8 are in the books.
Yeah, I think it's just such a smart play from Valentino. He's recognized at about the minute mark, I'd say there, he's recognized Chiefs have got nowhere near enough done so far in this round. So what does that mean? It means they're going to have to rush. And as soon as they have to rush, there's going to be an opportunity for me to move across on the top floor because they are not going to come and clear me out. So he's happy to sit up there because he knows if they do come and clear him out, they lose the round because they'll run out of time. If they don't, he's going to go across and have the impact that he thinks that he should have. Looking to get aggressive on the windows here. This is the Alula that we love to see. You said they might power up just like they did back on Lair, and power up they have. 2 rounds in a row, 7 and 8. I said 9 would be ideal. This would bring them back within touching distance, and it also really sense. I think if they lose this, we see Chiefs go for a tactical timeout.
I 100% agree, Tim. It feels like things get out of control if they can't win this attack, but already we're seeing Alula get up to their old tricks. Crazy playing up to his name with that spawn peek here on the pulse. It doesn't really go his way, but he's not hard punished for it, so he will escape with the majority of his HP still intact and can go play down below the bomb site as well. That was what was really impressive from Player when they defended this site, Tim, was they had that vert down below that really foiled the plans of Alula going for the plant just inside that
this has been a long game, long matches.
It will be known. You saw the pulse really
thank God
early,
Chiefs
so
is winning.
should be aware that
We want Chiefs to win. One, because we love the Aussies, because they have a really strong
They've got Jekena just outside of that spiral
the
stairs. They've
Oceanic
got
scene,
Neptune hunting
but
in
2
down
is
below
because we
on
want
Zulu.
to stand.
Plenty of opportunities to try to work yourself in for a pick.
This is just going to be praying a little bit. I think that they managed to get themselves the round here. The entry, of course, would be a great start. Just moving up with that scanner knows that they are close, but it's going to be Joza who manages to pick up the first, and what a loss of utility there with the Capitao going. That's going to be smoke bolts, asphyxiation arrows, all gone with him, but the plant could be on here. The Blitzer's got shield on the back and putting it down, but going to have to come off as players around him continue dying. 2 versus 3.
I feel like Jekena maybe could have stuck that, Tim. I mean, there weren't players directly pressuring him. He could have maybe gotten that plant, forced to a post plant, but feels like he has to help his teammates, and I can respect that for sure. He's got player next to him trying to work their way in towards the site, but full top floor control still by Alula is going to make this plant really difficult to still pull off.
Yeah, it's they're short of time again here at Chiefs. Again, Alula recognize that and is just confident that they can hold this from above. It's going to be about getting into a spot where they can't see you. Jekena thinks that he's managed to find something. The cover needs to be there from player. He actually takes the attention that's going to allow the plant to go down, gets a kill on the other side, but it's now all up to him. It's going to have to be a triple at the end. He manages to get one. Could be an ace to win this one. 30 seconds left for the last man to do something about it, and I love this rotation from Chiefs. Player getting up above. Has Bazooka moved quickly enough? He got hit by the air jab. He's going to go for the diffuse. I'm not sure they're aware of this. Player's not moving quickly enough. Bazooka! Surely he should have stuck it. That's the second
Bazooka. Bazooka, what are you doing? Bazooka, what are you doing? Pull the fuse. Pull the fuse, Bazooka. Bro, Bazooka threw. He threw so badly. Dude, that's funny as hell, dude. He threw so badly.
Player is finding success.
Oh, man.
How does he do it again and again and again in these positions where it should be so favorable for Alula? It should be so favorable for Bazooka to just stick on the disable, stick on the plant, and he can't seem to do it. Player is having these insane mind games, 21 years old, playing like a veteran here at the Esports World Cup. A massive statement to get Chiefs onto series point.
I know how difficult it is from Bazooka's position there.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. There's not a clear readout for you. You're hearing noise. You're hearing those footsteps. I just feel like if you're down to a second and a half, that kind of time range, you just got to live by the sword, die by the sword. You just got to see it through at that point. You've already invested 5.5 seconds in there. Just get it done.
I mean, both on that round and the piano round where he was planting, there's really no correct call, right?
No,
because you have to read your opponent and figure out, are they rushing me or are they playing time? And ultimately, that's a 50-50. You know, that's a vibe check. Do you know what your opponent's going to do? And it's just so unfortunate that Bazooka has been off the wrong end of it twice now, and player has gotten some ridiculous round wins because of both of those. If those rounds go the other way, if player's not able to clutch up those couple of rounds, all of a sudden, this is what, 5-4 favoring for Alula, defending on Consulate? We would be talking about Chiefs as if they were doomed and had no hope from this point of view, point of the game. But now, because of the heroics of one man, Chiefs have put themselves into a dominating position with just 3 minutes separating themselves from moving on today.
An ace and a 1v3, absolutely beautiful stuff from him. What a tough day.
Bro! Chiefs calling the choke!
On the action there, Chiefs looking like they could be doing this. One more round, we'll see them continue here at the Esports World Cup.
Oh my gosh.
For Alula,
I have so much I need to do for social media. It's been crazy.
Their right to continue removed, and it will be the end of things for them. Look, they've, whichever way this goes, they've fought valiantly. We've seen some great performances. Joza, Crazy, Valentino have particularly stood out across this series.
Agreed.
You know, and they did put up a little bit of resistance against Shopify Rebellion. Maybe not as much as they might have liked, but they got themselves a couple of rounds and they've done a lot that they can be proud of. But there is more that they can find yet to be proud of, I'm sure. 3 rounds in a row is needed. That's the target.
Alula have impressed me a lot this series. You know, there have been a lot of moments where in my head, I kind of counted them out. I didn't think they'd be able to pull things back. They've every time surprised me and be able to pull things back and kept themselves competitive in this game. If they do it again, if they come back from the 6-3 deficit after the round that they just lost, that will be the most impressive moment of all. This is where the tension gets the most dangerous. This is where the stakes are the highest. You've got to be perfect. There's no more second chances for Alula. 3 straight and then winning overtime is a very tall task, even when you're on the favorite side of the map. But one round at a time, Tim. They can't be thinking about the pressure. They can't be thinking about the odds. They just have to find a way to stop this push coming in admin side.
And that way looks like it might be the clash that is going to be the point of this defense that they hope to sit behind and cause a problem. The Snake tries to work the way up Visa stairs, but now they can manage to find the trip connector, so that gives them a little bit of freedom there. They now maybe pressure and move up, but particularly for the Blackbeard to push forward and look to challenge. But they need to be careful because it's the Clash that is in that position and can force that shield break.
Already quite deep. I mean, just hitting the 60 to 90-second mark now in the round, and we saw a lunchbox kind of petering towards the site. Not quite going to be in just yet, of course. They're still trying to get past this vending hallway. They just destroyed the Clash shield, if I saw that correctly from the top-down POV. So that's a massive piece of utility that just got taken down. Mahagar is now just going to have to play with this SMG. He's got no more utility to speak of.
Just waiting on this skinny angle, waiting for somebody to give him absolutely anything. At the minute we see the light screens going out, the damage is coming into the Blackbeard, but how about that player peeks around the corner? Who else takes down the Clash? It's going to be Jay Kenner managing to get one. A flurry of kills in both directions leave us now in a 3 versus 3.
Jose's done so much to keep his team alive in this round, but the defuse kit's still held by Jkenna. There's 2 from Bazooka. Hold on. The player who had been doing so much in terms of these late rounds, not able to clutch things up. Now it's a 1v3 from player. He's been in some difficult spots, but this could be the one. A 1v3 turned 1v2.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way, right?
Right. 30 seconds left
Clutch
to go.
player.
You know when players alive, there is
Player,
always
you
a
can
way.
clutch it.
17 and 5, but low health at the minute. But neither Jose or Crazy are on full health at the minute. This is possible. He needs to stop thinking about the diffuser. I think at this point it's going to have to be kills or nothing. He's going to circle back round to the meeting door. A little bit of indecision creeping in. They know that they're playing this safe. Alola, they've got themselves one in closet, one inside a CEO. Peek around the corner.
Yeah.
That's going to be the round. Alola, keep
That would be hard.
fighting.
I mean,
6-4.
it's either you die or
Close
you
down
either
that
just
disaster. Could you imagine if player
yeah.
clutches up from the position that he was
Just
in?
get
But it was
kills
really
or
smartly
either you
played
die.
by
That's all it
Alola.
was.
They gave him no opportunities to get into sight, and
I think there was a very strong comm at some point, I would guess, saying, do not fight him.
Yeah, and honestly, there's a good chance that was Valentino as well. After we saw Bazooka step up and get those 2 massive kills, putting player in the 1v3,
I've
I
lost
think that
social
comm
media
absolutely
things I
came
need to do,
through.
y'all.
You see this chaos. I think Josa did so much work flanking up these Visa stairs. The fact that he gets the second on a Neptune is unreal.
I think I might as well
can't
do a
believe he
24-hour
bounced those strikes the way
subathon.
They did. The Visa stairs were so important for Alula to win that round. They played around them perfectly. Bazooka redeems himself. He doubles his kill count in this map from 2 up to 4. And right, he might be the bottom frag for his team, but those kills were hugely impactful. And if he can have a couple more of those, Alula still very much in this game.
Yeah, overall on the day, you know, Bazooka's playing pretty well. Not, you know, amazing, but he's middle of the pack for his team. And like you say, it's more about those pivotal moments. And we saw quite a few of them on there for him as well, where he just really turned around on its head, and he continued to do so. 6-4 then it stands for Chiefs. We head into round 11. It's going to be another series point opportunity here for the OCE team. This time they're going to be attacking onto basement. They will get at least 2 more chances, this one and the next round, but if it goes into overtime, who knows what's going to happen.
Starting to get scary.
Dude, I have so much
starting
to
to
do.
get real, but again,
Okay.
1 round at a time has to be the mentality for both of these squads. Something
Should I
that
just
Connor
leave
was
it?
talking about
Should I
earlier
just
on the
leave it
cast,
24
it's like, while it
hours
might
and
be
just do
pressure
everything
for
else
Alula
here?
with their backs against the walls. It's also pressure for Chiefs to finish this game and stop.
Come on,
things from
Chiefs.
spiraling out of control.
Dude, I feel like the casters want Chiefs to finish too.
When you're in the lead up
Y'all,
that
y'all, do you know we've been streaming for almost 10 hours?
Your best player to a brilliant Nitro cell from Bazooka. Finally, some revenge coming back from the player who has been dominated by player all throughout.
Bazooka's doing good too.
That could be a tilt factor for sure.
And it was a brilliant Nitro, because a lot of the time that Nitro gets thrown when players are approaching the wall. You hear those footsteps and out it goes, and everybody expects that. By allowing them up to the breach, allowing them to get the breach, you just create that little bit of a sense of security there, and then bang, he hits him with it on the way back. Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Tubarão, and that gives them the end trait that they so desperately need in these rounds. We've seen them struggle when they are 4 versus 5, but 5 versus 4, they're actually very, very
It's gonna be
solid.
interesting tomorrow to see Tyloo versus Chiefs.
Be a lot of utility that goes with that opening kill with the striker.
It's gonna be China versus Oceania. And then for Shopify Rebellion, they're gonna go probably against Fnatic.
Trying to make plays happen with relays on the blitz.
MBIBR Lowe's versus CAG. CAG Verdell. Isn't CAG Verdell a Chinese team? No, they're a North team. Oh, they're Asia Pacific North, which means they're Japan. So Japanese versus MLBR. Oh my gosh, Made in BR is crazy.
6-5 seems to be the scoreline unless a miracle can come through from Neptune.
I love
Oh no, Shopify is not facing Fnatic. They can't face each other. They're gonna wait for whoever makes it qualified. In qualifiers.
Moments, and he continues to do so. Talking of pivotal though, Neptune goes from a 1v5 to a 1v3, managing to get 2 kills. But
Oh come on, Neptune.
Let's
go, Neptune. Let's go, Neptune. Show him your crack. Show him how cracked you are, Neptune.
To give him a little bit of intel, and he will take it.
Neptune, you got this.
We've had some
Oh yeah, they're watching
ridiculous
Diffuser.
clutches in this series.
They're watching
If
Diffuser.
Neptune wins the 1v5,
Neptune,
it's
it's
not just
3.
clutch of the series, it'd be
It's
clutch
3.
of the tournament.
almost certainly
One more.
looking to push forward.
Oh, Neptune! Oh, Neptune! Neptune!
He had an idea
Oh, that's so crazy.
It was just the elevation
That's so
that caught him
crazy.
off guard.
Man,
They managed to
ah.
put the brakes on. They close that one out, and we get 12
Out.
lines, which I think a lot of people at home will not have expected us to see.
And you saw Valentino there in the player cam. One more. That's what he said to his teammates. One more to get it into overtime. He had a brilliant angle up on the desk to be able to stop that potential clutch.
Oh my gosh.
You see things getting away
I'm not gonna
from
lie,
him,
Neptune.
right?
That was actually a hard one.
A younger
That wasn't
team,
easy.
somewhat inexperienced. They have been tossing some of their bodies in these advantage states. They have been playing maybe a little bit more loose than they should be, but Valentino, the veteran, is the one to slow things down, to stop it for his team. It will be a tactical timeout called by Chiefs.
Yeah, honestly, what
separates us from
is going on here is that you have 3 people splitting up while the other 2 people are just staying in the back. Can we just stay together as a group? 90% of the time, what I found out is that if you stay together as a group, there's a good possibility that you will win. That you can actually take over an entire map if you stay together as a group. You get more more footage out there and stuff like that. And yeah, I know sometimes being packed and compact together, kind of, you know, depending on what the plays are, you get everyone killed in one go. But I'm guaranteeing you, the way that freaking how they're playing, Alula's actually playing, is they're just trying to pick up one by one. That's all they're doing. It's watching corners and picking up one by one. Some of them are even so aggressive they even come out. Like, stay in one group. They will come out. You will get killed. You will most likely try to get backdoored, but it's all easy. Crispy. Oh my gosh, thank you. It is the arm crest. Arm crest. I mean, the arm crest is very crisp. The other cam that I have on my vertical cam is Lumens. Unfortunately,
people gave him credit for.
Don't tell him this, but the Lumens is not very
put together. Now on these defenses,
oh, okay, yeah.
Cool, even when down by a massive round count, they have
Alright.
pulled this game back into the realm
Good
of
mode.
possibility, and now they may even look
I don't know
likely
what good mode means.
this rush play could be fast from Chiefs.
It should have been slower. Valentino takes down relays. Bazooka onto Neptune. It's falling apart quickly. Valentino with the second in the round. 5 versus 2. The work is cut out. Lunchbox starts doing it though. Manages to take down the smoke. He's got the shield in front of his face. Just trying to create a little bit of safety. Impact nade comes out. That's going to be half damage done. They're looking to get aggressive onto him here. Absolutely no breathing space. Alula Club, they take us into overtime.
No way, and we're back into overtime? Jesus.
2 different vibes on the stage right now, Tim. On one side, you've got screams louder than you can imagine, and I just turned to look at the Chiefs players right when that round ended. Every single arm went up above the heads. They are stressed after they risk everything on a Finka blitz rush, and it gets slammed shut. That attack there on the floor of Consulate, it just does not go their way, and now what was supposed to be an advantage, choosing the start side here on Consulate, has turned against them, as Alula Club will have the decision on where they wanted to start in overtime, and no prizes for whoever can predict this. They have chosen to start on the defense. This is a bad spot for Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. This could be, you know, a serious upset on the day. Like we said, you know, that's not to write Alula Club off whatsoever. They have shown us very, very capably that they can play Siege. They were just the mystery team coming in that we didn't know too much about. We've not seen them at this international level, but what a story they are building at the minute. Like I said, coming in here, they follow in, you know, some big footsteps ahead of them, with teams like Twisted Minds coming out of their region, some big old names in there as well that have made their impact on World Siege. And these guys are really showing that they're in the position to do maybe just the same in the future, because this has been brilliant so far. The resolve that they have shown repeatedly.
Okay, so we're in overtime.
They've gone 5-1 on the defense in response to Chiefs opening things up like that. That is unbelievable for a new team at this level.
It's incredible. I mean, they weren't even supposed to be here, Tim. This is not a tier 1 team that plays in the official circuit. They came in through the meta qualifier, and basically everyone wrote them off. Now here they are, about to upset Chiefs. They still got to win in this overtime, but again, Consulate, we've seen 2 5-1 defense favored halves. Chiefs will have to attack twice here in OT. They'll have their first attempt now on the top floor. This bomb site has been a real menace for the attackers to try to break through so far in this game. Alula have had some really strong defenses. They've played around the Clash. They've played around the Denari, which is being brought here on this round as well. Chiefs will be slow. They'll start things off just as they have consistently on the admin side. There's no threats down below, no pulse roaming like there was previously, so I like seeing Alula not relying on the same tricks to win rounds, but instead they're going to have to find some other way to slow down this push on the admin side.
Chiefs need to be careful that they don't start playing scared, though. They've, lost a lot of rounds there. They continue on the attack. If they play a little bit scared, they cut their time down. It takes them longer to do things. And we might just see them having to rush towards the end of the rounds. For the time being, the Soliton radar is doing its work to clear out and make sure that they've got that space underneath.
This is going to be a slow burn from Chiefs. I don't see anybody going for crazy plays. They don't have anybody down below trying to pressure these attackers inside the site. They have relays on the Snake, but he's really just looking to walk up these spiral stairs and prevent any defenders who might want to flank down below. So far, that's not the game plan from either. Their time.
Overtime again. It's crazy.
These plants as well. They've got some really good opportunities to just slow down this game and make things happen. Crazy is now
if Chiefs don't win, I will commit Sabuku in GTA.
Valentino just takes a little bit of damage from below. Bazooka takes more though as Lunchbox manages to find that kill. 50 seconds left on the clock. Snake is going to make his way up Visa stairs to join the rest of his team on this attack. Spiral is in the control of Chiefs now. They are starting to overwhelm Alula a little bit. They're being forced deeper into sight. The plant is going down. I'm not sure there's anything that Alula can do to stop this, but there is a flank coming from Crazy. Kills come in on the side of Chiefs though. 4 versus 1. They couldn't attack in regulation, but they certainly can in overtime.
Relays, he finds the kills that he needs to. I said it'd be a slow burn and maybe a bit too slow on the side of Alula. We saw the flank creeping up from the bandit on spiral stairs.
Oh, I see your webcam lower right corner. That's EWC.
Open, but
yeah.
Instead, it's a simple push into sight after they kill Bazooka
yeah.
on the smoke. That opens the door for a plant. Simple default defuse kit down on the meeting door. The most common execute that we see on the top floor of Consulate. And Alula, they just don't respond to it. If they'd kept their bandit down below, that's an easy nitro to deny the plant. If instead they flanked a little bit faster, that might cause some more disruption to get the execute going. But instead, this push from Crazy was too little, too late, and Relays had already blown open the defense.
I think the problem, aside from the defensive superiority so far in this game, the problem that Alula face now, you commented coming into it, Jesse, the guys on Chiefs looked stressed when this went to overtime. All the hands were on their heads, everything else. I looked a couple of the faces there as that round win went in, and it was like a weight was lifted. You could see the cheeks were puffed out like, right, we've got away with it. We've got the attack that we needed. Now we can just get this finished off. And so that one round has just completely flipped the pressure in this game on its head.
Chiefs did the impossible. They won an attack on Consulate here, just the third of the game. So Alula must respond with the same result. Otherwise, this is going to be their tournament coming to a close on day 1, dead last at the Esports World Cup. With how they've played, they don't deserve dead last. Neither of these teams do, but somebody's got to lose at the end of the day. Alula fighting for their lives here on the offensive side. And I'm curious if this might be a CEO take, Tim, because while there is admin pressure, we see the ace over here. Josie's starting to open up some of these walls. There are a lot
oh, wait, it's not working.
On the other side of the map as well, poking around for Alula, and we didn't see that the last 2 times they went for an admin push.
Nitro goes out, and it's a brilliant start from Chiefs. Absolutely fantastic throw. Just gets the timing perfect as well to take Josa down. That's going to be the ace gone. There will be no more hard breaching. We've got Bazooka with the hard breach secondaries, but that's as good as it's going to get.
That's the second time Neptune has gotten a Nitro Cell kill on that very window outside an admin. Previously, it was the Blackbeard that he got the pick on. This time, it's the ace. 2 critical operators to remove from the game. Crazy retrieves that diffuser, but it's taken so much time, and despite the cutoff attempt, they're not able to punish Lunchbox as he attempts to go back towards the site to play closer to his teammates. And now the task gets more difficult for Alula. They've got control of admin. They've got a bit of map control under their belt.
Don't scare.
Only because they've conceded on the side of Chiefs. They're happy to play the hallway. They're happy to play behind all this utility.
Yeah, and a lot of utility there is. You can see the Goyo canister ahead of the deployable shield on top of the laser gate with 3 Wamile magnets surrounding it. It's going to take an awful lot for Alula to move their way through there. Time and utility spend is going to be high. Bazooka just waiting underneath. We've seen them already be able to get these vertical kills with the triple detonation. They get it done again. Chiefs, they were punished on Lair. They're punished exactly the same on Consulate.
The push is starting to come together from Alula. They've managed to push that player outside of meeting. They got past the vending player with a really nice Flores drone from Crazy. Now a plant goes into position, but players still got those toxic babes. Look at the time though. Almost a full minute on the clock and only one more toxic babe in the pocket of player. They're not going to be able to win this on time. Chiefs will have to step up and take a gunfight if they don't want to see round 15.
Valentino just moving his way through long desk. Everything now going in the favor of Alula, it feels. Chiefs just being pushed deeper and deeper. Like you say, they need that hero moment. They need somebody to step up. The plant is going to be started here. Crazy taken down player. Tries to be that man for his team again. He does get the planter, but there's an immediate trade there. Bazooka grabs the diffuser, will confirm it this time around. And the Sens holding the angle, manages to find the kill. Relay's taken down. 2 versus 3. Chiefs, they're going to have to fight back from behind if they want to do this here. And now there is
come on, Lunchbox.
but you feel
Come on, Lunchbox.
There's only about 25 seconds left for them to take action here. It's going to be surely
Lunchbox, we need defuse. Lunchbox, oh no. No way.
It was put down by Crazy.
Are you
We're going
kidding
all the
me?
way to 15 on map 3
Are you
to
kidding
decide
me?
this in just 1 round.
Okay, I gotta move. I gotta move some laundry.
For this game,
I gotta move
Tim,
some laundry.
at all costs, it feels like the improbable has come up and has happened for the underdogs. This time it's Alula who put together a brilliant attack, and you know what? I gotta say it, those nerves came back at the worst time for Chiefs, because in the 4v4, when they're going for that, when they're going for the plant, one player steps up and swings the planter and gets a pick. It's player. He makes that thing happen. He makes that man count go back towards an even, and he stalls that push. Then Chiefs, they kind of just stall. I mean, Alula get right back into a plant position. It's a 3v3, and everyone on Chiefs is just sitting, waiting as the plant goes down. They finally push up and start to pressure it, but it's being held on the angle. It's really calm, cool, collected push coming out from Alula, where they're ready for those swings to come forward. And man, that might be a heartbreaker for Chiefs, no matter who loses at this point. It's a brutal one, but
all right, chat.
Tim, it's anybody's game.
All right, chat. All right. We're gonna take this out. We're gonna do some in the IRL. We're gonna watch this last match with homie Tim.
You know, we saw the nades changed so long ago to prevent the up-nading or whatever you want to call it, and now they work on a basis where they have a 4-second fuse after they hit a surface, so they are much more effective at just moving somebody out of a position, and the function was just used to perfection there. Love to see it. It's always nice when it comes together.
I've also still got to change my laundry thing.
It's going to be Chiefs on the attack this time. They've only been able to win 2
Oh my gosh.
so far out
Dude,
of
my
7
pec hurts.
attempts. So you would have
My
to say
pec
that
fucking
momentum
hurts.
has swung once more, and
Okay.
it sits with Alula at the moment. This all comes down to 1 round. Elimination from the Esports World
One
Cup.
final
Key
round.
being crushed
Last
or
round, person
making
moves
it
on.
through to compete more
Or person
tomorrow.
loses.
All rides on the outcome of this 1 round.
9 hours. 10 hours
To
actually.
reveal
10 hours.
themselves. I mean, player has been so incredible in this matchup, winning some
Crazy.
impossible rounds, but he's the first person to die.
Oh, actually, here, we'll switch out Cam. Oh gosh, we have to no matter what.
Else that carries the flag. Valentino's been big for Alula. We've seen so many good players pop off from this Middle Eastern team, but now with the man advantage, they don't need to get any more aggressive.
So we are
We've
rooting
seen
for the
Joseph be able to
Chiefs,
get
our
aggressive,
Aussie
find that
people.
first frag onto player. They can
What the
concede
hell?
the admin control and sit inside their box
Alright.
like they're feeling comfy.
Alright, guys.
Not only is it the 20 kill player who's been taken out, it's also the Sens, who's always going to be a critical part of any execution. If you're bringing that utility
Come on,
along,
Lunchbox.
it's because you need it to
Ruin for
put the
orange.
diffuser down. So now Chiefs are scrambling. They're going to have to
Come on.
find an alternative.
Come on, Chiefs.
You look across and there are
Come on,
just big
Chiefs.
numbers everywhere. 20 for player, 11 for net.
I know, we're getting like dual audio, honestly.
12 for Valentino. So many players.
Give me a second. Let me release the audio.
You see 3 players on the admin side. The one that's missing is, of course, Relays on the Thermite, who's moved over towards the Relays. Thinking about going spiral side. It definitely feels like
going spiral side. It definitely feels like they need a second dimension. If they all funnel in through admin, just as they have through so many of these previous rounds, it's going to be ready by Alula. Somebody else has to be able to step up and provide some other dimension.
Player's gone. No.
See the fire burning out as the nitro went over and detonated.
Oh, dude, Neptune. No, fuck. Dude, Neptune, this is on you. Nice. No. No.
Representing the region, the Solo Mana team will continue.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Dude, they tried so hard.
7-1 on their own map pick to start
Put-
this series.
put that.
It felt like this was going to be over in an hour and a half. It felt like this would be the fastest series of the day. And yet somehow
That's crazy. This team was just made this year.
close to the highest.
They just played
proven
like
so many
what the
people
flip.
today. Yeah, this
Chiefs have been playing for years.
Coming in with
They've been playing 16 for years. What happened?
Why am I excited?
You wanna know what's even so like
Well, what a crazy game we have.
that guy who's crying right there, his name's Player. He was doing this. He's like, you guys are choking. And then they're losing. They lost. They lost. No, man.
Incredible stuff, though.
Crazy.
That's the most important thing, right? It's consistency from these players that we're seeing.
Oh my god.
Factor as well, from being the only men representative and
Chad, what the hell, dude?
to pull through with the mental resilience.
That's sick.
Throughout these all years after losing the first one.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. Like, they genuinely looked like they were shook. Like, they had no hope of coming back after that first map. I don't know who it was, if it was the coach or if it was Valentino, the veteran on this roster, who got them back in the game mentally, but it really felt like that was the difference maker. Once we started to see those players get back into things, even the first half of the map, too, they didn't look very competitive.
Maybe it was easy for the underdog to win.
Game back and end up with a 2-1 series win.
Yeah, I look at this team and I really feel like, you know, they just needed that confidence. They just needed that time to settle in.
Yeah.
I think, you know, they are better than they showed us against Shopify Rebellion. You know, whether they make it out of play-ins or not, who knows? But I genuinely think they are going to be competitive tomorrow as well. And like I said, I genuinely cannot wait to watch more of that.
Yeah, it's a close game as well, though, because you have to feel bad for the side of Chiefs, right? They got so close.
Yeah.
Player, 20 kill too. You got that ace as well to get them on that point as well. And you think about it, hindsight, you know, what they're hoping in the end, it was great performance. It was incredible stuff with the ace for the 20 kills. But in the end, it's not going to get to
Nobody will
anything.
remember it.
Your team is the second one to be crushed of all teams here in EWC.
I mean, it's just got to be devastating for them. But there's no other way to put it. Chiefs.
Is this a key crush? Yeah, this is a key crush. Have you seen a key crush yet?
Great game.
Yeah.
Yep, this is a key crush right now.
In what has been a phenomenal match, we've just had 30.
Heck, it didn't start yet. It'll start tomorrow at 6 a.m.
That was a little bit onside, but other than
Yeah,
that,
I thought it was too. I don't know. Things get pushed around all the time.
probably end up the best
It's
game.
esports.
The play-ins, it's going to take something special.
They had a
to beat.
40-minute audio
He is on the rise.
problem.
We saw Enterprise have some really big moments of Salt
6 feet this morning at 3 a.m.
in the Esports World Cup. Now to see Chiefs come out and show everybody, even the second team at OCE, can really put up and have some great performances. I'm excited to watch this region going forward. They clearly have a lot to prove.
Chat, we're gonna wait till after key crush. I'll get back.
MVP on this matchup as Lexi is standing by Valentino for a chat.
Welcome to the stage. I'm here with Valentino from Aula. What a series from you and the team. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I'm actually beatless. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like, it was hell of a game. Chiefs put out like a massive performance, but like we could come back the last lap and overwin. So GG's to them.
I mean, you guys absolutely were stellar throughout this. I mean, Jose, especially in that last round. I mean, a big free kick coming out of him. But, I mean, you guys being the only Nina representation, I mean, what does it mean for you to be in this moment, to still
Only Nina? What about Falcon?
To show that your region
Is this Falcons in this game? In this entire tournament?
I mean, at the end of the day, we represent our whole region, the whole MENA region. I hope like we go into like somewhere that takes the region down, because like we are playing for ourselves and the whole region behind us. So we hope we make you proud, guys.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, 47 rounds today. I mean, there is no better way to write the story for you guys. This early on,
representing
47 rounds,
That's crazy.
3 games total so far.
This is another weird SmackDown in the middle tournament.
Already, and to stay
Because they have another tournament in China for Rainbow Six Siege.
what you want to end.
Yeah, and it starts this weekend.
I mean, like
what?
The first map we played against
Kind of
Shopify,
weird.
we played really bad. Like we weren't in the mood. We weren't playing together. We know our mistakes. Like we weren't playing as a team.
Yeah, we saw the entire round. You were not playing together. You guys were playing split. They're really trying to pick people off one by one.
I mean, thankfully, we could close Fortress and.
Dude, what the hell, man?
Hopefully tomorrow we come with a.
I don't get what happened. I really don't get what happened. I think they just got discombobulated. I think they were relying on each other, and then when one of them made a mistake, everyone else probably.
What are your thoughts going into your match tomorrow?
Yeah, it's probably incidental. And that sucks.
I hope that the team wins. No, I'm gonna say it again.
Okay. All right. We missed it right there. That's it from Valentino and the boys from Alula. I mean, big commiserations to the Chiefs over there. I mean, hell of a performance from both these teams. But that ends it here for the night. I'll send you one last time to the desk to wrap things up, and then we got more action heading into tomorrow.
Sure, you're making the region very here as well. You think back about Twisted Minds at the most recent international event, made it to the semifinals for the very first time, added to that the sprinkle of our newest region, being competitive as well. It's a great time to be a Siege enjoyer.
All of these kills were from Chiefs. All of this was from Chiefs. Chiefs was doing so good.
Meta for sure.
What happened?
A ton of heads and had some really strong competitors.
Unfortunately, fuck here,
including Alula here.
Player.
The CNL has really
Player
shown
got
up
3
as
triples
themselves. It just feels like all over the globe, Siege is growing its an esport, and teams are just getting so much better.
Yeah, all of this is from Chiefs. It's crazy. All of these kills from Chiefs. And how did they win? Hey, and he blew himself up, which is funny as heck.
Through the different teams that they've been with, but ultimately, it's nice to have somebody else coming through and showing us that they can be on that level as well, and they can find that bit of depth in the region. It's brilliant stuff. We love to see it. The more competitive World Siege is, the better it is for everybody. So fantastic stuff.
Well, as we see the result of this match, I mean, we talked about Alula getting loud. We're seeing it right here as well on our screens. Incredible stuff. You see how much it means to them on their faces and in their player reactions as well. Then let's see another day as the only meta representative, and they have to be so proud of themselves. The most exciting thing, though, is that we get to watch a live key crush happening right now. We get to witness Chiefs Green being crushed. Let's have a look.
Bro, this is cringe. I don't even want to see this. Oh no, what are they doing? What is he doing? Why is he doing the Illuminati sign?
As we see the key being placed up here, I mean, you want to think about what's going to the player's mind in this situation, right? You get to crush your opponent's scheme. That is not making a statement. After you just beat them in such a close series, I don't know what is.
I mean, it almost feels disrespectful. Like, you heard the respect being shown in the post-game interview.
There we go.
The game was and how well Chiefs played, but in the end, only one team on top today. That was Alula, and they get the pleasure of crushing that key.
It's the first one that I've seen live, and I absolutely love this. It's just such a physical representation, isn't it, of beating somebody and removing them from the tournament. Just having, that very, very, visual representation of it. Absolutely love it. We see the key cracked into pieces there. Brilliant stuff.
I was gonna say, it's not just crunch, that's broken into many different pieces. Did you guys hear the physical, as well near the end? So that's just the sound of, Chiefs' hopes and dreams of making it into the tournament. Go on. Absolutely with that. I love, like you mentioned as well, it's such a unique thing about EWC.
It's okay.
Once it gets crushed.
Tomorrow we gotta rely on Fanatics and Shopify Rebellion. We'll also be watching Tekken tomorrow, so yeah. I think Siege starts first, and then we go into Tekken. So 5 a.m. tomorrow. Crazy. We have a different time schedule. I need to adapt to this new time schedule. Yeah, Shopify. Alua versus Tyloo is going to be a weird matchup. I thought it was going to be Chiefs versus Tyloo. That, I have no clue how that's going to turn out.
On this stream, and then for Group B as well, I think maybe a bit of an upset because Fnatic have actually managed to move their way.
Fnatic already moved in. Who's the loser match, though, that we're facing with? Oh, MIBR, yes. MIBR versus CAG. Never seen CAG before. But Varel seems like a team that I've heard and familiarized with.
dominating game coming through from Fnatic. I thought that did really well in a game.
They dominated in a lot of.
MIBR Lows have a little bit more of that international experience. They will live to fight another day, of course, but Fnatic, they've got to be feeling really confident.
Yeah, I'm upset.
Today. I said it to you earlier off camera.
My Oceanic Australians. My Australians, they're gone.
Fnatic, when they play at their best, I genuinely would put them at least in the top half of teams here at the tournament. So it doesn't surprise me to see them.
All right, key clutch just happened. All right, thanks, Tim.
That's the important thing for them.
Yeah, because that's it. That was the final match. That's it for today. No, dude, that was 10 hours worth of siege. It started at 5 a.m. That's why, and it's 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Oh, dude, look at this! Look at this! Look at this one! All right, you gotta watch this guy. You gotta watch this guy. Look what happens. He's so happy.
The reactions after this as well. This one's also going to be multiple parts. Yeah. Look at his face there. He's so happy.
He was so happy for this. Look what he does after with the key.
They don't often get to send a team home, but this event,
Yeah, look at this.
Taking out King Zero, it's gonna feel so good for them to find that victory and send their opponents home. Yeah,
You don't have to do much to it, right? Like you just let it get shown and stuff like that. But he has the audacity to take it.
I'm really excited.
Pain.
We're gonna have some big games coming up for the rest of the players, and that's before we even took the side.
All right.
Big chunk of the tournament. This is brilliant.
Thanks, Tim. All right, chat. Oh, chat. I still need to change my laundry. The laundry. I still need to change it. All right. One sec. Okay, we're back. We're back here. And our iPhone cam. Boop, boop.
Right, well, we did have a long day.
All right, we're back here. Yeah, it was a long day, y'all.
EWC. We're only just halfway there with our players.
We got matches tomorrow. We got about 4 matches tomorrow, so it'll be fine. It's not even that long. But Tekken 8 does start tomorrow. I will be watching Tekken 8. Dr. Doolittle, are you gonna do Tekken 8 as well tomorrow? Thanks for doing stream together. I love streaming with someone else. Honestly, it's super fun. There's this French guy who wanted to do stream together, but then he never fell through, which was kind of crazy. It's 3 p.m., y'all. Oh my gosh. Alright, chat. Where are we at? So it is 3 p.m. I have to change my laundry. I have to keep doing my laundry. Wait, Doctor did it. Let me let him know. Dr. Doolittle, I'm so happy you always do stream together with me. I'm so happy. Like, honestly, it's a lot more fun to do streams when you have someone else here. Like, honestly. So, thank you again for doing the stream together. Anytime, dog. Tomorrow, I will be streaming a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege, but we'll go immediately into Tekken 8. Tekken 8 week, guys. This week is Tekken 8, and on top of that, Black Ops 7. We have some other cool streams too that are coming up. That isn't EWC, crazy enough. Depending on the time frames, I think this week we're gonna do a lot of streaming. I will have a special stream for you guys on Friday. Dr. Doolittle, if you would like to, you could also join in it. I just whisper you, probably. Wait, do I even have you on Discord? You want to add me on Discord? I think that would be the best way for what we're doing. Yeah, let's go. Hit me up on the Discords. I'm pasting my name right now. That's not my name. There you go. That's my name. Hit me up on the Discords. Yeah, so we have a special stream going on Friday. But don't forget, so a couple of things have happened on my socials. We're gonna be posting a lock by today, hopefully. I'm gonna try my best, because I need to go out in person. It's hot outside. Ugh. But the other big one is this too. We have our class session number 5 for EWC week 5 this Thursday. So after all the streams in the afternoon, most likely in the evening it might look like, we're gonna do our class session. And then at Friday, we're gonna do our World Cup recap and get that posted. So hopefully that gets posted too. It looks like we're gonna have a decent sleep schedule, which is kind of crazy. And then after all of that, we will be doing our final bits before we hit EWC week number 6. Number 6 is gonna be amazing. But yeah, got another group of 3 games up for you. A lot more esports stuff. It's hot. We're in the middle and very first week of August, so congratulations for you guys making it this far, 8 months into 2026. And yeah, I hope to see you guys in a bit. Alright, so we're gonna do another wheel, y'all. I'm gonna see. Should I leave stream on and put be right back, or should I end stream and come back in a couple hours? Alright, so we're gonna do what we got. What does the wheel say? The wheel says to leave stream on. Wow, crazy. Okay, so I guess we'll just leave a be right back. I don't know what to do. I say leave it on. Leave it on. Might as well, right? We've been already streaming for 10 hours. Might as well keep on going. What do you guys want to watch? I'm gonna leave you guys up with. I do want to leave y'all up with Azami, probably. I can't give any more siege stuff, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys up with Aozami. Aozami streams quite a bit. Cause it was that or RGB. Sorry, YRG. Yeah, we're gonna leave you guys with Aozami. Aozami's cool. He's doing the YRG Cobbleverse right now. So, all right, you guys are gonna watch her. I will be right back. I gotta go do some physical stuff. I will see you guys later. All right, y'all. Be right back.